In the future, theft doesn't land you in jail instead, you might even receive cash equivalent to the stolen goods. Yet, to this day, no thief has succeeded. The entire world is under the surveillance of the Sky Eye system, resulting in an extremely low crime rate. To identify and address any gaps, the World United Government created a live-streamed program called the Thief Game. Anyone who manages to evade capture can claim cash equivalent to the stolen goods. Among the 10 contestants from China's 3rd district, some were boxing champions, others the niece of a legendary thief on paper. Chen Feng stood no chance. As soon as the game began, the other 9 contestants bolted without hesitation, while Chen Feng leisurely sipped his coffee. To make matters worse, he was right across the street from the pursuit team, in a hotel facing them. Haha, what a stroke of bad luck starting right across the street from the pursuit team, just a block away. Too unlucky. Wow, this is getting really fun. Oh man, it's getting more and more interesting. Host detected, officially entering the game system. Mission issued. Mission 1, the host must escape pursuit under the gaze of the crowd. Reward, 1% fusion progress for the Kaitu Kid card. Mission 2, increase the live stream viewership to 100,000. Current popularity, 9,832. Reward, 1 skill upgrade card. Escaping under everyone's watch does seem a bit audacious, Chen Feng remarked with a faint smile, his expression carrying a hint of deeper meaning. After glancing at the hotel area map provided by the production team, he had already made up his mind. After all, the Phantom Thief Kid never did anything low-key. The audience in the livestream had no idea what Chen Feng was thinking. All they saw was him sitting leisurely on the sofa, sipping coffee, as if he had already given up. Wait, what's this guy doing? 5 minutes are almost up, and the pursuit team is about to get his location. Looks like he's given up, but you can't blame him. With just 5 minutes and starting right across from the pursuit headquarters, who could possibly escape? Oh well, it's such a shame. We finally get to see such a handsome guy, and now he's about to be caught so soon. Just as everyone thought he was going to surrender, Chen Feng finally moved. He slowly left the room, entered the elevator, and pressed the button for the top floor. At the same time, police sirens blared outside the hotel the pursuit team had arrived. Wait, why is he going to the rooftop? Shouldn't he be heading to the first floor if he wants to escape? Are you dumb? The pursuit team is already here. Going to the first floor now would be like walking straight into a trap. Didn't you guys just see that hotel area map? The rooftop is an open-air bar. There are lots of people there. He must be planning to use the crowd at the bar as cover to evade capture. Doesn't seem very useful. The pursuit team isn't stupid. Even if they have to search one person at a time, they'll still drag him out. At most, he's just buying himself a little more time to struggle. As they spoke, Chen Feng had already taken the elevator up to the rooftop. Hello there, beautiful lady. Could you buy me a drink? Zhou Wanning held her wineglass, staring blankly at Chen Feng in front of her, momentarily stunned. Little brother, I've been sitting here for so long. Some have asked me to dance, others have offered to buy me drinks, but you're the first one who asked me to buy you a drink. Zhou Wanning chuckled as she looked Chen Feng up and down. Not bad looking, but you seem too young still, just a little brother. Everything has a first time. Maybe the wine in your hand is willing on its own. As he spoke, Chen Feng even reached out and lightly tapped Zhou Wanning's glass. Ha! Zhou Wanning was momentarily caught off guard. Just ask her and you'll find out. Are you going to perform a magic trick for me? Zhou Wanning seemed to have figured something out. Chen Feng smiled without answering. Alright, then I'll trust you this once. Zhou Wanning placed the wine glass on the front desk table, suppressing a smile as she addressed the glass. So, are you willing to let him drink you? After speaking, Zhou Wanning looked at Chen Feng with full curiosity, as if asking, I've finished speaking, how do you plan to prove it? However, before Chen Feng could respond, she heard someone nearby exclaim in surprise, wow, is this magic? Who? What's going on? Zhou Wanning turned her head in confusion and saw that the straw she had just placed in her wineglass was standing upright in the center of the glass. The pale red wine seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, continuously flowing out of the straw and forming 2 words on the table, I do. Applause broke out at that moment, with many people casting astonished glances their way. So there's such a way to flirt with girls, I've learned something new. Given Zhou Wanning's fiery figure and exquisite looks, it was only natural that many tried to hit on her at the bar, but unfortunately, all failed. After witnessing Chen Feng's move, she couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Truly, there's always someone better, and beyond the sky lies another sky. How did you do that? Zhou Wanning looked at Chen Feng with delight, her beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity. Miss Zhou Wanning, the beautiful, please remember never ask a magician what the secret behind his magic is. Hearing Chen Feng say this, Zhou Wanning had no choice but to drop the matter, but a second question immediately arose, how do you know my name? Chen Feng gave her a mysterious smile, as if reminding her of what he had just said. Alright, even though she didn't get the answer she wanted, Zhou Wanning didn't press further. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you for a dance. The live stream chat was already exploding with a flurry of comments. All the other contestants ran away long ago. Why is Chen Feng still flirting with girls? Exactly. He's the closest to the pursuit team, yet he's the most relaxed. Why isn't he running yet? They're almost on the rooftop. Looks like Chen Feng doesn't want the free stolen goods anymore. After successfully striking up a conversation, Chen Feng was now dancing comfortably with Zhou Wanning, while the other guests at the venue leisurely enjoyed the romantic atmosphere. The music suddenly stopped. Seeing this scene, a few hot-tempered individuals were about to burst into curses when they noticed the hotel manager barging in with a group of burly men. Pursuit team, apprehend the fugitive. Uninvolved personnel, step aside. Fugitive? Who's the fugitive? Oh my god, there's a fugitive here. In an instant, chaos erupted among everyone in the bar. All unrelated personnel, squat against the east wall, hands on your heads, and line up in a row. Lin Xuanxiong's powerful voice immediately suppressed the noise in the scene. Everyone, terrified, rushed to one side. At this moment, Zhou Wanning also wanted to pull Chen Feng away, but after tugging twice, she found Chen Feng completely unresponsive. Puzzled, she looked up at him. Why are you? Chen Feng, you have nowhere left to run. Surrender now. You're the fugitive? Zhou Wanning's lips trembled with fear. At this moment, countless fictional handsome criminals flashed through her mind like the jade-faced grenade. Oh wait, no, she meant the jade-faced serial killer. Dear viewers, just under half an hour into the program, our pursuit team has already cornered the first fugitive on the hotel rooftop. However, from the current situation, it appears the fugitive has taken a hostage and is making a last-ditch stand. Out of concern for the hostage's safety, the pursuit team members have had to temporarily hold back. What will happen next? Let's wait and see. As the soft voice faded, the camera panned toward Chen Feng's direction. At this time, under the added power of the host's live broadcast, the number of people in Chen Feng's live broadcast room also soared, breaking the 5W mark in no time. It's a pity, it's rare that there's a handsome guy over here in District 3 who looks good. Half an hour hasn't passed yet and he's going to be arrested. Who made him unlucky? The initial location is surprisingly in the hotel next to the pursuit bureau. There's no way, take a break from the game. Lin Xuanxiong shouted again, Chen Feng. Give up the struggle. You can't run away. At the same time, the dozen or so people from the on-site pursuit team spread out to both sides, with the momentum of encircling Chen Feng. You cast. Surrender, Zhou Wanning summoned up the courage to speak. Although she didn't know how Chen Feng had become a fugitive at such a young age, but looking at his appearance, he shouldn't hurt himself. Should not be right? Zhou Wanning gathered her courage and slowly raised her head, just in time to meet Chen Feng's calm gaze. Zhou Wanning was instantly flustered, but before she could react, Chen Feng had already knelt down on one knee and gently kissed the back of her left hand. I hope this beautiful night has not left you with bad memories. The gentle voice traveled into the ears of everyone at the scene. Zhou Wanning stared blankly at Chen Feng in front of her, her mind blank. It's all this time and you're still flirting with a girl. Or flirting with such a beautiful sister. Enviously, my key is purple. I have a hunch, if this dude opens a live broadcast to bring in goods after the show, the bag will earn a fortune. Agreed. Support. Lin Xuanxiong on the scene didn't have the time to think about all this nonsense. After seeing Chen Feng's movements, as a veteran criminal police officer, he keenly seized the opportunity and decisively ordered, go. There was no remaining nonsense. A dozen or so members of the pursuit team swarmed up. Zhou Wanning couldn't help but tighten her heart when she saw this. She didn't know why, but she was actually a tiny bit nervous, as if she didn't want Chen Feng to be caught just like that. Of course, at this point in time, what she thought was no longer important. A dozen or so members of the pursuit team came before them in the blink of an eye, and the closest one had even touched the corner of Chen Feng's coat. Just when everyone thought that Chen Feng's capture had become a foregone conclusion, a sudden change occurred. Only to see Chen Feng's body crack in a flash. Bang! A white smoke emerged. In the next second, Chen Feng's figure instantly disappeared in place, replaced by countless white pigeons flying in all directions. What's the situation? Where is everyone? I Lua go ah. Heifer sitting wire ah. Big change living person ah. This your second ants is also magic? The scene of the pursuit group members is a face of confusion. You look at me and I look at you, who do not know what happened. There it is. I don't know who shouted out. The crowd looked in one direction, only to see a white figure standing on top of the fence not far away. A proper white suit, a four-leaf clover-shaped triangular pendant, a monocle for his right eye, a medieval white high-rimmed bowler hat on his head, and a cape behind him fluttering in the wind. Through the face that was not covered by the glasses and the bowler hat, one could vaguely recognize Chen Feng's original appearance. The moonlight shone on his body, as if the entire world existed only for him at this moment. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime. As the words fell, the white pigeons that had dispersed earlier once again converged from all directions and landed on Chen Feng's body one by one, until he was completely covered. By the time the pursuit team and others reacted and wanted to rush up to arrest him, the frightened white pigeons dispersed again. But the original spot was already empty. P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, can you click a free rush off? This site explains the problem of the live broadcast. A total of 10 contestants per district, that is, 10 exclusive live room, plus the host live room, a total of 11. Chapter 4 Follow the Lost Live Room. Snap. 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 The scene did not know who applauded first, and then the entire rooftop resounded with thunderous applause. Although the crowd at the scene knew that it was somewhat out of place, Chen Feng's divine maneuver still caused them to marvel. The thunderous applause also caused the faces of the people from the on-site pursuit team to turn ugly. Especially Lin Xuanxiong, who was the captain, his face, which was not white at all, was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had been working as a criminal police officer for more than 20 years, and the criminals he had captured did not have 100 or 80, but it was the first time he had been provoked like this. Most importantly, the scene was still live. Sissy, as the host, also keenly sensed the subtle atmosphere of the scene and immediately adjusted her expression, turning her head to look in the direction of the camera. It seems that our pursuit team's first action didn't go that well, but I don't think that means anything. The pursuit action is still continuing. What will happen later? Let's wait and see. After saying that, Sissy playfully winked at the crowd in the live broadcast room, and then after signaling with Lin Xuanxiong, she took the cameraman to leave first. With Chen Feng's departure, the pursuit team also had no reason to continue staying over here. Under Lin Xuanxiong's order, other than leaving 2 people to deal with the follow-up issues, the rest of the people temporarily closed the team. After the crowd left, the people who were originally drinking and dancing on the scene also lost interest in continuing, and left one after another. In the end, only Zhou Wanning was left alone, standing frozen in place. Raising her left hand, she held a small square card in her hand, and written on it, on the other hand, were the words Chen Feng had said to her earlier. I hope this beautiful night didn't leave you with bad memories. Weird bandit kiddo to you. Weird bandit kiddo? Chen Feng? Zhou Wanning muttered a sentence to herself, then slowly raised her head to look in the direction where Chen Feng had disappeared, not knowing what she was thinking. What? Chen Feng can't be found? At the headquarters of the Thief Game program group in Area 3 of China, Director Wu, who was the director, was fuming inside. There are only 10 contestants in total, and the program just started less than 2 hours ago now, and you're telling me to lose one? He'll fly through the sky and disappear, won't he? Or are you all just losers? You can't even see a person with the help of Heaven's Eye. He might really be able to vanish. A staff member weakly replied back, but after noticing Director Wu's eyes filled with anger, he hurriedly shut his mouth again. Day. A sound of high heels colliding with the ground rang out, the door of the guide room was pushed open, and the host Sissy walked in. Seeing Director Wu's face full of exasperation, with the coy appearance of a group of staff members, Sissy was first stunned. However, upon noticing that on the live broadcast wall, the live broadcast room belonging to Chen Feng was still stuck on the image of the hotel rooftop without Chen Feng's figure, she instantly understood. Smiling, she walked forward. Why is Director Wu so angry? Isn't it just that you can't find anyone? It's not that bad. Director Wu glanced at her and said in a good humor, You're saying it so lightly. 10 contestants have now lost one. How can you explain to the audience? Sissy said, Director Wu, you are overly concerned. Our program is originally themed on crime to remind people to enhance their awareness of crime prevention. Aren't all crimes in real life unexpected? Now that Chen Feng has unexpectedly disappeared, it makes sense. I suggest that we directly announce it to the public, and also add some interest to our program. Director Wu looked at her, silent for a long time without saying a word, and in the end, he could only sigh, AI, it'll have to be this way. With the announcement of the news from the guide room, the topic of Thief Game, which had already attracted a lot of attention, was even more scrutinized by all the major media outlets. There were even good people who directly edited down the footage of Chen Feng when he disappeared and sent it to a certain sound, a certain hand, and a certain station above, and it quickly gained a great deal of attention. Surprise! The Thief Game, a program jointly produced by various countries around the world, unexpectedly lost its contestants on the first day of broadcasting. China 3 contestant Chen Feng has strangely disappeared in full view of everyone. Is it magic or enchantment? Let's stay tuned. Unbelievable. On the first day of the Thief Game, a contestant from Zone 3 does this kind of thing. The internet spread unexpectedly fast and tickled the curiosity of netizens. Disappearing instantly under the cover of a white dove, is this magic? When did humans evolve to this level? How come no one informed me? A great transformation. How come I haven't heard of such a person in the magic world before? No, am I the only one concerned about what he's wearing? White coat, white pants, and a white hat. This outfit is too tawdry, isn't it? Chen Feng's husband is so handsome. I want to give you a monkey. Inside a cafe in H City, Chen Feng, who was slightly disguised, was leisurely drinking coffee. At this moment, Chen Feng didn't realize that the internet had gone haywire because of him. Of course, even if he knew, he most likely wouldn't care. Ding, Task 1, get rid of the pursuit under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Task completed. System settlement in progress. Mission rating, excellent. Reward, Monster Kid Card Fusion level 5%, system points 500. Monster Kid card fusion level reaches 20%. Reward for obtaining voice-changing technique elementary. Task 2. Increase the number of viewers in one's own live room to 10W. Task in progress. Current popularity, 80451. Reward ability enhancement card 1. Every 10% increase in the card's fusion would issue a card skill, and at 10%, the one given was the beginner's transfiguration, and this time, it was the voice-changing technique. These two as Kiddo's two most commonly used and most useful skills. Chinfeng is still very satisfied. However, the popularity of this mission too. Surprisingly, it had reached more than 80,000, although it was a bit fluctuating, but this was after all in a situation where Chinfeng had already thrown off the live broadcast. It was believed that as long as Chinfeng reappeared in the live broadcast room in the near future, his popularity would quickly break through 100,000. As for why he dumped the live room, Freak Bandit Kid was always a god. How could he allow someone to follow him at all times? Even if it was the live broadcast room, it wouldn't work. The two waitresses at the front desk of the cafe not far away were looking at him with straight eyes and joking, their two handsome faces slightly red. Seemingly noticing that Chen Feng's coffee cup was empty, one of the younger-looking waitresses plucked up the courage to walk over. "First, sir, may I ask if you need a refill?" "No. No charge." Chen Feng smiled gently, "Then I'll trouble you." "No. No trouble." The waitress's face turned even redder, and with her empty cup in hand, she quickly left. Chen Feng did not care about this and just continued to leisurely watch the news broadcast on the public television inside the cafe. Recently, in order to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the founding of the country, as well as to celebrate the hard-won peace in the world, the Lorqing country located in the western part of Europe has decided to carry out a global exhibition of cultural relics once again after a lapse of 10 years. The exhibition was funded by the royal family of the Lorqing country, and the first stop came to our country's city of H. And in the dazzling array of exhibits, the most notable is the Heart of the Ocean necklace that has the title of the world's largest sapphire, which was created by more than a dozen top craftsmen and was once worn on. An exhibition of cultural relics? The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked into a smile. Gemstones and monsters, always a perfect match, isn't it? Don't ask me which country the Lorqing kingdom is, I don't know. Chapter 5 Initial Teaser Letter. The following day. The heat of the early summer's blazing sun had already begun to show, especially in a city like H City, which was on the southern side. This temperature was even more unbearable. Even the dogs on the side of the road had to find a shady place to spit out their tongues to seek a hint of coolness. There were few pedestrians on the streets, and only the middle section of the center road was still overcrowded. Dozens of journalists were waiting eagerly on the street side under the scorching sun, and even though they were sweating profusely, none of them had the intention to leave. Finally, a roar of a car came from the distance, also causing a group of reporters to instantly lift their spirits. "It's coming!" It was unknown who shouted out. Then they only saw a luxury car lined up in a row, appearing at the end of the street and slowly driving towards this side. The reporters who saw the scene were excited, all of them shaking their fists and preparing to be the first to rush up to get the first-hand news. Not long, the convoy came to the front, slowly stopped. Walking in the forefront of a few Audi doors open first, 7 or 8 black-clothed strongmen stepped out of the car, quickly came to the center in front of the Lincoln. Lined up in 2 rows, as if guarding the princess's knights, waiting quietly. One person stepped forward and pulled the door of the Lincoln open, and a figure stepped down from the car, stepping on top of the red carpet that had already been prepared. Beautiful in 3-dimensional features, peach blossom eyes winking like silk, a white lady's suit, making her body look more concave and convex. The moment they saw the person coming, the reporters could no longer hold back, one by one as if they were vicious wolves pouncing towards this side, but they were stopped by the bodyguards lined up in a row 2 meters away. "Princess Amiia, I heard that you brought the most precious treasure of the kingdom this time, may I ask if it's true? Miss Amiia, may I ask if the rumor that your father wants you to find your own man of your choice during this global artifact exhibition is true? Your Highness, may I ask if you have any thoughts on this exhibition of cultural relics in China? Ms. Amiia." Faced with a crowd of reporters' words, Amiia always maintained a smile in response. "Everyone, this global artifact exhibition is to celebrate the 100th anniversary of our country's founding, so naturally, we have brought all kinds of precious artifacts from our country. As for the matter of finding a life partner during the exhibition, I think this kind of rumor should be stopped by the wise." Amiia spoke Chinese, and surprisingly, she spoke it surprisingly well. However, she didn't answer the reporters' questions one by one, she just picked a few of them and answered them briefly, then stopped responding. "Everyone, the exhibition in this country will start tomorrow night at 6 o'clock and last for 2 weeks, so if you still have any questions, you can take your time." After saying that, Amiia gestured towards the bodyguards at her side. The bodyguards immediately understood, and 2 burly men stepped forward to set aside the crowd of reporters, opening up a path for Amiia. At this moment, the crowd only heard a whirring flapping sound, followed by a cluster of white pigeons flying towards this side. Pigeons? Where did so many pigeons come from? For a moment, this question surfaced in the minds of the crowd. Without waiting for them to make any moves, they only saw a group of white pigeons slowly spreading out and forming a white circle, surrounding a white pigeon in it. What is that pigeon holding in its beak? Someone surprised out loud. It seems like a flower? There are pieces of paper stuck to it. While speaking, the white dove had already flown not far from Amiia. The bodyguard next to him saw this and immediately wanted to go forward to disperse the white dove, but was stopped by Amiia. Only to see Amiia stretched out her hand, the white pigeon, as if it understood, gently flew down in her palm, raised its head high, and offered something in its mouth to Amia's face like a treasure. Only now did Amiia finally see what the white dove was carrying. A blue rose, and a small white piece of paper stuck to the blue rose. Beautiful Ms. Amiia. When the moon crosses the dome, and the starlight of the north meets the moonlight, Pandora's box opens, and I will take the heart of the ocean. Weird bandit kiddo to you. With Amia's Chinese level, she could naturally read the words on the piece of paper with ease. Because of this, it also caused her white eyebrows to wrinkle slightly. Is this provoking me? Amiia didn't expect to be targeted at the first stop of her departure, and that person had the audacity to tell herself this news and the items to be stolen in advance. What was this if not provocation? Noticing the change in Amia's expression, the crowd of reporters at the scene also became curious about the item in Amia's hand. After all, a piece of paper that could cause Amia's displeasure should be able to be written into a rather explosive news. Ms. Amiia, can you tell us about the contents of the piece of paper in your hand? Princess, may I ask if someone is sending you a bad message? Your Highness, may I ask? Facing the questions from the crowd of reporters, Amiia didn't have the slightest intention of hiding it. Directly presenting the teaser letter in a big way, and the content on it was also clearly seen by the reporters on the scene. Taking the heart of the ocean? This is to come and steal something? Or was it the kind that was told in advance? The reporters froze. They grew up so big, or for the first time heard of a thief who would inform the main family in advance before stealing something. This is too arrogant. The reporters, who realized that this was big news, greeted the photographers around them to shoot. The princess of the Lorching Kingdom received a provocative letter from a thief, and the jeweled heart of the ocean is about to fall into the mouth of a tiger? This must be a big breaking point. This trip really wasn't in vain. The crowd of reporters were excited. Ms. Amiia, may I ask what you think about the fact that this thief named Monster Kiddo is coming to steal the heart of the ocean? As soon as the question came out, the room fell silent, and everyone looked at Amiia in unison, waiting for her answer. Ha! Amiia adjusted her expression and smiled as she resumed speaking. Since we, the Lorching Kingdom, dare to organize this exhibition, it is open to everyone. We will not refuse anyone to visit the artifacts, and of course, we will not allow anyone to take anything away. I would like to advise this Mr. Strange Thief Kid here, if as a guest, we welcome you with both hands, if as a thief, then after coming, please don't leave. After saying these words, Amia's young and delicate face was as resolute as it could be, as if it was a response to Kid's arrogant behavior. Snap! 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 The scene was filled with thunderous applause, and everyone present paid tribute to the rigid behavior of this young princess. Meanwhile, in a corner that no one had noticed, a youth was quietly watching all of this. The corner of his mouth gently hooked up, revealing a meaningful smile. Declaring war? Miss Amiia, you're really a beautiful and interesting lady yet. Chapter 6 Preview Letter Fiasco. Evening. The evening breeze was soft and warm. Just as the group of reporters during the day were still working overtime to write the news that Princess Amiia of the Lorching Kingdom had received a provocative letter from Monster Kid just after her arrival, an even more explosive news appeared. As the video of Chen Feng's magic trick fermented online, even if his live broadcast room was empty, there were still more than 70,000 people waiting inside. Of course, the image in the live broadcast room had always been the bar on the rooftop of the hotel. However, just now, the image within Chen Feng's live broadcast room suddenly flashed, and then the image of the rooftop disappeared, and in its place was a piece of paper with words written on it. It was precisely the teaser letter that Chen Feng had sent out. At this moment, the live broadcast room was considered to have completely exploded. Holy! What did I see? My maple god is going to steal the heart of the ocean from the Lore Green Country exhibition? Monster Thief Kiddo? Is that my husband's name when he steals things? It's worthy of being my husband, even the names he chooses are so nice. Upstairs, get out of the way and post SAOs. That's my husband. You guys stop arguing, because of your pop-ups, he's been kneeling by the bedside explaining to me for half an hour. Which sister has yellow urine? Hurry up and nourish and wake up the one on top. A teaser letter once again caused Chen Feng's live broadcast room to skyrocket in heat, and the number of online viewers quickly surpassed 150,000. Even quite a few viewers who were watching other areas of the Yi Thief game had come to see this teaser letter full of provocative flavor with their own eyes. Too arrogant. This simply doesn't put us, the Pursuit Bureau, in our eyes. Inside the Pursuit Bureau's conference room, Lin Chuanxiong, who was the leader of the Pursuit Team 2 in Area 3 of Huaxia, slapped his hand on the table, and the force directly shook the tea utensils on it for a short period of time. Captain Lin, calm down, Chen Feng is not a real criminal after all, he informed us in advance. Perhaps he also has the intention of not wanting to cause misunderstanding to the outside world. A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking gentle opened his mouth. His name was Sun Luo. He was the leader of the Pursuit 3 team, and the only one of the 3 team leaders who was a special recruit with a non-police status. It was also rumored that he had once won 3rd place in some international-type detective competition. I agree with Captain Sun's opinion. A cool voice came from a tall beauty who spoke. This matter concerns other countries after all, and notifying in advance also avoids some unnecessary diplomatic trouble. Furthermore, there doesn't seem to be anything bad about this matter for us. We can completely and squarely enter the scene ahead of time to lay out our plans, and strive to capture Chen Feng in one fell swoop when he makes his move. Li Qingyan spoke with a light smile, seemingly not taking this matter to heart. In fact, this could not be blamed on her. After all, this program had just started a day ago, and she had personally led a team to apprehend the 3 contestant guests in the Western City. As for the remaining 7 people, in her opinion, it was only a matter of time before they were caught. Phew! Lin Chuanxiong took a long breath, looking down at the copy of the reservation letter on the table with a touch of stubbornness on his face. Fine, then I'll wait until it's time for him to make his move, but this time, I'll never let him slip away from my eyes again. Ding, Task 2, raise the number of viewers in your own live room to 10W, current popularity, 156811, task completed. Reward skill enhancement card 1. Task 3 released, raise the number of viewers in your own live room to 100W. Reward, skill enhancement card 2. Ding, first release of the host's teaser letter detected, Monster Kid Card Fusion plus 10%, reward system points plus 1000, Monster Kid Glider 1, treasure appraisal beginner. Current fusion degree 30%. Chen Feng, holding a newspaper on a park bench in the plaza near the fair, raised an eyebrow after receiving the system beep. Glider wings, one of Kiddo's most iconic props now. Chen Feng was still satisfied with this reward. It wasn't in vain that he had spent 1,000 system points, exchanged for beginners' hacking skills, and made the matter of the reservation letter known all over the city. In hindsight, it was still worth it. As for the skill enhancement card, Chen Feng pondered a little, and eventually decided to upgrade his transfiguration skill first. No matter what, appearance is always the first source of information to judge a person, and is also the most basic skill as a godforsaken monster thief. Prioritizing the enhancement of the disguise skill is accurate. Ding, skill enhancement card used successfully, transfiguration skill enhancement completed, current proficiency, intermediate. Chen Feng then spent another 200 points to buy a miniature camera robot in the system mall. After doing so, Chen Feng looked down at the time on his watch. It was about time to work. Evening. H City Center section, the location of the exhibition building rented by the Lorching Kingdom. As the clock struck 6, the doors of the exhibition were opened right on time. There were a surprisingly large number of people visiting the site, from those who genuinely wanted to see the appearance of the world's largest sapphire to those who wanted to come to the site to have a glimpse of it because of the reservation letter. Who knows which reason was more appealing? As the gates were opened, a long line of people lined up to buy tickets and enter the venue one by one. No one noticed that a plaid-clad youth wearing a black duck-tongue cap in the crowd also followed the long line into the scene. However, unlike the others, the youth did not rush straight to the focus of the exhibition, the heart of the ocean, after entering the venue. Instead, he silently observed the surrounding crowd. The youth was naturally Chen Feng after his disguise, although it was said that monster thief Kiddos would only take the treasure after the time on the reservation letter had arrived. Who was to say that Kiddo wouldn't have appeared at the scene before that? The man in the east corner of the wall in the hands of the walnutter fast disc flying in the exhibition site does not look at the exhibits, also do not listen to the commentary, non-officials, that is, thieves. A small couple in the northwest, whispering from time to time, eyes fluttering from side to side, a subtle bulge in the back waist, there is something there. The janitor on the south side, the repairman in front of the counter, and the baby mama in the southeast all have problems. Chen Feng motionlessly recorded everything around him. The corner of his mouth with a smile silently said, Ms. Amiia, I can't imagine that you're quite well prepared. Right at this moment, there was a commotion at the exhibition site, followed by a voice coming from not far away. Quickly look! Princess Amiia is here. As this voice reached the ears of the crowd, the attention of the people at the scene was attracted. I saw it too. Princess Amiia has actually come in person. This princess is so beautiful looking. If I could marry her, I would be willing to live 10 years less. 10 years? I'd live 20 years less. I'll live 30 years. I'll live 100 years less. Ahem, it's still brother, you're ruthless. The noisy environment of the scene didn't affect Amiia. Or perhaps she was already used to seeing these kinds of scenes, so there were no ripples. Just with a distant but not impolite smile on her face, she was escorted by a group of bodyguards from the Lore Green country to the small high platform in the very center of the exhibition. Chapter 7, The Heart of the Ocean. Everyone. Amiia's crisp voice rang out in front of the stage, and the scene fell silent. Thank you all very much for coming. This exhibition organized by my country is mainly to celebrate my country's centennial anniversary, so I'm here to make a guarantee to all of you on behalf of the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom. All of the proceeds from this exhibition event will be used for the world's charitable activities, and in addition, I thank all of you for your dedication to the world's charitable causes. Snap! 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 A round of applause resounded throughout the venue. Amiia bowed slightly in acknowledgement, and after saying a few more brief words, she walked off the high stage. A group of visitors immediately surrounded her when they saw this, but they were stopped 2 meters away by the bodyguards who had formed a circle. Your Highness, can you give me an autograph? Amiia, can I take a picture with you? Your Highness. As one of the top 10 outstanding unmarried women of the year selected in 2050, Amiia was obviously used to seeing crazy fans everywhere. So she responded to the enthusiasm of the crowd in front of her with a smile. For some of the fans' autograph requests, Amiia didn't refuse them, but in the case of the request for a group photo, it was politely declined by Amiia. But no one felt angry because of that. After all, people's tolerance for outstanding people was always extremely high, not to mention that outstanding person was also a beautiful lady. At this time, a plaid-clad youth in the crowd also handed over a pen and paper. Ms. Amiia, please. Amelia politely took the pen and wrote her signature on the paper. However, right after she handed her signature to the youth did not immediately take his hand back. Just when Amiia didn't understand what the other party wanted to do, she only saw the middle finger of the youth's right hand interlocking with her mother's finger, and snapped her fingers. A blue rose then magically appeared in his hand. For you, the beautiful Miss Amiia. Amiia was stunned at first, and after reacting, she didn't refuse, smiling as she reached out to take the rose and whispered thank you. This attracted a burst of envious gazes from the people around her. Who did not notice is that, in the moment when Amiia received the flower, an extremely tiny and delicate thing slipped from the hands of the youth, and accurately fell into Amelia's pocket. Seeing that his purpose had been accomplished, Chenfeng immediately stopped staying and turned around to head outside. Just at this moment, a bodyguard from the Lorching Kingdom walked over with about 10 people. Your Highness, these are the police forces of China, here to help with the matter of the teaser letter. Amiia turned her head curiously. Li Qingyan took 2 steps forward and came in front of Amiia. Miss Amiia, I am the Thief Game Program Team, the leader of the China 3 Area Pursuit Team 1, Li Qingyan. Hello, Captain Li. Amiia extended her hand and shook Li Qingyan's hand. As the princess of the Lorching Kingdom, how could she not know about the joint creation of a program by the countries of the world? After all, they, the Lorching Kingdom, were also involved in it and had provided 20 contestants. But what made Amiia curious was why they had come to find themselves. Could it be that the people who had distributed the preview letters this time were the contestants from China's Region 3? Amiia's suspicions were quickly confirmed. Li Qingyan opened her mouth. It's like this, the person who issued the advance notice letter earlier was none other than one of our contestants from Huaxia Region 3, named Chenfeng. We came here this time, and we also hope to provide some help for this matter, to a certain extent. Amiia nodded. Then I'll trouble Captain Li, let's talk upstairs, please. After saying that, Amiia didn't continue to stay at the venue. Instead, escorted by her bodyguards, she led Li Qingyan and the others towards the upper floor. No one knew what exactly they discussed between them. However, after they finished their discussion, the Lorching Country exhibition released the true meaning of the teaser letter. The dome in the preview letter referred to the dome of the church on the north side of the exhibition, the starlight in the north referred to the North Star, and the meeting of starlight and moonlight referred to standing under the church, with the moon shining through the roof of the church on the south side, and the moon shining through the roof of the church. The meeting of the starlight and the moonlight means that when standing under the church, the moon shone down through the roof of the church, and the North Star of the North Star met at the exact same time as the south and north lines, and this time was around 10 o'clock in the evening. The Pandora's box in the third sentence is easier to understand. The second day of the exhibition, tomorrow, is the 15th day of the 7th month of the Chinese lunar calendar, which is also called the Ghost Festival, a traditional Chinese festival. Legend has it that this is the day when the Ghost Gate opens wide, and countless ghosts and monsters will come out from the Ghost Gate, which is in line with the opening of Pandora's box to release the devil. To put it simply, the overall meaning of the reservation letter was only one sentence: to come and steal the heart of the ocean at 10 p.m. on July 15th. Once this conclusion came out, it once again caused an uproar across the net. I had thought that Fengshen was already arrogant for telling people in advance that he was going to steal something, but I didn't realize that it was still me who was shallow, and that Fengshen had even written the exact time. I have to admit that those 2 magic hands from the bar rooftop broadcast earlier were amazing, and no one even saw the breaks so far, but doing magic and stealing are 2 different things. This is too much, isn't it? I feel the same way, words are too full, it's easy to get hit in the face. Earlier when Brother Chen was on the rooftop you all thought he was bound to be caught, but what happened? Not only did my brother Chen run away, he even shrugged off the Heaven's Eye system. I also agree with the words of the dude on the second floor, doing magic and stealing are 2 different things, sit back and wait for the face slapping. While the internet was buzzing with noise, Chen Feng had already finished his bath and was leisurely lying on the hotel bed looking at his computer. Of course, the ID card used along with the money were all shunned from the pursuit team when they were on the rooftop of the bar earlier. The one who caught the thief was stolen by the thief. It made sense, didn't it? In addition, Chen Feng had thoughtfully left notes for each of them to seek reimbursement from the program team as to whether they would over-report or not. That wasn't something Chen Feng should worry about. Putting on his headphones, Chen Feng began to watch the content on the screen seriously. Meanwhile, in the city center, on the top floor of the exhibition, in Amiia's room, a tiny item emerged from Amiia's pocket and traveled down the coat rack to the ground, then all the way to the living room where Amiia was. At this moment, Amiia was speaking with her female assistant. The two of them were speaking Lorching, but to Chen Feng, who possessed the intermediate language master skill, it didn't sound difficult at all. Did you bring the stuff? Amiia's legs that did not have the slightest bit of flab were hiked together as she looked at her female assistant, Mir, who was not far away. At this moment, Mir was holding an exquisite small box in her hands, her face looking a little hesitant. Gong. Princess, Your Highness, is it appropriate for us to do this? If we let those elders of your royal family know, I'm afraid it's not too good. Amiia smiled faintly, seemingly not caring. Mir, whether things are appropriate or not can only be known by doing it. Well, give the things to me. Upon hearing this, Mir then trembled and handed over the small box in his hand. Amiia reached out and took it, holding the box in her hands and slowly opening it. Only to see an exquisite necklace placed in the box. The silver-white necklace was inlaid with dozens of exquisite gemstones, shining brightly under the light, and the one that shone the brightest was none other than the blue gemstone inlaid on top of the heart-shaped gilt chassis. The deep blue light in the light of the light flashed with a strange beauty, deep and magnificent, as if the entire sea is encompassed in it. It is the world's largest sapphire known as the Heart of the Ocean. Chapter 8. The action begins. Teaser letter. Monster Kid, looking at the Heart of the Ocean necklace in front of her eyes, the corners of Amiia's mouth curled up in a somewhat evil smile. I think tomorrow will be a good show, don't you, Mir? Of course, Your Highness, it's just that. Time is short, and that fake. I'm still a little worried about being seen. Amiia put away the Heart of the Ocean, slightly pondered for a moment. Then let's do it this way. You find someone to add some subtle blurring treatment to the glass of the Heart of the Ocean's exhibition cabinet overnight today. There is a layer of slightly fuzzy glass separating it. As long as it's not someone who was extremely familiar with the Heart of the Ocean, it shouldn't be able to be seen. Mir thought about it for a while and seemed to think that this solution was feasible as well, so he nodded his head and said, Yes, Your Highness, but I still have one more question. You have already arranged for good people to specifically watch over the Ocean Heart, plus the help of the Chinese pursuit team. Why do you still need to do this more than necessary? When going out, it's always good to have an extra insurance. It's better not to use it than not to have it. Amiia responded with a smile. Mir nodded and didn't say anything more. Alright Mir, don't stand there, come on, come over and put the Heart of the Ocean on me. Tomorrow I'm going to personally go to the scene to learn about that monster kiddo. Yes, Your Highness. What do you think would happen to that freaky kiddo's face if he really managed to hide from everyone and get the Heart of the Ocean only to find out that it's a fake strip? I think his face would be wonderful. I think so. In front of the computer screen, Chen Feng, who had already gotten the information he wanted, took off his headphones. Taking a glance at the time, it was already late. He wasn't interested in prying into a lady's privacy. That really wasn't something a gentleman should do. Closing the computer, Chen Feng lay down on the bed. Thinking carefully about the details of tomorrow's action, the corners of his mouth finally rose, revealing a smile. Ms. Amiia, you are really an interesting lady. Time passed slowly, and soon, it came to 9 o'clock in the evening of the next day. At this time, there was still an hour before the time on Kid's reservation letter, and many of Thief Game's viewers had come to the scene in admiration, and there were even quite a few viewers from out of town. Just to see if Chen Feng could really fulfill the words in the reservation letter. The program team had also very thoughtfully transferred the screen of Chen Feng's live broadcast room to the exhibition grounds. Because of this, the popularity of the live broadcasting room had risen rapidly, and in a short time it had reached 30W+. As the host, Sissy was also arranged to come inside the venue. Hello viewers of the live broadcast room, this is the live broadcast of Thief Game, China 3, I'm the host, Sissy. I believe that many of my friends within the live broadcast room are waiting for Chen Feng's arrival just like me. Earlier, his divine magic gave us a different kind of shock. I wonder what kind of surprise he will hand us this time. It's now getting closer to 10 o'clock, so let's stay tuned. Accompanied by Sissy's voice of explanation, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room didn't stop. It's already 9 o'clock, why hasn't Chen Feng shown up yet? Does he not dare to come? Why are you the only one who talks too much? There's still an hour left, are you in a hurry to go home and catch the adulterer? Or are you saying you won't live to see this hour? You're the only one who's in a hurry. That's right, if Fengshen says he'll come at 10 o'clock, he'll definitely come at 10 o'clock, so why do you have to worry about it? Bastard, who are you cursing? I'll scold whoever answers. I see NM, you dare to report the address to me, I will go to find you now. Come on, I live in City County Subdivision. Have the guts to come. Brat, you wait. At this time, the youth disguised by Chen Feng also walked into the exhibition site and was silently observing the surroundings. Undoubtedly, the number of special guests on the scene was even higher than yesterday. The counter of the Heart of the Ocean was even more heavily protected, with 4 strong men from the Lore Green country guarding the perimeter with iron bars, not allowing anyone to approach. Chen Feng did not move, silently searching for his target. Within a short time, the 2 lurching country tinkers in work uniforms on the west side entered Chen Feng's line of sight. "Brother, what bad luck, how did it happen that the 2 of us came to work this damn shift?" "It's all because of that damnable Chinese. Did he have to steal something while we were on duty? I can't even touch the fish now," one of them complained angrily. "Shoo! Lower your voice, Lyle, don't let others hear." The person beside him hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him. Lyle, however, was uncaring. "Alright Karis, don't be so timid, we're speaking lurching, they won't understand. It's better to be careful," Karis insisted. Lyle couldn't argue with him, so he stopped arguing with him, swept a glance around, his eyes turned, seemed to think of some good idea, touched Karis beside him with his arm, whispered, "Brother, while the time is still early, let's go to the restroom to smoke a cigarette. Now." Karis was a bit hesitant. "If someone finds out we've gone AWOL, we're dead. What are you afraid of?" Lyle continued to persuade, "Those guys who are lazier than slugs are most likely playing cards in the monitoring room, how could they care about us?" Hearing Lyle say that, Karis was also a bit impressed, but after considering it for a while, he still shook his head. "Forget it, you go alone, I won't go." Lyle was a bit disappointed. "That's fine, but brother, don't betray me." "Am I that kind of person?" "That's fine then, brother, I'll go." After saying that, Lyle put down the repair box in his hand and looked around to see that no one was paying attention to him, so he quickly walked towards the bathroom. This Karis, so timid, no wonder he didn't get a promotion after 3 years of work. Entering the bathroom, Lyle first spat out a sentence, and then he couldn't wait to take out the cigarettes in his pocket. He hadn't smoked a cigarette for 4 hours, which was unbearable for an old smoker. "Chinese cigarettes, I've never really tried them." Taking the cigarettes out, the longing in Lyle's eyes was further ignited. But the next second, reality gave him a punch in the face. "Didn't bring any fire." Lyle cursed, but had no choice but to push open the door and come out of the cubicle. He happened to collide with a plaid-clad youth wearing sunglasses on his head. Seeing someone, Lyle's just extinguished hope rose again, and hurriedly used his few Chinese words with body language to gesture at the youth for a while. "Friend. Me. You. Help." Lyle's comical language of holding a cigarette in one hand and gesticulating in the other seemed to work. The youth took a lighter out of his pocket and opened his mouth to inquire, "Is this what you need?" Chapter 9, Kid Time. "Thanks." Lyle, full of surprise, hurriedly took the lighter, lit the cigarette, and took a big drag. Phew! The rich nicotine aroma mesmerized him. By the time he wanted to return the lighter to the youth, he turned his eyes, but the youth was no longer around. Lyle was a bit puzzled but didn't think too much about it. He probably went to some cubicle. Besides, what's more important than smoking a lighter? Thinking like this, Lyle once again inhaled vigorously, and in 2 puffs, he directly sucked out 1/3 of the cigarette. You don't say, these Chinese cigarettes are really something else, just like a little bit of strength. How? To smoke more and more sleepy it. The next second, Lyle's whole person uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. There is still not burned out half of the cigarettes in the hand. At this time, the youth who had just disappeared also reappeared. The youth was naturally Chen Feng after the disguise. Looking at the collapsed Lyle on the ground, Chen Feng thoughtfully carried him into the compartment and locked the door. When he came out again, he had completely changed into Lyle's appearance. Only to see Lyle slowly walk to the mirror, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The show has officially begun. Walking out of the bathroom, Lyle returned to his position. "Ha!" Karis gave Lyle a somewhat surprised look. "Why did you come back so soon?" According to his memory, any time Lyle went to the toilet to smoke he had to smoke for half an hour. Why did he come back so quickly this time? "Don't mention it." Lyle was full of displeasure. "Just before I got to the restroom and took out my cigarettes, there was an order from there asking me to check the alarm system of the Heart of the Ocean exhibition cabinet. Bad luck." Hearing Lyle's words, Karis wanted to laugh but didn't feel it was appropriate, almost suffocating his internal injuries. He could only comfortably say, "Alright brother, it won't take long, it's not too late to smoke after you're done." "That's the way it has to be," Lyle replied helplessly. He then picked up the repair box and headed towards the Heart of the Ocean counter. In fact, Chen Feng already knew that the ocean heart in the counter was a fake, and could completely ignore it. However, it was a pity that the others did not know about it, and for the sake of the perfection of the performance not being ruined, Chen Feng still decided to take the fake gem with him. The crowd around the Heart of the Ocean counter was undoubtedly the largest, and there were 4 large men surrounding it, blocking the crowd that wanted to approach. However, the good thing was that the 4 men in charge of the guards obviously knew Lyle, so they did not intervene when they saw Lyle approaching the Heart of the Ocean counter with a repair box. One of them even gave a slight nod to Chen Feng as a greeting. Inside the monitoring room, a lurching security guard whose face was plastered with white strips seemed to notice the difference in the heart of the ocean counter and hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him. Hey guys, look at what the people at the ocean's heart counter are doing. Hearing the words, Ocean Heart, the 4 people who were still playing cards immediately came back to their senses, and one by one hurriedly looked towards the monitor. But soon they realized it was a false alarm. It's that bastard Lyle. Carrying his damn repair box, checking the counter, it doesn't matter. The lurching nation youths also put their hearts down a little bit when they heard this, but their eyes still looked towards the surveillance from time to time. The leader of the lurching nation's security captain seemed to have seen his concern and said in relief, well, don't worry, the heart of the ocean counter is installed with the most advanced anti-theft system. The slightest operating error or strong breakage will trigger the alarm. Hearing the captain's words, the youth then nodded and no longer cared much about the monitoring. At this time, Chen Feng in front of the counter also similarly discovered this anti-theft system. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up, and at an angle no one could see, he gently placed a tiny item onto the glass cover in base connection. Afterward, he pretended to check it again before lifting the repair box and leaving. Time passed by. Amiia also appeared with her assistant mirror, looking in the direction of the heart of the ocean counter with unblinking eyes. Similarly, Li Qingyan and the other members of the pursuit team, who were hidden in the crowd, also held their breath and concentrated their utmost attention on the surroundings. It was about to be 10 o'clock, and without realizing it, the audience became quieter and quieter, and even the pop-ups in the live broadcast room became a bit less. The clock on the wall was still moving, and the sound of the second hand turning didida was clearly audible in the overcrowded exhibition. The last 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Sissy also stopped narrating and looked at the counter together with the live broadcast audience. Each beat of the second hand tugged at the nerves of everyone present, and everyone unconsciously began counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Click. As the second hand and minute hand coincided, the lights on the scene suddenly went out. The scene suddenly became dark, and the originally quiet scene once again became noisy. More accurately, it was those well-trained royal guards of the lurching kingdom who were in a mess, each shouting, "Protect Her Highness," making the scene even more chaotic. These fools! Amelia cursed in her heart as she listened to the panicked voices around her, but this was not the time to blame them, so she could only suppress her anger for the time being. Not good. The chaotic situation at the scene also made Li Qingyan and Lin Xuanxiong, who were the captains of the pursuit team, keenly notice a hint of crisis. Immediately, they did not care about hiding and hurriedly revealed their identities and surrounded towards the Ocean Heart counter, wanting to do their best to ensure the safety of Ocean Heart. Don't panic, we are the China pursuit team, all uninvolved personnel please get out of the way. Although Li Qingyan and the others had already done their best to control the situation and protect the heart of the ocean, but unfortunately, before a few people could get to the heart of the ocean's glass display case, the lights in the venue lit up once again. The eyes of the people at the scene once again looked toward the Ocean Heart's display case. However, to everyone's surprise, the heart of the ocean, which had been placed in the glass cover, had already lost its trace. Right in front of everyone's eyes, in just a few seconds, the Ocean Heart stored in the glass showcase had disappeared? How is this possible? The crowd at the scene was wide-eyed who didn't know what was happening, and the 4 royal guards responsible for escorting the Ocean Heart's display case nearby were even more frightened and turned pale. Where is the heart of the ocean? Chen Feng? 2 questions could not help but flash through everyone's mind. Over there. It was unknown who was the first to shout. Everyone then looked in one direction in unison. Only to see that in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a white figure stood straight there, and underneath the monocle, there was still that damned and charming smile. In an instant, the entire room boiled. Holy! How did he do that? Where's the heart of the ocean? I told you that in front of my Chen Feng husband, nothing is impossible. Nima, it's a movie here. I'm so excited to see it. Isn't this better than a movie? Hubby is so handsome. Chapter 10 Amiia 1? The Bandit Kiddo. Amiia curiously surveyed Chen Feng, who was not far away. Although she had already seen his photos and videos online before, this was the first time she had seen him in person. I'm very thankful that all of you could come and watch my performance. As for the heart of the ocean, I'll take it. As he said that, a silver-white necklace dangled down from the fingertips of Chen Feng's right hand, the light blue gemstones making it difficult to take one's eyes off it. Li Qingyan and the others quickly stepped forward, forming a semicircle on 3 sides to ring Chen Feng in the center. Chen Feng, you are under arrest. Gird your loins and surrender. Hand over the heart of the ocean. Chen Feng has his hands on his head. Crouch down there or we'll be rude to you. The group of pursuit team members were furious. It looked like the anger from being teased last time had not yet faded. As the pursuit team members slowly approached, they had completely surrounded Chen Feng in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. At this time, Chen Feng's one step back was a window ledge dozens of meters high, and one step forward was more than a dozen members of the pursuit team rubbing their fists, a 2-sided attack. Even the crowd in the live broadcast room felt that Chen Feng was hopeless this time. It's over. I told you that Chen Feng shouldn't have made such a wave. It's done. These can't run away. You said you stole something just to steal something and had to tell people in advance. Now you've been ambushed, right? Don't me. Chen Feng husband, don't go offline. What are you all barking at? Last time on the hotel rooftop you also said that Fengshen couldn't run away. What happened? I believe that Fengshen will perform a miracle. That's one thing and another. Looking at the scene, unless Chen Feng can fly, he won't be able to escape. Agreed, if he can still run away this time, I'll eat 2 pounds of xiang live. The leader, Li Qingyan, also seemed to feel that Chen Feng couldn't run away this time, and couldn't help but show a victorious smile in advance on his face. Chen Feng, there's no need to struggle. I must admit that you were able to steal the heart of the ocean from under the eyes of everyone. It was indeed out of my expectation. However, you should also not have expected that we would have arranged for so many people to hide in the crowd waiting for you, right? In the face of Li Qingyan's raging crowd, Chen Feng was still not the slightest bit flustered. The calm appearance made Li Qingyan and the others even feel that he had never placed these people of his own in his eyes. This beautiful young lady, if this was at a reception, I would definitely invite you for a drink and then a dance, but unfortunately, the current atmosphere doesn't seem to allow me to do so we'll just have to find another opportunity next time. The moment Chen Feng said this, the crowd at the scene was dumbfounded. Even the members of the pursuit team who had been raging just now all stopped in their tracks and looked at Chen Feng with eyes full of shock. Did he just molest the captain? The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, the shock in their eyes for a long time. This captain of his own temper cannot be very good. Thinking like this, the crowd unconsciously turned their heads to look at Li Qingyan. As expected, Li Qingyan, who was originally still wearing a smile, also sank in color after hearing this. Taking out the handcuffs pinned on the back of his waist, he was ready to personally go forward and give this boy who didn't know the heights of heaven a little lesson. However, Chen Feng did not seem to have any intention of resisting. Facing Li Qingyan, who was pressing step by step, he just slowly retreated with a light smile on his face until he retreated to the floor-to-ceiling window, half of his feet already standing outside the building. What is he going to do? This is the 16th floor. Even a rock thrown down would have to fall to pieces. Honey, don't. Big deal, quit from the program, I'll support you. Fengshen, don't be impulsive. You're not a real criminal. If you get caught, you'll be locked up for 2 days, and then you'll be out again when the program ends. I don't dare to watch it. Chen Feng's actions scared the crowd silly. Even Li Qingyan didn't dare to go forward easily. Chen Feng, don't be impulsive. This is just a show, you don't have to be like this. Come over here and we'll guarantee your safety. Chen Feng's lips slightly hooked upwards. Thank you very much for your kind words, Ms. Li. It's really a pity that it's not a ball right now, otherwise I'd still be happy to become friends with you. Chen Feng glanced down at his watch and gave a slight salute to the crowd as if he was making a curtain call for the show. Alright everyone, it's almost time, we'll meet again next time. With that, Chen Feng then opened his arms, his legs no longer supporting his body, and allowed himself to fall towards the outside. Don't! Some of the timid people at the scene directly made frightened noises. Li Qingyan rushed forward and tried to pull Chen Feng back, but it was already too late. Chen Feng had already fallen out of the window. However, what the crowd did not expect was that the expected vertical fall did not occur. Instead, the second Chen Feng was airborne. The white cloak behind him seemed to be held up by something and quickly assembled into a triangular glider. It carried Chen Feng's body towards the distance. Looking at Chen Feng's gradually fading back, the people at the scene were directly dumbfounded in place. Nima, salt is not even salt anymore. This into his gouet, right? Chen Feng's husband is too handsome. Hubby, I want to give you a monkey. I told you my god phone couldn't possibly get caught, right? Where's the one who's going to live stream and eat xiang? When will it start? Let my buddy know, I'll go and admire it. +1, I'll go too, I'll even provide the ingredients if they're not enough. +1. +1. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go after them. Li Qingyan let out a furious roar, which pulled the pursuit team back from their shock. Hurrying to follow the furious Li Qingyan, they chased towards the outside. I'll stay behind to protect the scene. A young team member spoke up. Li Qingyan glanced at that person. If she remembered it well, it should be the team member who was the first to discover Kiddo, just that for some reason, it looked a bit strange. However, she didn't have time to think about it too much, so she casually agreed and led the crowd away from the scene. Amiia glanced at the royal security captain beside her who was at a loss for words. She really didn't want to see this group of straw men right now. Then she commanded, "You guys go as well." The security captain was like an amnesty when he heard this, and hurriedly greeted the pale-faced group of security around him and chased after them in the direction of the pursuit group. After the crowd left, Mir, who was Amiia's assistant, stepped in and announced that today's exhibition would be temporarily closed, evacuated the exhibition venue's visitors, and refunded the admission money. When the crowd left one by one, there were only a few people left at the scene. Amiia turned her head to look in the direction Chen Feng had left, the corner of her mouth curving up into a nice-looking arc. It seems like I won this matchup in the end, Mr. Strange Thief. Just at this moment, a voice interrupted Amiia's thoughts. Miss Amiia. Ha! Amiia looked at the voice, only to see that the member of the pursuit team who had stayed behind just now had somehow arrived beside her. Can I help you? Out of politeness, Amiia still smiled and inquired. However, the other party did not rush to answer, but slowly took out a black carbon pen from his pants pocket. Amiia originally thought that the other party wanted to sign, but after waiting for a while she didn't see him take out the paper. This made her unable to help but be a little curious as to what this youth in front of her wanted to do, and then opened her mouth again to ask. Do you want to sign? Sir? The youth still did not answer. Instead, she placed the carbon pen in front of her and flicked it into a bright blue rose. Is this magic? Amiia looked at the youth with interest. She always felt that this youth's purpose was not as simple as just coming to perform a magic trick for herself. It's a gift to be precise. I want to use this flower to exchange one thing with you. What thing? Amiia frowned slightly as a bad feeling welled up in her heart. The heart of the ocean on you. Chapter 11 Kaito Kiddo never misses a trick. I want to trade for the heart of the ocean on you. What? Amiia even thought she heard wrong. What did he say? He wanted his ocean heart? He knew that the ocean heart just now was fake? How could that be? Only two people knew about that matter, herself and Mir. Did Mir betray him? That's impossible. Mir grew up with him, how could he betray himself? Then how did he know that the ocean heart was fake? And why did he want the ocean heart? A series of questions instantly flooded into Amiia's mind, causing this world-outstanding woman to freeze for 2 seconds as well. But then quickly reacted with a cold tone. Who the hell are you? Under. The youth revealed a mysterious smile, reached out and grabbed the corner of his own coat, lifting it upwards, and his entire person had changed his appearance. A neatly fitted white suit, a tall medieval white bowler hat, a slightly reflective monocle, and that signature white cape. Monstrous thief Kiddo. Chen Feng's reappearance made the live broadcast instantly explode with the number of viewers, and the number of live broadcasts skyrocketed, pushing the million mark. Bad, I've become a clown. Can anyone tell me if God Foam left just now? Why did he come out again? Why did he exchange the ocean heart with Amiia? Didn't he already have it? There's only one possibility, that ocean heart from before was a fake. The real ocean heart is on Amiia's body. I'm tired of flying forks. Reversing and reversing and reversing. Isn't this better than watching a movie? It's better than Bo Burns. At the same time, Li Qingyan, who had chased him out, also realized that something was wrong. Looking at Lin Chuanxiong, who had been staying outside, Li Qingyan frowned slightly. Captain Lin, are you saying that you never saw Chen Feng's figure fly out of the window? Lin Chuanxiong shook his head. To be precise, I saw a glance, but it didn't take 2 seconds before it suddenly disappeared in the air, just like a projector that was suddenly turned off. Very abrupt. A projector. Li Qingyan's frown deepened. Looking back to his team members, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he thought of something. All team members of one group, all stand in a row, starting from me, report in order. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16. As the last number was reported, everyone froze. Together with the captain Li Qingyan, there were a total of 16 people in their group, and all of them were gathered downstairs at this moment. Who was the one who stayed up there? Shan Feng. Li Qingyan clenched her teeth and squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. Go back. At this time, a group of royal security personnel from the Lorching Kingdom had only walked downstairs. When they saw Li Qingyan, who had just walked downstairs, returned the same way with a face full of anger, and they could not help but be a little unsure of what was going on. Fortunately, a member of Lin Chuanxiong's group explained to him in English, which allowed them to understand why. However, after hearing that the member of the pursuit team who had stayed up there was Chen Feng in disguise, the group of security personnel immediately turned pale with fear. Losing the national treasure might cause them to be heavily penalized, but not to the point of killing them. But if anything happened to Amiia, then they really didn't need to go back to their country. Let's pack up and run away before it's too late. Thinking of this, those security guards of the Lorching country no longer dared to delay, scrambling towards the upper floors, their speed directly 3 times faster than just now. Looking at Chen Feng in front of her, Amiia's entire body was confused. Turning her head to look in the direction of the floor-to-ceiling window just now, the window was still open, and the evening breeze that kept blowing in was also reminding her that everything just now was not an illusion. But what she couldn't figure out was how a person who had obviously left could suddenly appear in front of her. You haven't left all this time? Chen Feng smiled as he sent the rose to Amiia, who took it dumbfounded. Ms. Amiia, a qualified magician would not leave halfway through a performance when it is still not over. Looking at Chen Feng in front of her, Amiia unconsciously took 2 steps back, stretching out her arm to protect the heart of the ocean necklace on her neck, as if she was on guard against him suddenly coming up to grab it. Please don't be nervous. As a gentleman, I would never act rudely towards a lady. Chen Feng still maintained that smiling poker face. Although he heard him say this, the look of wariness on Amiia's face did not slacken at all. It was also at this moment. The door of the venue was open once again, and Chen Feng did not even need to turn around to know who had come. Shan Feng. Stand still and don't move. You're under arrest. Chen Feng turned his head just in time to meet Li Qingyan's murderous gaze. I'm sorry, Miss Li Qingyan, I apologize to you for my previous actions, but please remember that monstrous thieves can also cheat. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Qingyan's already unattractive face instantly became even uglier. Without talking much nonsense to him, he waved his hand and commanded the crowd to surround him. You seem to have lost it, Mr. Strange Thief. Amiia looked at Chen Feng with a smirk, regaining that calm and collected look. However, to her surprise, even at this point, Chen Feng still did not choose to turn around and escape. Instead, he lifted up her left hand and gently kissed it in front of everyone's unexpected gazes. Ms. Amiia, please remember that Monster Kid never misses. Worthy of being my maple god, he never forgets to flirt with girls no matter what time it is. If I were half as good at flirting with girls as Chen Feng, why would I be in the company of 5 girls every night? Chen Feng husband. I want to give you a monkey. Can't you guys have some new words? We wanted to, it's all because that dog author is too lazy to think of new words. Arrest. This time, Li Qingyan didn't want to have even a single word of communication with Chen Feng, and after the encirclement was formed, he immediately ordered for arrests. Right at this moment, Chen Feng was seen reaching out and taking out a cylinder-shaped item from his pocket. Flashbang. Li Qingyan was startled and quickly reminded the crowd while she herself covered her eyes with one hand and grabbed forward with the other. Bared. Intense white light flashed, and Li Qingyan unsurprisingly pounced. By the time a few people reopened their eyes, there was no longer any Chen Feng at the scene, only a blue rose with a square card stuck to it was left in its place. Amiia bent down and picked up the rose, only to see a few lines clearly written on the card. Like the teaser letter, I have received the heart of the ocean. To Kiddo the bandit. Received? What's the game? The smile of Amiia, who reached out to feel her neck, froze. Her own heart of the ocean was gone. When did this happen? Amia's pair of beautiful eyes stared round, full of incredulity. The faces of Li Qingyan and the others were also unsightly. Before they came, they had put down their bold words to capture Chen Feng back, but now they were being tricked by others. They had even been tricked twice. Simply too deceitful. Just as the scene fell into silence for a while, a group of security from the Lorching Kingdom arrived late. Protect the princess. The person in the lead rolled and crawled his way into the venue, and his comical appearance directly made a member of the team with a low laugh on the spot. Even the crowd in the live broadcast room looked amused, although they couldn't understand what they were shouting. It wasn't hard to guess by looking at their anxious appearance. No, this Lord Green Kingdom's guards are from a skit? Come to perform a show? The Qing dynasty is dead, to go to the morning court. With such a group of people in charge of Amia's security, I really don't understand what her father was thinking. Amiia, who was also at the scene, naturally saw this comical scene, and her face immediately darkened. In the end, she simply threw out her sleeves and directly left the scene. Chapter 12, Hero Saving Beauty? It's not a hero, it's a monster. Ding, Task 3, raise the number of viewers in one's own live room to 100W, task completed, current popularity, 1358612. Reward skill enhancement card 2. Ding, the host is detected to have completed stealing for the first time, Freak Bandit Kiddo card fusion plus 12%, system points plus 1200, obtaining the divine level lockpicking skill elementary. Current fusion degree, 42%. Lockpicking skill? Not bad at all. Late at night in the square, Chen Feng was enjoying a rare quiet time alone, and on his slender thighs, a pigeon was pecking at the breadcrumbs he had placed inside his palm with its head lowered. On top of his cell phone was a live video of his broadcast from an hour ago. A series of headlines about him were hot. The thief game surprised a real thief. Chinese Region 3 participant Chen Feng steals the world's largest sapphire, the heart of the ocean. Chen Feng's teaser letter provoked a group of pursuit team members to no avail. The game between the two sides ended in Chen Feng's favor. Monster Thief. A brand new title. In addition to these positive news, there were also critical news that some Zoonists came up with in order to rub off on them. Professor Sun commented on Chen Feng's incident, making it clear that a thief's success out of the ring is a sorrow for the culture. Professor Li of S-City stated that the so-called weird thieves were just another type of thief, and that Chen Feng was bringing down the youth of today. Of course, regardless of whether it was positive news or negative news, Chen Feng just laughed and passed on, with no intention of stepping forward to respond. He actually didn't care what people on the internet said about him. What he enjoyed more was the mesmerizing process. As for what outsiders thought, then Chen Feng couldn't care less. Taking the 2 skill enhancement cards that the system had just rewarded him with, one was used to enhance the voice-changing technique to an intermediate level, while the other was used to enhance the magic hand skill to an advanced level. According to Chen Feng's understanding, the system's division of skills was divided into a total of 4 levels. They were beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. As long as a skill reached the advanced level, it was basically equal to the card character's own abilities, while reaching the perfect level would far exceed the card character itself. In other words, if every skill of Chen Feng reached the perfect level, then even if Kurowa Kodo stood in front of him, he would doubt who was the real monster kid. Just then, a voice not far away attracted Chen Feng's attention. "Don't move, take out all the money or don't blame me for being rude." In the alley not far from the square, a short man with a dirt-covered face was looking menacingly at the woman in front of him. The brightly shining short knife was constantly waving in front of the woman's body, and the menacing appearance also made the woman not dare to act rashly. Don't be impulsive, I'll give you all the money." Hearing this, the short man's face filled with filth then revealed a smile. Who knows how he's been living these past few days? Ever since he participated in this bull thief game program, he had thought that he could make a big fortune right in the name of the program. Who would have thought that the damned pursuit team was so powerful, borrowing the power of the city surveillance? Their noses were smarter than a dog's. As soon as he showed his head, before he could do anything, the manhunt team arrived. Like this, for 3 days, not to mention getting rich, he didn't even eat a few meals. Every day, he was either in the sewers with the rats to grab land, or hiding in the public toilet to fight with mosquitoes. That is, today's luck is not bad, just out of not long to meet a single chick. This is not a ruthless robbery on her a sum of money, or sorry for his mosquito bites of those bags. Thinking of this, the expression on the man's face became more and more vicious. A pair of not-so-big eyes like to eat the woman in front of him alive. In the live broadcast room that belonged to him, although it wasn't as popular as Chen Feng's, there were more than 20,000 people watching him in it by virtue of the program's hotness. Damn, I say this kind of person this disgusting. People who are too many dare not rob, people who are too strong dare not move, so they will pick this kind of single little girl to start. Bullying soft and afraid of hard. Agree, so a comparison of my maple brother is simply a saint. Hey, do you guys think this woman looks familiar? Familiar? Is she a star? No, I don't think so. When you say that, I also look a bit familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. I remembered. Isn't this the girl that Chen Feng flirted with in the rooftop bar when the program started on the first day? It seems true when you say it like that. Her name is Zhou Wanning, right? At this moment, Zhou Wanning looked at the vicious man in front of her and couldn't help but feel some regret in her heart. Ever since the incident a few days ago, she had noticed Chen Feng and understood that Chen Feng was not really a fugitive, but rather a contestant of the thief game program. For some reason, after getting this news, it made her heart, which clearly did not know Chen Feng well, quietly relieved. Then there was the incident of Chen Feng's fiery teaser letter that Zhou Wanning had also heard about, so she had rushed over here non-stop after work, wanting to buy a ticket to go in and take a look. Perhaps the fact that it was too hot, there were so many people there that day that the line was half a block long. When it was hard to line up to her time but was told that the tickets have been sold out, she had no choice but to sit in the square to watch the live broadcast on the phone. This is even so, just after watching the live broadcast soon, ready to go home, she even encountered a robbery. This makes Zhou Wanning suspect that she did not go out today without reading the yellow calendar. How could she be so unlucky? Seeing Zhou Wanning's delayed response, the man also looked a little impatient. Shaking the knife in his hand, he viciously said, "Hurry up. Don't get yourself into trouble." Zhou Wanning was startled, and trembling, she wanted to reach for the money. Just then, a cracking sound came from the air, followed by the flattened object swiftly cutting across the man's wrist, leaving a bloodstain. Who? The man was shocked, looked around, but did not find anyone, only saw the flat object just now deeply inserted into the wall. A playing card? Zhou Wanning also froze. It was the first time in her long life that she had seen someone use a playing card as a concealed weapon. I'm afraid it's unseemly to treat a beautiful lady so roughly. Just as the crowd was at a loss as to who had struck, a voice came from the sky. Only to see a white figure was sitting on top of the railing in front of the second-floor window, and the poker pistol in his hand was indicating that the person who had just struck was him. Who are you? Chen Feng. Two voices shouted out from the mouths of the two parties involved respectively. However, one voice was surprised, while the other voice was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 13, The Kiss. Chen Feng jumped down from a high place and landed in front of Zhou Wanning. It is an honor to meet you again, Miss Zhou Wanning. The two of them were not far apart from each other, making it so that Zhou Wanning could even feel the sound of Chen Feng's breathing, which caused this beauty to redden her cheeks in an instant. I am also honored. With a loud bang in the sky, my maple god shines. It's over, look at this beauty, she's already infatuated with Brother Feng. Hubby, don't tease her. Tease me. I'm more SAO than her. 6. The originally low-heat live room exploded as the heat level plummeted, and the live room belonging to Chen Feng then turned its screen to this place. Kid, you want to mind your own business? The man covered his wrist that had been scratched by the poker and looked at Chen Feng with a face full of resentment. As a guest participant of the program was not allowed to watch the live broadcast just like the pursuit group, so the man did not recognize who Chen Feng was. He only knew that the man in front of him was going to get in his way. Chen Feng acted as if he hadn't heard him, not paying any attention to him at all, not even turning around to look at him. Deceitful. The ignored man's anger value was rising, and he didn't care if it was live or not. He rushed towards Chen Feng with his knife. Kid, you seek death. Chen Feng didn't even turn his head back, he just gently sidestepped to the side and dodged the man's attack. Afterwards, the poker pistol in his hand swooshed, 2 cards shot out, accurately slashing through the man's wrist holding the knife. Under the pain, the short knife in the man's hand fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, before he could react, Chen Feng had already taken out a huge white cloth and covered him in it. Everyone, magic time. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. Swish. When Chen Feng pulled the white cloth away, the man who had been furious just a moment ago had been tightly bound by a rope, and the originally intact clothes on his body were nowhere to be found, leaving only a pair of underwear on his body as he fainted and died on the ground. Big change? Don't even have to prepare for it? Worthy of being my husband, even the way of saving someone is so handsome. Aha. Hubby. Okay, I admit it, when Chen Feng was saving people, it was indeed so much more handsome than me, right? Buddy, do you wanna have some face? Call the pursuit bureau, this is under their control. It wasn't until Chen Feng's voice came into his ears again that the frothing Zhou Wanning came back to her senses. Oh. Zhou Wanning hurriedly agreed, then took out her cell phone and made the call. Ever since the start of the Thief game program, the phone number belonging to the Manhunt Bureau was also released, allowing the general public to actively contact the Manhunt Bureau after seeing the fugitives. By the time Zhou Wanning finished her call, Chen Feng was also ready to leave. Looking at Chen Feng's back, as if she had made some major decision, Zhou Wanning quickly stepped forward. Wait. Chen Feng turned his head, and before he could see the situation, he only felt his neck being wrapped around, followed by a touch of wetness imprinted on the left side of his face. Boo! A red lip print was added to the left side of Chen Feng's face. If one wanted to avoid it, Chen Feng could certainly do so. But as a gentleman, how could one refuse a lady's thank you? Especially. Still a beautiful lady. Thank you. Zhou Wanning's red face did not dare to raise her head to meet Chen Feng's eyes. Despite some surprises, Chen Feng still did not change his poker face. Just taking half a step back, he placed his right hand on his chest and slightly saluted. Looking forward to meeting you again, miss. After saying that, he did not continue to linger, but turned around and left the scene. I look forward to it as well. Looking at Chen Feng's back, Zhou Wanning murmured in a low voice. At the same time, on the top floor of the exhibition, in Amiia's office. Looking at the white figure in the live broadcast screen in her cell phone, Amiia's silver teeth were about to be clenched. Damnable guy. If it wasn't because of this guy, he wouldn't have been called by the group of old guys in the country to pursue the matter because he lost the heart of the ocean. Although that side was temporarily fooled by himself, he still had to find a way to get the ocean heart back as soon as possible. But the Chinese program team over there had said that they couldn't contact him, so what should they do? Headache. Amiia covered her head and was filled with helplessness. Just at this moment, her assistant, Mir, pushed the door in. Your Highness, that group of reporters have been reliant on not leaving, just clamoring to see you, you see? Who? Amiia exhaled and calmed down. Tell them that I'll be over in 10 minutes. Okay. Mir sniffed and closed the door to leave. Amiia was once again left alone in the office. After slightly straightening her clothes, she got up and walked towards the door. As she passed by the cabinet next to the doorway, Amiia seemed to notice something and unconsciously stopped in her tracks. Following Amiia's line of sight, she only saw that there was only a vase on the empty cabinet, with 2 blue roses placed inside. It was the same 2 that Chen Feng had sent earlier. Looking at the 2 roses that were blooming just right, that white figure unconsciously reappeared in Amiia's mind. His technique, his elegance, his words, and his kiss on the back of her hand. Blah blah blah. What is one thinking about? Amiia hurriedly shook her head to interrupt her thoughts. That hateful guy, sooner or later, one would catch him and take back the heart of the ocean with one's own hands. Amiia was not the only one who could not sleep in the middle of the night because of Chen Feng. Inside the conference room of the Pursuit Bureau, Li Qingyan sat there in a huff. Obviously, she was still angry at Chen Feng for teasing her earlier. The other 2 captains were also inside the office. The captain of Team 2, Lin Chuanxiong, was thinking about something with his brows locked tightly, while the captain of Team 3, Sun Luo, was watching the past Chen Feng's live streaming video over and over again. After a long time, Lin Chuanxiong raised his head and looked at Sun Luo, who was still motionless and couldn't help but speak. I say, little son. You've been watching all night, did you see something or not? Aren't you the 3rd place winner of the World Detective Competition in China? Where are your detective abilities? Bring it out. Sun Luo held down the eyes on the bridge of his nose and slowly spoke. Look. Definitely saw something. Upon hearing Sun Luo's words, Li Qingyan and the 2 of them immediately came to be interested and hurriedly raised their heads to look at Sun Luo, seemingly inquiring about what he actually saw. Sun Luo didn't dawdle and directly cast the image from his cell phone onto the big screen. Look guys, this is the live feed of Chen Feng when he was at the rooftop bar earlier, when he was the one who slipped away before the eyes of Captain Lin and the others. Hearing Sun Luo talk about this matter, Lin Chuanxiong couldn't help but blush in his old face and hurriedly urged, little son, hurry up and get to the point. Good. Sun Luo nodded his head. Fast-forwarding the video screen to the last few seconds, when Chen Feng was covered all over by a white dove, he then decisively paused it. Reaching out and pointing to a place in the video, he spoke, "Look here, although it's not too obvious, we can still vaguely see Chen Feng's action of lifting his hands and buckling his waist, that is, the next second after doing so, Chen Feng disappeared." "What's in this?" Li Qingyan looked at Sun Luo with a face full of puzzlement. Sun Luo explained, "At that time, the entire rooftop path was blocked by Captain Lin and his men, so it was naturally impossible for Chen Feng to leave through the doorway, and did you guys notice one detail, that is, after Chen Feng stood on the rooftop, he never turned around again. So, according to my understanding of magic, but wherever a magician doesn't want you to see, is often where the magic is broken. So one can venture a guess as to whether the reason why Chen Feng didn't turn around could be that there was a rope or something like that behind him, and the movement of raising his hand when he was covered by the white dove was to fasten the rope around his waist. In other words, the Chen Feng at that time did not suddenly disappear, but by using the cover of the white pigeon, he descended into the middle of the following floors through the speed zipline, and then escaped from the hotel through camouflage, avoiding the surveillance." Chapter 14 Monster or Detective? Hearing Sun Luo say this, Li Qingyan and the two of them also revealed an expression of sudden realization. But that wasn't the end of it. Sun Luo cut the screen to today's live broadcast again and quickly fast-forwarded to the image of Chen Feng posing as a mechanic and working in front of the counter of the Heart of the Ocean. "And here," Sun Luo pointed at the figure of the repairman on the screen, "I've been wondering why the advanced alarm system installed by the Lori Green country on the Ocean Heart's display case failed, and after half a day's thought, I finally felt that there was only one possibility. That is, Chen Feng had already entered the venue before he made his move, and pretended to be someone to sabotage the alarm system of the showcase, and this repairman of the Lorching Kingdom is the one who has the greatest suspicion. Now we only need to find this repairman himself and ask him a little bit, then we can basically be sure." "Good boy." Lin Chuanxiong slapped Sun Luo's shoulder and laughed, "You kid can I really regret that I didn't bring you along today, otherwise the Chen Feng might not be able to get his hands on him." Sun Luo shook his head at that. "Captain Lin, you think highly of me. I was just looking for a break after the fact. If I was at the scene, I'm afraid I would have been powerless to stop him." Hearing Sun Luo say this, Lin Chuanxiong's smile couldn't help but freeze, still a little undecided. Is that Chen Feng's technique really so difficult to deal with? Sun Luo laughed bitterly, "I'm afraid so." The three people present all fell silent. "However, I do know someone who might be able to try." These words caused all two people present to become interested. "Who?" "My fellow apprentice sister, the champion of the World Detective Competition's China region Ouyang Muxue. Host, Chen Feng. Gender, male. Age, 23. Strength, 1510 for ordinary people. Intelligence, 15590 for ordinary people. Charisma, 1510 for normal people. Character card, Kato 42% fusion. Character card, Kato 42% fusion. Skill, disguise medium. Skills, transfiguration intermediate, voice changing intermediate, beast sentry elementary, magic hands advanced, master of world languages intermediate, divine lockpicking skills elementary, hacking skills elementary. System warehouse, monster kid costume 1, poker pistol 1, speed rope 2, 4D stereo projector 1, glider 1, rose bouquet 99+. System points, 1800. In a certain coffee shop, Chen Feng was casually flipping through the skills and items sold in the system mall. Mind reading elementary, can read people's inner thoughts, effective range of 1 meter, priced at 800 system points. Hypnotism elementary, hypnotizes the human brain and forcibly changes the human mind. Note, the more determined the person is, the worse the hypnotic effect is, priced at 1000 system points. Dream stealer elementary, compile or enter other people's dreams and move freely in them, priced at 1500 system points. Skill enhancement card, enhances skill proficiency, priced at 500 system points. After looking around, in the end, Chen Feng still chose the Dream Thief skill that was priced at 1500 system points. After all, the ability to enter another person's dream, this kind of ability was just too heavenly. Utilized well, one could even be able to gain insight into all the secrets of others without even realizing it. As for the mind reading skill, wasn't it also possible? Yes, can, but need too many limitations. First, need that person from their own within 1 meter. Second, also need that person happens to be in the heart of what to think. Even if the above two conditions are met, the things read out may not be what you need. Ding, redeeming the skill Dream Stealer was successful, costing 1500 system points, current system points, 300. As the system's beep sounded, Chen Feng's system points once again returned to the pre-liberation era. However, Chen Feng didn't feel any pain. After all, there was no use in leaving the system points behind, so it was better to exchange them for more skills. "Hello, that side is full, can we share a table?" A voice came, also pulling Chen Feng's thoughts back. Chen Feng looked up and saw that a tall beauty was standing in front of him, with a tray with coffee cups in her hands. Seeing the face of the visitor, Chen Feng could not help but sigh. The world is really small enough. One could meet them anywhere. "Of course, please have a seat, Officer Li." Chen Feng smiled and spoke. Li Qingyan froze. "You know me?" The famous flower of the H City Police Force, the leader of a group of pursuit teams in Area 3 of China. How could I not recognize you? I even watched a live broadcast about you last night. Hearing Chen Feng talk about last night's live broadcast, Li Qingyan couldn't help but blush. Last night's matter was a bit humiliating. Chen Feng laughed. Officer Li, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to mock you. That Mr. Chen Feng was just using some magic tricks that you are not familiar with, otherwise I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to escape. Hearing Chen Feng take the initiative to absolve her, Li Qingyan couldn't help but feel a hint of goodwill towards the man in front of her in her heart. Thank you. Li Qingyan said her thanks and put down the tray in her hands, but her eyes unintentionally glanced at the cell phone on the table that was playing the live video of Chen Feng from earlier. You seem to be interested in him? Chen Feng replied, I can't say I'm interested, it's just that I feel that his techniques are relatively new and want to learn about them. Is that so? Li Qingyan nodded, picked up her coffee cup and took a sip, casually asking, see anything? Nothing more than speed slides, disguise techniques and whatnot, it's not worth mentioning. Chen Feng replied lightly, but it made Li Qingyan, who was still drinking his coffee, immediately raise his head. The conclusion that Sun Luo had reached after watching it for half a night last night was actually seen so easily by this person in front of him. You have to know that their pursuit team not only has the program's live video, but also has the most comprehensive surveillance video, which is far beyond the conditions outside. If you take this person into your own pursuit group. Thinking of this, Li Qingyan's eyes lit up. Can't tell, you're still a detective. Still don't know your name? Yazan Robin, Chinese American. The reason why Chen Feng said Chinese American was also simple, it was not easy to find out. I wonder what kind of work you do now. Li Qingyan hurriedly pursued the question. Hearing this, Chen Feng also roughly guessed what she was trying to do, and simply followed her words down. I just returned to China, still belonging to the hobo category, and I'm worried about not being able to find a job. This time Li Qingyan was even happier, a detective with reliable professional ability, or a hobo. Wasn't this heaven's gift to herself to be used specifically against Chen Feng? Perhaps she would never have thought that this person in front of her was the Chen Feng that she had wanted to deal with all her heart. Chapter 15, the second teaser letter. Mr. Yazan, I wonder if you are interested in coming to work for our pursuit bureau? I can apply for a special counselor position for you, I just need you to come over and help out at specific times, it won't take up too much of your time. Seeing that Chen Feng had already faltered, Li Qingyan hurried to strike while the iron was hot. Don't worry, we won't let you help for nothing, every time after an action, we will pay you a reward. Regardless of the success or failure of the action. Li Qingyan added another sentence. Hearing Li Qingyan say this, Chen Feng's tightly furrowed brows then unfurled. Alright then, since Ms. Li has kindly invited me, I won't excuse myself. Well then, Ding bell. A phone ringing interrupted Li Qingyan's words. Li Qingyan smiled apologetically, then took out her cell phone, and after glancing at the caller she directly picked up the phone. Hello? Cousin, you came to H City? Been here for a few days? Did Auntie and the others come with you? No, you came alone. Where are you now? Okay, I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Li Qingyan re-looked in Chen Feng's direction. Sorry, I'm a bit busy right now, let's do it this way, let's add a VX first, and you can tell me from the internet if you have any other requests. Good. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. After adding the VX, Li Qingyan left in a hurry, not noticing the playful smile of the person behind her. It was night. On the top floor of the exhibition, inside Amiia's bedroom. The corners of the sleeping Amiia's mouth rose, and from time to time, she even hummed lightly twice, as if she was having some kind of beautiful dream. In the dream. After Chen Feng had taken the heart of the ocean, Amiia had successfully found Chen Feng's hiding place through various means. Then she quickly deployed her manpower and controlled Chen Feng before he could react. Looking at Chen Feng, who was standing in front of her, bound tightly, the corners of Amiia's mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a victor's smile. But right at this moment, the Chen Feng in front of her suddenly turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared, followed by countless pieces of paper falling from the sky, and at the same time came Chen Feng's exasperating voice. Miss Amiia, I'm sorry for teasing you once again, but the show is over, so I'll leave first. As soon as Chen Feng's voice fell, a piece of paper floated onto Amelia's face. It was none other than a teaser letter. Just as Amiia eagerly wanted to read the contents of the teaser letter, the dream woke up. Amiia on the bed opened her eyes, looked at the familiar ceiling, and couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, so it was a dream. But an unintentional glance of her sight met an incomparably familiar card being placed beside her bed. Beautiful Ms. Amiia. When the light passes away and Nyx descends from the sky, along with the demise of the lions, I shall ride. Kaiju Kiddo. Kaitu Kiddo. Amiia panicked and looked up around, but found nothing. She then sat up from the bed, quickly got dressed, and shouted at the door, "Get me Mir." At the same time, the screen within Chen Feng's live broadcast room changed to this reservation letter. At that instant, the originally not-so-cold live room was even more like a food market, with pop-ups flying by one after another. How did this Amiia provoke my brother phone? How come it's her again? Who knows, maybe it's because God Fong has taken a liking to this princess and wants to put on a story of a princess and a monster. If you're going to say that, I'm going to start a rumor. I don't think this Amiia is a good thing. Dressed like a horse and a flea, it's more than likely that Kiddo has seen through her true colors and has been having trouble with her. Of course, this comment carried a strong sour flavor and didn't attract much attention. Just then, a pop-up caught almost everyone's attention. Hey, did you guys notice, Chen Feng's teaser letter this time doesn't seem to say that he's going to steal anything? It's still true, last time, what God Fong wanted to steal was the heart of the ocean, but it was directly and explicitly written out. Why didn't he write it this time? Could it be that the thing he's going to steal this time isn't in reality? Or is it that he's not going to steal anything? Are you out of your mind? Chen Feng is a fugitive. If he's not going to steal something, can it be that he's still going to give a gift? Inside the hotel room, looking at the pop-ups that kept drifting past the live broadcast, Chen Feng silently retreated. Lying on the bed, in his hands, he was holding the necklace inlaid with the heart of the ocean. Even in the dim light, the sapphire was flickering with a tantalizing radiance. Worthy of being the world's largest sapphire it is, it's just a pity that it already has its own owner. Nyx, also called Nyx by some, is a deity in charge of the night in Western mythology, and with the demise of the lion in the teaser letter, the first thing that came to my mind was the lion insignia of the royal family of the Lorchen Kingdom, but that obviously doesn't quite fit. However, 2 days later would be August 22nd on the Gregorian calendar, which would be the last day of the year for the lion, and combining this with Chen Feng's habit of writing clear dates on his preview letters for his crimes, I thought that this should be the answer. To summarize, this teaser letter tells us a message that Chen Feng's time of action is when the sun sets in 2 days, that is, around 5 in the afternoon. Inside the pursuit bureau, Sun Luo stood in front of the large screen and spoke spitefully, basically translating everything in the teaser letter. Sun Luo's words were well reasoned, and the people present nodded their heads after hearing them. However, there were also people who quickly raised their own questions. But what exactly is he trying to steal this time? A question instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. More than 10 pairs of eyes looked at Sun Luo on the stage. Sun Luo's face was tinged with a few moments of embarrassment. This I don't know for now. Chen Feng is a thief after all. He probably also felt that writing out his target item directly was too ostentatious and wanted to reduce some of the risks. For this answer, most of the people present felt that it made sense, but there was still a small group of people who felt that it was unlikely, but there was no better explanation, so they had to leave it. Lin Xuanxiong also stood up at this time and said, "Alright everyone, no matter what this Chen Feng wants to steal, we won't allow it. Since he has already sent out the teaser letter, let's all go and get ready. As for what his real purpose is, we will see for ourselves by the evening of the day after tomorrow." That's all. Does Captain Li have anything to add? As soon as Lin Xuanxiong's words fell, everyone's gazes were cast in unison on Li Qingyan, who was still giggling while playing with her cell phone. Li Qingyan jerked her head up, and seeing everyone looking at her, she hurriedly put her cell phone away, coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment, and opened her mouth. I think Captain Lin is right. Protecting those artifacts from being stolen is ultimately just a stopgap measure. Only by catching Chen Feng, the fugitive, can we completely solve this trouble. Chapter 16 Game time is up. Snap. 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 When Li Qingyan finished speaking, a loud applause erupted within the pursuit bureau. Lin Xuanxiong also smoothly announced the end of the meeting, letting everyone go back to prepare properly. When all the members of the pursuit team left, only 3 captains, Li Qingyan, Lin Xuanxiong and Sun Luo, were left in the entire conference room. Looking towards Li Qingyan, Lin Xuanxiong teased, looking at Captain Li, "Is she talking about her boyfriend?" Hearing this, Sun Luo, who was still organizing things, also threw over a gossiping gaze. "Uncle Lin, what are you talking nonsense about? I'm just having a chat with a friend." Li Qingyan made a big red face and hurriedly defended herself. Seeing Li Qingyan like this, Lin Xuanxiong also understood more or less, then nodded. "This is good. Your father died early, before he passed away, asked me to take care of you mother and daughter. Now your mom has gone, and then wait for you to get married. I can be regarded as completing your father's account." Hearing Lin Xuanxiong talk about his parents, Li Qingyan's face also inevitably showed some sadness. "Alright, let's not talk about these unhappy ones. 2 days later will be the time for Chen Feng's operation. You should also go back and prepare properly." "Well, then I'll leave first." Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it came to 2 days later. Li Qingyan was also busy as hell these past few days. Not only was it because Chen Feng's influence in the outside world was getting bigger and bigger, making her feel the pressure, but there was also the side of the program team. After all, when the game first started, the rules made it very clear that all the illegal gains of the contestants would be discounted after the chase time. If Chen Feng had stolen some ordinary jewelry, it would have been fine. Even if he had to pay, the show group, which had the backing of the United World Government, wouldn't have cared. But what Chen Feng stole was one of the national treasures of the Lorchen country, the heart of the ocean, which was known as the largest sapphire in the world. The value of a single heart of the ocean gemstone is not expensive, not to mention that the necklace is also inlaid with 108 small diamonds as embellishments. The price of this necklace has risen to a sky-high price. At this time, as the director of the program, Wu director's intestines are fast repenting, originally wanted to take advantage of this program to promote and raise wages, now by Chen Feng so a stir. Not to mention promotion and salary increase, their jobs cannot be kept or too said. Forced to do nothing, also had to call the pursuit of the bureau 3 times to ask about the situation, invariably added a lot of pressure to Li Qingyan and others. But the good thing is that there is another person can accompany themselves to chat. Noon. Li Qingyan, who had just gotten off work, breezed inside the coffee shop. Pushing open the door, she swept a glance and indeed found Yazan's figure. Although the two of them hadn't known each other for a few days, the other party's mannerisms, insights on issues, and even opinions about some cases, all gave Li Qingyan a feeling of lightening up. Unconsciously, she had gotten used to coming to this coffee shop for a drink every time she got off work, and of course, she met the other person every time. Li Qingyan came to Chen Feng with quick steps and sat down on the opposite side of the table without any hesitation. Chen Feng seemed to be used to it as well, putting down the coffee spoon he was stirring in his hand and pushing the coffee in his hand in front of Li Qingyan. Taste it, I made it for you with my own hands. Li Qingyan was not polite, and picked up the cup and took a big sip. The bitter flavor of the coffee and the milk aroma worked together just right. There was a slight bitterness when entering the mouth, but it would quickly dissipate, followed by a rich coffee aroma. Li Qingyan's eyes lit up, looking at Chen Feng with a bit more curiosity in her eyes. It's hard to tell, you're quite good at brewing coffee. The brew is quite delicious. I worked in a coffee shop for a few months when I was in college. My technique is a bit rusty. It's good that you like it. Chen Feng, this is really not a lie. When he was in college before he was a poor student, although with the help of the subsidy, there is no tuition to worry about, but if he doesn't go to work outside, he is afraid that he won't even be able to eat. Hey, it's a pity I can't come over this afternoon, I still have to deal with that damn thief. Speaking of the thief, Li Qingyan's face seemed to rise with a touch of anger, unaware that the person she was talking about was sitting right in front of her. Chen Feng smiled without changing his color and said, that's a coincidence, I also have something to do this afternoon. That's quite a coincidence. Li Qingyan smiled back. Taking another sip of coffee, Li Qingyan looked up and asked, right, have you prepared the materials you told me last time that you need to prepare to enter the pursuit bureau? Chen Feng smiled mysteriously, let's not talk about this first, haven't you noticed that there is something different about this store today? Different? Li Qingyan froze and turned her head to look around. Just now, her attention was on Chen Feng, and now that she took such a look, she immediately realized the problem. No, why is the store so cold today? Not to mention the guests, there isn't even a single waiter. It's simple, because today this place was wrapped up by me. Contracted? Li Qingyan looked surprised. What are you doing here? Switching to selling coffee? Chen Feng said, that's not true, it's just because of you. Me? Li Qingyan was even more confused now. What did the coffee shop have to do with herself? Because I'm going to do something important today and need a little help from you. Chen Feng did not change his voice line when he said this, speaking directly in his original voice. Help? What kind of help? No. You're not Yazan. Who the hell are you? Li Qingyan directly stood up in a fit of excitement, but the ensuing dizziness immediately caused her to stagger, and she was about to fall. Chen Feng quickly stepped forward to hold her waist, preventing her from falling. He then removed the human skin mask from his face, revealing his original appearance. I'm sorry to have deceived you, beautiful young lady, but still, please take a short rest here, and let me offer a wonderful opening for this show, on your behalf. Li Qingyan still wanted to struggle, but for her who was already drugged up, all struggles were ultimately just futile, and within a short time, her head lolled and she completely fainted. Chen Feng bent down and lifted up her legs, carrying her in a princess embrace towards the bedroom on the second floor. Pushing open the door, he placed her on top of the bed in the second floor bedroom and thoughtfully covered her with a quilt. By the time he came out of the bedroom once again, he had already completely transformed into Li Qingyan's appearance. Of course, the clothes on his body were exchanged from the mall after spending 10 system points, and he was not shameless enough to strip a lady of her clothes. Walking out the door and holding the half-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, Chen Feng let out a light laugh. Game time. P.S. Anyone like to read this genre? I feel like this topic is a bit niche. Anyone who has any good suggestions or requests can talk to me, I'm still a good person to talk to. Chapter 17, A Little Gift. Mid-afternoon. The outside of the fair building was packed with people, 15 members of the pursuit team working with the local police to maintain order at the scene. The yellow police line isolated the crowds at the scene 15 meters away from the building. Due to the experience of the last time, the people of the Pursuit Bureau had also learned to be smart. Lin Xuanxiong even directly proposed to suspend the exhibition tonight, thus preventing Chen Feng from once again using the crowd to blend in. Amiia's side also chose to agree. However, what they did not expect was that at this time, Chen Feng had already mixed in disguised as someone they did not expect. Captain Li, please come in. The police officer in charge of guarding the cordon chose to release Chen Feng immediately after looking at the documents he handed out. Thanks. Chen Feng expressed his thanks, and then walked straight towards the inside of the exhibition. At this moment, the exhibition grounds were unusually quiet. Apart from the more than 20 members of the pursuit team scattered around, responsible for guarding, the remaining 10 or so people, including Lin Xuanxiong and Sun Luo, the two captains, were all gathered on top of the central platform, which had the widest field of vision. Captain Li. Good day, Captain. The people along the way greeted Chen Feng one after another, and Chen Feng nodded in response. Lin Xuanxiong, who heard the commotion, raised his head, and after seeing that it was Li Qingyan, the captain, he also greeted with a smile. Captain Li is getting more and more composed now, not appearing until the last moment. Li Qingyan smiled slightly and didn't answer. How's the situation? Sun Luo withdrew his gaze from the computer screen and rubbed his somewhat sore eyes. I applied for the use of the Sky Eye system from above and installed a few more surveillance cameras near the exhibition building. Now we can already monitor the entire building's internal and external situation in 360 degrees without any dead angles. And just now, Captain Lin also ordered that once a suspicious person approaches, there's no need to ask for instructions, so they'll be detained first. A confident smile appeared on Sun Luo's face, not realizing that the person they were trying to prevent by all means was sitting next to him and talking to him. Li Chengyan nodded, indicating that he understood. Time passed by minute, the sun outside was gradually setting, half of it had already fallen below the horizon, the teaser time was approaching. The crowd of onlookers outside was growing, and even if they couldn't get inside the exhibition, their enthusiasm couldn't be stopped. And as the organizer, Amiia also arrived at the site with her assistant near not long before the time of the teaser letter. Ms. Amiia. Lin Xuanxiong stood up and greeted him. Amiia responded with a smile. It's been hard work, guys. I'll express my gratitude when it's over. It's just a part of the job, there's no need to. Before Lin Xuanxiong finished his words, Sun Luo, who was sitting in front of the computer, spoke out. A target has been found in Area 4. A voice instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Lin Xuanxiong and the others quickly looked towards the surveillance screen, but just one glance left everyone present dumbfounded in place. Only to see on the monitor screen, a white figure is not far outside the building for airwalk. It's not accurate to say so, to be more precise, it was stepping on the road paved by a white dove, just like the white-clothed aristocrats in the European Middle Ages who patrolled their territories, slowly walking towards the side. At the moment Chen Feng appeared, the screen of the live broadcast room, which had lost Chen Feng's figure for a long time, also switched over. When the crowd in the live broadcast room saw the scene of Chen Feng strolling through the air, they were also stunned. Holy! Am I blinded? While I'm still considering which brand of shared bicycle to ride home, my brother Feng is already strolling up in the sky? It's really my maple god. Never disappoints. No, can someone explain the principle to me? I now seriously doubt that this world secretly evolved without me. What principle, my ass? If this is magic, I'll eat my cell phone. I'm begging the maple god for a tutorial. Please give me a tutorial. +1. The live broadcast room had completely exploded, with pop-ups floating by one after another. The crowd in the venue was also dumbfounded. This. With her small mouth slightly open, Amiia tried to rub her light blue eyes and looked at them again before finally determining that it wasn't an illusion. Don't be dumbfounded, all of you. Lin Xuanxiong's mellow voice broke the calmness of the scene, before calmly assigning tasks. It looks like Chen Feng seems to be planning to go to the rooftop. Xiao Sun, you guys take your group and continue to monitor Chen Feng's movements. Xing Yan, your group will stay in place and be responsible for the protection of the items in the venue. I'll take the others to the rooftop to block Chen Feng. Good. Sun Luo nodded in agreement. The Li Qingyan disguised by Chen Feng also nodded in agreement. The people who had finished assigning tasks moved quickly, and Lin Xuanxiong also led a dozen people to take the elevator towards the rooftop. Of course, his trip was destined to be fruitless. After all, the figure in the sky was nothing more than an image created by Chen Feng through projection technology just like before. Miss Amiia. Amiia, who heard the voice, turned her head to look, only to see that one of the three captains on the scene, Li Qingyan, was standing beside her and looking at her. Captain Li, what's the matter? Chen Feng responded, it's nothing much, just a little something that was left over there by the window. Can I trouble Ms. Amiia to accompany me to look for it? Something? What stuff? Amiia was a bit curious, didn't this Captain Li just arrive not long ago? How could there be something left over the window? A small gift, Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. He then took the initiative to walk towards the direction of the floor-to-ceiling window. Although Amiia was a bit unsure, she frowned slightly and thought for a moment, thinking that there shouldn't be any problems either, so she lifted her feet and followed. On the other side, Lin Xuanxiong and the others had also arrived at the rooftop location. However, what surprised them was that Chen Feng, who had come to the rooftop through exaggerated means, seemed to be even more calm than they had imagined. He was sitting on the outer wall of the rooftop, his legs resting on the outside of the wall, smiling as he greeted the cheering people on the street below. Seemingly noticing that they had arrived, Chen Feng slightly inclined his head to look at them. It seems that the audience has already come. Although he didn't know what tricks Chen Feng was going to play in front of him, it didn't stop Lin Xuanxiong from standing by. Commanding the dozen or so people in his group to spread out, he moved towards Chen Feng. Just when they were less than 3 meters away from the outer wall, Chen Feng finally moved. only to see him slowly stand up from the outer wall, facing the crowd above the street, smiling faintly. Everyone! The performance has officially begun. As soon as the words fell, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chen Feng gently leapt up towards the outside and jumped in the direction of the street. Snap! A puff of white smoke exploded on Chen Feng's body, and then Chen Feng's entire body quickly disappeared in place, and in its place, a sky full of flower petals drifted downwards from the air. Chapter 18: The Returned Heart of the Ocean. Lin Xuanxiong and the rest of the pursuit team members froze. What does this mean? To come over in such a high profile just to say a word? And then disappear? Not to mention Lin Xuanxiong, the crowd in the live broadcast room was also puzzled. What does Chen Feng mean by this? Sending out teaser letters and making such a big show just to perform a magic trick? Should I say no, the magic trick was good, but then what? What is he up to? I have a hunch that Brother Feng's performance definitely won't be this simple. Just as everyone was wondering what exactly Chen Feng wanted to do, a cell phone rang. Ding-a-ling. Lin Xuanxiong took his cell phone out of his pocket, and the words Li Qingyan were written on the screen. Lin Xuanxiong frowned slightly at the sight of this. Didn't he just separate from her? How come she is calling again now? Although he didn't know why, Lin Xuanxiong still picked up the phone. Hello? Qingyan, what's wrong? Uncle Lin. Lin. The voice on the other side of the phone was unusually weak, causing Lin Xuanxiong's heart to thump. A bad premonition surfaced in his heart. Qingyan, what's wrong with you? Lin Xuanxiong hurriedly asked after him. Quickly! Arrest that imposter inside. That's Chen Feng in disguise. Hearing this, Lin Xuanxiong's head exploded with a wang. He didn't expect that his side, which had defended itself against 1,000 things and thought it was foolproof, had been drilled in long ago. Bad. Sun Luo and the others still don't know. Thinking of this, Lin Xuanxiong completely panicked. An unidentified thief staying with a pile of precious treasures. What would happen need to be said. Quick! Everyone go back. Quickly! After saying that, Lin Xuanxiong didn't care about the others, so he quickly ran towards the direction he came from. Although the rest of the crowd was a little unsure, but seeing this anxious look of their own captain, they could only temporarily suppress their doubts and chased after Lin Xuanxiong's direction. What's the situation? The pursuit bureau's gas tank blew up? In such a hurry? I think it's mostly because my maple god gave them some unexpected shocks again. Most likely they've been tricked by Chen Feng again. I guess the current Chen Feng is 80% already inside the venue. Anchor! Hurry up and cut the live feed to the exhibition grounds. We want to see that. Yes, hurry up and cut the screen. If we're late, we'll miss the show. As the number of pop-ups requesting to cut the screen increased, the program team also very humanely switched the screen from Chen Feng's live studio to the inside of the venue. Anyway, it was impossible to find Chen Feng's figure now, so where was the live broadcast not the same? At this time, Chen Feng and Amiia had already arrived in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the exhibition venue were specially designed to open from the bottom to the top, and when fully open, they were close to 2 meters high, so for safety reasons, Amiia didn't get too close. Stopping in her steps, Amiia opened her mouth and asked, Captain Li, what exactly did you drop here? Chen Feng did not answer, but instead bent over himself and pulled up the floor-to-ceiling window. The warm summer evening breeze entered through the window, blowing people warmly. Under Amiia's puzzled gaze, Chen Feng placed his finger between his lips and whistled to the outside. Whoosh! In the next second, countless white pigeons came from all directions as if they were summoned, stopping again in front of the window as if they were waiting for something. Seeing this scene, Amiia's heart jumped. This scene where she seems to have seen herself before. Miss Amiia, do you know, the detective's whereabouts is always traceable, while the figure of the monster thief, but always God's ghost. Hearing this voice, Amiia couldn't help but freeze. The reason is also very simple. In front of him, this captainly mouth issued, is no longer a female voice, but a crisp male voice. Amiia's face was full of shock. You are Shu. Chen Feng placed his finger in front of Amiia's lips, seemingly stopping her from continuing. Miss Amiia, is it possible to keep my secret for 5 minutes? Amiia stared blankly at the person in front of her and nodded furtively. Seeing this, Chen Feng smiled faintly and snapped his fingers at the flock of pigeons outside the window, and as if they understood, dozens of white pigeons quickly split into 2 rows, encircling one of them in the center. Chen Feng stretched out his left hand, and the dove that was summoned immediately flew towards Chen Feng's hand, resting steadily on top of Chen Feng's finger. And on the neck of the white dove, there was an exquisite necklace inlaid with blue gemstones hanging, which was none other than the heart of the ocean. Even the most exquisite item, when placed within the glass enclosure of an exhibition, will not reveal its radiance, so I took the liberty of helping it find an owner who is truly worthy of it. Chen Feng spoke softly with a smile, if any, at the corner of his mouth. An owner truly worthy of it? Is that talking about me? Amiia thought silently, her surface unmoving, but in her heart, there were a few indescribable joys. Miss Amiia, I wonder if I have the honor to personally put it on for you? You are returning the heart of the ocean to me? Amiia was filled with surprise. She had thought that Chen Feng's target for this action might be the other artifacts in the exhibition, and had even thought that Chen Feng might not intend to steal anything for this action, but the only thing she had not thought was that he was making such a big deal out of it just to return the heart of the ocean to himself personally. Amiia covered her small mouth, and for a moment, she actually did not know what to say. Not far away, a few members of the pursuit team were also looking in Amiia's direction with curious faces. Although they couldn't hear what they were saying, it was also a blessing to be able to appreciate the two big beauties chatting together. One of the members of the pursuit team spoke up. "What do you think Captain Li and this princess are talking about?" Another person immediately responded, "What else could it be? It's most likely about Chen Feng's operation this time." "I don't think so," two women running off to the side to whisper. "They might be chatting about some secrets they can't tell." At this remark, the few people chatting laughed wickedly. Obviously they were already brainstorming the content of the duo's chat. The voices of the few people weren't loud, but they were still heard by Sun Luo, who was next to them. He couldn't help but frown and chided at the few people. All work seriously. Don't talk nonsense. A few people were to see their own captain speak up, and hurriedly shut their mouths, honestly staring at the surveillance to go. Seeing this, Sun Luo also did not intend to dwell on it too much, and immediately intended to continue working as well. However, just as his gaze glanced over the direction where the two of them were, something in Chen Feng's hand attracted his attention. "Is that a necklace? How was it a bit like the ocean heart that he had lost a few days ago?" Just as he was frowning and planning to get closer to continue observing, the doors of the exhibition were violently pushed open with a bang. Immediately after, Lin Chuanxiong's voice filled with anger came over. "Chen Feng, hands up and don't move." Chapter 19, Interesting Monster Thief? Chen Feng? Where is Chen Feng? Where is Chen Feng? As Lin Chuanxiong's voice traveled into the ears of everyone in the venue, the people present couldn't help but panic, each anxiously circling around in an attempt to find Chen Feng's figure. Sun Luo raised an eyebrow and violently turned his head in the direction of Amiia. "Over there. This Captain Li is a fake. He is Chen Feng." "Chen Feng? Captain Li is Chen Feng in disguise?" While the people present were slightly stunned, Lin Chuanxiong had already rushed over with his men. "Chen Feng, put down the heart of the ocean in your hand. Stay away from Ms. Amiia." Mir, who was Amiia's assistant, was also startled. She never thought that her momentary negligence had allowed the princess to stay beside the fugitive, even though this fugitive was not a criminal in the true sense of the word. The live broadcast room was also confused. "Holy! This beautiful captain is my brother Feng in disguise? Is Brother Feng's makeup skill so strong? I can't even see any cracks in the female costume. No way. I'm going to make a mistake. Ahem, what's human?" Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Feng pinched the corner of the lady's suit with one hand and lifted it upwards. The whole person instantly changed his appearance. White suit, high top hat, for leaf clover decoration and monocle, still the same familiar outfit. Facing the people that kept coming around, Chen Feng did not seem to be affected by them. He just reached out to undo the clasp at the back of the necklace and gently wrapped it around Amiia's slender neck. Under the gaze of the countless pairs of eyes in the live broadcast room as well as at the scene, Amiia was surprisingly quiet, not even showing the slightest sign of wanting to struggle until Chen Feng refastened the necklace. "Thank you." Amiia's red lips lightly opened, and the eyes that looked at Chen Feng seemed to carry a few inexplicable colors. "Bad. My goddess is going to be teased away by Chen Feng. No. I won't accept it." Amelia's assistant was confused. "I just didn't pay attention, and the princess let someone abduct her? Don't husband. Don't tease her, come tease me. I'll fall down when I push." Chen Feng smiled as he lifted up Amiia's left hand, knelt down on one knee, and gently kissed it. "No need to be polite, Your Highness. I think that only by wearing it on your body can this gemstone blossom into the charm it deserves." It was not known whether it was because the weather was too hot or what. After Chen Feng's words fell, a touch of scarlet slowly climbed onto Amiia's cheeks. And at this time, the heat in the live broadcast room also skyrocketed. 1 million. 1.5 million. 2 million. In just a few minutes, the heat within Chen Feng's live broadcast room had risen to 3 million heat, leaving several other live rooms behind by 8 blocks. Amiia wanted to open her mouth to say something else, but just as she opened it, she was interrupted by the voices of the people from the pursuit team. "Chen Feng, stay away from Ms. Amiia. Don't struggle. Hurry up and surrender Chen Feng. Let go of Her Highness." Listening to the noisy voices of the people around her, Amiia couldn't help but frown as a touch of displeasure surfaced on her face, but she didn't say anything. Chen Feng inclined his head to look at the furious Lin Chuanxiong and the others, and smiled. "It seems that I'm not very welcome here. It's almost time, so I think I should leave as well." After saying that, Chen Feng placed his right hand in front of his body and bowed slightly towards the crowd, seemingly making a curtain call at the end of the show. Amiia still wanted to stop her, but the next second her fingers touched Chen Feng's clothes. Chen Feng's entire body instantly transformed into countless flower petals that dispersed in the surrounding area. Only one flower with a white card stuck to it landed precisely in Amiia's hand. "Beautiful Ms. Amiia. May the brilliance of the gem be with you. Heart of the Ocean returned in its original form. To Kiddo the Freak. Heh, interesting odd job. Amiia let out a light laugh and quickly hid the card in her pocket before anyone present could react. Ding, detected the host returning the treasure for the first time. Reward, Freak Thief Kid Card Fusion Degree plus 8%, System Points plus 800, obtained Omnipotent Driving Technique Elementary. Current Card Fusion Degree 50%. Late at night in an upscale apartment, the balcony on the 12th floor. A white figure stood upright on the railing, and under the breeze, the white cloak behind him moved with the wind, emitting a whirring sound. The people in the house seemed to have heard the movement from the balcony, and went out of the door to check on the balcony. Click. The glass door of the balcony was pushed open, and the two people inside and outside the room looked at each other. Hello again, Ms. Li Qingyan. Chen Feng smiled and greeted the person inside the room. Chen Feng? Li Qingyan was surprised, but after reacting, she was full of vigilance, while her other hand was feeling towards the handcuffs on her back waist. No, I came all the way here to apologize to you, and it's off-duty time now, there's no need to be so dedicated, right? Chen Feng raised his hands with an exaggerated expression, but his face was not the slightest bit flustered. Li Qingyan stared at Chen Feng's figure, slightly silent for a while, and finally pinned back the handcuffs on her waist, but the vigilance in her eyes still did not disappear. How did you know the location of my house? Chen Feng jumped down from the railing and replied, it's just that I inadvertently saw Ms. Li's personnel information last time when I was hacking into the live broadcast system. Cousin, who are you talking to? A voice came from the living room. Li Qingyan was flustered by the naked eye. No one. Before she could come to the block, a girl in pink bunny pajamas appeared in the doorway. Hubby. In Li Qingyan's shocked gaze, the pink figure had bypassed her and jumped straight into Chen Feng's arms. Li Qingyan's eyes widened as she looked at Chen Feng with eyes that seemed to say, what have you done to my cousin? Chen Feng, on the other hand, spread his hands with an innocent expression, but the irritating smile on his face remained intact. Li Qingyan forced down her anger, stepped forward and grabbed the girl's clothes at the back of her neck, picking her up from Chen Feng. Wang Bei, can you be a little more reserved? Don't. Let go of me. Wang Bei was still struggling, but it was to no avail. In the end, she was still sent back into the middle of the room by Li Qingyan carrying the back of her neck clothes. Bang! As the door to the room closed, the world instantly cleared up. By the time Li Qingyan returned to the balcony again, Chen Feng's figure had already disappeared. Only a bouquet of 25 red roses was left behind, and on top of it was a card with a drawing of Monster Kid's head. The beautiful Ms. Li Qingyan. I apologize to you for my previous rude behavior. In addition, on this special day, may your youth and beauty last forever. Happy birthday, lady. Kaiju Kido salute. Holding the bouquet of flowers, Li Qingyan looked out at the dark world outside the balcony for a long time without returning to her senses. Perhaps even she herself did not expect that the only person who remembered her birthday was Chen Feng, who had always been regarded as her rival. For a long time, until a breeze blew across the balcony, which pulled Li Qingyan's thoughts back, and with a voice that could only be heard by herself, she opened her mouth and said, thank you, Chen Feng, or Monster Kiddo. Chapter 20 The Resigned Li Qingyan. The following day. A brand new news post rushed onto the hot search. Thief Game China 3 contestant Chen Feng voluntarily returns the Heart of the Ocean. Shocked. Chen Feng personally returned the Heart of the Ocean to Amiia. Love between a thief and a princess? Chen Feng personally put on the necklace for Princess Amiia under the watchful eyes of millions of netizens. It's still me, God Feng. Great at magic tricks and even better at flirting with girls. The Heart of the Ocean It's worth over $100 million. He's just going to return it? If he hides for a few more days, as long as he passes the effective pursuit period, won't he get equal compensation from the program? Is he crazy? Fantastic magic ability, unexpected stealing maneuver, and now with the addition of a lack of love for money, I declare that from now on, Chen Feng will be the only criterion for me to find a boyfriend. Sister, taking my brother Feng as the standard for finding a boyfriend, you're afraid you'll be single for the rest of your life. Am I the only one in the whole world paying attention to Chen Feng's magic tricks? Aren't any of you curious about how he managed to step out of the sky and then disappear in an instant? No curiosity, we only care about his figure under the moonlight when he does his magic tricks. It's so handsome. A figure under the moonlight? Magician under the moonlight? In just half a day after the action, words such as Chen Feng, Monster Kid, Magician under the moonlight, Heart of the Ocean, and so on quickly swept across the net. There was even a saying circulating on the internet, in this world, you can even not know who the President of the United States of America is, but you absolutely cannot not know who Monster Kid is. Inside the Chasing Bureau. The director of the program, Director Wu, very rarely came here, and through the smile on his face, it wasn't hard to tell that at this time, he was still in a good mood. Several captains have worked hard during this period of time. I have already written a report and am ready to apply for bonuses for the 3 captains. I also hope that the 3 of you will not refuse. In the conference room, Director Wu was full of smiles. Although the things that happened in the past few days were a bit bumpy, but at least the result was still good. The heart of the ocean was not stolen, the money did not have to be lost, and his own job was saved. In a good mood, he also planned to do a favor, borrowing the program's funds to pull in the 3 chase team captains in front of him. Hearing Director Wu's words, Li Qingyan's 3 looked at each other and all saw the embarrassment in each other's eyes. After all, if the heart of the ocean was recovered by them, then this prize money was well deserved by them, but then this matter really has nothing to do with them at all. Even if the program group wants to give, they really do not have the face to take this money. The 3 of them were silent for a while, and in the end, it was Li Qingyan who stood up. Thank you, Director Wu, for your kindness, but forget about the bonus, I'm ashamed of it. Hearing this, the smile on Director Wu's face froze. Turning his head to look at Lin Xuanxiong and Sun Luo again, he opened his mouth and asked, do the 2 of you also mean this? Lin Xuanxiong and the 2 of them nodded. Thank you very much, Director Wu, but the prize money and whatnot, it's better to wait until we catch Chen Feng. Being rejected by the 3 of them one after another, Director Wu's face was a little embarrassed, but on the surface, there was still not much change. Well then, since all 3 of you are thinking this way, then I won't force myself on you, that's it, I still have work over there, so I'll take my leave first. Saying that, Director Wu got up and was about to leave, but before he could reach the door, he was stopped by Li Qingyan. Wait a moment, Director Wu. Director Wu turned his head, thinking that Li Qingyan had changed her mind, and just when he wanted to open his mouth to inquire, he was blocked by a piece of paper that Li Qingyan handed over. Resignation report? Director Wu froze, surprise written all over his face as he looked at Li Qingyan. Knowing that their program was funded by the United World Government, the treatment of every staff member in it was too good to be true. Not only was the salary high, but all kinds of subsidies were also constantly available. And like Li Qingyan, such as itself in the police force, but also has some additional benefits. Not only the police force side of the salary is issued, this side of the subsidies also take, the main thing is, can enhance their own visibility, for the future promotion is very favorable. This kind of good thing other people squeeze head cannot grab. She even want to resign? Wu director's voice naturally also passed into the ears of Lin Xuanxiong. 2 people, the 2 were shocked. Obviously, Li Qingyan, this decision they did not expect. Lin Xuanxiong hurriedly stepped forward. Qingyan, don't be ridiculous. Take the report back, this is not child's play. Sun Luo also walked over. Captain Li, don't be impulsive. You'd better listen to Captain Lin and hurry to get the report back. Li Qingyan smiled and rejected the 2 men's advice. Uncle Lin, little son, thank you for your kind words, but I've thought it through. There's an exchange program to Europe over at the police force. I've already signed up, and I'm taking this opportunity to take a break. As for what Li Qingyan meant by take a break, actually Lin Xuanxiong had already guessed it. He also did not expect that the first time this great niece of his had found someone to make her heart flutter, it turned out to be Chen Feng in disguise, which would be difficult for anyone to accept. Thinking of this, Lin Xuanxiong sighed lightly. Take good care of yourself over there. When do you plan to leave? The airplane at 10 o'clock this evening. We'll have to leave in a while. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanxiong gently patted Li Qingyan's shoulder and only said, pay attention to your health, before turning around and leaving the conference room. Director Wu and Sun Luo also left one after another. Li Qingyan was the only one left in the large conference room. She didn't stay long, she just went back to her office to take out the luggage that had been packed long ago, and then took a car to the airport. The suitcase is very light and has very few things, only a small amount of change of clothes and a bouquet of 25 roses that were put in a box. 2 days later, H City's east side. The front desk of a newly opened cafe. The young man who bore a 5-point resemblance to Chen Feng was sitting there at the front desk. Of course, the youth was, unsurprisingly, Chen Feng himself, but with some slight facial camouflage. Ever since the matter of the heart of the ocean had passed, Chen Feng's live streaming room had become increasingly hot. Even when no one was around, it was able to maintain 1 million people online, and at its peak, it was even close to the point of 4 million at one point. Such high popularity also led to a problem. Come to H City stargazers and travelers are more and more people, even downtown hotels or some live not open, meaning some large hotels even wrote out the need for non-advance 3 days to make a reservation will not be accepted slogan. The degree of fire can be seen. Because of this, Chen Feng's accommodation has become a problem. He himself was a spontaneous person, and was too lazy to grab the few hotel rooms with the tourists every day. Thinking about it, Chen Feng simply rented a store with 2 floors in the East City, the bottom being a cafe, while the top was a resting place. It was also very convenient. As for the issue of money, Chen Feng was actually not short of money, no matter if it was the original owner or now, in the bank card alone, the inheritance left by the original owner's parents, there were nearly 10 million RMB. This was one of the reasons why he could return the heart of the ocean without a care in the world. Chapter 21, The Newly Opened Cafe. Right at this moment, 2 girls walked in talking and laughing. One of the slightly taller girls took the lead and pushed the door open, pulling the other girl to the front desk position and said excitedly, "Look! I didn't lie to you, did I? Doesn't the owner of this cafe look super similar to Kiddo? It's really hey, I thought that the weekly Cakeluan was already outrageous enough, but I didn't realize that. It seems that I still know too little about this dystopian world." The other girl also laughed playfully and opened her mouth. Chen Feng stood up and spoke politely, "Hello guys, can I get you anything?" The tall girl swept a few glances at the various types of coffee on the screen at the front counter and spoke, "I'll have a half-sugar mocha, I think." "Me too." The other girl followed. "Alright, please sit down for a while, the coffee will be here soon." Chen Feng responded with a smile. The two girls finished paying and found a seat by the window. As soon as they sat down, the taller girl couldn't wait to speak. "CC, did you watch Kiddo's live stream? It was so wonderful, a diamond necklace worth over $100 million. He returned it when he said he would, and the final shot of his entire body turning into flower petals, it was so cool." Saying that, the tall girl's entire body became excited, as if she had personally experienced all of this. Looking at the excited sisters beside her, Luo, she was filled with helplessness. "Okay Yu Qing, you've already said it several times, isn't it just a thief? Are you too much?" Hearing the word thief, Sun Yuqing's face suddenly became serious. "It's not a thief. It's a strange thief." Roxy sighed lightly, not wanting to argue with her on this issue. Even she didn't know what kind of poison this BFF of hers had recently been addicted to, that she had become infatuated with a thief. She even fought with a boy in her class who denigrated Chen Feng because of this matter, but fortunately it didn't become a big deal. Just in time, Chen Feng had also made coffee and brought it over. "2 half-sugar mochas, please enjoy." Chen Feng smiled as he handed the coffee to the duo. Before he could leave, he was stopped by an excited Sun Yuqing. "Hey boss, do you know about Kiddo? Or Chen Feng, that's someone who looks a lot like you." Chen Feng nodded slightly. "I've seen it on the news, it's a guy who calls himself Monster Thief." "Right. That's him." Sun Yuqing became even happier, as if she had found a common topic, and completely opened her words. "It's the first time I've seen one who sends out a teaser letter before stealing something when I'm old enough, a white coat, coming and going in plain sight, right? He's also a very powerful magician." Speaking of this, Sun Yuqing's eyes turned and seemed to think of something, once again looking at Chen Feng. "Hey boss, do you know magic?" "Maybe a little bit." Chen Feng smiled lightly and gave an ambiguous answer. "That's a pity." Sun Yuqing was a bit disappointed and mumbled to herself with her hands resting on her cheeks, "I don't know when I'll be able to see Kiddo live again, but hopefully I'll be able to see him at the Mask Festival." "What's the Mask Festival?" Chen Feng was a bit surprised. "You don't know about the Mask Festival?" Rosie on the side looked even more surprised, but immediately figured it out. "Boss, you're not one of our locals, right?" Chen Feng nodded. "I just came to H City some time ago, and I don't know much about some of the regional festivals over here." Roxy sniffed and revealed an expression of "I see" as she opened her mouth to explain. "The Mask Festival is a festival unique to our H City, just like the Kite Festival in a certain city in S Province. The time is on the last Sunday of August, that is, 5 days later. On that day, everyone will go out with masks, and there will also be a mask party, right? At the party, the H City Museum will also bring out the white jade mask that is the treasure of the museum for everyone to enjoy. This is it." Saying that, Luo she took her cell phone out and handed it to Chen Feng. On the screen was an exquisite jade mask, milky white in color and beautifully crafted. And at the bottom of this picture there was also a poll, which Chen Feng scanned in passing, but the content couldn't help but make him lose his smile for a while. It turned out that the content of the poll was whether Chen Feng would take action against the white jade mask. The number of people who chose will was more than 13W, far more than the 2W who chose won't. When the two left, Chen Feng also returned to the front of the room. Chen Feng also resumed his seat at the front desk, his fingers rapidly tapping on the laptop keyboard, searching for things about the White Jade Mask and the H City Mask Festival. The value of the White Jade Mask searched out also made him very surprised, valued at 186 million renminbi, not the least bit lower than the Heart of the Ocean necklace. Closing the computer, Chen Feng's mouth hooked up a smile, his heart had already made up its mind. White Jade Mask. Perhaps it will be another good show. The following day. Downtown, Drunken Heart Square. This was a large square constructed under the auspices of the H City government, and was named Drunken Heart Square due to the cobblestone pattern in the center that resembled a wine pot. At this moment, in the center of the square, a middle-aged man wearing a helmet and dressed as a manager was personally directing the site work under the scorching sun. "Hey, who is that one? Why are the two lanterns so far away from each other? You want to separate them? Get closer. And the one in the audience over there. Didn't I tell you? There's going to be a show here, don't you think you're in the way by placing the chairs so close together? And the archway there. Jingle bells." Just when the manager was busy, a ringing phone cut him off. The middle-aged manager frowned and took out his cell phone with an annoyed expression, as if he wanted to see which one of them had no eyes to call when he was so busy. However, when he saw the name of the caller, he immediately changed his face again. "Hello? Curator Zhang? Yes, it's me, Xiao Xiao, don't worry, our side must focus on defense work, won't let anyone have a chance to exploit the loopholes, that white jade mask? I'll pick it up later, right? Good, then I will go over now." The phone hung up, Manager Zhao picked two people at random and drove towards the direction of the museum. Arriving at his destination and stopping the car, Manager Zhao lightly walked towards the inside of the museum. Coming to the glass cabinet where the white jade mask was stored, Curator Zhang was already waiting for him there. Curator Zhang, I've kept you waiting. Manager Zhao walked forward with a smile on his face and shook hands with Curator Zhang. Looking at the white jade mask in the glass cabinet, Curator Zhang spoke with a serious face. Little Zhao, this mask is the treasure of our city museum, you must keep it well. Definitely. Manager Zhao promised with his mouth full. Good then, open it. With Curator Zhang's order, a person immediately took out the key and squatted down to prepare to open the glass cover. But before he could do so, a square card hidden next to the base of the glass cover entered his vision. The grand festival arrives, and with the wave of Kurono's scepter, the darkness from the abyss encroaches, and I will appear with the alabaster mask. Kaiju Kido salutes. Chapter 22, New Pursuit Team. As with the previous two times, while Chen Feng released the teaser letter offline, he also once again tuned the screen of his live room to that of the teaser letter through hacking techniques. A white jade mask? Fengshen really specializes in stealing the expensive ones. He just returned the heart of the ocean and turned his head to stare at the white jade mask again. This is the town treasure of the H-City Museum. I guess the museum curator's hair is scratching bald now, right? Forget about the museum director, I'm now more curious about how the program director Wu reacted. What else could it be? His face must be green with anger. Originally, he only wanted to organize a simple program, but he didn't expect a real thief to come, and he only stole the expensive ones. Inside the Pursuit Bureau. Conference room. Sun Luo stood in front of the large screen, and what was placed on the screen was the content of Chen Feng's reservation letter. Everyone, this is the content of that new teaser letter released by Chen Feng, all talk about your own views. As soon as the words fell, a member of the pursuit team seated below spoke up. In my opinion, it's still the old way, temporarily transfer the white jade mask to a safe place and send someone to watch over it, and then place multiple alarm devices just in case. This statement immediately ushered in a rebuttal. There are still a few days left before the mask gala. Could it be that Chen Feng's letter of preview has scared him into hiding the white jade mask as an iconic item? This would be too unpleasant if it were to be rumored. That's still better than being stolen, right? Is face or lining important? Chen Feng is not a real thief after all. If you do this, I'm afraid you won't be able to save either your face or your reputation. You fart. You're the one farting. Listening to the bickering in the conference room, Sun Luo couldn't help but have a bit of a headache as well. Now that Li Qingyan resigned and left, and Lin Chuanxiong also took a vacation, he was the only one left of the three captains. All three people's work was pressed on him alone. Even if he was more than capable, he was still exhausted. All right. All stop arguing. Sun Luo's voice came, which caused the originally noisy conference room to quiet down slightly. I'm asking you guys to express your opinions. It's not for you guys to curse. You guys? Dang. Before Sun Luo could finish his words, he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Immediately after that, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and 3 men and 1 woman, a total of 4 people, walked in. Hello everyone, I wonder which one is Captain Sun. I am. Sun Luo stood up and looked at the several people. What are you looking for me for? Seeing Sun Luo, the only female among the 4 walked forward. Hello Captain Sun, we are sent from the general team's side to support you. My name is Su Luoshua, a criminal investigation expert. The remaining few people also introduced themselves. Zheng Chang, sparring champion. Lu Yi, hacker. Huang Fujin, counter-surveillance expert. Hearing a few people talk about the general team, Sun Luo also remembered that there seemed to be such a thing, but he remembered that he had sent 5 people? Why are there only 4? As if he could see the doubt in Sun Luo's eyes, the 4 people present also looked a little embarrassed. Just at this moment, an arrogant voice came from not far away. This is the Pursuit Bureau of Huaxia 3, huh? It looks so humble. It's no wonder that it lets a thief fool around. The visitor did not deliberately lower his voice, and everyone present heard it clearly. All the people in the conference room who were still calm in the pursuit team stood up at the words and looked towards the outside with a furious look on their faces. Even the always good-tempered Sun Luo rarely frowned. However, considering that the other party was sent by the general team, Sun Luo still temporarily suppressed his anger and waved his hand towards the people in the conference room. Sit down. Upon hearing this, the crowd then sat down again with a face of indignation, but the anger on their faces didn't fade away in the slightest because of this. With the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer, the last person also quickly entered the crowd's eyes. The visitor was a youth wearing sunglasses, dressed in a designer suit, and wearing a watch on his wrist that looked like it was not cheap. Walking into the conference room, the youth first looked around at the crowd of the pursuit team, then nonchalantly walked to the main seat at the end of the long table. Hello guys, let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Jingyang. I'm the chief captain of the Area 3 pursuit team appointed by the general team. From now on, I'll be your superior. Please take care of me. On his lips, he said, please take care of me, but on the surface, he didn't have the slightest bit of politeness. He still had the same condescending look, causing many people to stare blankly for a while. What are you so proud of? What does the general team side think, sending such a person to us as a captain, or a chief captain? Not a big official, but not a small frame.
Wei Jingyang? Why is this name familiar? Hey, isn't the son of the old president of Mountain River Group also called Wei Yang? It seems to be Wei Jingyang, right? Is he that rich second generation?
Listening to the discussion below, Wei Jingyang's smile at the corner of his mouth grew even more, and without hiding it, he directly opened his mouth. I hear that there are still people here who know me. That's right, my dad is the chairman of Mountain River Group, Wei Shanhe, and I'm his only son, Wei Jingyang. Once these words came out, the original chattering and talking suddenly quieted down quite a bit. Wei Jingyang nodded his head in satisfaction. I came for one purpose, to catch that thief named Chen Feng and to end this farce. As soon as the words fell, someone below immediately whispered, "Nice bullskin, just don't know how capable he is." Regarding how the people below were talking, Wei Jingyang did not care and directly announced, "This mask party event will be held as normal, the white jade mask will also appear in the party as normal, and I will completely solve this trouble when Chen Feng takes action this time."
Dismissed.
Nightfall quickly descended. Due to Chen Feng's teaser letter, there were extraordinarily many people who came to the Drunken Heart Square that night. On the bench, Chen Feng, who was quietly feeding the pigeons, seemed out of place.
"Hey, boss?"
A voice came from the side, and then two silhouettes appeared in front of Chen Feng's eyes. It was none other than the duo of Sun Yuqing and Luo Shi who had appeared in the store earlier.
"It's really you, huh? What? You're also interested in Kiddo's operation this time?"
Sun Yuqing spoke with an enthusiastic face. It seemed like she had endless things to say whenever the topic related to Kiddo was talked about. Chen Feng stroked the white pigeon's feathers with one hand and said, "It's just that the store is closed, so I was bored and came over to take a look."
"That's so."
Sun Yuqing nodded, and immediately afterward, her attention was drawn to the white pigeon standing on Chen Feng's leg.
"You raised this, huh? It's so cute."
With that, Sun Yuqing wanted to reach out and touch the white pigeon's small head, but it was easily dodged by the white pigeon, which then arrogantly raised its head and moved towards Chen Feng's clothes. Chen Feng smiled and said, "It's called Xiao Bai, it's a bit scared of life, don't mind it."
As if to echo Chen Feng's words, Little White also followed with a goo. Chapter 23 Amiia is here? Fine.
Sun Yuqing beamed and reluctantly agreed, then her eyes turned and she seemed to have thought of something.
"Hey boss, you're from out of town, right?" "Aha." Chen Feng nodded. "Then we two locals will take you to be your guide for once and show you around here. Next time when we go to your store again, can you treat us to coffee?"
Sun Yuqing looked at Chen Feng with anticipation. Luo Shi, who was on the side, hurriedly reached out and touched Sun Yuqing. "Yuqing, we still have classes tonight." Sun Yuqing pulled Luo Shi's hand back and said with a helpless face, "No big sister, a teacher who has never created a business is giving you a lesson on entrepreneurship. Do you really plan to go and listen to it? Just let Xiao Xuan the girls answer to both of us."
"But are you still good sisters? Besides, with a handsome man as a companion and free coffee, what's there to be hesitant about?"
Hearing Sun Yuqing say this, Luo Shi also closed her mouth and stopped talking. Sun Yuqing then turned her gaze to Chen Feng.
"How about it, boss? 2 cups of coffee in exchange for our 2 big beauties as guides, want to consider it?" "I'm honored." Chen Feng smiled and nodded, taking his hand from Little White's body and gently patting it. Little White immediately understood and gave a somewhat unhappy cuckoo, before spreading its wings and flying off in the direction of the cafe. What an obedient pigeon. Looking at Little White's obedient and distant figure, Sun Yuqing was a little envious. Thinking about the orange cat she kept in her dormitory that was like her second oldest, she couldn't help but sigh. How could there be such a big gap between pets and pets? "Let's go, I'll first take you to the center of the square there to see the..." Sun Yuqing stood up and waved at Chen Feng with a smile. Chen Feng then followed. The evening breeze was brisk. Nonetheless, it was not cold, there was also a hint of warmth. Although it was not yet the day of the festival, the center of the square was already decorated, with 2 rows of lanterns connecting to a corridor, and the stone lions in the 4 directions were also draped in colored lights. In the center, in front of the tall clock tower, City Museum's director Zhang was anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the clock tower, and from time to time, he also looked around, seemingly waiting for someone. An Audi S6 parked straight next to the square, followed closely by 2 Volkswagens. The car door was opened, and Wei Jingyan walked down with Sun Luo, Su Lixue, and 7 or 8 other members of the pursuit team. Passing through the crowd, they walked in the direction of the clock tower. Seeing the visitors, Curator Zhang hurriedly greeted them. "Captain Wei, you've finally come." Curator Zhang walked up and looked at Wei Jingyang anxiously. "What now?"
"The mask festival will be here in a few days, and we still don't know whether we should put out the white jade masks or not." Wei Jingyang glanced at him and spoke indifferently. "Director Zhang, don't worry about it, all types of programs at the festival will be carried out as normal, and the safety of the white jade mask will be guaranteed by us."
"But..." Curator Zhang still wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Wei Jingyang.
Curator Zhang, regarding this operation of Chen Feng, we have made sufficient preparations. It is absolutely possible to capture him in one fell swoop this time around, so please don't worry too much. Wei Jingyang's voice was not low, and the surrounding crowd heard it clearly. Many people began to talk. Who is this person? What a big mouth. Didn't you see the list of personnel adjustments sent out by the pursuit team side yesterday? His name is Wei Jingyang, he's the new manhunt chief of Area 3, and I heard that he's also a rich second generation. Oh, rich second generation I said how so big-mouthed. Before the manhunt group those people also said that they want to catch the Feng god, and now it is not hair did not catch? I have just shot a good video sent to a certain sound, sit and wait to hit the face. Brother, what's your Somanian number? I'll go occupy a sofa. Good to know. Really can brag, still want to catch kiddo, dreaming? Not far away Sun Yuqing muttered. Luo she looked at Sun Yuqing who was full of indignation and spoke, after all, they are the people sent from the general team side, it's normal to have this confidence, right? And how do you know that people will definitely fail? It's simple, because his opponent is Lord Kiddo, that's enough, don't you think so boss? Sun Yuqing raised her head, proud as a swan, and as she spoke, she even touched Chen Feng, who was on the side, with her arm. Chen Feng smiled faintly, maybe. Luo she could not help but secretly shake her head at the sight. This BFF of her own really hopeless. Seemingly hearing the surrounding chatter, Wei Jingyang revealed a one-point disdainful smile, took 3 or 2 steps across to the top of the platform in front of the bell tower, and said in a loud voice. Everyone, I Wei Jingyang, here on behalf of the 3 area pursuit group to make a commitment to you, this mask festival everything as usual, white jade masks will also still be hung on the top of the bell tower for all to see. In addition, I myself will personally be there, if Chen Feng really dares to come, I will definitely personally arrest him to end this farce. A few impassioned words drew frequent frowns from the few people who came with him, Sun Luo. As a detective, he really didn't like this boss who kept a high profile at all times. But there was nothing he could say, who made him a big official. Is that so? Captain Wei is very confident. Don't miss when the time comes and let others see the joke instead. A cool voice came from behind the crowd. The crowd turned around to look, and Wei Jingyang even frowned, wanting to see who was so bold as to openly call out to himself. Amiia? Why is she here? In the crowd, Chen Feng could not help but stare. If he remembered correctly, Amiia didn't seem to have any dealings with the H-City Museum side, right? Looking at the white dress, full of arrogance, and as gorgeous as an earthly fairy, Amiia brought people over, everyone was attracted to her. Princess Amiia? She also wants to come to the mask festival? Dude, are you stupid? People are most likely here for the kiddo teaser letter thing. Princess and the geek, I can kowtow to this pair of CPs for a year. While speaking, Amiia had already arrived in front of the clock tower. Wherever she passed, the crowd consciously made a path for her. What? Am I not welcome? Amiia spoke Chinese very well, and because of that, she would use Chinese to communicate in almost any activity she was involved in China. How could it be? Of course we are honored to have Miss Amiia here, I just don't know if there is anything I can help you with. Seeing that it was Amiia, Wei Jingyang immediately changed into a smile. Walking up to Amiia, he extended his hand towards Amiia's left hand, as if he wanted to do a Western kissing hand salute like Kiddo in the live broadcast. However, it was easily dodged by Amiia with a turn. Captain Wei is polite, I just heard about the news of the festival over here and wanted to come over to take a look, and by the way, to meet the new target that was targeted by that thief, what's it like? I don't know if it's convenient. Chapter 24, The Unsolvable Teaser Letter. Although Wei Jingyang, whose kiss hand salute was rejected, looked a little embarrassed, he still quickly adjusted. Of course it's convenient, as it happens, we had originally decided to hang the mask on top of the clock tower tonight, and since Ms. Amiia wants to see it, it doesn't matter if it's a little early. Curator Zhang who heard this froze, when did they decide to hang the mask up tonight? And even if they really wanted to hang it up, it was still their museum's business, right? What did it have to do with their pursuit bureau? Thinking of this, Curator Zhang couldn't help but frown, but on second thought he gave up the idea of stopping it. Not to mention the risk of offending both Princess Amiia and Wei Jingyang, the son of the chairman of Shanha Group, by going forward now. Single say now Wei Jingyang intervened for their own decision, that even if the back of the white jade mask really out of any problem, that is also is Wei Jingyang responsible for, not to be held accountable for their own head. Thinking of this, Zheng Curator and will stretch out the foot silently withdrew back. Rarely a willingness to give himself back, what reason to refuse? With Wei Jingyang's order, the white jade mask that was originally placed inside the escort vehicle and guarded by a dozen or so people in turn was taken out. Body milky white, fine workmanship as if natural, the size is only a little larger than the palm, but wins in the exquisite. It is said that gold has flaws, white jade has flaws. But this mask on the only point of color, is the position of the scarlet between the eyebrows embellishment, as if it was deliberately added to the general, adding a few more points of color. Seemingly remembering that there was a museum curator beside him, Wei Jingyang opened his mouth and asked. I'll have someone put the mask on now, Curator Zhang won't mind, right? Curator Zhang glanced at Wei Jingyang. Although he wasn't interested in this rich kid with flamboyant behavior, he didn't show it either, and remained very polite on the surface. The United Government stipulates that the Pursuit Bureau has the highest law enforcement authority when facing the selected fugitives from each district. Since this place has been taken over by Captain Wei, I won't bother you anymore, farewell. After saying that, Curator Zhang didn't stay any longer and smiled as he greeted Amiia before leaving the scene with his men. Wei Jingyang didn't care about this and didn't even look at it for more than a second. He just directed the crowd to place the alabaster mask to the top of the bell tower by himself. The top of the clock tower has a special base for placing the white jade mask. As long as it is stuck in, and then put on the glass cover, in the center square can be appreciated by all. Wei Jingyang spoke again. How is it, Ms. Amiia? This is our H-City's town treasure. Amiia nodded. It still looks very beautiful, but I don't know how the security problem is. Don't let some thief get it. Saying that, the corner of Amia's mouth hooked into a smile, adding a touch of charm to her already delicate features. When it came to security, Wei Jingyang became more confident. He was arrogant, no doubt, but not stupid. Without complete security measures, he wouldn't be this confident in choosing to let the program go on with all the processes as usual. Miss Amiia is overly concerned about this point. Not only did I add a state-of-the-art alarm system to the glass enclosure where the alabaster mask was placed this time, I also brought 4 helicopters from the general team. Saying that, Wei Jingyang sent out a signal through his walkie-talkie. In the next second, whistling sounds came from all 4 directions at the same time, followed by 4 helicopters sprayed with the word, "Pursuit," lifting off. The crowd murmured. Good guy, I've never seen catching a thief with an airplane. If this fails again, is it necessary to change the missiles? Not this is too shameless. This pursuit group equipment a little excessive, right? Agree, which is so play off. Isn't this bullying the honest people? The voices in the crowd didn't affect Wei Jingyang, who was still rattling off his introduction. Each helicopter is equipped with capture nets that can be fired from a distance. If Chen Feng doesn't dare to come, that's all. If he really dares to come, I'll make him stay completely. Amiia also didn't expect that Chen Feng, who had only acted twice, could cause the pursuit general team to pay this much attention, even sending in helicopters. However, she also only froze for a second, and then immediately adjusted, her vermilion lips softly opening as she said, "It's good that Captain Wei has confidence, but it's best to be more careful. After all, that thief is particularly good at disguise in addition to his magic tricks. It's impossible to say he's watching us at the scene right now." Saying that, Amia's red lips curled up and scanned the crowd with interest. If he did not have absolute confidence in his own disguise technique, Chen Feng might have simply left the moment Amiia arrived. The result was just as Chen Feng expected. The Amiia who scanned the circle did not find anything, and only said a few more words before leaving the scene with her assistant, Mir. Horseflea goods. Looking at Amia's back as she left, Sun Yuqing gritted her teeth and cursed. Did she offend you? Chen Feng asked with some curiosity. Sun Yuqing's eyes were still glued to Amia's back, her voice was a bit angry and like jealousy. She offended every girl in our kid fan club. Look at the way she looks. What is she doing here? Still not trying to seduce Lord Kiddo? Chen Feng was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say for a moment. He also didn't expect that those brain-see incidents of fans attacking the ambiguous objects of celebrities would happen to him. Although he didn't care about these. Time was long, and several days passed in a flash. The internet was also up in arms over the matter of the teaser letter. Of course, the main argument was still about the content of the teaser letter. The first 2 sentences of the teaser letter, "A grand festival arrives, with the wave of Corono's scepter," were still relatively well understood. There are also quite a few detectives or netizens on the internet who have given the standard explanation. The grand festival is undoubtedly the upcoming festival of masks, while Coronos, in the second sentence, is the legendary god of time. Every time his scepter converged, it represented the change of date, and also the time of Chen Feng's action, which was 12 midnight. The interpretation of these 2 sentences has basically been finalized. The most controversial is the third sentence, "Dark erosion from the abyss." Some people said that it meant that Chen Feng intended to appear from the shadows when he acted, while others said that it was Chen Feng's intended escape maneuver, i.e., to vanish into the darkness with the white jade mask. All kinds of claims are endless. Who can't convince anyone? Naturally, it will escalate from argument to quarrel, and finally simply assign to curse up. There are also a lot of people on the internet to call for the pursuit of the group to publish the answer, but did not receive any response from the pursuit of the group. The reason was simple, they didn't know what the third sentence in Chen Feng's teaser letter meant either. Chapter 25 Magic Time arrives. It was another night. As the sun set and the sky darkened, the downtown area that should have been silent was surprisingly lively. The center of Drunken Heart Square. Crowds gathered, dozens of police officers and members of the pursuit team pulled up a cordon to maintain order at the scene, and also blocked some people who had the intention to approach the clock tower. And at the top of the clock tower, the exquisite alabaster mask was placed inside a glass cover, and the propellers of the 4 helicopters around it constantly made wind-breaking sounds as they cruised back and forth.
In the crowd, Sun Yuching, who was holding the Kiddos Fan Support Association sign, shook off her somewhat sore wrist and looked around again and didn't find that white figure, so she couldn't help but feel a bit lost. CC, why isn't Kiddo coming yet? I'm sleepy. Roxy, who was forced to come, gave her a blank look. If it wasn't because this best friend of hers had to come to the scene to see Chen Feng's figure, she herself wouldn't have to be here in the middle of the night to accompany her to blow the cool air. Immediately, she spoke without any good humor. You've asked this sentence more than a dozen times, how would I know? And it's just 11:30 now. It's not even time yet. Fine. Sun Yuching responded breathlessly, but her eyes were still looking around. At the same time, within Chen Feng's live broadcast room, his popularity was also skyrocketing, easily surpassing the 300W mark and heading straight for 400W. It's finally almost time, suffocating me. No, the pursuit team side really sent out helicopters? I thought that was a rumor. This is too shameless? What about the promised fairness? Isn't this pure blackmail? In front of the bell tower. Looking at the alabaster mask that was hung at the very top of the clock tower, as well as the 4 helicopters that were patrolling back and forth around him, Wei Jingyang crossed his arms and revealed a confident smile. What kind of bull-weird thief? Today I will step on him and become famous in one battle. Seemingly hearing Wei Jingyang's words, Sun Luo, who was still watching the surveillance, frowned slightly and raised his head to look at him, but didn't say anything. Meanwhile, inside a hotel room located not far from Drunken Heart Square, Chen Feng was observing the place with binoculars in hand. Very well prepared, everyone, but it's good. This way the show is even more exciting, don't you think so, Xiaobai? Chen Feng smiled and asked Little White on his shoulder. Xiaobai raised his head and cooperatively let out a cooing sound, seemingly in agreement. Glancing down at his watch, he then raised his head and muttered to himself. It's almost time to act. Time passed by minute. When there were still 15 minutes before the time of Chen Feng's teaser letter, Amiia also arrived here by car. However, unlike the others, as a foreigner, she did not wear a mask. In other words, her purpose of coming here was not to attend the masked party either, but simply to see Kiddo. Of course, even so, Wei Jingyang and the others didn't dare to neglect this highly influential princess. After arranging a seat for her, only then did they return to their positions. Another 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and at this point, there were only 10 minutes left until the time of Chen Feng's teaser letter. Regardless of whether it was the scene or the live broadcast room, the people talking became scarce. Most people were observing the surroundings with bated breath, seemingly wanting to look for that white figure in advance. And naturally, the people in the pursuit group were even more serious. Not only were there dozens of people in charge of guarding the surrounding area, but also 6 people were specially arranged to look at the surveillance. Right at this moment, when everyone was nervous to the extreme, a white shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. What is that thing in the sky over there? It's a pigeon, right? It can't be another one of Chen Feng's tricks, right? I don't think it's more than 8 or 9. Just as everyone was talking, a large group of white pigeons came over the bell tower, and their destination was also obvious, the white jade mask hanging on the bell tower. Wei Jingyang on the ground frowned when he saw this. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed the walkie-talkie in the hands of Louis on the side, and directly ordered the helicopters in the air. Number 1 and number 2 go to drive away the birds right away, and number 3 and number 4 continue to patrol. As Wei Jingyang's words fell, the 2 helicopters that received the order whistled and drove towards the bird flock. The huge airflow caused by the helicopter's propellers caused the flock of birds to be in chaos, and within a short period of time, they dispersed in all directions, with none of them really coming close to the white jade mask. The sky once again returned to calm. After dealing with the trouble, Wei Jingyang's brows immediately relaxed and a confident smile crept back up to the corners of his mouth. I thought that Chen Feng was so powerful. After half a day of trouble, this is it? A house trick. Surprisingly, there are still people who would let him run away 3 times. Wei Jingyang did not lower his voice, and his arrogant words fell into almost everyone's ears. This time, not only did it draw a slight frown from Amia's willow brows, but even the people from the original pursuit team also frowned, glaring angrily at Wei Jingyang. The surrounding crowd even resounded with curses. Arrogant, what? Driving away a bunch of birds gives him complacency, capable of catching Chen Feng. That's right, people with no ability can only compete with birds. My Chen Feng's husband hasn't shown up yet. What are you yelling about? You're not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. I don't see the ability, but I do smell the breath. The curses from the surroundings fell into Wei Jingyang's ears, immediately causing his face to darken. But not waiting for him to organize language to hit back at the crowd, then heard a click sound. The lights of the entire plaza suddenly went out, followed by a voice coming from all directions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming to watch my magic show. I declare the magic show officially begins. Although Chen Feng's figure was not in sight, the familiar voice still made the crowd at the scene excited. Kiddo! 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 The waves of cheers were so loud that they had even completely drowned out the sound of the music playing in the plaza. What's going on? Where is he? Find him out for me. And immediately activate the backup power supply and restore power to me. Wei Jingyang's roar seemed so tiny when it met the cheers of the crowd. Although they were unwilling to follow orders, but due to Wei Jingyang's identity as the top boss, the crowd of the pursuit team had no choice but to hurriedly activate the emergency measures. Dum 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 dum. The clock of 12 o'clock was rung at this moment, and the power supply was restored at this moment. As the light reappeared on Earth, the white figure in the mid-air was also reflected in everyone's eyes. It was still the familiar white suit, the iconic high-top hat. At this moment, Chen Feng's hands were open, and under the illumination of the moonlight and lights, it was as if he was a white god embracing the world. The corner of his mouth slowly hooked up as a voice spat out from Chen Feng's mouth. Everyone! The moment to witness the miracle has arrived. Chapter 26, Magic and Magic. Ah! Lord Kiddo. I want to give you a monkey. You. He's my husband. You're the... IU. UFKU. You all. Don't argue, all of you, just because of your words. He's still kneeling on the durian skin beside the bed. Didn't wake up and then went on sleeping. It's not good to wake up from a dream. And Amiia stood up from her chair, looking at the figure in the sky with interest. He was still so fantastical that people were actually accustomed to him standing above mid-air. The voices from below did not seem to have the slightest effect on Chen Feng, who was still completing his performance on his own. Mid-air. Chen Feng took slow steps towards the direction of the bell tower. Each step seemed to be stepping in mid-air, yet it was as if he was stepping on the ground. And with each step Chen Feng took, the white jade mask tens of meters away from him began to disappear as if it was cursed by the abyss. Right. That's right. It was just disappearing. A touch of black emerged from the top of the white jade mask and then spread all the way downwards, as if there was really an abyss releasing darkness, little by little swallowing the white jade mask until it completely disappeared. Boom! This miraculous scene was like a thunderbolt exploding in everyone's heart. The heat within the live broadcast room was even higher than ever, and it had already reached a high of 500 W. This is what the third sentence in the teaser letter, Darkness Erosion from the Abyss, means? How did Chen Feng do that? God Feng can't really know magic, can he? Summoning abyssal monsters to devour the white jade mask? Nima, this is too ridiculous. It's really integrating the mask into the darkness little by little. This is incredible. Maple God YYDS. Husband. Wei Jingyang below was also dumbfounded. He had thought that Chen Feng would blend in amongst them to lay his hands on the white jade mask. He had also thought that Chen Feng would suddenly appear in some blind area of his vision, but he had only failed to anticipate this current scene. What was going on here? Chen Feng was still dozens of meters away from the white jade mask. Could it be that he really knew magic? By snapping his fingers, he could summon the darkness to steal something dozens of meters away? Seeing Wei Jingyang still in a daze, Sun Luo on the side decisively picked up the intercom and ordered. Attention all airplanes, immediately surround Chen Feng, make sure you don't let him escape. In addition, all ground teams pay attention to Chen Feng's movements at all times, report immediately if there is any movement. As Sun Luo's voice came, Wei Jingyang also reacted. Right. As long as Chen Feng was captured, the white jade mask could still be taken back with honor. One would not have lost yet. Thinking of this, Wei Jingyang's eyes once again revealed a light, and he almost hissed an order. Quickly! Catch him for me! The 4 helicopters that received the order quickly flew towards Chen Feng's direction, sandwiching him in the center from 4 directions, front and back, left and right. It was like a wolf pack that had mobilized en masse, only waiting for the Wolf King to give the order, then they would pounce on and surround their prey. At this moment, it was as if Chen Feng was the one being hunted. However, Chen Feng in the encirclement did not seem to be the least bit afraid, and his face still had the charming yet irritating smile on it. Everyone, I'm glad to meet you here. Next, please enjoy the last magic trick of the night. After saying that, Chen Feng flipped his hand, and a deck of playing cards instantly appeared in his just empty hand. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Feng slightly bent the playing cards upwards to spread them out. Wow! The poker only saw the subtle sound of collision ring out. The original deck of only 54 playing cards rapidly increased in size in the air as if it was infinitely split, instantly covering Chen Feng's entire person as it fell. By the time the poker fell to the ground, Chen Feng's figure had already disappeared without a trace. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room had long since gone crazy. No, this is really magic? Who can explain to me how the white jade mask disappeared? Still explaining my ass. Fengshen bullpen is done. Hubby. I really want to go and learn some magic from Fengshen when I have the chance. It's all good for flirting with girls in the future. This can have. Should I say not to say that Fengshen is really handsome? Can't you see that the princess of the Lorching Kingdom is all mesmerized by Fengshen? Pa pa pa. A thunderous applause rang out from the scene. These claps seemed to snap as if they were hitting Wei Jingyang's face. Find it for me. Find him. Wei Jingyang hissed out of character. There he is.
Someone shouted, only to see that not far from the top of the bell tower, Chen Feng was standing there with a light smile on his face, still holding an object in his left hand, the very same white jade mask that had just disappeared. Everyone, the show is over, it's time for me to leave. Chen Feng had a smile on his lips as he put away the white jade mask, his entire body leaning forward as the gliding wings on his back unfolded, carrying him off into the distance. Seeing Chen Feng leave, Sun Luo decisively took over the intercom and ordered, "Attention all helicopters, go after Chen Feng immediately. Once the target is in range, there is no need to ask for instructions, launch the capture net immediately." As Sun Luo's voice fell, the 4 helicopters quickly adjusted their direction and chased after Chen Feng in the direction he had left.
Ah! CC. Did you see that? Lord Kiddo is so handsome.
In the crowd, Sun Yuqing excitedly patted the arm of Luo Shi beside her.
Roxy pressed her hand down with a face full of pain. "Come on, you're really my own sister. My arm is about to break from you slapping it."
Hearing Luo Shi's words, Sun Yuqing stopped the movement of her hand, a slight smile of embarrassment on her face. "It's rare to see Lord Kiddo so close, it's not like I'm too excited."
Roxy blankly glanced at her and didn't say anything else.
In front of the clock tower, a group of members of the pursuit team were all out under Wei Jingyang's orders, chasing after Chen Feng in the direction he had left.
Let's go as well. With Chen Feng's departure, Amiia had no interest in continuing here.
After giving an explanation to her assistant, Mir, she boarded the car escorted by the 4 bodyguards from the Lorching country and headed in the direction she came from.
No one noticed.
At this moment, at the top of the clock tower, a hand wearing a white glove quietly touched the place where the alabaster mask was originally stored and removed something.
By now, the show is only complete, right little white?
Inside the bell tower, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction, still holding a dark object in his hand. If someone from the museum was here, they might have realized that the black mass actually looked exactly like the white jade mask.
Goo goo.
A white pigeon had burrowed out of Chen Feng's arms, raising its head in response to Chen Feng's words. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth gently hooked up, and after leaving the card representing the curtain call at the same spot, he left the square disguised as a passerby. As a certain gentleman from the parallel world had said, unlike magic, magic has techniques and props.
Chapter 27. I'm just a magician tired of flying. At midnight, on top of a certain avenue within H City, a fiery red BMW sped along the road. There were only 2 people in the car, Mir in the driver's seat, and Amiia sitting in the back.
Inside the car was surprisingly quiet. Amiia sat expressionlessly on the back seat, a pair of straight legs crossed, not saying a word, and didn't seem to be in a very good mood. Through the rearview mirror inside the car, Mir also noticed Amiia's appearance. He couldn't help but sigh lightly in his heart. Although Amiia didn't say it explicitly, anyone who wasn't a fool could see why Amiia had gone to the scene. But now it seemed that it did not get the result she wanted, and did not even say a word to Chen Feng, which also made this time Amiia was not very nice. "Hey!" Mir sighed in her heart, she didn't know what to say. It was only hoped that Her Highness could figure it out earlier, that she and that Mr. Strange Thief were absolutely inappropriate. A princess and a geek would only be a fairy tale for children.
Thud. A dull sound came from the roof of the car, as if something had landed on it.
This strange sound also instantly aroused the alertness of the Amiia duo. Mill decisively pulled over and stopped the car, took out the pocket pistol hidden in his sleeve, opened the window, and looked outside with a guarded face. "Who? Please don't worry, 2 beautiful ladies, I'm just a magician who got tired of flying and stopped for a short rest." A familiar voice traveled from the car window into the ears of the 2. It made the originally still expressionless Amiia freeze at first, and a smile instantly climbed on her face after she reacted. Ignoring the front row of Mir's obstruction, her face could not hide her excitement as she opened the car door and stepped down from the fiery red BMW. But to Amiia's disappointment, even though she looked around the car, she still didn't find the white figure. Just as Amiia was lost in thought that Chen Feng had already left again, a warm breath blew onto her neck from behind. Immediately afterward, a gentle voice came from behind.
"Ma'am, are you looking for me?"
Hearing this familiar voice, a smile reappeared on Amiia's face as she turned her head to look and saw Chen Feng, dressed in white, standing upright in front of her.
"It's an honor to meet you at the show, Miss Amiia." Chen Feng lifted Amiia's hand and gave it a gentle kiss.
This time, Amiia did not choose to reject it like she did with Wei Jingyang before, but instead covered her mouth with one hand and looked at him with a face full of surprise. This powerful woman, who was known as one of the top 10 outstanding unmarried women in the 1950s of the 21st century, was acting like an ordinary girl who had seen her lover.
"Your Highness."
Mir got down from the car just in time to see the scene in front of him. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to say something, he was stopped by a look from Amiia, and had no choice but to swallow the rest of his words back down. "Mir, you call a car to go back first, I want to stroll around alone."
Amiia's cool voice came. "Is that shopping alone for you, my princess? Ah."
Mir shouted furiously inwardly, but on the surface, he could only honestly agree. "Okay, Your Highness, you
don't stroll until it's too late." "Well, I know,"
Amiia casually replied, but looking at her appearance, Mir knew that she didn't put it in her heart at all. "Hey!"
After sighing in his mind, Mir turned around and left the scene.
The vehicles on the road at midnight were very sparse, and the only lively area was in the Drunken Heart Plaza, which was several kilometers away from this side.
So Amiia wasn't the least bit worried about being seen.
Only after Mir's figure disappeared from the roadside did Amiia turn her head back to look at Chen Feng beside her.
Miss Amiia, there's no need to treat me like this, right? It's not like I'm a bad person.
Chen Feng pointed to the corner of his coat that was held by Amia's death grip. It turned out that in order to prevent Chen Feng from disappearing when she turned around, Amiia had simply pulled Chen Feng's clothes to death, which had made the originally neat white suit look slightly wrinkled.
Amiia hummed softly.
If you don't count as a bad guy, then the whole world is a good guy. Even now the Pursuit Bureau side is still offering a reward of 10 WRMB for your clues. Perhaps even Amiia herself didn't notice that the tone of her speech at this moment was actually the same as those girls who pampered their boyfriends.
Oh?
Chen Feng took a slight half-step forward upon hearing this, shortening the distance between him and Amiia by a few more points, and then the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile as he opened his mouth in mock skepticism.
Could it be that your highness is planning to arrest me?
The hot and humid breath struck Amia's face, causing this strong woman to turn red in an instant, hastily sidestepping her face to avoid meeting Chen Feng's gaze. Seemingly feeling that it was almost time, Chen Feng took half a step back and re-distanced himself from Amiia again.
I came here uninvited to ask Miss Amiia for a favor. Favor? Amiia raised her head in doubt.
It was the first time she heard the word favor from the arrogant and extremely charismatic monster in front of her.
Yes, I would like to ask you to deliver one thing to a place in the West City after dawn, of course, if it's inconvenient.
Good.
I promise.
Before Chen Feng could finish his words, he received a response from Amiia. Chen Feng smiled as he placed his right hand at the position of his heart and bowed slightly. A million thanks, beautiful lady, the items and address have been placed in your car. May I meet you again next time in the silver moonlight? After saying these words, under Amia's gaze, Chen Feng's figure gradually transformed into a white dove and disappeared on the road from top to bottom. Amiia did not stop it. Perhaps she also knew that she could not stop it. She just turned around and returned to the car after completely losing Chen Feng's figure. After a little bit of searching, she indeed found the box labeled with Kiddo's big head portrait on the passenger's seat. The contents inside were simple, only a pair of alabaster masks that had already been cleaned and finished and a card.
Amiia picked up the card, only to see an address clearly written on it, Sunshine Orphanage in the west of the city. The next day, following the shock,
Chen Feng successfully stole the white jade mask.
Abyssal darkness devouring the magical and charismatic monster Kiddo. Magic or spells?
The third sentence of the preview letter turned out to mean this.
After a series of other news, there was another news that also entered the public's attention. The whereabouts of the stolen white jade mask reappeared. Chen Feng returned it to a dilapidated orphanage in the west of the city.
The news was accompanied by several photos. Leaky windows, broken tables and chairs, walls that had long been blackened, and a dozen or so orphans dressed in patched clothes. Each photo was filled with dilapidation and desolation.
Chapter 28, The Other Fugitive.
As this report came out, the orphanage in Xiqing, which had been forgotten by the busy world, was also re-recognized. Especially after realizing that the orphanage was still being supported by a retired couple on their meager pensions, the sympathy of the people was even more aroused. Amiia took the lead in announcing a donation of 100 WRMB, while the program team of Game of Thieves and the H-City Museum also announced donations, and together with the fundraising of other members of the community, the total amount once exceeded 500 WRMB. While the orphanage received a lot of attention, it also attracted a lot of reporters. Faced with a pitch-black sea of microphones and cameras, the old couple as the director were at first at a loss for words, but after adapting to it, they also expressed their gratitude to the caring people from all walks of life, especially the child named Bandit Kiddo. Along with the scrambling reports from various platforms, coupled with Chen Feng's own self-induced heat, it also allowed countless netizens to see the scene. Hey, people just can't be soft-hearted. Obviously they are living in a mess, but they still like to care about the world's suffering. They just donated their meal money for the past 2 days, so they have to eat instant noodles. The corner forgotten by prosperity, this didn't realize that it's 20-50 years old, there are still such difficult orphanages, thank Chen Feng for it, otherwise no one would have noticed it there.
Yes, thank Chen Feng.
For the sake of the children, I'll go donate some too. There were those who supported and then there were those who opposed. Of course, most of this opposition was geared towards Chen Feng himself.
No, isn't Chen Feng dumping the responsibility on society?
If he wants to help, he should just donate money himself. Agreed, it feels a bit like moral kidnapping.
Not upstairs, what kind of brains are you all in? If Chen Feng kept the white jade mask and didn't return it, as long as he got more money after the pursuit period, wouldn't he get more money than this? Still moral kidnapping, funny.
There were many different opinions on the internet, but this didn't have the slightest effect on Chen Feng. According to his character, even if he saw those bad comments, at most he would just laugh it off. Ding, congratulations to the host for having more than 500 W viewers on the live broadcast, rewarded with skill enhancement card 2, system points plus 1000. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the white jade mask, rewarding the Freak Bandit Kid card fusion plus 5%, current fusion 55%, system points plus 500. As the two system beeps sounded, Chen Feng, who was sitting at the front desk quietly reading a book, raised his eyebrows. After a moment's thought, he added all of the 2 skill enhancement cards to the Beast Sentinel technique. With a movement of Chen Feng's mind, the 2 skill enhancement cards immediately disappeared and were replaced by a system tone. Ding, skill enhancement card used successfully, Beast Sentinel technique leveled up, current level, advanced. Bang! The cafe's store door was pushed open. Accompanied by the sound of welcome to the cafe from the mechanical fortune cat at the entrance, Chen Feng also raised his head. Only to see that at the entrance position, a woman with a beautiful figure walked in from outside. Welcome, is there anything you need? The woman glanced at Chen Feng and removed the hat and mask she was wearing, revealing an exquisite face. Although it was not obvious, in the eyes of Chen Feng, the master of disguise, it was still easy to tell that the woman had traces of disguise. It was very likely that she was a fugitive selected by the program team, just like Chen Feng. But what did that have to do with Chen Feng? As he himself said, he was a spontaneous person, and at the same time, a person who hated trouble, so naturally, he would not do such a thankless task, and might even bring trouble to himself. Give me a latte, make it sugar-free. Without too much nonsense, slapping the $100 bill on top of the front desk, without even asking for change, he turned his head towards his seat. Hey miss. Chen Feng opened his mouth and shouted. The woman waved her hand and didn't even return her head. No need to find the money, the extra money is counted as a tip for you. Miss, you misunderstood, I mean, there is not enough money. For the sake of his own cleanliness, he was also confident enough in his own craftsmanship, so the price tags for coffee in Chen Feng's store were all very high. After returning back to the front desk and seeing that the ordinary latte on the menu was marked at 188, Lin Xingyao couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. She didn't know what kind of bad luck she had recently had, it was almost like drinking cold water and stuffing her teeth. Recalling half a month ago, when she first participated in this program, she was still full of confidence and had planned to show off her skills. After easily shaking off the pursuit team, Lin Xingyao had set her sights on the Noble Scepter, one of the exhibits of the Lore Green country. As a result, a guy who called himself Monster Thief Keto came out of nowhere and caused havoc at the exhibition venue twice, which directly led to the strengthening of the exhibition's security. Forced to do so, Lin Xingyao had no choice but to cancel her plans. Then later, as H City's Mask Festival approached, she naturally shifted her new target to the festival's most iconic item, the white jade mask. What happened afterward was clear to everyone. With Chen Feng's letter of warning, the entire venue was under full martial law, so Lin Xingyao naturally didn't have a chance. Until now, she even drink a cup of coffee can touch the high price of coffee. This kind of thing. Is this the legendary drink cold water or stuffed teeth? At the front desk, Lin Xingyao clenched her silver teeth, her pride in front of her body going up and down in anger. Can't be angry, their identity can't be exposed, otherwise it's another bout of trouble. Comforting herself for a while, only then did Lin Xingyao press down her gradually igniting anger. Only after throwing out another $100 bill did she find a seat with an indignant face. Chen Feng did not care about this. After collecting the money on the table, he made his own coffee. At this moment, the store door was pushed open once again. Boss, we can come to you to get free coffee. Sun Yuqing's voice came to the store even before her arrival. After seeing that there was already a customer in Chen Feng's store, she was obviously stunned, and after reacting, she came in front of Chen Feng with a big grin. Rarely, boss, are you open today? Not that I'm talking about you, that pricing in your store is simply banditry. If it weren't for this young lady's money, she wouldn't even dare to come to your place. You might as well pick the price a little lower. With your craftsmanship, it will definitely sell out by then. Don't you think so, Cici? Behind her, Luo Shi also nodded her head cooperatively in agreement. Chen Feng smiled and spoke. It's not like I'm short of money. Opening a coffee shop is purely for the sake of being bored and killing time. As he spoke, Chen Feng had already finished the latte that Lin Xingyao had ordered and placed it on top of the tray before serving it to Lin Xingyao. Enjoy your meal. Sun Yuqing and the two of them also came to sit at the table next to Lin Xingyao. Boss, we both still want the half-sugar mocha. Okay, wait a moment. Chen Feng agreed with a smile. It so happened that at this time, the communal television in the cafe rang. Inserting a news item here, the white jade mask that was stolen by Chen Feng, a contestant from Area 3 of China, on the day of the Mask Festival has been found at the Sunshine Orphanage in the western part of the city. This impoverished orphanage has also received attention from the community, receiving over 500 W of donations in a short period of time, and the orphanage has expressed their gratitude to Chen Feng. In addition, just yesterday, with the help of enthusiastic citizens, the 8th fugitive from China 3 was arrested. So far, there are only 2 contestants left in China 3. Chapter 29, A Challenge to Chen Feng. There are only 2 of the 10 contestants left in Area 3? So fast. Roxy said with her hand on her cheek in some surprise. Sun Yuqing waved her hand with disinterest.
How normal, now there are surveillance everywhere, you can't even hide if you want to. Do you think everyone has Kiddo's level? You think everyone is at Kiddo's level? In my opinion, that other contestant is almost the same. Maybe he's looking for food next to some trash can right now. Bam! The crisp sound of a coffee cup hitting the tabletop instantly drew the eyes of the two of them. Sun Yuqing. Sorry, hand slipped. Lin Qingyao forced a smile. Inwardly, she was already cursing. What did she mean by the other contestant is almost there? And what did she mean by maybe she's looking for food next to a trash can? I'm sitting right here. Lin Qingyao roared inwardly, but on the surface, she could only act very calmly and could only use sips of coffee to suppress her inner anger. It's all because of that what's-his-name kiddo. Sooner or later one day I'm going to defeat him with my own hands. Lin Qingyao thought secretly in her heart. Afterwards, she drank all the coffee in her hand in 3 or 2 sips, picked up the bag next to her and left the store. At the same time, the Pursuit Bureau's conference room was dead silent. Wei Jingyang sat on the main seat of the conference room with a dark face. Sun Luo, the old captain, Su Luoxu, Zheng Chang, the 2 new captains, as well as Huang Fuzhen, Louis, and other 10 or so team members sat on their seats. Listening to what was being broadcast on the news, a group of old Pursuit team members had their gazes on Wei Jingyang in the main seat. The teasing meaning in their eyes was self-evident. Aren't you confident? Aren't you powerful? Aren't you mocking us for not being able to catch anyone? What about now? Why don't you say anything? Although once again the things were stolen by Chen Feng from under their noses, the crowd had never been so comfortable. Well, speaking of which, they were really a bit thankful to Chen Feng. The crowd of old Pursuit team members were secretly thinking in their hearts. Seemingly unable to stand this atmosphere anymore, Wei Jingyang stood up with a slap on the table. Everyone, let's summarize the failure of this operation. As soon as these words came out, someone below immediately muttered, still need to summarize? From the operation to the layout were all formulated by you alone, now you want to get up and find us to take the blame. What did you do earlier? The sound of the muttering was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in this already small conference room. Who is talking nonsense? Don't know what it means to respect your boss? Wei Jingyang was furious, and in the way of his superior's identity, the people who originally wanted to make a few jokes also shut their mouths. Right after the conference room quieted down again, a bell rang. Jingle bell, jingle bell. The annoying ringtone also caused the chief captain, who was already angry, to lose his temper once again. Whose phone is ringing? Don't you know that you have to mute your cell phone during meetings? Ding bell. Even with Wei Jingyang's voice filled with anger, there was still no one to turn the ringer off. Wei Jingyang was just about to open his mouth again when someone spoke up and reminded him, Captain, it seems to be your cell phone. Wei Jingyang froze, looked down and turned his cell phone over, and sure enough, someone was calling him. He coughed awkwardly and said, wait a moment, before turning around and leaving the conference room. Coming into the hallway, Wei Jingyang picked up the phone. Hey, Dad, what's up? As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a roar from the other side of the phone. Still, what's wrong? You still have the face to ask. What's all over the news now? I gave you 4 helicopters to watch over 1 mask, are you a pig? Before I repeatedly explain to you, let you keep a low profile and low profile, as long as you mix through this time, I can help you get a smooth promotion, you have to flaunt it, now okay? Wei Jingyang face suffocated red, holding the cell phone fingertips because too hard even already white. Seems to be said tired, the person on the other side of the phone paused, came a grunt sound, seems to be drinking water. A long time, the other side only to speak again, your recent work first put it, I will as soon as possible to entrust someone to transfer you away from there, you just give me peacefully mix through this period of time on the line. By the way, the thing that you were recorded by that little girl last week, I've already smoothed it out for you, and the stuff will be back soon, so don't cause any more trouble for me. I know, Dad. Wei Jingyang lowered his head, his right hand clenched into a fist in death. Alright then, it's alright, hang up. Wait. Wei Jingyang violently raised his head, out loud interrupting Wei Shanha who was about to hang up the phone, his eyes also flashed a flash of sternness at this moment. Dad, since I was a kid I've never lost to anyone, I beg you, I want to try again, please help me. Inside the chairman's office of Mountain River Group, a middle-aged man was sitting on the boss chair, accepting the services of the beautiful secretary kneeling in front of him. Hearing the words on the phone, Wei Shanha's brows tightly furrowed. As Wei Jingyang's father, Wei Shanha certainly knew what his son meant. His excellence and ruthlessness was almost the same as his own, which was reflected in his childhood. For example, when he was in elementary school, just because a kid surpassed him in the sports meet and took away first place, Wei Jingyang, who was only 11 years old at the time, found someone to break that kid's legs. That incident was still set right by his own hand. After contemplating for a while, Wei Shanha then spoke leisurely, what do you need? I want our group's collection, the gem that once caused a momentary sensation, the Moonlight Pupil. Moonlight Pupil? Wei Shanha stood up violently, causing the secretary in front of him to TSK. But at this moment, Wei Shanha didn't have the work to take care of her, putting his pants back on and opening his mouth with a serious face. Are you sure about this? Yes. Wei Jingyang replied decisively.
There was another moment of silence. Just as Wei Jingyang wanted to open his mouth again, Wei Shanhe's voice finally came from the phone again. Alright, I'll prepare the stuff for you, come pick it up tomorrow. Thanks, Dad. The phone was hung up. Wei Jingyang slowly straightened his body, his eyes narrowed slightly, the viciousness in them also intensified. Chen Feng. The following day, an article appeared out of nowhere and topped the #1 spot with absolute heat. Surprise! Wei Jingyang, the chief captain of Pursuit Area 3, used the Moonlight Pupil as a wager and issued a letter of war to Chen Feng, only asking if Chen Feng dares to take it. The report also included a picture of Wei Jingyang holding a gemstone. The gemstone was milky white with a splash of purple in the center, and the hollowed-out purple golden chassis held up the gemstone, making it seem to be worth a lot of money. This explosive news also immediately triggered the entire internet. No, there really is this kind of rash seed in this world. Fengshen should be thankful if he doesn't go looking for them. They even dare to take the initiative to find Fengshen. Moonlight Pupil? What a familiar name. Hey, isn't that the gem that was auctioned for $239 million earlier? Hey, it seems like that's the one. A gemstone with this kind of price has been taken out? That's a lot of money. Definitely, if the price is low, Fengshen probably won't be able to look at it. I'm looking forward to Fengshen's battle. +1, looking forward to Fengshen's response. Looking forward to Fengshen answering the battle. Chapter 30 Moonlight Pupil. As Wei Jingyang's challenge grew hotter and hotter, Chen Feng also quickly noticed this matter. At first, Chen Feng did not care much about this matter, but the news reported it over and over again, coupled with the people around him talking about it. It also made Chen Feng have a slight interest in it. After a little bit of checking, he easily got the price of this gemstone, 239 million renminbi, but also has the value to make his own bid. The front desk of the cafe. Chen Feng slowly closed his laptop, revealing a meaningful smile. The Moonlight Pupil certainly needs to be under the moonlight to blossom with charm. Another day passed leisurely. The heat of the challenge had been high. Perhaps it was to provoke, perhaps it was to force Chen Feng to agree. Wei Jingyang even directly placed the exhibition of the Moonlight Pupil in the lobby of his company for all to see. At this moment, the monitoring room of the Mountain River Group. A dozen or so members of the pursuit team were staring at the surveillance with unblinking eyes, seemingly trying to find Chen Feng's figure. However, Chen Feng was not found, but a few thieves were caught, and even 2 fugitives from other districts were caught. Looking at the monitoring screen of people coming and going, even if the people in the pursuit team had excellent patience, they couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. At this time, inside the lobby, a lady's small suit, showing the goddess model of Zhou Wanning also came here, holding a live cell phone. It was coincidental that since separating from Chen Feng, she was not in the mood to work for several days. The boss had talked to her several times, but there was no effect, so he had no choice but to give her a vacation first so that she could rest and take a break. By chance, Zhou Wanning and their cousin to contact the live broadcast, perhaps because of her own appearance temperament is very outstanding, perhaps she twice in the Chen Feng live show in the cause. Zhou Wanning just opened the live broadcast will have not low heat, live room gifts flying, also let her earn a considerable amount of income. Hello everyone, I'm currently in the lobby of the Mountain River Group. The boss here is the father of that Captain Wei Jingyang who issued a challenge to Kiddo, and not far away, placed in a glass cover, is the famous Moonlight Pupil gem. Zhou Wanning introduced with a smile. Inside the live broadcast room, pop-ups were flying. It's already been a day, there's still no movement on Chen Feng's side, he's not afraid, is he? What the hell are you talking about? Who said that if one side gives a letter of war, the other side has to take it? Otherwise, if all the cats and dogs come to give war letters, then I, the phone god, wouldn't be too busy to die? If you're afraid, so what's the excuse? The brain upstairs is really sick. Agreed. +1. In response to the many pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Zhou Wanning always maintained a smile in response, but after the smile, she cleanly kicked out those who spoke ill of Chen Feng. From the level of proficiency, it was obvious that it was not the first time she had done this kind of thing. Alright everyone, I'll take you over to the booth to take a look. Right at this moment, a commotion came from not far away, followed by the sound of questions from a group of reporters who had long been waiting here. Captain Wei, may I ask if your battle cry against Chen Feng this time is of your own volition, or if you are challenging Chen Feng on behalf of the entire Mountain River Group? Mr. Wei, may I ask if your challenge to Chen Feng this time is a counterattack to your last defeat, or perhaps unwillingness? Mr. Wei. Wei Jingyang didn't answer any of the questions from the crowd of reporters, he just walked forward on his own until one of the reporters' question came in. Mr. Wei, may I ask the female intern of your company who jumped off the building earlier? Some people said that they had seen with their own eyes that it was someone who told her to push down, but the result of the investigation was that the girl was a suicide. May I ask what you want to say about this matter? Hearing this sentence, Wei Jingyang's footsteps suddenly stopped, slowly turned his head to look at that reporter. Which reporter are you? I'm from a certain Fox. The reporter looked at Wei Jingyang with an expectant face, seemingly waiting for his answer. Wei Jingyang glanced at him and directly ordered, "Security, kick this person out." Also, if anyone else attacks the reputation of myself and the Mountain River Group on trumped-up charges, I don't mind sending him a court summons. In addition, this challenge to Chen Feng only represents my personal will, it has nothing to do with the Mountain River Group, and my purpose is also very simple, which is to capture Chen Feng in one fell swoop during this operation. After saying these words, Wei Jingyang also stopped answering any more questions and directly turned around to leave. Only a crowd of reporters remained in place. Not far from the crowd, a sunglasses youth witnessed the entire scene, the corner of his mouth gently hooked up. Very confident, Captain Wei. Amiia. Beside him, a cry of alarm came. In Chen Feng's astonished eyes, a beautiful shadow quickly fell towards him. Chen Feng quickly reached out to hold her up. Is everything all right, miss? Feeling the warm embrace, Zhou Wanning hurriedly got up and stood back up, revealing an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I didn't stand still. Never mind. Although he was slightly surprised to meet a familiar face here, Chen Feng did not forget the most basic poker face as a monstrous thief. After smiling back, he turned around and left the scene. Looking at Chen Feng's back, Zhou Wanning frowned slightly. Looking at the back of this person. Seemed to have a familiar feeling, but could not tell. Just as Zhou Wanning was pondering, the pop-ups within the cell phone live broadcast room rolled again. Is Xiao Ning okay? Is she sick? I regret that I didn't go to the scene today, otherwise the person who helped Xiao Ning would have been me. Emoji, crying. Brush little Ning with a lollipop to comfort her. Looking at the pop-ups that kept brushing across the screen, Zhou Wanning politely thanked. Thank you all for your concern, I didn't pay attention to my feet and tripped over myself just a bit. Well, let's move on to that gemstone, a gemstone that's worth more than $100 million. Hey, I've never seen it this close before. Chen Feng on the other side had also arrived at the entrance. Looking at the lively scene inside, Chen Feng put his hand in his pocket and quietly pressed a button, then quickly left the scene. The next second, dozens of balloons floated in from all directions inside the venue. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they quickly floated along the ceiling and into the air above the moonlight pupil glass display case. Bang! 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 As a crisp balloon explosion sounded, the teaser letter that had lost the balloon's pull also fell out of the air, landing right on top of the moonlight pupil's glass display case. Challenger Mr. Wei Jingyang. When the first sunrise of the day after tomorrow arrives, I will poke my head out of the mist and take the moonlight pupil. Mr. Wei Jingyang. Chapter 31, 2 teaser letters. Chen Feng accepts the challenge. Chen Feng sends out another teaser, targeting the moonlight pupil. The Manhunt Bureau and the monster thief face off again. Who will win and who will lose? Countless high-heat news rushed onto the hot search, mobilizing the enthusiasm of countless netizens in an instant. But before they could start a heated discussion, another heavyweight news came out of nowhere. Another fugitive from Area 3, the niece of the King of Thieves, Lin Xingyao, after a long period of silence, has shockingly struck out, also in the form of a teaser letter, targeting Moonlight's pupil. Boom! It was as if a shocking thunderclap had exploded on the internet, sending everyone into a daze. I Lulu a shocking big ah. This is more than on? Although I like Yao Yao very much, but her vision of picking opponents is also too bad, right? It's not good to compare with anyone, she has to compare with Fengshen. You can't say that, no matter what, Yao Yao is also the niece of the King of Thieves, she shouldn't lose too badly, right? Pray for God Feng to be merciful and give Yao Yao some face. I beg God Feng to show mercy. Pray for God Feng to show mercy. I don't know who was the first one to post this sentence, and then the comments below were all in the same color of beg God Feng to show mercy. The neat scene made Lin Xingyao, who was still quietly sipping her coffee and looking at her cell phone, so angry that she almost didn't throw her cell phone away. Deceitful. Lin Xingyao's silver teeth clenched as she slapped her hand on the table. It caused the surrounding tables of guests to pay attention. Even Chen Feng, who was sitting at the front desk, looked over. In his heart, he gently shook his head. Poker face being so impetuous can lead to problems. Chen Feng said silently in his heart, then continued to look down and read his book. Night slowly descended. As the last customer in the store left, Chen Feng walked out the door. He flipped the sign hanging outside the store from in business to in resting. Woof! Woof! A sudden barking sound attracted Chen Feng's attention. Following the sound, he saw a short-legged corgi pouting its buttocks and ferociously baring its teeth at him, with the intention of coming up to give himself a bite. Chen Feng raised his head and cruised around, not finding the figure of the dog's owner. He couldn't help but raise a hint of playfulness and lowered his head to look into Keiji's small eyes, and then a voice came out of Chen Feng's mouth. Woof! With the addition of the advanced Imperial Beast Art ability, Corgi seemed to have seen something terrifying. The ferocious face that had just disappeared, and what replaced it was a face full of fear, and even the dog's legs trembled slightly. Lucky, come back Lucky! Coincidentally at this time a voice rang out. Chen Feng looked up, only to see that not far away a woman holding a broken traction rope was chasing after him in a windy manner. The hair in front of her was stuck to her forehead because it was covered in sweat, and her clothes were also a bit messy because of the chase, because of which the woman's proud figure was revealed to the fullest.
Chen Feng could not help but be stunned when he saw the visitor, not that the woman was so attractive to him, but the visitor he actually recognized. Although he had only seen one side, Chen Feng still remembered the flower of the police force after Li Qingyan, the new Group 3 leader of the Area 3 Pursuit Bureau Su Lixue. Hearing his master's voice, the corgi that was still shivering seemed to have found its savior, and opened its two pairs of short legs and quickly ran towards Su Lixue. Su Lixue simply straightened her clothes and refastened the traction rope before she looked at Chen Feng with an apologetic face. "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't keep an eye on it for a moment. It didn't hurt you, did it?" "No, it's very well behaved." Chen Feng smiled and reached out to touch Corgi's head. "Hey, don't." Su Lixue hurriedly tried to stop it. But what happened next made her directly freeze on the spot. Only to see that usually in the home is either demolish the home or mess, but also like to go around baring his teeth, Corgi, at this time, but good like a see the class teacher of the elementary school students in general. Allowing Chen Feng to casually touch it, there wasn't even a hint of resistance. "Is this the dog you raised? Officer Su?" "Yes." Before the words were finished, Su Lixue was stunned. "You recognize me?" "Of course, the new head of the Pursuit Bureau's Team 3, there are a lot of people on the internet who rate you as another flower of the police force after Officer Li." Chen Feng replied with a light smile. Su Lixue was a little embarrassed by the compliment and hurriedly changed the topic. "This coffee shop is owned by you?" "Yes, Officer Su is welcome to come as a guest when you have the chance." Chen Feng replied very dryly. "I'll be sure to. When I have the chance." The two of them then chatted for a few more moments before Su Lixue was ready to leave. After all, she was just taking a break from her busy schedule this time, taking advantage of the mealtime to come out and touch some fish, and she still had to go back to work over at Mountain River Group at night. Speaking of work, as a part of the workers, Su Lixue is also full of helplessness. Originally, work is annoying enough, not to mention that there is a boss who does not let people worry. Heart tired. Miss Su. Su Lixue, who had just walked a few steps, was once again called by Chen Feng. Then in Su Lixue's puzzled gaze, Chen Feng took out a pink Hello Kitty wallet. "You dropped your wallet." Su Lixue froze, reaching out to feel in her pocket. The wallet that was originally placed nicely in her pocket was indeed lost. "Thank you." Su Lixue smiled and said thank you, took the wallet and then turned around to leave. What she didn't notice was that above the Hello Kitty patterned black eyes, there seemed to be a little more something different. The sky was getting dark. Inside the bedroom, Chen Feng had already hacked into Mountain River Group's surveillance system. In the screen, the vicinity of the glass cabinet of the Moonlight Pupil, which was still very empty during the day, had already been erected with a blocking rope. A dozen workers were working overtime to load the last huge piece of tempered glass to the top. Inside the lobby, looking at the display cabinet that was completely covered by 5 pieces of giant tempered glass, Wei Jingyang nodded his head in satisfaction. As the last piece of tempered glass fell, a worker with a helmet on his head gasped and ran over. "Who?" "Mr. Wei, this thing is all set up, just short of the final reinforcement can be fully completed. You see this account?" "Account's good to say, a moment I let people hit your card, but this quality." Wei Jingyang scrutinized the foreman in front of him. The foreman immediately understood, patted his chest and assured, "Wei, total rest assured, the quality of this glass cannot prevent shells. I do not dare to guarantee, but hammers, machetes and even pistol bullets absolutely cannot be pierced." "Then what if it's used to prevent thieves?" "Defense." The foreman couldn't help but be stunned, glancing back at the giant tempered glass cover with a length and width of 6 meters, and for a moment he actually didn't react. "Defense against thieves? Do you need to make such a big fuss?" Those who didn't know thought it was a terrorist attack. "I'm asking you, can you prevent thieves?" Seeing that the foreman froze, Wei Jingyang once again opened his mouth to question. "When?" "Of course." The foreman reacted with a confident face. "We have internationally certified tempered glass, so thieves won't be able to carry large cutting machines to steal things, right?" "That's good." Wei Jingyang, who got a satisfactory answer, revealed a smile that quickly changed into a sneer. Chen Feng. Chapter 32, Under. Thief. Tempered glass cover? Very interesting. Chen Feng took off his headphones. After adjusting the surveillance screen to other places and familiarizing himself with the terrain, a plan gradually took shape in Chen Feng's mind. The following day. Noon time. The first floor lobby of the Mountain River Group was still in a state of being open to the public and was open for all to visit. Compared to yesterday, there was a huge tempered glass cover with a length, width, and height of 6 meters around the showcase today, covering the Moonlight Pupil showcase to death. The people present were confused when they saw it. What is this situation? Wasn't it not there yesterday? Where did a glass cover come from? Installed it overnight? It's not that bad, are you so careful? Didn't you say you were going to challenge Kiddo? Is that how you challenged him? Isn't he a shrinking violet? Facing the comments of the people around him, Wei Jingyang didn't care at all. In his opinion, as long as he could win, it was fine to use any means. The means didn't matter, all he wanted was the result. Right at this moment, a young man wearing Mountain River Group's overalls walked up.
Mr. Wei, there are quite a few reporters waiting for you outside. The chairman hopes that you can go over and say a few words.
Alright, I know, I'll go over now. Wei Jingyang casually replied.
After scanning the surroundings again and determining that there were no loopholes in this device of his, he turned around and left the scene with peace of mind.
However, he didn't notice.
The moment he turned to leave, the youth who had just been very respectful quickly made a move to take his cell phone from his pocket, and at the same time put back a model with the same appearance as his cell phone.
Everything happened too quickly and did not attract anyone's attention.
Looking at the cell phone in his hand, the youth revealed a mysterious smile. Still really careless, Captain Wei. The youth was naturally Chen Feng in disguise, and after getting what he wanted, Chen Feng directly turned around and left towards the bathroom. When he came out of the bathroom again, he had already changed his outfit. A black formal dress, a walkie-talkie in front of him, and a black leather ID in his hand with 3 words clearly written on it: Pursuit Bureau. The game has officially begun. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chen Feng softly opened his mouth, but spitting it out was indeed another middle-aged man's voice. Not much time passed. Chen Feng, dressed as a member of the Pursuit Bureau, appeared in front of the elevator.
Sorry, entry is not allowed here.
The 2 burly men reached out to stop Chen Feng. Chen Feng then pulled out his long-prepared documents. I'm a member of the Pursuit Bureau, and I'm going to the negative floor to pick up something according to the orders of Captain Wei, that is, your general manager Wei.
Mr. Wei's order?
The 2 burly men looked at Chen Feng suspiciously.
If you don't believe me, you guys can give him a call to confirm.
Hearing Chen Feng's words, the 2 men looked at each other before one of them nodded and left.
Alright, please wait for a moment.
Aha! Chen Feng nodded and did not look the slightest bit anxious, which also reassured the burly man who remained in place. The other man's call was quickly finished, although he was a little confused as to what his own Mr. Wei had that he needed to go to the negative floor to pick up. He didn't dare to ask more questions. After getting an accurate reply from Wei Jingyang on the phone, he hurriedly walked back. Of course, he didn't realize that the Wei Jingyang that he had conversed with on the phone was nothing more than a recording of Chen Feng's phone call in disguise. Ding! With the crisp sound of the elevator, Chen Feng smoothly arrived at the negative floor. After using the same method to drive out all the people on the negative floor, Chen Feng also began his work.
Following the simple floor plan drawn before he came, Chen Feng very easily found the moonlight pupil right below it. System, redeem 4 tubes of miniature horizontal explosives.
Ding, miniature horizontal explosives 4 redeemed successfully, consuming system points 100. As the system's voice fell, there were also 4 more long items in Chen Feng's system space. This kind of explosive was an item that had been upgraded by the system. Not only did it have a strong spotting ability, the noise was also small, and more importantly, it was small in size and powerful. Obviously, Chen Feng did not intend to be as civilized as before this time. Since it was a challenge, it was naturally reasonable for one to use any means, wasn't it? Following the peripheral outline of the glass display case, he glued the thing on the ceiling, and glued a layer of stickers with the same pattern as the ceiling on top of it as camouflage. Looking at the camouflage that was generally the same as the original ceiling, Chen Feng then nodded with satisfaction. Preparation complete. At the same time, the people in the monitoring room had also discovered the abnormalities in the monitoring of the negative floor. Ever since a person had entered the negative floor half an hour ago, the surveillance screen seemed to have remained unchanged. It had always been a person cleaning the negative floor. The people in the pursuit team who discovered the anomaly hurriedly called Wei Jingyang, but the reply they received was some mismatched answers. Something like, yes, I told him to go to the negative floor, or you all go out first, this is not a discussion with you.
Wei Jingyang's phone was stolen.
Sun Luo quickly reacted. Then on the one hand, he arranged for people to guard the elevator entrance, and on the other hand, he personally went to retrieve Wei Jingyang who was still answering reporters' questions. Ding! The crisp sound of the elevator rang out. Wei Jingyang looked at the closed elevator door with a dark face. He also didn't expect that he had been so careful, but he was still mixed in. He didn't even know that his cell phone had been stolen. The rest of the people in the pursuit team were also staring at the elevator door with serious faces, just waiting for the elevator door to open. They were ready to directly rush in and arrest Chen Feng who had blended in. Under the gaze of the crowd, the elevator door slowly opened. The gazes of the crowd also gradually became grave. Everyone held their breath. The scene was so quiet that even a falling pin could be heard. Click! The elevator doors opened completely, not waiting for Wei Jingyang to give the order. Countless white pigeons flew towards the outside with flapping wings. Countless pigeon wings hit people's faces, and in front of their eyes, they couldn't see anything except a snow-white color. Wei Jingyang was filled with indignation as he flicked the pigeons in front of him away and yelled at the crowd, quickly! Turn these damn pigeons! Before the words were finished, he felt a touch of wet heat land on the corner of his mouth. Wei Jingyang subconsciously licked it, and his face changed in the next second. Pigeon sure. Vomit. 10 seconds later, the pigeons all flew out, and when the crowd looked at the elevator again, the elevator was already empty. Only a card with a drawing of Kiddo's head was left in place. Moonlight. Looking at the lobby that was suddenly under martial law, Lin Qingyao, who was disguised as a cleaner, couldn't help but frown, and in order to prevent herself from being exposed, she had no choice but to retreat for the time being. In a small alleyway, Lin Qingyao, who had removed her disguise, exhaled heavily, with a few moments of unfading light anger on her face, her silver teeth clenched. It's this damnable keto again. The lady seems to have a great deal of resentment towards me. A voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Lin Qingyao's heart instantly rang with alarm bells and she hurriedly turned her head to look. Who? Only to see a white figure standing right behind her. With his right hand in front of him, he bowed slightly, followed by a gentle voice spitting out of his mouth. Under. Thief. Chapter 33 Teasing. Monstrous thief. Kiddo. Lin Qingyao looked at Chen Feng with a grave expression. As a thief, the most important skill was the ability to perceive, whether it was vision, hearing, smell, etc., which was the basic standard for judging the level of a thief. Chen Feng, on the other hand, was able to silently come behind himself without even realizing it. Without any hesitation, if Chen Feng had tried to make a move just now, he would have been on the ground by now. Seeing Lin Qingyao's face full of gravity, Chen Feng however only smiled lightly and spoke. Miss Lin doesn't have to be so nervous. As a gentleman, I won't be rude to a lady. Despite hearing Chen Feng say this, Lin Qingyao still did not drop her guard. What did you come to find me for? Just met by chance and came over to say hello. If there is a chance I would still love to become friends with Ms. Lin. Chen Feng still had that gentle smile, making it impossible to tell if he was happy or sad. Is that so? I would also love to become friends with you. Seemingly dropping her defenses, Lin Qingyao put her clenched-fisted hand down and walked towards Chen Feng. And slowly stretched out her right hand towards Chen Feng, seemingly wanting to shake Chen Feng's hand in a friendly manner. However, just when their hands had just clasped together, Lin Qingyao suddenly snapped. Grabbing Chen Feng's hand with her right hand, her entire body quickly leaned in front of Chen Feng. Crossing shoulders, bowing, a set of movements that flowed smoothly, and in the blink of an eye, she was dragging Chen Feng's arm in preparation for an over-the-shoulder fall. Thumbs up. With Lin Qingyao's force, only a crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard, followed by Chen Feng's arm suddenly losing traction. Surprisingly, the entire was yanked down by her. Lin Qingyao was confused. Looking at the broken arm in her hand for a moment, she froze in place. What had she done? She had yanked someone's arm off? What to do now? Was she going to support Chen Feng for the rest of her life? But Chen Feng was still so young. Was she going to go to jail? For a while, countless questions emerged from Lin Qingyao's mind, smashing this woman with little experience but decent abilities into a dizziness. It wasn't until a white dove flew in front of her with a blue rose in its mouth that it pulled her thoughts back. A dove? Lin Qingyao froze. Almost everyone knew that pigeons were Chen Feng's most commonly used animal companion, but he was now. Lin Qingyao seemed to understand something, raising her head to look around for Chen Feng's figure, and sure enough, she saw him standing on the roof of the second floor with a light smile on his face. At this moment, Chen Feng didn't even talk about his broken arm. Even his clothes were very neat, both arms were intact. Where was there a trace of injury? Chen Feng. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingyao understood that she had been tricked even if she was stupid. Her silver teeth clenched as if she wanted to crush Chen Feng alive. Miss Lin, I'm glad to meet you here, and may you and I meet again under the silver moonlight, but don't be so rude the next time we meet. After saying that, Chen Feng leapt forward and jumped off the roof of the building. The gliding wings behind him instantly opened up and carried him off into the distance. Looking at Chen Feng's distant figure, Lin Qingyao was so angry that her teeth were about to be clenched, but there was nothing she could do about it. Afterward, she could only stomp her feet and leave the scene. It was better to find a way to steal the moonlight pupil now. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it had come to 4:30 a.m. At this point in time, there was only half an hour before the time of Chen Feng's teaser letter. Perhaps for security reasons, or perhaps for other purposes, Wei Jingyang had announced that he had blocked the lobby after midnight, not allowing anyone to enter except for the people of the pursuit team who were originally inside. However, even so, there were still quite a few Chen Feng's fans gathered outside the Shanha Group's building, holding up keto signs in their hands, waiting for the white figure to come. Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao's live broadcast screen also came inside the lobby. Woo! Miss My Yao Yao, I hope I won't be bullied too hard by Chen Feng. Don't need to think about it, it's already taken the shape of the phone god. Can you two roll ah? Such a tense atmosphere has to make me laugh? Who? A night did not sleep, finally almost to the dawn. There is no one can notify my husband ah, do not hole so early ah. Who can understand me? A beautiful girl both want to appreciate the handsome figure of the husband and want to sleep beauty sleep trouble ah. Sleeping is nothing. I'm going to go to Yancheng tomorrow for my piano exam and I'm not panicking. What are you panicking about? Yancheng? Piano exam? Didn't you take it yesterday? Yesterday? What are you playing? It really was yesterday. The pop-ups rolled in the live broadcast room. Even at 4:30 a.m., a time when dogs couldn't even stay up and chickens couldn't even get up, there were still more than 1 million people waiting in Chen Feng's live room. The number of people in Lin Xingyao's live broadcast room was slightly less, but there were also 30 to 40 million people. At the same time, a beautiful figure in a black tights was moving her body in the ventilation ducts at the top of the lobby. The narrow ventilation ducts didn't seem to be much of a hindrance to Lin Xingyao, as she nimbly kept changing her position in the ventilation ducts, slowly moving forward without making noise. In her hand, she was also holding a cutting knife that her uncle had given her, specially used to cut glass, and there was no doubt that she intended to cut a gaping hole in the tempered glass from above, and then remove the moonlight pupil. Time passed minute by minute. Another 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The crowd of the pursuit group in the lobby had stopped all conversations, and Wei Jingyang, Su Luoxu, Sun Luo, and Zhang Chang, several captains, were guarding the four directions of the giant glass cover. Dozens of members of the pursuit team were doing their respective duties, and for a while, the lobby was frighteningly quiet. Only the occasional cries from Chen Feng's fans outside the building were clearly audible. In order to be able to wipe out the previous shame, Wei Jingyang had made a bloody effort this time. Not only had he taken out the gemstone moonlight pupil, which was worth more than $100 million, even his own family company's building was used as a venue. So this time there must not be a loss. Even if, with some abnormal means. Thinking like this, Wei Jingyang's eyes couldn't help but glance through the window to a certain place in the building next door, and then quickly retracted his gaze, pretending that everything was normal. The clock of time was still ticking. The current dawn time was around 5 o'clock, and the time in the teaser letter between Chen Feng and Lin Xingyao's duo was naturally the same. The tense atmosphere in the lobby also seemed to have affected the live broadcast room. Even the pop-ups were not as frequent as before. I don't know why, obviously I'm not at the scene, but it's just so tense. Who isn't it? Nervously my typing hands are trembling. Watching a live broadcast is more exciting than watching a certain Hollywood blockbuster. The palms of my hands are giving me dry sweat. +1, my palms are sweaty too. Chapter 34, Arrival. As another 8 minutes passed, there were only the last 2 minutes left until the time on the preview letter. The tense atmosphere of the scene reached the extreme. Everyone even breathed carefully, not even taking a breath. It's now. Lin Xingyao raised her willow eyebrows and immediately intended to make her move 2 minutes earlier. At that time, the reason why she had chosen the same time as Chen Feng was because she was confident enough in her own abilities. However, ever since last night's incident, Lin Xingyao clearly recognized the gap between herself and Chen Feng. Then instead of following the preview letter exactly and then being defeated in the match, it would be better for her to make her move a few minutes ahead of time and perhaps have a few more chances of winning. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyao no longer hesitated and immediately took out a button and quickly pressed it. Ka! The lights in the entire arena went out in an instant. Taking advantage of the few seconds of clutter in the scene when the lights were extinguished as cover, she quickly fastened the rope she had prepared long ago to the iron rod above the ventilation duct. Then decisively removed the mesh of the ventilation pipe. A twisting body, from the mesh drilled out, landed on the top of the glass enclosure. The cutting knife in her hand quickly drew a circular opening above the glass cover that was large enough for her to pass through, and then drew a circle with the word 10 on it, and slammed it with force. Splat! The original intact glass was instantly broken open. And this crisp sound also instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Up there! Su Lishuai instantly reacted. But it was already too late. Lin Xingyao had already passed through the opening and entered the interior of the glass cover. The giant glass cover that was used to protect the moonlight pupil had turned into a barrier that prevented the crowd from entering. Ka! The light suddenly resumed, and the sudden brightness couldn't help but make the crowd somewhat unable to open their eyes. Bang! A dull sound rang out, followed by the rumbling sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Until then, the scene of the crowd only then see clearly the scene inside the glass cover. Only to see a black tights covered tightly. Lin Xingyao is standing upright in the glass cover, right hand forward, seems to be to take something. And the glass cover center position of the moonlight pupil display cabinet, at this time even, disappeared. As if it disappeared out of thin air, the 1-meter high display case disappeared inside the glass cover, leaving only a roughly 1-meter wide hole that was emitting dust and smoke outwards. Everyone was confused. Where is the exhibition showcase? Didn't we agree to steal the moonlight pupil? How did you steal it along with the display case? How is Yao Yao in the glass cover? Could she have taken the showcase? Lin Xingyao got it? Why do I look like she's a bit unresponsive too? Many people in the live broadcast room issued questions. The crowd at the scene also reacted. Zhang Chang quickly took out the handcuffs on his waist and pointed at Lin Xingyao inside the glass enclosure and spoke, Lin Xingyao, don't struggle, put down the moonlight pupil and surrender. Wei Jingyang, who was the chief captain, even utilized the strength of the two team members on the ground and stepped on their hands, then threw himself upward with great effort and landed steadily on top of the glass cover. Deadly staring in Lin Xingyao's direction, fire was coming out of his eyes. Lin Xingyao, hand over the moonlight pupil first. Stop trying to resist. How could he not have expected that his light attention on defense against Chen Feng had allowed this Lin Xingyao to take advantage of the situation? At this moment, Lin Xingyao, who was located inside the glass cover, had her teeth clenched. She would like to say that this is not about herself, she is also confused, just came down before she could do anything, the display case disappeared out of thin air. But look at this situation now, it's useless to say anything. Lin Qingyao greeted Chen Feng 108,000 times in her heart. But the hand action is not slow, quickly tightened the rope toward the original withdrawal. Wei Jingyang, who had already come to the glass cover, quickly ran towards the hole that had been broken open. When Lin Qingyao just came out of the glass cover, he swung his fist out fiercely, hitting towards Lin Qingyao's abdomen. Wei Jingyang, who was already on fire, didn't have the slightest intention to hold back. If this punch was solid, Lin Qingyao was afraid that she would have to get down on the spot. However, Lin Qingyao is not stupid, see Wei Jingyang raging, and did not fight with him, but a hand on the rope, a twist of the body, narrowly avoided this punch. Then quickly out of the leg, a foot stomped on Wei Jingyang's abdomen. But that's not all, when the two exchanged blows there were already two more members of the pursuit team climbing up from the back. They directly formed a zigzag shape, sandwiching Lin Qingyao in the middle. Looking at the two people who were getting closer and closer, Lin Qingyao's heart was burning with anxiety, but she couldn't get rid of Wei Jingyang's entanglement. Right at this moment, that gentle yet infuriating voice resounded once again. No way guys, treating a beautiful lady like this is too much of a loss of manners, isn't it? The crowd looked in search of the voice, only to see Chen Feng, dressed in white, sitting on the bulge at the upper end of the pillar in the lobby, looking at the crowd with a smile on his face. In his hand, he was also holding a white jade gemstone the size of a baby's fist. Moonlight pupil. The crowd was alarmed, and Lin Qingyao also took advantage of the crowd's slight daze to quickly climb up the rope to the top, only a meter away from Chen Feng. Boss, do it? Listening to the voice coming from his earpiece, Wei Jingyang did not reply. It was only a pair of eyes staring at Chen Feng with an indescribable viciousness in his eyes. Looks like I won this duel, everyone. Chen Feng had a confident smile on his face. Wei Jingyang's face was grim as he slowly spoke. Chen Feng, I advise you to put your things down, otherwise I do not guarantee that something extreme will happen. Wei Jingyang's voice was not low, everyone present heard it clearly. These words that clearly tasted like a threat also infuriated the crowd within the live broadcast room. Not what does this guy mean? If you can't play, then threaten him personally, do you want some face? M's own issued a challenge, see to lose to play this set, live room more than 100 W people, I do not believe he dares to do what? I'm on morning 8. How can this kind of person be a captain? If he can't beat Fengshen head on, he'll threaten him. Yuck. Not to mention the crowd in the live broadcast room, even Su Luoxu and the personnel of the pursuit team froze. They also didn't expect Wei Jingyang to do such a classless thing, or in front of so many people. The two members of the pursuit team who were closer to Wei Jingyang hurriedly went forward to try to stop Wei Jingyang, but they were thrown away by him. Chen Feng did not seem to be affected by Wei Jingyang's words in the slightest, still sitting calmly on top of the pillar. The milky white moonlight pupil gemstone flew up and down between his fingers like a famous painting. Even? Is that so? The extreme incident that Captain Wei is talking about is not referring to the gentleman in the east side building who pointed a gun at me. Chapter 35, The Epileptic Wei Jingyang. Gun? This Wei Jingyang even arranged for a gunman? I see. I can't stand it anymore. This can no longer be described with a simple shameless sentence. Damn it. This is still the captain of the pursuit team. He is still the captain of the pursuit team. At this moment, in the east city of H City, inside Amiia's office on the top floor of the Lorry Green Country Exhibition Building. Amiia looked at the live broadcast image on her cell phone screen with a heavy face, the emotions on her face rapidly changing from gravity to worry followed by overflowing anger. Snap. Amiia slapped the top of the table with a shocking sound. This sound could startle the assistant Mir who was helping Amiia comb through the documents next to her. Gong. Princess, Your Highness, is something wrong? Amiia suppressed her anger and looked at the image on the live screen of her cell phone, biting her silver teeth and speaking word by word. Mir, go and check this Wei Jingyang and this Mountain River group behind him for me. I want all their information. Wei Jingyang? Mountain River group? Two question marks popped up in Mir's mind, not understanding why her own princess was suddenly so angry with Wei Jingyang. However, looking at Amiia's face that was filled with anger, she didn't dare to ask more questions, and could only temporarily put down the work in hand and hurriedly go to investigate. Ka. As Mir left from the office, the large office was once again left with only Amiia alone. Amiia redirected her gaze to the white figure in the screen, the worry in her eyes lingered for a long time, and in the end it could only be turned into a sentence to herself. Don't be brave, kiddo. For Chen Feng's words, Wei Jingyang did not refute, but only coldly looked at Chen Feng. As long as the gun didn't go off, then he could deny whatever Chen Feng said, and with his family's power, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. What Chen Feng said about this matter was true. However, if Chen Feng really didn't know how to recognize him, he wouldn't mind having someone send him a bullet. Thinking of this, a flash of sternness flashed across Wei Jingyang's eyes. Although it was quickly covered up again, it was still keenly captured by Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng did not seem to be the slightest bit flustered. The corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile as he slowly spoke. It seems that Captain Wei is very confident in his arrangement. Wei Jingyang remained silent, only the smile on his face had already fully expressed his inner thoughts. At this moment, Lin Qingyao, who was located beside Chen Feng, was already completely confused, half shocked and half scared. No matter what, she was just a girl in her 20s. How could she not expect that in this kind of program that had the backing of the United World Government, she would meet the time when she was threatened by a real gun? Could it be that Captain Wei isn't curious as to why that Mr. Sniper you arranged for hasn't been reporting back to you? Chen Feng stood up from his high perch, under his monocle was subdued in teasing. What do you mean? Wei Jingyang's brows instantly furrowed as his eyes looked at Chen Feng with death. This sentence was equivalent to directly recognizing Chen Feng's words about him arranging snipers. This also caused the crowd in the live broadcast room to become agitated once again, and some short-tempered big brothers had already greeted Wei Jingyang from himself to the 18 generations of his family. There is no other meaning. I just want to tell Captain Wei that gentleman, at this time, is roaming in the dream world. Looking at Chen Feng's confident face, Wei Jingyang was first startled, then immediately afterward, he reacted and reappeared with a confident smile. Bluffing me? He was just telling me. The words had not yet fallen. One could only see that Chen Feng suddenly had a small white remote control in his hand. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Chen Feng directly pressed the button down. The next second, a voice instantly resounded throughout the room from all directions. Boss, do it? Boss, do it? Boss. The voice lingered for a long time, looping a dozen times before it ended. Wei Jingyang's face was completely blacked out at this time. He thought that the double insurance was foolproof, the whole situation would be under his control. But I did not expect that he was actually fooled by others without realizing it. How could the always proud Wei Jingyang accept this? Just a little tactic, please forgive me. Chen Feng placed his hand in front of his body and bowed slightly towards the crowd, as if he was making the final curtain call of the performance. Alright everyone, the show is over, I look forward to meeting you all again. Seeing Chen Feng about to leave, Wei Jingyang completely exploded this time. In a situation that everyone did not expect, Wei Jingyang quickly pulled out the two pistols that had been prepared long ago from behind him. The black holes of the guns pointed directly at Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao. Under Wei Jingyang's almost maniacal expression, no one would doubt whether he would actually shoot. The crowd in the live broadcast room was also shocked, even more so than just now. After all, they had only heard Chen Feng himself say it just now and had not witnessed the sniper with their own eyes, but now they were seeing it with their own eyes. And the one holding the gun was still Wei Jingyang himself as the chief captain. What's this person's number? I want to complain about him. Take me one, pulling out a gun with the intent to injure. Is this the demeanor of a pursuit team leader? What an eye-opener. Hubby, be careful. Don't hurt my husband's handsome face. Chen Feng's brows immediately furrowed as he looked towards Lin Qingyao, who was still dazed, and quickly reached out to pull her over. Then with a flip of his hands, a stack of poker cards suddenly appeared in his originally empty hands. Chen Feng reached out and scattered the poker towards the sky, and the poker cards that were originally only 54 in number quickly became more. As if they were endless, they spread out in the air and quickly fell towards the bottom. Bang bang. Just then, the gun went off. Wei Jingyang got rid of the members of the pursuit team who tried to come up to block him, and held two pistols in his hands as he shot frantically in Chen Feng's direction. Countless playing cards were penetrated by the bullets in mid-air, leaving behind a small hole of light transmission. The bullets from the pistols were quickly shot out, and the playing cards also completely fell to the ground at that moment, while the two Chen Fengs who were covered by the cards had also disappeared. Really shooting? This guy is crazy, right? Where's Fengshen? And my family's Yao Yao? How are they? I can't even stand watching this as a crook. Is there anyone who's teaming up? I'm going to go to the program's site to complain about this guy. Count me in. I'll come too. And me. The crowd of members of the pursuit group were also shocked, looking at Wei Jingyang with unbelievable faces. What kind of challenge did Wei Jingyang initiate? This was clearly running towards taking someone's life if he couldn't win. Su Lishua reacted faster, quickly climbed to the top of the glass cover in 3 or 2 strokes, and took out the handcuffs pinned on her waist and walked towards Wei Jingyang. Mr. Wei Jingyang, I am now informing you as a police officer of H City that you are under arrest. Chapter 36, Revenge from Chen Feng. Facing Su Lishua, who was walking head-on, Wei Jingyang did not have the slightest intention of resisting. The maniacal smile on his face had not yet faded. This time, after all, I won. The words have not yet fallen. Only to hear that familiar voice coming from outside the building. Everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you at the scene of your magic show. Chen Feng stood at the top of the building dressed in white. The winds of the night blew by, lifting the cloak behind him. The countless fans outside the building were originally worried about whether Chen Feng was alright, but now that they saw Chen Feng appearing here unharmed, they were again pleasantly surprised. Kiddo! 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 The scene was filled with waves of cries. It also caused Wei Jingyang's smile inside the room to freeze on his face. Impossible.
Wei Jingyang's eyes were red with unbelief. Of course, at this moment, Chen Feng obviously had no time to solve his doubts. Above the building, Chen Feng slowly raised his right hand upwards. Instantly, the group of fans that were still boiling instantly quieted down. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up into a smile as he slowly opened his mouth. The performance has been successfully completed, but at the end, I would like to give a small gift to this insolent Captain Wei. As soon as the words fell, Chen Feng took a step out of the building, the glider wings behind him opening up as he flew towards the sky above the crowd. As the crowd watched, Chen Feng's mid-air figure quickly dissipated, turning into countless balloons that leisurely fell in mid-air. The scene once again boiled. Oh, hubby is so handsome. I want that balloon, that's from my husband. I want it, don't grab it from me. Get lost. Hey not. Are there things tied underneath those balloons? What's that? The scene did not know who asked, and then everyone looked up in unison. Dozens of balloons all tied with cylindrical things? What is that? I don't know, didn't God Feng just say something about giving that Wei guy a small gift? It can't be this, right? It's possible, let me take a look. Dozens of balloons with things tied to them slowly fell into the crowd. It was only then that the crowd got a good look at what it was. Some experienced people immediately recognized it just as soon as they got it in their hands. This is a voice recorder, right? As soon as the words fell, someone directly pressed the play button, and the voices of two people, a man and a woman, immediately came out from inside. Male, what did you just see on the rooftop? Female, Wei. Wei always, I didn't see anything. Tell the truth. Female, I just saw you push Sister Xiaoli off the rooftop. Shut up. I advise you better be smart and know what to say and what not to say, right? Female, no. No. Woman, I'll delete it now, I'm really not going to say anything, woo woo woo. The voice within the recording is very clear, especially Wei Jingyang's voice, which is extremely recognizable, so that people can hear it at once. Holy! I remembered, half a month ago just on the rooftop of the Mountain River Group building, a girl intern fell down and died, her age was just in her early 20s, I still felt quite sad at that time. Oh, I also remembered, that girl seems to be called Chen Xiaoli, right? But I remember that the investigation results at that time said that it was a suicide. Suicide my ass. I am a member of that batch of interns. At that time, there were two girls in our batch of interns who had accidents almost back and forth. One is this Chen Xiaoli, and the other is the girl in the recording. There's such a thing? The crowd at the scene was furious. This, coupled with the fact that many people who knew the girls in the accident had also spoken up, deepened the authenticity of this matter. This recording was found in Wei Jingyang's cell phone after Chen Feng had swapped it away earlier. Although Chen Feng had an easygoing personality, he was definitely not someone who would not fight back after being beaten. Since Wei Jingyang had dared to use his gun on him, he would naturally have to accept retaliation from him as well. At this moment, not far away in a corner where no one was paying attention, Lin Qingyao stood still looking at the direction Chen Feng disappeared in, her gaze complex, not knowing what she was thinking. It was only until the crowd at the scene began to riot that she sighed lightly and turned to leave. It was just that at some point, she had a blue rose in full bloom in her hand. The next day, after a night of fermentation, coupled with the fact that Chen Feng had once again hacked into the live broadcasting system and changed the content of his live broadcast to recorded content, making in just one night terms such as Wei Jingyang, Mountain River Group, jumping intern, recording, and unauthorized shooting by the captain of the pursuit team had risen to the top of the hot searches. The heat level remains high. Inside the chairman's office on the top floor of Shanha Group, Wei Shanha, who was the chairman of the board, had a haggard look on his face. Perhaps he also didn't expect that this son of his would really shoot with intent to kill in front of so many people. But no matter what, Wei Jingyang's behavior was an established fact, coupled with the overwhelming recorder incident. Let them Shanha Group's share price are affected by a small impact. Today the stock market just opened, it fell all the way down, less than 3 hours time, it came to the edge of the drop. A series of blows, but also let Wei Shanha, this white-handed business tycoon, in just one night white head. Knock knock. A sharp knock sounded on the door. Come in. Wei Shanha rubbed his swollen temples and opened his mouth. Ka. The door was pushed open and the beautiful secretary ran in a panic. It's not good, Mr. Wei, people from the police department are here, and they even brought an arrest warrant. Before the words fell, the door of the room was violently pushed open. The first person came to Wei Shanha with big strides, still holding his own documents and arrest warrant in his hand. H City Police Criminal Police Captain Deng Xiaolin, Mr. Wei Shanha, we received a report that you are suspected of money laundering, murder, kidnapping and other crimes, so please come with us. Wei Shanha was a bit surprised. He had thought that this time the people from the police department were here for his son Wei Jingyang's matter, now it seems that I am afraid that it is more than that. Wei Shanha half squinted his eyes and sighed lightly, a touch of fatigue showing on his slightly old face. Officer, can I know who reported this? I'm sorry, that's out of order. The criminal police chief directly refused. Just as his words fell, a cool voice came from the doorway. I'm the one who reported it. Everyone present looked towards the doorway in unison. Only to see that accompanied by the H-City police chief, Amiia slowly walked in. However, Amiia's appearance was not what surprised Wei Shanha the most. What surprised him the most was the man located diagonally behind Amiia. Big brother? Wei Shanha opened his mouth with a puzzled expression. The person who came was actually his sworn brother, Lu Chaoyuan, who had fought with him all the way over and created this $10 billion group together. Lu Chaoyuan walked forward and looked at Wei Shanha with a guilty face. Brother, the evidence is what I gave them. Lu Chaoyuan glanced at Amiia behind him with a face full of scorn, and ultimately didn't continue. But the meaning of it is already self-evident. Chapter 37 Attending a dinner party? Moonlight pupil duel, Chen Feng wins. Wei's father and son have been arrested. The evidence of their crimes is conclusive. Murder, bribery, tax evasion. Wei's father and son have committed so many crimes. Wei Jingyang's madness, shooting in public, Chen Feng wins big. With the arrest of Wei Jingyang's father and son, a flood of public opinion flew across the internet. Originally, the heat from Wei Jingyang's challenge to Chen Feng was low, and now with the addition of this matter, it directly caused Chen Feng's name to bag the top 3 hot searches. I knew that God Feng would never lose. God Feng is mighty. I watched the 5 o'clock live broadcast. I was so angry that I was trembling all over. AMs can't play with people but they have to shoot. Luckily Fengshen was prepared. Wei Jingyang, this guy belongs to the pit. Father put his own dad or sent in. I seem to have heard that originally just Wei Jingyang a person to go in. Is Amiia out of the way? Got Wei Shanha's criminal evidence, directly sent him in as well. The princess and the monstrous thief. I'm getting more and more high on this pair of CPs. People on the internet chatted feverishly. Even Chen Feng couldn't help but be stunned when he got this news. He was still thinking about whether or not he should act once more to deal with Wei Shanha. After all, his son had done so much, it was absolutely impossible for him, as a father, to say that he didn't know anything. But what he didn't expect was that before he could even make a move, Amiia had already solved the matter. Shouldn't he find a chance to thank her then? Chen Feng secretly thought. Just then, the system's voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the Moonlight Pupil, rewarding Freak Bandit Kiddo with a card fusion of plus 5%, and obtaining the skill, Super Fighting Technique Elementary. System points plus 500, current card fusion degree 60%. As the system's voice fell, Chen Feng's mind suddenly surfaced countless fighting-specific moves, attacking, defending, circling, grappling, and so on. Countless movements flashed through Chen Feng's mind as if they were movies, and then quickly melded together. Phew! After a long time, Chen Feng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Fighting arts. Feels pretty good. Welcome. The voice of the mechanical cat at the doorway sounded at this moment. Immediately after that, a silhouette darted from the doorway to the front desk. Boss. Chen Feng looked up and found that it was his old patron, Sun Yuqing, who came to patronize his store almost every day. What's up, Ms. Sun Yuqing? Would you like a cup of coffee? In Chen Feng's unexpected gaze, Sun Yuqing stepped over the front desk, lifted her long legs and hollowed-out boots high, and pressed Chen Feng against the wall with her legs in a wall-thudding manner. Am I pretty today? Sun Yuqing lifted her long hair with an aura like an orchid. Although Chen Feng was a bit surprised, he still reacted quickly. Sensing that Sun Yuqing did not have any hostile intent, he did not resist. Of course, ma'am, you look beautiful every day. Chen Feng smiled and spoke. This was not a lie. Sun Yuqing's own looks were excellent, belonging to the long-legged beauty type. Today, she even wore a high-waisted hip skirt, which reflected the advantages of long legs to the fullest. Coupled with the earrings and necklace that looked very expensive, it added a few more points of charm to her. Seemingly satisfied with Chen Feng's answer, Sun Yuqing reached out and cupped Chen Feng's chin. Then do you want me to give you a chance? Chen Feng was somewhat baffled by her sudden behavior, but his expression did not change much. It just looked Sun Yuqing up and down with that cynical gaze. Ma'am, I must admit that you are extraordinarily attractive today, but I still prefer women who are a bit more mature. Where am I not mature? Sun Yuqing was just about to retort when she noticed Chen Feng's gaze. In obedience, she looked downward. Well. Seeing her toes, she also painted pink nail polish. You rascal. Reacting to the meaning of Chen Feng's words, Sun Yuqing instantly reddened her face, that is, she didn't know whether she was angry or ashamed. Chen Feng took advantage of this time to break free from the side and spoke with a speechless face. Ms. Sun Yuqing, please look at the current form clearly. Is it you who suddenly barged into my store? You also entered inside the front desk without my permission, and then finally walloped me with your legs. Please tell me, which one of the two of us is a hooligan? Me. Sun Yuqing didn't know how to retort for a moment, and finally simply sat on her but on the chair belonging to Chen Feng. Let me be honest, I'm here to ask for your help. A favor? What favor? Be my boyfriend. As soon as Sun Yuqing's words left her mouth, she felt that it was inappropriate and hastily added. Don't get me wrong, I'm looking for you to pretend to be my boyfriend and attend a dinner party. I don't need you to do anything, as long as you help me fool my parents. Of course, for the losses caused by delaying your business, I am willing to compensate for the price, plus the appearance fee. How about giving you 5,000 renminbi? Sun Yuqing stretched out 5 fingers with a confident face. Chen Feng had actually seen that Sun Yuqing's family was well off. Other than that, just the pair of earrings she was wearing alone would require a 6-figure price tag to buy. Chen Feng pondered a little. Why don't you look for your classmates inside the university? Sun Yuqing spoke helplessly. I'm not too familiar with any of them, and my parents aren't stupid. They have a very poisonous eye. Someone with an average temperament going over there would probably wear out without even having to open their mouths. Chen Feng smiled. Is this considered a disguised compliment to me? You say it is. Sun Yuqing sprawled on the front desk and opened her mouth in a powerless defense. Then she quickly got up again, dragging her chair closer to Chen Feng with anticipation written in her eyes. How about it, boss? Consider it, with a great beauty like me as a companion and money to be made, this kind of deal is a sure thing any way you look at it. When the time comes, there won't be that kind of brainless villain coming to pick a fight because of you, right? Chen Feng lightly laughed and joked. Sun Yuqing gave him a blank look. Are you writing a novel, big brother? It's just a simple attendance at a dinner party. There won't be that much trouble. How about it? Want to say yes? Chen Feng rested his hand on his chin with a thoughtful look. Well, I can't seem to find a reason to refuse. Then you are saying yes? Sun Yuqing stood up excitedly. As if she was afraid that Chen Feng would back out, she left behind a sentence. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Royal View Garden Villa area, I will come to pick you up at that time. Then he hurriedly left. Looking at Sun Yuqing's back as she left, Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. It wasn't that he wanted to go to any dinner party so much, but it was just relaxation in his spare time. After all, he couldn't always be in the middle of work, could he? It was important to give himself a vacation once in a while. Chapter 38 Gemstone, Tears of the Goddess. The following night. Around 7:30. Chen Feng had just flipped the sign in front of the store from open to closed when he heard a sound coming from the door. Squeak! The tires of the car rubbed against the ground with an ear-splitting sound, and an extended version of Lincoln stopped steadily not far away. The car door slowly opened. A pair of straight jade legs took the lead to step down, followed by a silver-white dress, painted with light makeup. The gorgeous Sun Yuqing slowly stepped down from the car and came in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers, and a dark red rosebud appeared in his hand. You are extraordinarily beautiful today, Ms. Sun Yuqing. Sun Yuqing froze, reached out to take it, and whispered, thank you. You can still do magic tricks, huh? Sun Yuqing looked at Chen Feng with some curiosity. Just a little trick. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. Missy, it's getting late, let's hurry up and get going. Any later and we'll be late. The driver standing beside the car opened his mouth and reminded. All right. Sun Yuqing stepped forward and naturally took Chen Feng's arm. I'll trouble you to take care of me tonight. Of course, it's my honor. Chen Feng politely replied back. The two of them boarded the vehicle. The vehicle then started slowly, and the two of them, Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing, sat opposite each other. Sun Yuqing took out the clothes she had already prepared from the small cabinet beside her. This is the dress prepared for you. I picked it for a long time, the one that matches my clothes the most, but since I don't know how big you wear, I let someone make 3 of them. This is a medium, you try it first. Chen Feng reached out and took it. Although Sun Yuqing didn't say the price, as soon as Chen Feng put his hands on it, he felt the uncomplicated nature of the fabric and the exquisite workmanship, plus it was a customized dress, the price naturally couldn't be low. Is this considered a couple's outfit? Ma'am. Chen Feng spoke with a light smile. Sun Yuqing blushed slightly, reaching out to push Chen Feng's arm. I'm your boss today, this is a work outfit for you, cut the crap, you hurry up and go change. Chen Feng did not resist, taking the clothes, he got up and went to the last row of seats, pulling the curtains closed and changing his clothes. The vehicle sped through the streets of H City. 20 minutes later. The vehicle drove into the Royal Garden Villa area and stopped in front of the 7th villa. The two people in the vehicle got out. Sun Yuqing very naturally took Chen Feng's arm. Looking at Chen Feng, who had changed his clothes and had a slender physique, Sun Yuqing couldn't help but be a little stunned. Still. Quite handsome. Yuqing. A voice interrupted Sun Yuqing's thoughts. Only to see that not far away, an innocent-looking young girl was excitedly waving at the duo. Yuqing, long time no see. It's been a long time, Cici, did you just come back from abroad this time? Su Cici nodded her head, her face full of excitement. Yes, this is not just got off the plane and was pulled over by my parents. I did not expect to meet you before I even entered the door. Su Cici looked to the side, only then did she notice Chen Feng standing beside her. This one is? Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend. Saying this, Sun Yuqing suddenly stopped. Having reached the door, she surprisingly still didn't know the name of this boyfriend of hers. But fortunately Chen Feng opened his mouth and took over the conversation, which saved her from embarrassment. Hello Ms. Cici, nice to meet you, my name is Yazan.
Chen Feng didn't know where he had changed another flower from, bowed slightly and sent it to Su Cici's hand, adding another sentence.
A magician.
Su Cici smiled and took the flower. I am also pleased to meet you, Mr. Yazan. Then she quietly came to Sun Yuqing's ear and spoke. Yuqing, your boyfriend is very handsome, and he looks super similar to Kiddo.
Aren't you in Europe? How do you also know about Kiddo?
Sun Yuqing was a bit puzzled. Su Cici blankly glanced at her. Big sister, I only studied abroad. It's not like I went into the mountains to become a nun. Kiddo is so hot, of course I know. And you can't even imagine how hot Kiddo is in Europe. Believe me, the craziness of Kiddo's fans over there is definitely out of your expectation. Saying that, Su Cici clasped her hands in front of her body, revealing a touch of longing. It would be great if Lord Kid could come to my house and steal something. My house also has a lot of good things. What with the red coral tree, the white jade necklace, and my family's heirloom goddess tears. Su Cici said glowingly, but the two people standing in front of Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing thundered. This year.
There is also rush to be stolen?
Sun Yuqing face full of black lines. We'll have to continue to say Su Cici interrupted.
Cici, if you let Uncle Su hear this, you have to be angry.
Alright, let's not talk about this, the dinner is about to start, let's go in first. Su Cici enthusiastically greeted the two of them as they walked inside, soon arriving inside the house. The scene inside, however, caused a few people to faintly freeze. Originally, Sun Yuqing just thought that it was a simple dinner party, but now at a glance, it seemed that it was not that simple. There were a dozen tables on the scene with all kinds of desserts with fruits and drinks. Dozens of people were talking and laughing inside. Of course, there was nothing strange about this, but what made Sun Yuqing feel strange was these tables were not the common kind of tables, but rather, they were one glass display case after another. And inside the glass showcases, a wide array of treasures were placed. Red coral trees, necklaces of white jade, 18 large purple pearls braided into a bracelet, and a tear-shaped gemstone necklace located right in the center, the tears of the goddess. Sun Yuqing returned to her senses slightly and looked at Su Cici at the side in confusion.
Cici, what is this? I don't know either.
Su Cici was also confused. Just at this moment, a voice came from the side. In 2 days it will be the 30th anniversary of our group's founding. At that time we're going to hold a jewelry exhibition party here, my silly daughter. The crowd looked in search of the voice, only to see a straightened middle-aged man slowly walking towards this side.
Dad. Good day, Uncle Su. Su Cici and Sun Yuqing hurriedly greeted.
Well, after not seeing you for 2 years, Yuqing has gotten prettier and prettier.
Uncle Su is flattered. Sun Yuqing politely replied back. Su Zhongtian nodded and looked at his own daughter again as if he disliked her.
I don't want to see this child, getting more and more out of shape.
Dad.
Su Cici stomped her foot with a face full of unhappiness.
What? What I said is wrong. Su Zhongtian nonchalantly glared at Su Cici.
He then turned his gaze to Chen Feng, who was standing with Sun Yuqing.
This is Yuqing's boyfriend, right? Uncle Su.
Chen Feng smiled and nodded his head in greeting. Well, and Yuqing are also a talented couple. Saying this, Su Zhongtian paused, his eyes turned as if he had thought of something and spoke.
How about the young man take a look at the things here? If there is something you like, Uncle will give you one.
Dad? Su Cici was surprised. Although she hadn't been at home for 2 years, but she still knew about the things in the house.
Which of the things placed on the scene were not valuable things? How could they be lightly talked about to be given away?
Sun Yuqing was also filled with surprise and hurriedly turned her head in Chen Feng's direction, wanting to see what his reaction was. Only to see Chen Feng faintly smile and slowly speak, "Thank you, Uncle Su, but forget it, I still prefer the real thing a bit more."
Chapter 39, sending out a teaser letter.
Prefer the real thing? What about these? Are they all fakes? Su Cici and Sun Yuqing both turned their gazes to Su Zhongtian in unison. Good, very good. Su Zhongtian laughed heartily, saying 3 good in a row, with undisguised appreciation in his eyes.
Yuqing Uncle Su.
Sun Yuqing immediately replied. Su Zhongtian said, you picked a good son-in-law for your old son family.
After saying that, Su Zhongtian patted Chen Feng's shoulder and turned to leave.
Sun Yuqing blushed slightly and did not say anything. Hey! Su Cici touched Chen Feng with her elbow, her face full of curiosity. How do you know these are fake? I didn't even see it. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously, looking down at Su Cici's curious baby-like expression, slowly opening his mouth. Secret. You. Su Cici reached out to point at Chen Feng, but Chen Feng did not care at all, which also gave her the feeling of a punch on cotton. In the end, she could only dive headfirst into Sun Yuqing's arms. Sister Yuqing, I've always treated you as my own sister. I didn't expect that my own brother-in-law would bully me. Su Cici's sentence brother-in-law made Sun Yuqing confused. With her hands open, she didn't know whether to put or push.
She is your own sister, then who am I?
A voice came from the doorway behind him. It was followed by a figure dressed in a gown walking into the line of sight of several people.
Sister Lok Shui.
Sun Yuqing opened her mouth to greet her.
Turning her head to look at Chen Feng again, let me introduce you, this is Officer Su, hello again. What a coincidence, meeting again. Chen Feng and Su Lixue both greeted each other. Since they had met outside the store earlier, Su Lixue had also come to Chen Feng's store a few times to drink coffee. After a while, the two of them were considered acquaintances. Actually, you guys don't have to wonder why everything here is a fake. This is a normal operation and has been done in previous years. The ones exhibited before the official anniversary party are all fakes, and only on the day of the party will the genuine ones be brought out. Su Lixue opened her mouth to explain to the crowd. That's right. Sun Yuqing nodded her head. Although it's a fake, it's definitely a one-to-one replica according to the original, and there's also a photo of the original next to the exhibit, so you guys can also take a look if you're interested. Then let's go, I'll take you two to take a look, and also eat something on the way. I've been sitting on the airplane for a day, I'm starving to death. Su Sisi walked up and pulled the sleeves of both Sun Yuqing and Chen Feng, then walked towards the front. Although Su Shishi was the second miss of the Su family, but due to staying abroad for a long time, not many people knew her, so naturally, not many came to greet her. Instead, it also allowed a few people to fall into a state of relaxation. You didn't see it, this is the Goddess Tears display case, this is our family's heirloom. I heard that it was still more than 50 years ago, my great-grandfather bought it from an auction, and now it has been passed down for 3 generations. Su Sisi introduced it to the two with an excited face. The light red gemstone didn't have a single stray color, the bottom thick and top thin, round and smooth, a perfect teardrop shape. Although what the few people had seen was only a fake, the selling appearance was also very good. Chen Feng turned his gaze to the side. On the right side of the exhibit were a few lines written, an introduction about the origin of the Goddess Tear. In 1992, it was purchased at a price of 240 meters of gold at the Imperial State Auction House in the state of Rice, and has been collected until now. A high price of 240 meter gold was fetched more than 50 years ago, putting it to 50 years later today. I am afraid that the value has already doubled more than 10 times. Chen Feng secretly pondered. What are you thinking about? Sun Yuqing touched Chen Feng. Nothing, I'm going to use the restroom. Chen Feng spoke to both Sun Yuqing and walked in the direction of the bathroom under Su Sisi's directions. After coming into the bathroom and closing the door, after checking to make sure that there was no surveillance equipment, Chen Feng then took out a pen and paper from the system space and started writing. Within a short time, a brand new teaser letter was written, and in the end, Chen Feng hadn't forgotten to draw Kiddo's cartoon avatar on it. Perfect. Looking at the teaser letter in his hand, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Pushing the bathroom window open, Chen Feng put his finger in front of his mouth and whistled. Within a short time, a pigeon that had been summoned flew in front of Chen Feng. I'll be relying on you then, little one. Chen Feng stroked the rounded little head of the pigeon. Seemingly sensing Chen Feng's goodwill, the pigeon obediently rubbed back and forth in Chen Feng's hand. Go on. Chen Feng placed the teaser letter to the pigeon's beak. The pigeon that received the instruction immediately understood and opened its beak to dangle the teaser letter and flew towards the outside, disappearing from view within a short time. Seeing this, Chen Feng's mouth also revealed a smile, gems and monsters. I like this pairing. By the time Chen Feng returned, the dinner had officially begun. Waiters dressed in white carried plates with drinks through the crowd, while the party-goers gathered in 2s and 3s to chat. Chen Feng casually took a glass of red wine from one of the waiters' plate and slowly came to where Sun Yuqing's few people were. What are we chatting about? Several ladies. Seeing Chen Feng coming over, Sun Yuqing consciously gave Chen Feng a seat and sat side by side with him. Su Sisi spoke with an excited face. We're talking about the one who's been very hot lately, Monster Thief Kiddo, whispering to you, my big sister will soon become the new chief pursuit leader of chasing Huaxia Area 3OU. At that time, she and Kiddo will be the rightful rivals. It's exciting to think about. Oh? Chen Feng turned his gaze in Su Lixue's direction, then congratulations on Captain Su's high promotion. Thanks. Su Lixue smiled as she raised her wineglass and gently clinked it with Chen Feng. Are the uncles and aunts still not here? Chen Feng asked as he leaned into Sun Yuqing's ear. Sun Yuqing shook her head. They have something temporary to do and won't be coming today. In that case, Chen Feng nodded his head. Just at this moment, a sudden commotion occurred at the entrance of the villa. What's going on? How did this pigeon get in? Where did the wild pigeon come from? Hurry up and blow it out. Where's the security guard? Security. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Accompanied by the shouts of the crowd, the pigeon flew towards the inside. As if the pigeon had its own goal, the pigeon went straight to the glass cabinet of the Tears of the Goddess, amidst everyone's unexpected gazes, and slowly landed on it. Only then did the crowd see that the pigeon was holding a small white card in its beak. Monster Kid teaser letter. This was everyone's first reaction. Su Zhongtian, who was originally still chatting with the others, also noticed the movement over here. After seeing the pigeon that landed on the glass cabinet, especially after seeing that the pigeon was still holding a card in its beak, he immediately changed his face slightly and his brows unconsciously tightened. Chapter 40, A Way to Deal with Chen Feng? Reacting to this, Su Zhongtian quickly stepped in front of the goddess tears display case. Taking the card from the pigeon's beak, the writing on it was clearly visible. Welcoming your company's extravaganza, at the moment the clock strikes midnight, I will step into the air and take the tear of the goddess. To Kiddo. Monster Kiddo. Su Zhongtian narrowed his eyes, his expression looking a bit grave. Su Lixue and Su Cici, several people came over here. Su Cici grabbed the piece of paper from her old man's hands with an excited expression, quickly scanned it twice, and after determining that it was really Chen Feng's teaser letter, she immediately exclaimed in shock. It's Kiddo's teaser letter. Awesome. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Cici noticed the two death gazes from her old dad and old sister. Hurrying to cough lightly, she changed her words, ahem. This. This is too abominable. Well, it is. The commotion over here was not small, and almost everyone at the scene heard it clearly. Monster Kiddo? Isn't that the thief that's been so hot recently? Is he eyeing the heirloom of the Su family? Seems like it. Can't you see that Mr. Su's daughter is still holding the teaser letter in her hand? Listening to the crowd's murmurs, Su Zhongtian spoke with a dark face. Xiao Shui. Dad. Su Lixue agreed. This side is over to you, you make the arrangements, also, you can transfer everyone in our company, I'll leave first. After saying that, Su Zhongtian also no longer stayed and left the scene with a dark face. With Su Zhongtian's departure, coupled with the matter of the teaser letter, the crowd also had no thoughts of continuing to stay here and dispersed. Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing both also left by car after greeting Su Lixue. As before, Chen Feng similarly placed the contents of this teaser letter into his exclusive live broadcasting room. The live broadcast room that had only just fallen silent for 2 days was once again ignited. I'm already numb, I just want to say one thing, a maple god, see. Sooner or later, it has to be maple gods. The Su family's heirloom. Su family. Ah. I remember coming, isn't this the new chief pursuit captain Su Lixue's family? Chen Feng, this is a fight with the pursuit team. I have a feeling that they couldn't fight the Feng god those previous times, and this time will more than likely not be any different. Agreed. The internet was flooded with almost all topics about Chen Feng. The video that was number 1 on a certain Tone's hot search list turned out to be a poll on whether Chen Feng would succeed in this operation. Unsurprisingly, in just half a day's time, millions of people had voted for the will succeed option. On the other hand, only a few tens of thousands of netizens voted for the will fail option. The overwhelming public opinion on the internet has also invariably put a lot of pressure on Su Lixue. Night. Inside the office of the chief captain of the Pursuit Bureau, Su Lixue rubbed her somewhat sore eyes and slowly closed the computer. Although she hated to admit it, she was indeed unsure that she could deal with Chen Feng. This person's techniques were so bizarre that they could even be described with the phrase ghostly and mysterious. Recently, there was also a world-renowned magic association that said that if Chen Feng was willing to come and serve in their association after the program, they were willing to give him the position of vice president. It was evident that Chen Feng's magic tricks were highly skillful. Knock knock. The door to the office room was knocked on. Su Lixue resumed her seat and spoke to the door, please come in. The door was pushed open and a member of the pursuit team pushed his way in. Captain, there's someone outside looking for you, and she even said it's your sister. My sister? Su Lixue was a bit surprised, and after briefly asking 2 more questions to make sure it was Su Cici, she had someone bring her in. Sister! With a familiar voice coming from outside, immediately afterward a silhouette fluttered in, and straightaway rooted in Su Lixue's arms. Alright, how old are you, still acting like a little kid? Su Lixue dotingly touched Su Cici's head. The two sisters had grown up together since they were young and had a very good relationship, although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they were not rusty. What are you doing here looking for me? Sister, couldn't I come to find you if I have nothing to do? Su Cici's voice was sweet and mushy, causing Su Luoxue to get goosebumps and hurriedly cut her off. You come less. I still don't understand you? Hurry up and say what's up, I still have to work. It's still sister who understands me. Su Cici, who was poked through her small mind, didn't have a trace of embarrassment. Instead, she hugged Su Lixue's arm in a pleasing manner. Sister, I just want to let me also participate in the time when your pursuit group is defending against Kiddo's action. Don't worry, I'll just take a look, absolutely won't make trouble. I send 4. Saying that, Su Cici also exaggeratedly raised 4 fingers. No way. Don't even think about it. Su Lixue directly and categorically refused. She knew this sister of hers too well, forgetting what she said on one foot and forgetting it on the next, more unreliable than an insurance company. Sister. Su Cici was pouting again. It's not easy for people to come back once, they just want to take a close look at Lord Kiddo. Could it be that as someone's older sister, you can't even satisfy this request? Su Lixue still did not respond. Seeing Su Lixue's unmoved appearance, Su Cici realistically threw away Su Lixue's arm and gagged her small mouth with an unhappy face.
Anyway, you guys can't catch Kiddo with me or without me, and that's all that's stopping me from going. You. Su Lishue was choked by these words, wanting to retort but unable to find the words to do so. Hey, sister. Su Shishia's eyes turned, seemingly thinking of something, and continued to speak. Why don't you run with the tears of the goddess? As long as you keep running around non-stop, you might still be able to block Kiddo-sama Oyu. Su Sisi. Su Lishue angrily slapped the table and stood up. Just wanted to make a move to teach Su Sisi what it means to be an elder sister like a mother, but her arm just lifted up, and before she could drop it, she suddenly thought of something, and her eyes snapped open. Keep running without stopping. Keep running without stopping. Keep running without stopping. Su Lishue fiercely raised her head, her face rehung a smile, and grabbed Su Sisi's arm. Sisi, you're really a genius. Su Sisi blinked a pair of large Kazran eyes, seemingly still unaware of what had happened. Just at this time, Su Lishue already had no time to take care of her. Lowering her head and reopening the computer, her slender fingers tapped rapidly on the computer keyboard, and in a short time, a simple program was made by her. It was also on that day. Su Zhongtian and Su Lishue jointly held a press conference, announcing a change in the location of the artifact exhibition gathering. And the site of the new location was on top of a cruise ship on the deep sea. Chapter 41, the plan is finalized. A cruise ship on the deep sea. What a great idea it is. The front desk of the cafe. Chen Feng looked at Su Lishue's figure in the video at the press conference with a light smile. Ka. The door was pushed open, and the mechanical cat's welcome voice sounded at the entrance. Chen Feng turned his head to look, only to see Su Lishue, whom he had just met yesterday, walking through the door. Speaking of, Chow Chow has really arrived. Chen Feng secretly sighed. Why is Officer Su, a busy person, free to come to my place today? Chen Feng smiled and spoke. Even if I'm busy, I still have to live. Su Lishue rubbed her sore neck, her face slightly tired. What are you watching? Watching a beautiful lady's wonderful speech. Su Lishue came forward with a curious face and looked at the screen, only to find that it was a video of herself at a press conference. She could not help but blush slightly and scolded with a smile, oily mouth. Chen Feng did not care about this. What to drink? Mocha bar, ask for half sugar. I still like the flavor of your coffee here. Do you have some secret recipe? Can you tell me? Su Lishue came forward with a face full of curiosity. She was genuinely curious about how Chen Feng made this coffee, slightly bitter but not too mellow. The aroma of the milk and the coffee beans complemented each other well, making one's lips and teeth smell good. Shoo! Chen Feng placed his finger in front of Su Lishue's lips. Ma'am, this is a business secret. Su Lishue was amused by Chen Feng's pretense of secrecy and let out a giggle. Alright, then I won't ask. It's better to hurry up and help me make coffee. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Right at this moment, a noisy phone ringing sounded, interrupting her words. Su Lishue picked up her cell phone and picked the call up after glancing at the memo. Hello? Dad, what's wrong? Okay, I'll be right back. Hanging up the phone, Su Lishue looked at Chen Feng again and spoke with slight regret. It seems like I don't have a mouthful of good fortune today. I still have things to do over here first. After saying that, nodding her head at Chen Feng, she was ready to turn around and leave. However, she had just taken 2 steps when she was stopped by Chen Feng behind her. Hey, wait. Su Lishue stopped her steps and turned her head to look at Chen Feng with a puzzled expression. Only to see Chen Feng walk out from the front desk, slowly coming in front of her, reaching out to straighten her wrinkled collar for her. The clothes are a bit messy. Su Lishue was slightly dazed and quickly returned to her senses. With a smile on her face, she spoke. Yuqing's $5,000 was really worth it. If there's a need, I'll trouble you as well. Always ready to serve you, ma'am. Chen Feng lifted Su Lishue's hand and gently kissed it. The two of them parted ways at that. Chen Feng was once again the only one left in the cafe. The system's voice in his mind also sounded. Ding, congratulations on exchanging micro camera 2, costing system points 100. Hearing this voice, Chen Feng revealed a smile. Just now, while he was taking the opportunity to organize Su Luoshua's clothes, he took the opportunity to install a miniature camera on top of the button in front of the collar of Su Luoshua's work attire. Coupled with the listening device that he had previously planted on her wallet, this would allow him to get a first-hand understanding of the situation at the scene. Chen Feng glanced down at the time on his watch. It was already late. Coupled with the fact that there weren't many customers in the store today, he closed early. Returning to the bedroom on the second floor, Chen Feng carefully pondered over the details of the operation before turning his gaze to Xiaobai, who was standing on a wooden stick, lightly snapping his fingers. Hearing the commotion, Little White quickly flew towards Chen Feng, landing on his lap and rubbing against him affectionately. I'm going to trouble you again this time, Little White. Chen Feng tenderly stroked Little White's feathers. As if it understood Chen Feng's words, Little White responded with a goo-goo. Chen Feng tied another miniature camera redeemed from the system to Little White's body, and then walked to the balcony. Facing the afterglow of the setting sun, Chen Feng released Little White into the air. Go Little White, come back and buy you crayfish to eat. Goo goo. Little White barked excitedly, then spread his wings and flew towards the sky, disappearing from view in no time.
1 hour later.
By the coast, after Su Lixue got down from the car, she went straight to her family's cruise ship. Coming to the interior of the cruise ship, Su Zhongtian had already been waiting here. A dozen or so neatly arranged glass cabinets were positioned on both sides. Of course, these glass showcases were currently empty, while the dozen exhibits including the Tears of the Goddess were still being stored within the vault of the Su family villa.
Dad. Su Lixue walked up and greeted Su Zhongtian. Coming.
Su Zhongtian slightly raised his eyes, a smile appearing on his face filled with majesty.
What's up, Dad? Is there something you're looking for me in such a hurry?
Su Zhongtian pointed to the seat in front of him. Sit down first.
Only when Su Lixue sat down did Su Zhongtian slowly speak. Little Snow, I want you to go back and inform your people that at 2 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, we will start moving the exhibits. 2 o'clock tomorrow morning?
But during the previous launch, didn't you say that it would only be at noon? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Zhongtian raising his hand. Security considerations, after all, that thief who was eyeing our family heirlooms will also watch the news.
Su Lixue nodded. Good, I'll go back and inform.
Trouble them again. When this matter is finished, you invite them for a meal. You've just taken office, don't lose people's hearts.
Okay, Dad.
Su Lixue nodded her head in agreement. And naturally, all of this was heard by Chen Feng.
Inside the bedroom on the second floor of the cafe.
Looking at the picture in the computer screen, Chen Feng smiled blandly.
Very careful, you two. Closing the computer.
Gently picking up the floor plan of the yacht that had just been drawn based on the image transmitted back from Xiaobai, he already had a plan in mind.
The next day. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the coast was brightly lit.
A team of more than 100 people consisting of 50 members of the pursuit team plus dozens of security guards found by the Su family was busy. One by one, large boxes that were tightly closed were moved down from the car. After all the boxes were unloaded, a member of the pursuit team came in front of Su Lixue and spoke.
Captain, the things are all here, count them.
Su Luexia nodded her head and walked up to take a slight count. After determining that there were no problems, she greeted the crowd and moved towards the cruise ship. No one noticed that in the crowd responsible for lifting the boxes, there was a youth who revealed a mysterious smile that passed in an instant. A dozen boxes were carried into the lobby of the cruise ship. Although the room in the hall wasn't small, but with dozens of people and a dozen large boxes coming in at once, it still looked slightly crowded. Everyone, trouble you, just put the boxes down. Everyone who goes to receive the red packet in a while will have it.
Su Lixue smiled and opened her mouth. The crowd present burst into cheers. Oh, you. Thank you, Captain. Long live the captain. Thank you, Missy. Facing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Su Lixue always responded with a smile.
Just at this moment, a voice broke this beauty.
Chen Feng has appeared. Chapter 42 Preparation Before Action. Chen Feng has appeared.
As this voice came out, everyone's gazes were instantly attracted and they all looked in one direction. Only to see a white figure standing upright under the moonlight on top of a high pole not far from the ship. The white cloak behind him was moving with the wind, and the four-leaf clover pendant was also swaying continuously by the wind.
Hello again, gentlemen.
Chen Feng still had that infuriating yet charming smile. The moment they saw Chen Feng, the crowd at the scene immediately split into two groups under the command of Su Lixue. One group was responsible for guarding the safety of the dozen or so exhibits in the hall, while the other group followed her and surrounded the high pole where Chen Feng was. Arriving at the bottom of the high pole, the crowd all looked up at the white figure at the top with nervous faces. There was no way around it, this person had brought them too many surprises. From the very beginning with the heart of the ocean to this time with the tears of the goddess, all the preparations seemed as if they were as fragile as bubbles in front of this man.
Chen Feng, what do you want to do? Su Lixue was on guard.
Captain Su doesn't need to be nervous, I'm just a magician who followed the guidance of the wind and came to be a guest under the moonlight, there's no malice. Chen Feng spoke with a light smile. Although they heard him say this, the crowd at the scene clearly did not believe him and still had a guarded look on their faces.
Aha, it seems like you all aren't really welcoming me.
Chen Feng put on a slightly exaggerated show.
Well then, I will take my leave first.
As Chen Feng finished his sentence, his body seemed to be disintegrated as if it had been disintegrated, starting to turn into countless particles of light from top to bottom, slowly dissipating. Just like when he had stolen the heart of the ocean earlier, this kiddo was nothing more than an image made by Chen Feng using projection equipment.
Chen Feng's main body had long since blended into the exhibition hall.
When the eyes of the crowd were attracted by the image, he quickly made a move and installed two inconspicuous gadgets in the glass display case belonging to the tears of the goddess.
On the pier.
Looking at the direction in which Chen Feng had disappeared.
The crowd did not react for a moment. What was the meaning of this? Leaving without doing anything? Is it really like what he himself said, he just came to be a guest under the moonlight? Then he was also too idle, right, not sleeping in the middle of the night to come here to wander around blindly. Su Lixue frowned.
She always felt that there was that place that wasn't quite right, but she couldn't tell. She could only lead the crowd to check the exhibits of the dozen or so boxes again, and only after confirming that there was no mistake did she call it quits. The night continued to pass slowly. Even in the eyes of the crowd, Chen Feng had already left, but Su Lixue did not take it lightly. She personally supervised the placing of a dozen exhibits into the glass covers. After leaving more than 20 people at the pier and the cruise ship respectively to take care of the safety and security, she then left with the others. The night sea breeze was still whistling. The people who stayed at the pier and on the deck were fine, but the people in the lobby on the second floor of the cruise ship had long been sleepy. In front of the monitor, the 8 members of the pursuit team who stayed inside were drifting off to sleep. "Come brothers, have a cup of coffee to refresh yourselves." The members of the pursuit team, disguised by Chen Feng, walked in with 8 cups of coffee placed on a tray and greeted the crowd. Hearing Chen Feng's voice, the leader of the group laughed and walked up to give Chen Feng a punch. "All right Li Ming, your kid is so generous today?" Chen Feng, disguised as Li Ming, laughed playfully. "This was not stolen from Captain Sun before I came. I can't drink it alone, so it's cheaper for you guys." "You kid!" The leader of the group laughed and scolded. Afterwards, he was not polite and picked up a cup of coffee on the tray and drank it all in one go, not forgetting to help the others hand over 2 cups. Chen Feng, on the other hand, carried the remaining cups of coffee to the monitor. "Come on, brothers, have a cup of coffee to refresh yourself." The 3 people in front of the monitor were obviously sleepy as well, and didn't think much about it after seeing the coffee delivered by Chen Feng, reaching out to take the coffee from Chen Feng's hands. Only after several people had all drunk the coffee did Chen Feng reveal a satisfied smile. Within a short time, the several people who had just drunk the coffee had all passed out. Chen Feng reappeared at the Tears of the Goddess display case. The glass case that had lost the protection of the crowd was easily opened by Chen Feng, and he got the Tears of the Goddess that was hidden inside. What a beautiful little fellow. Looking at the light red gem in his hand, Chen Feng smiled and put it away. However, since it was not the time for the preview letter, in order for the perfection of the performance not to be ruined, Chen Feng took out the special version of the Tear of the Goddess that had already been prepared. It was returned to its original position. Perfect. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, he did not stay any longer and turned around to leave the place. It was not until 2 hours after Chen Feng had left. Only then did the crowd within the venue leisurely wake up. After waking up, the crowd was initially startled, but after realizing that the dozen or so exhibits, including the Tears of the Goddess, were all safe and sound, they were relieved. In order to avoid being scolded, the crowd discussed with each other and unanimously decided to hide this matter. This had inadvertently done Chen Feng a favor. Time lingered on. At noon, under the filming of a group of reporters, Su Zhongtian and the 24 or so tourists invited, plus a group of bodyguards, members of the pursuit team, and attendants boarded the cruise ship and headed towards the deep sea. Early evening. After 8 hours of traveling, the cruise ship finally stopped at the deep sea area. On the large deck, 4 helicopters were firmly parked on it. These were the ones that Su Zhongtian had specially deployed from his own group in order to deal with Chen Feng, and they were equipped with comprehensive capture systems on them, fully capable of intercepting Chen Feng's glider in the air. At the front of the cruise ship, Su Lixue held onto the railing on the deck, feeling the surrounding sea breeze constantly blowing past her, her gaze picking into the distance from time to time. Captain Louis, who was newly promoted as the leader of the 3rd group, brought over a bottle of water and handed it to Su Lixue. "No need to be so nervous, right? We're in the deep sea now. And we carefully checked everyone's face and luggage before we boarded the ship this time. Chen Feng can't blend in." Su Lixue glanced at him, unscrewed the water bottle and gently took a sip, and spoke. "Don't be careless, tell the brothers to fly their helicopters every half an hour to observe the surrounding area, and report immediately if there is any situation." "Yes." Louis nodded in agreement. But inwardly, he remained unimpressed. As he himself said, they were now in the deep sea. Even the kind of cruise ship they were traveling on would take hours to drive here. How would Chen Feng come over? It couldn't be possible to swim over, could it? Thinking of this, Louis snorted and shook his head, seemingly a little unimpressed by Su Lixue's excessive nervousness. However, out of his superior's orders, he still relayed Su Lixue's words to a few helicopter pilots. Chapter 43, A Fantastic Debut. Unsurprisingly, the reactions of the several pilots were generally the same as his. The pilot of the 2nd helicopter had a reluctant look on his face. "Our captain is too careful, right? Isn't it just losing to Chen Feng twice? Why is he still paranoid?" The pilot of airplane number 3 followed closely. "That's right, at such a long distance from the land, how can Chen Feng come over? By relying on his broken glider? Don't dream about it. AI, the big official is the orders from the top can't be disobeyed." The remaining 2 pilots also opened their mouths to express their dissatisfaction. Hearing these words, although Louis felt the same way, he still opened his mouth to reprimand. "Don't whine, all of you, do a good job. You just took Captain Su's red packet and you're whining, huh? This is not very decent." Hearing Louis mention the red packet, several drivers all scratched their heads in embarrassment. Although Su Lishua's newly appointed chief captain was a bit strict and even a bit too careful, but there was nothing to say about what he did. Without mentioning anything else, the single red packet item made the top and bottom of the pursuit team very supportive of her. So even if they were uncomfortable, they would only whine and not say anything bad. The needle representing time was still walking. At the request of the program team, Su Lishua agreed to share the surveillance system of her cruise ship to the live broadcast room. And the screen of the live broadcast room belonging to Chen Feng came over here with it. I went, this time is really ruthless. The previous pursuit group again, how to prepare, at least still on land, this guy or dry sea to come. A glance, which are all water. I heard that all the people on the cruise ship before boarding the ship were carefully checked twice, is absolutely no one can mix in. What then? This is the sea. Maple God, can't swim over here, right? Meow, money is good, I'm afraid the Maple God is going to fall this time. Don't be so cruel to my husband. Nightfall crept in. The sea breeze also got cold. For safety reasons, Su Lishua immediately ordered to turn on all the surrounding lighting. Coupled with the helicopters in the sky that were constantly patrolling back and forth, it directly ensured that the people on the cruise ship could easily access the wind and grass within 1 kilometer. Time was still passing. In the blink of an eye, it had already come to 11:30. Su Sisi put her hands on her cheeks and leaned against the railing with an expectant face, waiting for that white figure to arrive. Even the invited guests in the venue gradually reduced their conversations, looking out the window from time to time as if looking for something. Another 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Su Lishua had already returned to the monitoring room, holding the walkie-talkie in her hand, staring at the monitoring screen without looking away. For the safety of the goddess tears, she had even arranged 10 members of the pursuit team inside the second-floor venue and at the entrance location. In order to facilitate that once any accidents occurred, the hatch could be sealed immediately, locking Chen Feng inside. Foolproof. This was almost the thought of all the members of the pursuit team. They couldn't think of any method Chen Feng could use to steal the tears of the goddess, even after racking their brains, and they couldn't even think of how he could come from the distant land to the distant deep sea area. Fly over? Swim over? The only possibility was that he had made a portal that only existed in movies. But that, of course, was impossible. Helicopter 3 report, suspicious target detected, moving towards the cruise ship. The number 3 helicopter pilot's voice was transmitted into everyone's ears through the intercom. Su Lishua immediately picked up the intercom and responded. Roger, helicopter number 3 immediately approached the suspicious target, used the shortest time to confirm the target's identity. Helicopters number 1 and 2 are ready to support. Yes. The conversation was interrupted, leaving only the sound of wind breaking from the helicopter propellers in the sky. Soon, however, a voice came from the silent intercom once again. Unit 3 reporting, target identity confirmed, it's Chen Feng himself. The crowd in the command room was filled with surprise. Chen Feng had really come? How did he manage to do that? One must know that this was the deep sea. A place that ordinary small boats could not even reach. Su Lishua was also surprised, but immediately adjusted. Third plane immediately confirmed. By what means did Chen Feng come here? Was it a glider or a ship? Machine number 3 reports that he is coming by whale. The pilot of aircraft number 3's voice trembled as he spoke, and he even wondered if he was blind. But the upright white figure standing on the back of the whale was telling him that it was all true. The crowd in the live broadcast room was also confused. I saw what? Maple God is standing on the back of the whale? Have humans evolved to the point where they can tame the whale? How come no one informed me? My husband is so handsome. Nothing is impossible in front of my husband. There's nothing I want to say anymore. Feng Shin Niu Bi. Su Sisi on top of the deck looked at the white figure that kept approaching, her eyes sprouting stars. At the moment, she only had Chen Feng in her eyes, and had completely thrown the matter of Chen Feng's trip being to steal from her family behind her. Lord Kiddo, I'm here. Chen Feng stood on the back of the whale, with only the cool sea breeze constantly blowing by his ears. There were a few small speedboats that wanted to come up and catch Chen Feng, but after seeing the huge black shadow at the bottom of Chen Feng's feet, they were still sensible enough to give up the idea. All the way to the bottom of the cruise ship unhindered. Thank you. Chen Feng lowered himself and gently patted the whale's back. As if the whale understood, it excitedly fluttered its huge tail, creating another large ripple. Chen Feng took out his poker gun from his arms and pressed the trigger against the railing on the deck. The next second, with a swoosh sound, a rope shot out from the muzzle of the gun and was firmly fixed on top of the railing. Borrowing the tension from the rope's contraction, Chen Feng easily boarded the cruise ship and steadily landed on the deck. Aha! Lord Kiddo. As soon as he landed, a silhouette pounced towards Chen Feng and jumped straight into his arms. It was none other than Su Sisi. The live broadcast room once again exploded. Whose is this? Hurry up and let go of my husband. I'm going to go crazy with envy. I also want to be hugged by Kiddo. Sister, listen to your sister, you can't grasp this man, let your sister do it. Under the gaze of millions of people, there were still some people who recognized Su Shishi's identity. This person is that second miss of the Su family, right? Hasn't she been studying abroad? How come she's back? Hey, I also recognized it when you said so. It's her, I've even seen the video of her winning the prize at the Olympiad back then. Second Miss Su family, but didn't Fengshen come this time to steal their family's heirloom? Why is she still so excited? Don't ask, we don't understand the brain circuits of people with money. Chapter 44 Shocking Space Magic Show. Chen Feng. Release the hostages. Su Lishua quickly arrived with a dozen or so people, sealing off the road in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng spread his hands out. Captain Su, I don't seem to have done anything, right? Su Lishua was immediately choked, looking at Su Sisi who was relying on Chen Feng's arms and refusing to get up. Su Lishua's teeth were about to be clenched. Su Sisi. Come here you. Su Lishua forced her anger to speak. She shouldn't have brought this unreliable sister here, now she had lost her face outside. Hearing her own elder sister's voice filled with anger, even though Su Sisi was unwilling, she had no choice but to slowly come out of Chen Feng's arms. Tutaying her little mouth, she had a reluctant face. Looking at Su Sisi's unhappy face, Chen Feng slowly reached out his hand, encircled her neck, and gently kissed Su Sisi's forehead. Thank you very much for your favor, beautiful young lady. Feeling the wet heat on her forehead, Su Sisi was like a little girl who had gotten an idol's autograph and blushed in an instant. A pair of jade hands rubbed back and forth on the two corners of her clothes, and she lowered her head, not daring to raise her head to meet Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng stood above the deck, the cloak behind him whistling under the sea breeze. The corner of his mouth was still the same smile if any, and he spoke softly. Everyone, the magic show is about to begin. Hubby is too handsome. Should say no, looking at Maple God like this, I'm a male whose heart is moved. I can't, hubby is too handsome, I'm going to lick the screen. Countless pop-ups crossed the live broadcast room. And above the deck, under the gaze of countless people, Chen Feng took a step forward. But a scene that shocked everyone happened. After Chen Feng's foot fell, it did not land on the ground. Instead, as if it was being held by something, it stepped on an imaginary step. Immediately followed by the second step, this time Chen Feng's other foot also left the ground, and the whole person unexpectedly stepped upwards in the air under the gaze of countless people. There was a brief silence in the live broadcast room, followed by a flood of pop-ups. Is the legendary Wudong ladder cloud vertical? Dozong powerhouse, scary as hell. I watched the whole thing and didn't see the slightest problem. Chen Feng, how did this happen? Don't kid yourself, if you can see it, can the foam god still be called the foam god? Suggesting that the country investigate Chen Feng severely, I now seriously doubt that he is the last immortal cultivator of Aquamarine Planet. Everything in the outside world had little effect on Chen Feng, who was still walking upwards on his own. With every step, he stepped in mid-air. No. It should be said that every step he took was as if he was stepping on top of a step that was invisible to everyone. As Chen Feng went higher and higher, Su Lishua and the others were shocked beyond words. How is this possible? Su Lishua's small mouth was slightly open with an unbelievable expression. Suddenly, she recalled the contents of Chen Feng's teaser letter again, the sentence, I will come stepping into the air and take the goddess tears. She had originally thought that Chen Feng wanted to fall from an airplane or steal the goddess tears through a glider, but now it seemed that she had completely misunderstood. The stepping in the air in the preview letter was a real stepping in the air in the true sense of the word. Looking at Chen Feng in mid-air, everyone was shocked and unable to utter a word. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't utter a word. They wanted to say that it was just magic, that it was fake, and that it was flawed. But when the words came to their mouths, they couldn't say a single word. Because they really couldn't find even a single crack in Chen Feng. At this moment, or rather in the hearts of the crowd, Chen Feng's figure seemed to overlap with the figure of the god in the story. Chen Feng was still walking upwards, all the way to above the roof of the second floor on the cruise ship. The palms of his feet stepped on it with two dull sounds. The time at this moment had already come to 11:58 p.m. There were only 2 minutes left from the time on the teaser letter. And yet, Chen Feng had not even entered the door of the exhibition venue. This also caused everyone to be a bit puzzled, not knowing what Chen Feng was trying to do. Wasn't it almost time for the teaser letter? Why had Chen Feng not made his move yet? This was the question on almost everyone's mind. On the other hand, Chen Feng on the roof of the building revealed a mysterious smile at this moment, slowly opening his hands to meet the silver moonlight as if he was embracing the moon. Ladies and gentlemen. As Chen Feng spoke out again, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was quickly mobilized. For a time, the pop-ups were again scrolling rapidly, and the number of people in the live broadcast room also broke through to 800 people at this time. It's show time. As Chen Feng's hand fell. The clock struck midnight at this moment. And in the venue, the goddess tear that was stored within the glass cover also slowly disappeared under the gaze of Su Zhongtian and the others as well as the 800 viewers in the live broadcast room. Right. It just disappeared. In front of everyone, as if it was an ice cube in a blazing flame, it was rapidly melting away.
This is impossible.
In the venue, Su Zhongtian was full of disbelief as he grasped the glass cover where the goddess tear was stored. At this moment, the sturdy glass cover instead became an obstacle that prevented him from entering. He could only watch as the goddess tear slowly melted away and eventually disappeared completely. Outside, on Chen Feng's hand, a red gemstone slowly revealed itself. It was precisely the tear of the goddess.
My see. Still saying that this isn't magic? No, I have to go and worship a master. If I can learn this hand of God Feng, then I'll have all my future life in order. Fengshen can't really be a magician under the banner of a magician, right? This is too weird. Fetching things from the air? I'm afraid he's already reached Dozun cultivation, right? Fellow Taoist, why have you come here?
The crowd at the scene was dumbfounded. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of stopping it, but
they really didn't know how to stop it. Could Chen Feng really know magic?
There were a few members of the pursuit team who couldn't help but think secretly, but then quickly shook their heads to interrupt their thoughts. Now it was a society with the rule of law. One was an atheist, one could not be superstitious, one could not be superstitious. The team member kept giving himself hints in his mind, but inwardly, he still couldn't help but associate Chen Feng with magic. Chen Feng's hand held up the light red goddess tear as if he was displaying his trophies for all to see. Everyone, it seems that this time, it is still me who wins. Chen Feng spoke with a light smile, putting away the tear of the goddess and bowing slightly to the crowd. This concludes today's magic show, so I will take my leave first. With that, Chen Feng lifted his clothes, and his entire body rose up into the air once again. It was at this moment that the crowd could see clearly that above Chen Feng's head, a large area with hundreds or thousands of seabirds were knotted together, flying in the air. And 3 thin lines, so thin that they were almost invisible, hung down from the sky, connecting him to the flock of birds. Gentlemen, I look forward to our meeting again under the silver moonlight. As the words fell, a white card fell from the air and landed precisely in front of Su Shui. Like the teaser letter, I have received the tears of the goddess. Kaiju Kiddo. At the same time a system beep sounded from Chen Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the tears of the goddess, rewarding Freak Bandit Kid with a card fusion of plus 5%. System points plus 500, current card fusion degree 65%. Chapter 45, Chen Feng's Million Wanted Notice. Yesterday, Chen Feng, the most wanted criminal in Area 3 of China, managed to cross the ocean and steal the tear of the goddess gemstone under the watchful eyes of millions of people. This is Chen Feng's 4th strike, and it was equally successful. According to the calculations of the Joint Government Program Team, the total amount stolen by Chen Feng so far has reached over 100 million rice dollars, placing him in the world's list of thieves, number 11. The United Government Program Team has announced that it has officially issued a wanted notice for Chen Feng for an amount of 300 W rice dollars. Inside a certain 5-star hotel room on the seashore of H City. The television set hanging on the wall was broadcasting the news. Listening to the words coming from the television, Chen Feng, who was lying on the sofa, revealed a smirk and casually turned the television off. 300 W rice dollars, sounds like it's pretty good, what do you think, shall buy? Chen Feng was wearing a robe. The red wine within the glass in his hand was even more vibrant under the illumination of the light. After working last night, Chen Feng did not rush back to the cafe. After all, it was rare to come out, how could it be just for work? Enjoying life was also essential. Goo! Little White barked with his head held high as a response to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's smile flourished even more as he took out the tears of the goddess he had gotten earlier and placed it under the light to slowly admire it. It's quite a pretty trinket, it's not in vain that I blew the sea breeze all night for it. Lifting the wine glass in his hand, he gently touched the tear of the goddess, as if clinking glasses. Cheers! Ha ha! Knock knock! The door of the room was knocked at that moment. Chen Feng put the wine glass down and came to the door, observing the outside through the cat's eye and only opening the door after determining that it was not someone from the pursuit team or the police force. It was a waiter pushing a food cart. Hello, honorable sir, this is the dinner you ordered, do you need us to bring it in for you? Trouble you, just give it to me directly. Chen Feng responded politely and casually gave the waiter another tip of 100 renminbi. At the waiter's words of thanks, he was ready to close the door and enjoy his dinner, but was once again stopped by the waiter. Sir, sorry to bother you again. Yes, our hotel has newly added a venue on the 5th floor location as a ballroom venue. If you are interested, you can go and take a look. With that, the waiter handed a ticket to Chen Feng's hand and pushed the food cart away. Prom. Looking at the ticket in his hand, Chen Feng made up his mind after a little thought. After returning to the room and shelling the crayfish ordered for Little White and placing it on its dinner plate, Chen Feng turned around and left the door. Arriving at the location of the ball, after handing out his ticket, Chen Feng smoothly entered inside. There weren't many people inside the ball, or rather there weren't many people staying at this expensive 5-star hotel. There were only a handful of dozens of people swinging their bodies to the music on the dance floor, while another dozen or so people were sitting on top of the sofa either chatting or drinking. Hello, can I sit here? A voice reached the ears of Anna, who was sitting on a chair fiddling with flowers and pens. Anna raised her head, glanced at Chen Feng, who was holding a wineglass, and didn't refuse. She just nodded and lowered her head to continue fiddling with the flowers and pens in her hands. Chen Feng sat down opposite Anna and was again quickly attracted by the movements in Anna's hands. Only to see that in Anna's hands, one moment she hid the flowers in her cuffs, and another moment she hid the fountain pen inside her coat. The two kept exchanging positions, and although it seemed very clumsy, it was obvious what she was trying to do. Is the lady trying to learn magic? Chen Feng smiled once again and spoke. Chen Feng's words instantly attracted Anna's attention, nodding her head as she opened her mouth to ask in a still fluent Chinese. Can you? Chen Feng did not reply, but only reached out and picked up the fountain pen that Anna had been fiddling with from her hand. Chen Feng brought the fountain pen to Anna's face and spoke. I guess you want this. With that said, Chen Feng flicked the pen in his hand, and the pen instantly disappeared into thin air, while a purple rosebud flower then took the place of the previous pen. Wow! Anna exclaimed in surprise, and then pinched around in Chen Feng's cuff with a curious expression. However, she did not find the disappeared fountain pen. How did you do that? Where is that fountain pen? Where did you change it to? As if she had turned into a curious baby, Anna stood up and issued a long list of questions to Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. Ma'am, perhaps it never left you. Ha! Anna first froze, seemingly not understanding what Chen Feng meant, but her left hand touched a hard object in her pocket at that moment. A guess immediately surged into Anna's mind. Taking it out and looking at it, it was indeed the fountain pen that had just disappeared. Oh! God, this is amazing. Looking at the fountain pen in her hand, Anna covered her mouth in astonishment. Can I know your name? Yazan, a passing magician. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Yazan. Anna silently recited the name, then nodded. Hello, my name is Anna, from Russia. Yazan, since you are a magician then you should know about Kido, right? Looking at Anna's expectant face, Chen Feng could not help but be slightly stunned. Was he all so hot? Even people in Russia knew about it? However, he quickly reacted, of course, that's a very hot thief. No. Arsene, I don't really like using the word thief to describe him. Anna had a serious face that quickly changed to longing. He's more like an artist, a true artist. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Was he sort of teasing his fans? It seemed like his bad habit of wanting to tease beautiful women when he saw them needed to be changed. Right. Anna seemed to have remembered something and took the pen and flowers back up, speaking with an excited face. This magic trick is what Kido has done. I've looked for many people to teach me, but unfortunately I haven't learned it until now. Saying this, Anna's face was slightly lost. Just then, a middle-aged woman walked over and approached Anna's ear to say something. Anna nodded and stood up from her seat to look at Chen Feng. It's been a pleasure to meet you today, but I have to leave to prepare for my concert. Chen Feng asked with some curiosity, are you a singer? Yeah, 3 days from now, at 8 o'clock in the evening, over at the East City Grand Theater, there will be a concert for me, so if you're interested, you're welcome to come. Anna answered with a smile. Then she followed the middle-aged woman away. Who was that person just now? The middle-aged woman opened her mouth and asked. A friend I just met. Anna smiled back. Chapter 46 Big Stars Concert. Chen Feng played at the beach for 2 days in a row, and only returned to the cafe in the evening 2 days later. Just after returning to the store, Chen Feng didn't even have time to send Xiaobai back to the second floor before the store door was roughly pushed open. Sun Yuqing stormed into the store in a flurry of wind and fire. I'll go. Boss, you finally opened the door. I thought you couldn't do it anymore and closed down. Borrowing your good advice, it hasn't closed down for the time being. Chen Feng blanked her. Sun Yuqing walked forward and touched Chen Feng's shoulder with her arm. Don't be angry, boss, how about this, I'll treat you to a concert. Saying that, Sun Yuqing also shook the 2 tickets in her hand. Chen Feng was skeptical. Are you that kind? Hey boss. You're being a bit of a dog-biting Lu Dongbin who doesn't know what's good for you. I kindly invited you to a concert and you still doubt my sincerity. Sun Yuqing covered her chest and exaggeratedly performed a sad look. Chen Feng remained unmoved, only continuing to scrutinize her. Perhaps Chen Feng's gaze was just too sharp. Sun Yuqing could no longer act anymore and straightened up and waved her hand. Alright, I admit it, it was my parents. They heard about me looking for a boyfriend from Uncle Su, so they gave me these 2 tickets and asked me to go with you, and to take a picture to give to them to prove that I'm not lying. Sun Yuqing had a raw look on her face, as if she had suffered much aggression. Just this, huh? Chen Feng let out a light laugh. Sun Yuqing's eyes widened in surprise as she said, you promised? Got to add money. Sun Yuqing. In the end, Sun Yuqing compromised and cursed as she transferred another 5,000 renminbi to Chen Feng. Traitor! Looking at Chen Feng's face, Sun Yuqing unabashedly cursed. Chen Feng, on the other hand, raised his head without any concern and pointed at the price list in the store. Isn't it something obvious? Welcome! The voice of a mechanical cat came from the doorway. Su Lishue's figure then appeared in the store. Looks like I've come at the right time, finally willing to open the door.
Hello again, Ms. Su. Chen Feng greeted with a smile.
Sister Lok Shue's Sun Yuqing shouted in a voice so sweet that it was mushy, then came to Su Lok Shue's side and hugged her arm, glaring at Chen Feng as he opened his mouth. You have to be careful, this is a treacherous businessman.
I have thoroughly memorized him.
Su Lishue seemed to still be a bit confused, looking towards Chen Feng not knowing what had happened. Chen Feng, on the other hand, still had the same smile that could not be seen. It is also my honor to be remembered by the beautiful lady.
Humph. Sun Yuqing hummed arrogantly.
Looking at Sun Yuqing's haughty face, Su Lishue lightly laughed and shook her head. With a glance of her eyes, she noticed the concert tickets placed on the counter.
Anna concert? You guys are interested in this Russian star?
Su Lishue looked towards Chen Feng and the two of them with slight curiosity. Hearing the word Anna again, Chen Feng could not help but stare.
Anna? Wasn't this the star fan that he had met 2 days ago?
Ever since he had parted ways with his celebrity fan 2 days ago, he had also looked up her information on the internet. In the end, he came to the conclusion that she was just a simple celebrity. At most, she was just a bit prettier in appearance, and there was nothing worth sending out a teaser letter for. He also put this matter behind him. Instead, I did not expect that the 2 concert tickets brought by Sun Yuqing today were actually for this star fan of theirs.
It was really.
Chen Feng shook his head in his heart.
Chen Feng opened his mouth and asked, is she very famous?
However, as soon as the words came out of his mouth, Sun Yuqing and the two of them looked at him with a hell look.
What are you talking about, big brother? This is Anna. You don't even know about her?
Chen Feng shook his head, but from the reactions of the two, he could already draw a conclusion. Sun Yuqing was still gushing, she's the hottest actress in Russia, or even in all of Asia.
Princess of the Snow Country, ah. You don't even recognize her?
Chen Feng still shook his head.
Again, this drew a wave of amazement from the two women.
After chatting a few more times, the two ordered a cup of coffee each and came to sit down at the table.
Right, Sister Lok Shue, your family's heirloom that was stolen by Kiddo 2 days ago, the tear of the goddess, did he return it to your family?
Sun Yuqing looked at Su Lishue with a curious face and opened her mouth to inquire. Hearing these words, a trace of loss flashed through Su Lishue's eyes, but she still smiled and shook her head.
Maybe he wants to wait until after the pursuit period before returning it. After all, this is the rule that was agreed upon from the beginning. People have this power.
Oh, okay.
Sun Yuqing nodded and didn't say anything more.
Just as Su Lishue said, this was a rule that the program group had set from the beginning, and each contestant could choose to take the stolen items and hide them, waiting for the pursuit period to pass and receive equivalent compensation.
It's just that. That person is Kiddo Ah. The kiddo who decides to always be unexpected by everyone.
Sun Yuqing pondered for a while without any results, and finally simply turned her gaze to Chen Feng, who was sitting at the front desk quietly reading a book. Hey boss, what do you think about the fact that Kiddo hasn't returned the tears of the goddess so far?
Hearing Sun Yuqing's words,
Chen Feng closed the book in his hands, stood up from the front desk, walked over to the opposite side of Sun Yuqing's duo and sat down, pretending to be deep in thought for a while before he leisurely opened his mouth. I also don't know what that Mr. Kiddo is thinking, but if it were me, I wouldn't allow to worry such a beautiful lady as Miss Su. With that said, Chen Feng flipped his hand and conjured a purple rose out of thin air, handing it over to Su Lishue.
Su Lishue accepted the flower, the smile at the corner of her mouth unabated. You're not afraid of Yuqing getting jealous when you talk like this?
Sun Yuqing was shamed into a big red face by this sentence, and hurriedly raised her hand to feign anger and hit Su Lishue.
Sister Lok Shue. You're laughing at me again. Fine, I won't say it anymore, okay?
Su Lishue smiled and opened her mouth, but the flirtation in her gaze still made Sun Yuqing's face turn red for a long time, unable to dissipate.
Time passed leisurely. In the blink of an eye, it came to the evening of the second day. At the entrance of the East City Grand Theater, Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing managed to enter the theater after checking their tickets. There are so many people.
Looking at the entire concert venue filled with people, Chen Feng could not help but sigh. This was still the case where the tickets were not cheap. If it was at a free venue, I'm afraid that the number of people at the venue could have doubled again. Of course, this is Anna, who is called the Princess of the Snow Country. It's still the first concert after coming to China. Of course there are more people. Sun Yuqing on the side opened her mouth to respond. As soon as the words fell, the scene suddenly boiled over.
The next second, the center of the stage cracked open, and Anna, who was dressed in a long black dress and looked like a black swan, slowly rose from the center of the stage. Chapter 47, Magic Show and Performance Accidents. Anna, I love you. Like a mouse loves rice.
Your Highness, the Princess of the Snow Country.
Look at me. I'm here.
The fans on the scene burst into a frenzy, not the least bit worse than those fans of his own that Chen Feng had encountered at the show. The only difference was probably that most of Chen Feng's fans were female, while Anna's fans were mostly male. Chen Feng did not doubt for a second that if it wasn't for the fact that there was a row of security guards blocking the way between the audience stage and the stage, there would definitely be a large group of crazed fans surging to the top of the stage.
Good evening everyone. Anna smiled and greeted the crowd on stage.
Again, it caused the fans on stage to erupt.
Everyone.
Anna once again spoke through the microphone, her voice traveling throughout the venue and gradually quieting the originally noisy scene. I want to announce something. I found my idol, and that's why I'm placing the first stop of my global tour in China's H city. The moment these words came out, the crowd at the scene had another round of murmurs.
The star one chases has an idol? Who is it? Which star? For that idol to place the first stop in H city? Could that person be from China?
The crowd of fans at the scene were talking,
while Anna on the stage smiled once again and spoke.
I won't tell you who he is, but before the concert begins, I would like to perform a magic trick for you all as a gift from me to him, and also to you.
Magic? Anna still knows magic? Sun Yuqing uttered in surprise.
She had been following Anna for quite some time, and had never heard of Anna knowing any magic tricks. Chen Feng on the side, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow when he heard this, but did not say anything.
Now, I would like to invite an audience member from the scene to be my magic partner. I wonder if anyone would like to come? Me. Anna. I'm willing. Pick me. Wife. Pick me. I'll do as I'm told and promise to cooperate. Pick me, goddess.
The passion of the fans was instantly triggered. Anna always smiled without saying a word, only stretching out her fingers and continuously tracing between the crowd on the stage. Wherever her finger pointed, the colored spotlight from above shone on that place.
Let's just ask this gentleman to give me a hand. As Anna's finger stopped somewhere in the crowd, the spotlight was positioned to illuminate that person.
The surrounding people also cast envious gazes towards the chosen lucky son.
I'm going, boss, you've been chosen. Boss.
Sun Yuqing, who was beside her, tugged at Chen Feng's clothes with excitement, as if she was the one who was chosen instead of Chen Feng. Amidst the countless jealous gazes around him, Chen Feng slowly stood up and walked towards the stage.
Hello again, Ms. Anna. Chen Feng smiled and greeted Anna. Anna responded with the same smile. I didn't expect you to actually come.
Although they couldn't hear what Chen Feng and Anna were saying, seeing the way the two were talking, the stage was also suddenly abuzz with chatter.
Why does it look like this person knows Anna? He's not a trustee, is he?
Are you stupid, buddy? If it's a trust, it must be pretending not to know, maybe it's just a coincidence. I think so, but this person looks a bit like Maple God, all catching up with Zhang Biscuit Luan and Jay Luan. When you say it like this, it's true. At a glance in a trance, I thought that Maple God had come to see the concert. Regardless of the murmurs from the stage, Anna greeted a person from the backstage, carrying a 1 meter wide sized box. Anna walked forward and opened the box in front of Chen Feng. There were very few things inside, only 2 magic hats were placed in it. Now, I would like to ask this gentleman to take out the contents of the box. After saying that, Anna turned her gaze towards Chen Feng and made a pleased gesture. Chen Feng walked forward and reached out to take the 2 magic hats out of the box according to Anna's words. As soon as he put them in his hands, Chen Feng was keenly aware that the weight was not right, but he did not make a sound, but playfully turned his gaze to Anna on the side. It happened to meet Anna's eyes, only to see Anna incline her head and blink her left eye at Chen Feng at an angle unseen by the audience, the significance of which was self-evident. Chen Feng smiled and did not utter a word to reveal it. Everyone watch, there is nothing in the hat, OU. Anna's sweet voice traveled through the microphone throughout the room. Picking up the magician's hat in Chen Feng's hand, she showed the inside of the hat to everyone present to watch. After walking around the edge of the stage, Anna replaced the hat back into Chen Feng's hands. Everyone, the time to witness the miracle has arrived. The words fell. Anna was seen placing her hands on top of the hats. Not long after, a rustling sound could be heard coming out of the 2 hats abruptly. The next second, swish! Several white pigeons emerged out of thin air from the hats, whirling their wings and flying out of the hats. They swept over the heads of the crowd on stage and flew outward. Snap! 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 A fierce applause rang out from the scene. One more time. Goddess! Do it again! Too handsome wife! It's time for us to go home. Your Highness, Princess of the Snow Kingdom. I love you. In the face of the intensity from the stage, Anna always smiled in response. Since everyone wants to see it again, then I'll do it again. This time, I'm going to change 1,000,000 flowers from this empty box. Anna announced towards the stage. The scene was filled with another round of cheers. Then, I'll trouble you to move the box over with me. Anna looked towards Chen Feng and spoke. My pleasure. Chen Feng politely replied back. Under the thousands of jealousy-filled gazes from the stage, Chen Feng and Anna came to the left and right sides of the large crate, and together, they reached out to lift the crate. However, as soon as they got their hands on it, Chen Feng realized that something was wrong. The weight was wrong. Unlike the overweight of the magic hat, the weight of this box was a bit too light. According to Anna's performance 2 days ago, she was completely at the level of a magic novice. Wanting to perform a good magic trick could only be prepared through a large number of props. And the Anna just now said that she wanted to conjure up 10,000 flowers, so the simplest way would naturally be to use the compartment, hide the flowers in the compartment, and just turn on the mechanism through the remote control during the magic trick. But obviously, with such a light weight, how could there be a large number of props hidden inside? Then there was only one explanation: the box was taken in the wrong way. Thinking about this, Chen Feng looked up at Anna in front of him. Obviously, at this moment, Anna had also discovered this problem. Her small face instantly turned pale, her shell teeth biting her lips tightly, and even her breathing was shortened by a few points. A performance accident. This was a performance accident without a doubt. It was also at such a special and important time during the first show of the world tour. If it was exploited by someone with an ulterior motive, it would affect her career. Chapter 48: Chen Feng's Rescue. Anna stood in place, her face pale. Even though she had reached her current achievements at a young age, she couldn't help but be disturbed by the current situation. It was impossible to even quiet her mind to think of a response. Anna, who had been slow to make a move, also caught the attention of the audience off stage. What's the situation? Why isn't Goddess Anna moving? Couldn't be preparing some big move, right? I don't think so. It can't be some kind of accident, right? Hey, I told you, a good singer, just sing, but also have to learn others to do magic, now okay? Still too young, obviously simply sing a few songs can be a perfect end, now instead of being made an accident. The murmurs from the stage were not small, and they also fell into Anna's ears. This added a bit more panic to her, who was already a bit overwhelmed. However, under the repeated urging of the concert director in the headset, Anna could only slowly reach out her hand towards the box. Her breathing was still rapid. Just when Anna had completely given up and was ready to accept this performance mishap, a hand suddenly reached out to hold Anna's jade hand. Mind if I accompany you to open this Pandora's box together? Chen Feng was so close to the ground Anna that the heatwave he exhaled could even directly hit Anna's face. However, at this moment, Anna didn't have the leisure to care about such nonsense, and after glancing at Chen Feng, she only nodded without any other response. Things were already like this. Anna didn't think that the unprepared Chen Feng could help herself, but having someone who was willing to accompany her could also give her a trace of security that didn't exist. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes from the stage, both of their hands touched the edge of the box at the same time. You seem nervous, Ms. Anna. Anna swallowed heavily and looked at Chen Feng, who was close to her and did not deny it. Trust me, don't be nervous, close your eyes and wait for the miracle to happen, okay? Chen Feng's voice seemed to have magic power, making Anna uncontrollably choose to believe. Perhaps she was too nervous and wanted to escape, perhaps it was Chen Feng's confident look that convinced her. Anna took a deep breath and forcefully stabilized her mind, then slowly closed her eyes according to Chen Feng's words. Come on ma'am, let's open this mysterious magic box together. Chen Feng's voice rang in Anna's ears. As the two of them exerted force together, the box that had already been covered was once again opened. In an instant, as if a million flowers were blooming, countless flowers gushed out from within the box. Purple roses, pink peonies, white lilies, brown begonias, and the most conspicuous red rose? Countless flowers kept pouring out as if they were endless. There were even petals that gushed into the sky along with the flowers and slowly drifted down from the air. It was like a garden on earth. Snap! 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 The stage once again resounded with fierce applause. This time, the applause and cheers were even more enthusiastic and frantic than the previous two times. For a time, there were shouts and exclamations. And the questioning sounds as well as the said shouts from just now also disappeared without a trace at some unknown moment, as if they had never appeared. Seemingly sensing the change in the surroundings, Anna on the stage slowly opened her eyes, and was again instantly attracted by the beautiful scene in front of her. This. Anna covered her mouth, shocked beyond words. Could it be that the box wasn't taken by mistake? This idea surfaced in Anna's mind for a second before being rejected outright. Then there was only one explanation left. Anna turned her head to look at Chen Feng beside her, only to see that Chen Feng still had the same calm expression, only to place his finger in front of his lips in a silence gesture after she cast her gaze over. Thank you. Anna whispered to Chen Feng. Chen Feng revealed a smile, placed his right hand in front of him, and after slightly saluting in the sea of flowers, he turned around and left. However, since the concert hadn't ended yet, Anna couldn't go and catch up with Chen Feng, and could only stand on the stage to watch him return to the sea of people once again. The concert was still continuing. After the accident just now, Anna became more careful, which also made the later programs go very smoothly. The concert, which lasted for more than 2 hours, ended smoothly, except for a few fanatics who flocked to the front and were stopped by the security guards. The rest of the crowd watching the concert left through the gate in droves. Let's go as well. Chen Feng spoke to Sun Yuqing. Wait. Sun Yuqing pulled Chen Feng with one hand, while the other took out her cell phone from her pocket and turned on the selfie function. She then got up and took Chen Feng's arm and pressed the photo button. Ka! As a crisp sound rang out, the photo was successfully taken. Looking at the results in her hands, Sun Yuqing nodded in satisfaction. Just as she wanted to leave with Chen Feng, she realized that Chen Feng was staring with a frown in the direction of the already empty stage. What are you still looking at? People have left, besides, they are international superstars, how could they look at you just because they interacted with you once? Sun Yuqing spoke while fiddling with the photos in her hands. Chen Feng didn't reply, just remained frowning as he looked ahead. He didn't know if it was a hallucination or not, but his 5 keen senses had just heard a dull explosion in that direction of the stage. That sound was very similar to the sound of the miniature directional bomb that he used when he stole the moonlight pupil before. What are you thinking about? It's all broken up, let's go. The unknown Sun Yuqing pulled Chen Feng's arm and pulled Chen Feng towards the outside. Chen Feng did not resist either, but just shook his head to interrupt his thoughts. Perhaps he really had misheard, or it could just be that someone's lighter had accidentally blown up. Putting his doubts down, Chen Feng let Sun Yuqing drag him along with the crowd out of the Grand Theater. The next day, at noon, Chen Feng was still sitting at the front desk position playing with his cell phone as usual. It was only an unintentional swipe of a news item that instantly attracted his attention. Shocked. Anna, a beautiful star from Russia, strangely disappeared after a concert. The police found traces of blasting when they investigated the scene. Countless netizens commented at the bottom of this news. How could my goddess disappear? Obviously I saw her at the concert yesterday. Aha. My goddess I hope it's just a false alarm, don't let the bad guys take her. My god, there are still traces of blasting at the scene, my wife won't have an accident, right? Shut your crow's mouth upstairs. P.S. Bookworms. This subject matter is a real pain in the ass. I've lost a lot of hair. I'm asking for a little gift as a consolation. Of course, it's okay if you don't, just don't scold me. Humble author shall we kneels to thank. Chapter 49, Kidnapped? Anna is missing? Looking at the information on the news, Chen Feng's brows gradually furrowed. In his mind, he also couldn't help but recall the subtle dull explosion yesterday. I'm afraid it was that time. Chen Feng pondered for a while, walked out the door and flipped the sign from in business to in resting. After locking the door again, he left the cafe. At this time, in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the western city of H City, 24 police cars were parked. More than 24 police cars were parked on the road next to the abandoned factory, and nearly 100 police officers in police uniforms were heavily armed. Guns on safety, bullets loaded. The abandoned factory in front of them was surrounded. Squeak! A series of several brakes sounded. 5 more police vehicles arrived. After the vehicles stopped, the doors of the 5 vehicles were immediately pushed open. H-City Police Chief Luoya and Su Lixue and the rest of the pursuit team stepped out of the vehicles. Originally, Su Luoxu and the others who were assigned to the program's pursuit bureau were not required to participate in police force missions. However, this time, the situation was urgent, and they couldn't transfer that many people at once. Coupled with the fact that most of the people in the pursuit bureau were sent by the police force, it was also after discussing with the show's side that Su Lixue and the others were urgently deployed to come and help. Only this time, they were no longer dealing with the fugitives in the program, but outlaws equipped with real bullets. A police uniform, wearing bulletproof vests in the crowd just arrived, immediately in accordance with the orders already received their respective positions. Su Lixue accompanied Director Luoya to the command center that was temporarily set up by the bulletproof car. How is the situation now? As soon as he entered the command car, Roha opened his mouth to inquire with a heavy face. Even he didn't expect that these outlaws would be so arrogant. Not only did they carry out kidnapping activities in the downtown area with the highest flow of people, they also arrogantly used hot weapons, without the slightest fear of attracting the attention of the police force. Even after the operation was discovered and 6 people were killed by the police force in pursuit, the remaining 3 people still took the hostages and hid in this abandoned factory to continue to resist. The captain in charge of command at the scene immediately saluted and reported when he saw the chief personally arrive. Currently, the remaining 3 bandits have been surrounded by us, but this place has an odd number of trails and the road conditions are very complicated, plus they have hostages in their hands, so we don't dare to act easily. Roha nodded and continued to pursue. Have they made any conditions yet? Not yet, our personnel are still continuing to negotiate with the other side, but we haven't gotten a response yet. Didn't open conditions? Roha's frown deepened. Veteran criminal police officers who had dealt with outlaws for years knew that, but anyone who was willing to open conditions, it meant that there was still something to talk about, and the situation was easier to control. And the conditions do not open, do not even talk back. This kind is the most dangerous molecule. Roha frowned tightly, thinking about countermeasures without a word. At the same time, the interior of the abandoned factory. Anna, who had her hands and feet bound and gagged, was curled up in a corner, and her delicate appearance and makeup could hardly hide her fear at this moment. Her body couldn't help shivering, and her light blue eyes were filled with panic. And in a place not far from her, a middle-aged and 2 youths, a total of 3 bandits were talking. What to do? Right now, the outside has been surrounded by the Chinese police, what should we do? The one who opened his mouth was one of the youths, with short blonde hair and standard Westerner looks.
Earlier I warned you and Paul not to shoot as much as possible, did you guys listen? Now you know you're in a hurry?
Another middle-aged man with a Western face spoke, his eyes were annoyed at the two men's previous behavior. The young man called Paul didn't seem to care.
What could John and I do if we didn't shoot? With all the security around this, could we have gotten her without shooting?
That's right, John, if they were all as cowardly as you, we'd still be outside the theater blowing a cool breeze.
John chimed in and spoke up.
Heh, that's better than being beaten to death.
John unceremoniously opened his mouth to dislike. This remark came out.
The few people present were silent. The short-tempered Paul even carried a gun and quickly came to Anna with a fierce look on his face. It's all because of this stinking. Otherwise we wouldn't have died so many brothers. Looking at the black hole of the gun in front of her, Anna was also terrified. Even as an international superstar, she still could not suppress her fear at such a moment when her life was threatened. Her pretty face was scared white, and her whole body trembled slightly. That was the fear of death. However, it was good that both John and John were still conscious. Seeing Paul in this stance that he might shoot at any moment was also a shock, and hurriedly walked up to him left and right to pull him back.
Man, if you kill her now, we will be completely finished.
Those Chinese outside will rush in and send us to God.
Paul, are you crazy? This is the person the boss wants.
If you don't want to live, don't drag us down with you. Hearing the word boss, Paul, who was still on the verge of rage, unconsciously revealed a touch of fear in the bottom of his eyes. The anger in his heart seemed to be instantly doused by a pot of cold water. The whole person also calmed down a lot. Just at this time, the shouting voice from the police force came from outside the abandoned factory. While letting several people see the hope of escape, they also temporarily put down their watch over Anna and returned to the table not far away, preparing to negotiate with the police outside to go. After the three people left from Anna's presence, Anna then heaved a sigh of relief. This feeling of coming back from the dead was not a pleasant one, and if her mouth had not been gagged, she would have wanted to take a couple of heavy breaths to ease her mind. It was also just when Anna seemed to have lost all her strength and collapsed to the ground. A white figure located at the ceiling of the factory 6 or 7 meters above the ground instantly attracted her attention. Blue eyes instantly widened, and her heartbeat was much faster than it was a moment ago. That was Kid O. Chen Feng, who was hiding in the ceiling position, lowered his head and exchanged a glance with Anna, stretched out his hand and placed it in front of his lips, making a silence gesture. Anna immediately understood, forcibly suppressed the excitement in her heart, put on the same look as just now, so as not to be discovered by the three outlaws next to her. At the same time, looking at Chen Feng's appearance on the top, a guess quietly took shape in Anna's heart. The three outlaws not far away were still negotiating with the police outside. Also received the latest conditions from the police outside. The police were willing to give way to the intersection and let them leave, but needed to release the hostages before that. The three are not stupid, knowing that Anna is now the only card they can survive. If they gave Anna away, the best thing that could happen to them would be to be beaten into a hornet's nest on the way out. Even if they were lucky, fluke after fluke, and escaped the pursuit, or even managed to escape back to the foreign country, their bosses over there would make their lives worse than death for failing in their mission. Chapter 50, Chen Feng takes a shot. Paul, get back to them and tell them that they don't have the capital to negotiate with me. Immediately we need a fully fueled car, enough food and water for 3 people for 2 days, and to let go of the road from here to the border, otherwise we will kill this woman immediately. John had undisguised killing intent in his eyes. At this critical moment, Paul was sensible enough not to gamble with John, and immediately nodded his head in agreement before touching the windowsill and shouting to the outside. It was also at this time John suddenly felt that something seemed to have fallen on his head. Under suspicion, John touched towards the top of his head, and sure enough, he touched something flat and soft, and when he brought it to his eyes, John instantly froze. Petals? Looking at the petals in his hand that came from nowhere, John made a surprised sound. However, he was extremely vigilant or immediately reacted, immediately suppressed the doubt in his heart, raised his gun with a vigilant face and looked toward the direction of the ceiling. Shoo! Shoo! 2 wind-breaking sounds came. Immediately after that, 2 playing cards instantly hit John's gun hand, and blood instantly flowed down from John's wrist. Fuck! Who? The intense pain caused the pistol in John's hand to fall to the ground, and also caused him to instantly rage. The other 2 who heard the commotion were also startled and quickly looked towards John's side. It was also at this moment that a voice came from the location of the factory's ceiling. Kidnapping is really the most common tactic of second-rate criminals. Chen Feng's voice instantly attracted the trio. The 3 quickly raised their heads to look, only to see a white figure standing upright on top of the beams above the factory. There was also a rope in his hand, while the other end of the rope was tied to a huge pocket hanging down from the top. When did the person come in? All 3 of them were startled. However, Chen Feng was obviously not going to answer their questions, and only looked at the few people below and slowly spoke. Everyone. Chen Feng revealed a mysterious smile. Surprise!
Chen Feng directly pulled the rope in his hand, and the pocket that lost its rope binding was instantly opened. In the next second, a sky full of flower petals instantly gushed out from the pocket, as if a heavenly maiden was scattering flowers, falling all over the sky. Of course, this beautiful scene obviously could not attract the attention of the three outlaws. The moment they saw Chen Feng, John hurriedly lowered his head and picked up the fallen gun, while the other two quickly took out their pistols from their waists. The petals floated down, quickly blocking the vision of a few people, but could not block the killing intent of a few people. Bang bang bang. The three guns fired almost simultaneously towards the place where Chen Feng was previously standing, and countless flower petals were shot through and smashed by bullets before they could fall. Anna watched this scene in horror, wanting to yell for Chen Feng to be careful, but could only make whimpering sounds because her mouth was blocked. After a few seconds, the three of them stopped shooting, and the flower petals in the sky completely fell at that moment. The field of vision was restored again. Just to the three people's surprise, the direction in which they opened fire, at this time, there was no one, not to mention the existence of the body that was knocked down or even killed by the bullets. Where did the people go? Alarm bells rang loudly in the hearts of the three. Quickly leaning back to back, they looked around with alert faces. It seems that a few of you are really rude enough. Chen Feng's voice came from all directions, causing one to be unable to distinguish the exact location for a moment. Since a few of you have already taken their curtain call, it is up to me to put the final curtain on this show. As soon as the words fell, the electric lights of the entire factory instantly went out. Fuck. John, the oldest of the three, cursed. He had already remembered who this person was. That magician thief from the Thief Games China 3 area, Chen Feng, who had been very hot in every continent including Europe a few days ago. Mr. Chen Feng, we don't have a beef. John shouted at the surroundings in his not-so-skilled Chinese. But unfortunately did not receive any response and could only continue to look around with a wary gaze as he continued to shout. Mr. Chen, if willing to leave here, we will be grateful. Phew. It was as if a white shadow swept past John's eyes. John, who had just begged and shouted for peace, immediately threw his earlier words to the back of his mind after noticing the white shadow, and with a hideous smile on his face, he frantically declared bullets in that direction. Bang bang bang. The flames of the pistols were particularly conspicuous in the dark interior of the factory. The sound of gunshots echoed with the sound of shell casings hitting the ground. Under John's frantic shooting, the white figure seemed to have been hit and stopped at a distance of roughly 10 meters from John, no longer moving. Seeing this, the smile on John's face became even more unrestrained. But still did not relax his vigilance. After changing the magazine, held up the pistol full of vigilance toward the white figure not far away. 10 meters. 5 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. As the distance got closer and closer, John also finally saw the face of the white figure that was shot and fell to the ground. Paul? How? Looking at Paul, who had been shot into a hornet's nest by himself, John's eyes immediately widened. He himself had clearly just leaned against Paul. That wasn't right. If Paul had been killed by himself, then who was that person just now? John. Quickly. Before the words were finished, the lights inside the factory were restored. The white figure with charisma written all over it had already taken the place of Paul just now, and at his feet, there was still a figure lying on the ground. Who else could it be if not John? Looking at Chen Feng's smiling expression in front of him, it would be a lie for John to say that he wasn't afraid. How could he not have expected that Chen Feng's methods could be so fast, so brilliant, and even allow himself to kill his own teammate with his own hands without even realizing it? That means, it was as if the devil from hell. Fear to fear, John's hand movements were not slow. At the moment he saw Chen Feng appear, the gun in his hand that had just changed its magazine was once again lifted. Ka! A crisp sound rang out. The pistol did not shoot bullets as expected. John completely froze in place. On the other hand, Chen Feng, who was not far away, slowly stretched out his hand at this time, and a dozen or so yellow bullets fell from his hand. A little means, please pardon me. Chen Feng smiled and bowed in acknowledgement, as if it was a curtain call salute at the end of a performance. Ta-da-day-day. Just then, a fierce footstep sounded. Su Lixue, who was dressed in a police uniform and holding a rifle, rushed in with her men. All freeze, put down your weapons and surrender. Just after the words were said, Su Lixue noticed Chen Feng not far away and could not help but reveal a look of surprise on her face. Chen Feng? Why are you here? Miss Su, meeting again, your beauty remains the same. Chen Feng made a gentlemanly salute towards Su Lixue. P.S. Posies who like this book don't forget to add the fan group O. Chapter 51 Smart Anna. Looking at John who had fallen to the ground unconscious beside Chen Feng, he also looked at John who had already been pressed to the ground by the two police officers, as well as the body of Paul who had been beaten into a hornet's nest. Su Lixue's face changed from surprise to astonishment, and then quickly transformed into seriousness. Chen Feng, what on earth have you done? Facing Su Lixue's face full of seriousness and pressing forward with his gun, Chen Feng did not seem to have much tension. The elusive smile remained on his face.
Just as Su Lishue approached, he slowly retreated with his hands up. No need to be like this, Officer Su, no matter how, we are also old acquaintances. Su Lishue still had a serious face. Chenfeng, I now suspect that you are related to a kidnapping case, please assist in the investigation. Wait. A voice came from the side. Anna, who had just been untied from the ropes, disregarded the obstruction of the police officers beside her and quickly stepped in front of Chenfeng, blocking the path of Su Lishue's advance. Officer Su, I can prove that Mr. Chen has nothing to do with this kidnapping case, and it was him who saved me. This statement came out. The people present were all surprised for a while, although Chenfeng had brought them quite a few surprises already, but that after all, there were still the rules of the program binding them. But this time was different. This time, they were facing 3 vicious bandits, and even had hot weapons in their hands. 3 against 1, and they were destroyed by Chenfeng's group? Some people wanted to open their mouths and say that it was impossible, but when they thought of Chenfeng's divine maneuver, they swallowed back the words that came to their mouths. Looking at Anna who was in front of him, Chenfeng could not help but be a little surprised. Is he being protected? Chenfeng let out a light laugh, and although he didn't need it, he didn't say anything more. After explaining the ins and outs of the matter, Anna slowly turned her head, and in her eyes there were still a few colors of worry that were hard to hide. That kiddo, you aren't hurt, are you? Anna did not call Chenfeng by his real name, perhaps she felt that Chenfeng's name when he acted was more suitable for him. Of course, Chenfeng didn't care about that, he just lifted her left hand and placed a gentle kiss on it. Don't worry, Your Highness, I am immortal. In the face of Chenfeng's actions, Anna did not have the slightest intention of resisting, and only looked at him quietly. Only after a long time did Anna then speak softly, thank you, kiddo. Chenfeng smiled faintly and did not reply, but merely made a gentleman's salute before preparing to leave. However, before Chenfeng could move his feet, in everyone's astonished gaze, Anna suddenly took a step forward, stood on her tiptoes and printed her red lips on Chenfeng's mouth, and then immediately parted. Thank you. Yazan, Anna pressed herself against Chenfeng's ear and spoke softly in a voice that could only be heard by the two of them. Chenfeng unexpectedly glanced at the star from Russia in front of him and did not say anything more. He just took out a deck of cards and threw them into the air. The cards became more numerous in the air and slowly fell, and Chenfeng's figure was gradually covered up. When the cards completely fell to the ground, Chenfeng's figure had completely disappeared. Only a camera was left behind, a small black box labeled with Kiddo's card, and in Anna's hand, a blue rose that had appeared at some point. Chenfeng was a spontaneous person, and also a person who hated trouble, so in order to avoid trouble, he had prepared the camera equipment to record the whole process long before he struck. So as not to follow up and bring unnecessary trouble to himself again because of this. Su Lishue walked up and picked up the black box. The text of the card affixed to the box was clearly visible. I have finished viewing the tears of the goddess, and now I am returning the original item. I have finished viewing the tear of the goddess, and now I am returning it as it is. Su Lishue reached out and opened the box, and as expected, a red teardrop-shaped gem was lying quietly in it. On the way back, inside the police car, Anna was still playing with the blue rose in her hand, and the smile on her face never faded. Arsene. Monster kiddo. Anna muttered a sentence to herself in a voice that could only be heard by herself, then suddenly flung the flowers in her hand. The next second, a rose gold fountain pen took the place of the flowers just a moment ago. After doing so, Anna's smile also became more prosperous at that moment. Heroic rescue. Anna, the international superstar known as the Princess of the Snowy Kingdom, was kidnapped, and at the moment of crisis, Chenfeng managed to save the day in a white suit. Monster thief? Chivalrous thief? Hero? Which word is more suitable for kiddo? He saved Anna from the tiger's jaws by taking her 1-on-3. Heroes come down from the sky. A thief may not only steal, he's just as good at catching criminals. In just half a day's time, with Anna's push and pull, the incident of Chenfeng saving the beauty instantly exploded all over the internet in a short period of time. The police also released the camera images left behind by Chenfeng not long afterward, further pushing this heat to a climax. Wow! My husband is as handsome as ever. A hero rescuing a beauty, my princess of the Snowy Kingdom can't have fallen as well, right? The brother of the pack has taken the shape of the maple god. Don't! Why am I not the one who saved my goddess? I declare. From now on, kiddo is my only husband. Get lost, that's my husband. The heat on the internet was so high that it directly wrapped up most of the top 10 hot searches. Of course, this did not affect Chenfeng much. The current him was living a leisurely life of sleeping, feeding Little White, watching the store, plus going out for a stroll every now and then. Even if he occasionally saw news about himself online, he would just laugh it off and ignore it. That's how it was. The time passed leisurely for more than a month. The moonlight pupil that was previously stolen from Wei Jingyang's side had also long passed its pursuit period. However, because of a series of reasons such as the owner being captured and not being able to find Chenfeng, the matter of discounting the gemstone was also temporarily put on hold. The heat about Chenfeng on the internet had also gradually dropped with the passage of time. Despite this, there were still hundreds of thousands of die-hard fans who entered Chen Feng's live broadcast room every now and then to observe the situation and wait for Chen Feng's next strike. It was another evening. After sending off the few guests in the store, Chen Feng was also ready to close down and rest. To be honest, after too much of this leisurely life, he was a bit reluctant to break this calm. Contentment is really a poison. Chen Feng lightly laughed and shook his head, breaking his thoughts. Just then, a news item played on the public television installed in the store caught his attention. The latest news from this station: Mr. Leonardo Jack, the famous personal collector of the Sunset Kingdom, in celebration of the 20th anniversary of the founding of the Private Collectors Association, has announced that on the 31st of this month, an exhibition of artifacts will be held. This is the first time in Mr. Leonardo's decades-long artifact collecting career that he has publicly displayed his collection, and artifact enthusiasts around the world have expressed their anticipation. Among Mr. Leonardo's many collections, the most attractive one is undoubtedly the crown of Alfred the Great, which is known as the Coronation Crown. This is a treasure that can be ranked among the top in the ancient and modern history of the Sunset Country, and a representative of the culture. P.S. I'm begging for a 5-star review. Chapter 52, The Coronet Crown. Perhaps in order to help listeners better recognize this treasure, the video also thoughtfully attached a picture of the coronation crown. The crown in the style of a triangular mountain peak was made of gold as the main material, with more than a dozen gemstones of different sizes attached to it, and the most conspicuous one was the red gemstone located at the top of the very center. Dazzling, brilliant can no longer be used to describe it, and its value is even more incalculable. Coronation Crown. Chen Feng held his chin and revealed a smile. It seems that the vacation time that belongs to me is coming to an end. At the same time, a young new guest had also arrived within the Pursuit Bureau. Only to see the visitor casually sitting on top of the sofa in the parlor in a man's coffee-colored suit, with three-dimensional features and a clear face like that of a woman. In his hand, he was holding a cup of coffee that was still steaming, drinking it unhurriedly. Creak! The door of the parlor was pushed open, and Su Lixue and Sun Luo, who were dressed in work clothes, walked in from outside. The moment he saw his guest, Sun Luo instantly lit up. "Senior sister? You finally came." The man who heard the commotion slowly put down his coffee, stood up from the sofa, and politely shouted at Sun Luo, "Senior brother. Let me introduce you, this is our district's chief pursuit leader, Captain Su Lixue." Sun Luo introduced. Immediately afterward, he turned his head to look at Su Lixue. "Captain, this is the foreign aide I mentioned to you before, my fellow senior sister, the overall champion of the World Detective Competition's China region, Ouyang Muxue." Eh? Su Lixue somewhat surprisingly sized up Ouyang Muxue, who was dressed in male attire. Although she didn't know why this Miss Ouyang wore men's clothing, but those high-intelligence workers, which one didn't have some quirks? She didn't ask. "Miss Ouyang, hello." Su Lixue politely extended her hand to shake Ouyang Muxue's hand. "Hello Captain Su, please take care of me in the future." Ouyang Muxue still had that expressionless look, even making Su Lixue wonder for a moment if she had said that sentence wrongly and messed with this new detective consultant. Seemingly seeing Su Lixue's mind, Sun Luo hurriedly stepped forward to explain. "Captain, don't misunderstand. My senior sister, she's like this to everyone. In our teacher's words, it means that a qualified detective can't show his true emotions on his face." Su Lixue nodded, not minding. Just suddenly remembered something and turned her head to look at Sun Luo. Sun Luo coughed awkwardly. "I'm the unqualified kind." Su Lixue laughed twice and stretched out her hand to Ouyang Muxue. "Miss Ouyang, please, I will first take you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings, and for the job, I will let Captain Sun tell you later." Ouyang Muxue nodded. "Then I will trouble Captain Su." 2 days later. Sunless Kingdom, somewhere in London in a cafe. Chen Feng was looking at a promotional poster about the Leonardo exhibition. Gold masks, deep-sea pearls, there are quite a few good things, Chen Feng thought in his heart. However, his target was obviously not these slightly ordinary treasures, but Chen Feng locked his eyes on the coronation crown in the center of the publicity poster. The 31st? That's tomorrow. Let's go and meet this old friend of mine that I've never met before. Chen Feng thought in his heart, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Sir?" A waiter walked up. "Are you also here to watch Mr. Leonardo's private exhibition?" Chen Feng raised his head just in time to meet the waitress's curious gaze. Smiling back, he said, "Why do you say also?" "It's like this, recently, because of Mr. Leonardo, there are quite a few private collectors and artifact lovers from all over the world who have come to visit the site, and I have just seen that you, sir, have been looking at the posters about the private exhibitions, so that's why I'm asking." The waitress opened her mouth to explain, then paused for a moment and spoke cautiously. "Sir, are you a visitor from the East Asian side?" "I'm from China," Chen Feng responded. The waiter nodded. "The mysterious big country in the East." "Oh right." The waitress seemed to suddenly remember something. "Mr. Leonardo's private exhibition has already started selling tickets. If Mr. wants to visit, he'd better hurry up and buy a ticket. I'm afraid it will be sold out if he's late." "Good, thank you." Chen Feng responded with a smile and casually handed a €20 denomination banknote to the waitress as a tip. He then took his things and walked out of the cafe amidst the waitress' voice of thanks. Walking outside the door, Chen Feng put his backpack back on his back and put 2 fingers to his mouth to blow a whistle. Goo goo. Accompanied by Chen Feng's whistle, Little White immediately flew down from the roof of the building, landing steadily on Chen Feng's shoulder. Let's go, Little White, find a place to stay in first. Goo. At the same time, thousands of miles away, on the top floor of a building in the center of New York, a country in the Miiverse. Amiia rubbed her somewhat swollen temples, annotated the last document and threw it aside, before she finally exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, ending her work for the day. Amiia slowly raised her head and looked towards the 2 blue roses that had already wilted that were placed next to her computer, and couldn't help but sigh lightly. One has left China for more than half a month, and one does not know how he is doing. Amia's brows were slightly lowered, and she didn't seem to be in a good mood. It was true that she didn't want to leave China either. But unfortunately, she was after all representing her country to come out and start a traveling exhibition, so when the end date came, she was also forced to leave for the next stop. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. Amiia, who heard the commotion, straightened her demeanor before she spoke. Come in. Creak. The door was pushed open. Mir walked in with a document in his hand. Your Highness, the matter you raised earlier, the royal side gave a reply. Upon hearing this news, Amia's eyes instantly widened, and a few moments of excitement could not help but appear on her delicate face. What did that side say? His Majesty the King said that he agrees to your request to return to the country, and has already sent your sister, Princess Sofer, to take your place, so you can return to the country once your handover is complete. Hearing Mir's words, a genuine smile then appeared on Amia's face. That's great, Mir, help me pack my bags. As soon as Sofer arrives, we'll leave immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Mir immediately agreed, but there were still a few moments of hesitation on his face. Is there anything else? Amiia saw Mir's look and opened her mouth to inquire. Princess, why are you in such a hurry to return to the country? We don't seem to have any important matters to deal with in the country, right? Looking at Mir's puzzled look, Amiia revealed a mysterious smile. Mir, do you believe in the sixth sense? Ha? Mir was a bit confused and immediately shook his head after reacting. Amiia didn't explain much, she just stood up and came to the window, letting the silver moonlight shine on herself. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. I have a hunch that in Western Europe, a thief is preparing a perfect show. Chapter 53, a teaser letter from Chen Feng. The streets of London in the evening. Tommy, who had just successfully grabbed the last ticket from the Leonardo private exhibition ticket office, was humming a little tune as he walked along. Looking at the tickets in his hands, which were similar to invitations, Tommy's mood was not generally good. I don't know where a group of fools all rushed to see that old man's private exhibition. Now the market price of the ticket has been speculated higher and higher, and when it reaches the peak, he will sell the ticket in his hand. Another income will come in. Thinking of this, Tommy's smile flourished even more, and even the pitch of his humming rose. Ouch! The sudden bump knocked Tommy to the ground, and the whole instantly fell backward and fell on his back. Eyes blind, not looking at the road. Climbing up, Tommy just wanted to open a curse, only to see the opposite side of the person who was hit unexpectedly lying on the ground without moving. Black-red blood flowed out from the person's brain, dripping all over the ground, just like forming a blood-colored stream. Gulp! Tommy swallowed heavily. He hurriedly swung his head from side to side and looked around, and after making sure that no one was there, he didn't dare to stay longer, and hurriedly rolled and crawled away from the scene. Until he left, the dead person suddenly opened his eyes. His hands did not know when there was a red ticket. Looking at the direction of Tommy's escape, Chen Feng revealed a smirk. It's not my fault, be careful next time, sir. The day passed at a leisurely pace. The evening of the second day. Leonardo private exhibition opened on time. I don't know where this old man learned to sell tickets, but also to play hunger marketing, only a limited number of 100 tickets on sale every day. This also leads to, although the exhibition heat is very high, but come in to visit the people, but only a few hundred people. Door position. A crowd of people who came to visit formed a long line to receive the ticket inspection. In the front position, Chen Feng, who was disguised as a middle-aged man, also came to the position of the ticket gate. Hello sir, please show your ticket. The security inspector at the gate stopped Chen Feng. Chen Feng handed out his ticket, and after checking that it was correct, he walked into the venue amidst the security inspector's professional-type smile. The ring of the medieval queen of the Kingdom of Aragon, the gold mask of the first knight of Spain. Oh, Mr. Leonardo, you have quite a collection. Chen Feng secretly observed his surroundings. With the treasure appraisal technique in his possession, he could naturally tell that all of the collectibles around him were genuine. Each and every item here, taken out individually, could be treated as the existence of the town treasure of a party's museum. It could also be seen that Leonardo Sr. for this exhibition, also really is the blood money, will be their own decades of collection, almost all taken out. Chen Feng's footsteps were still moving forward. Passing through the array of valuable treasures, he came to the location in the center of the exhibition. There were already 7 or 8 people standing there, observing around an exhibition cabinet, and from time to time, some people were still letting out exclamations. God, this little thing is so beautiful, especially that red gem at the top, it's like a little sun that fell to the ground. It's truly worthy of being the crown worn by Alfred the Great. Even after hundreds of years of time, it's still majestic. I can already imagine what Alfred the Great looked like when he wore this crown. With someone taking the lead, others also opened their mouths to voice their opinions. For a while, this side became, not surprisingly, the liveliest place in the entire exhibition, with people constantly coming to the central position to gather around and watch this crown that had been given the reputation of being a coronal crown. Chen Feng also came over along with the trend. The gold base material, plus more than 10 valuable gemstones inlaid, exquisite workmanship. Even if the historical value is put aside, it can be considered a very good craft. It was worth striking out on its own once. Chen Feng thought secretly. Moving his eyes away from the coronation crown within the display case, he observed the situation around him left and right, and already had a plan in his mind. Night time. The police department belonging to the Sunset Kingdom's London, Scotland Yard, received a reported call from Leonardo Sr. The content was also very simple, that is, he had found a card on the desk in his office. A teaser letter belonging to Chen Feng. When the back of the setting sun disappears and the bell is rung for tomorrow's sunrise, I will arrive on time to visit the coronation crown. Kaiju Kido salute. Chen Feng, or rather, Weird Bandit Kido, had come to the Sunset Kingdom. This news seemed like a heavy bomb that exploded on the major social media platforms of the Sunless Kingdom. For a moment, keywords such as Chen Feng, Kido, private exhibition, and coronation crown were frantically swiped across the various social platforms in the Sunbelt Kingdom. There were even quite a few crazy young fan groups pulling banners about Chen Feng, cheering and shouting in groups outside the exhibition. Perhaps even Chen Feng himself did not realize that he had such a huge and crazy fan base in Western Europe. The venue of the private exhibition was already empty in the early hours of the morning. Located in the office on the upper floor of the venue, Leonardo, who was nearly 70 years old but still physically tough, was sitting in his boss chair, thinking about something, with the live video of Chen Feng's actions in the country still playing on his cell phone. Creak. The door to the room was pushed open and a young man who looked 3 times like Leonardo walked in. Grandpa, the people from Scotland Yard Sunset's police department are here. The young man looked in Leonardo's direction and spoke respectfully. Leonardo sniffed and glanced at the young man, then slowly stood up from his chair. Come on, Ron, come with me to meet those officers from Scotland Yard. Okay, Grandpa. Ron sniffed and immediately stepped forward, wanting to help Leonardo, but he was pushed away by the old man's outstretched hand. There was no choice but to follow behind Leonardo and accompany him as he walked outside. At this time, inside the parlor, 2 young men dressed in the Sunset Pursuit team's overalls were sitting on the sofa talking and laughing. And behind them, there were about a dozen members of the pursuit team in 2 rows. Day. With the sound of footsteps coming from far away, Leonardo's figure appeared in the parlor. Good day to you both. I'm very grateful for the help of a few of you, and on behalf of the entire staff of the fair, I'd like to express my gratitude to the gentlemen of the Manhunt team. As soon as they met, Leonardo acted very warmly. There wasn't the slightest hint of a stand, so people couldn't help but feel a few good feelings. Mr. Leonardo, you are too polite, we are just doing our part. The youth on the left side stood up and shook Leonardo's hand. Lowering his hand, Leonardo spoke again. What are the names of the 2 of you? Sith Calord. The youth on the left spoke in response. Pointing to the other youth still sitting in his original seat, he spoke again. This is my brother, Silan. Chapter 54, Counselor Li Qingyan. Hearing his own brother introduce himself, Silan only nodded faintly and did not say anything. This made Leonardo, who had already raised his hand, a little embarrassed. After all, he was such an old man, and he took the initiative to shake hands with a junior but was ignored. Anyone else would have been a little upset. Even as Leonardo's grandson, Ron directly frowned. Immediately, he wanted to walk forward to teach this rude kid a lesson, but was stopped by Leonardo. Sith of course also saw the displeasure on Leonardo's face and hurriedly opened his mouth to apologize. You don't mind, this younger brother of mine is young and doesn't know any better, Silan. Don't apologize yet. Not in the way. Leonardo barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Can I ask now, what are the 2 of you planning to do about that thief? There's no rush. Sith spoke up. There's still one person on our side who hasn't arrived yet, so it's not too late for us to talk about the plan when she arrives. Oh? There's someone else? Leonardo revealed a flash of surprise. For the 2 brothers, Sith and Silan, Leonardo had still heard of them. Known as the Death Brothers by the participants of the various districts of the Sunset Kingdom's Game of Thieves, they had once captured 23 fugitives in a single day. At one point, the contestants from the various districts of the Sunset Kingdom had to be captured. If not for the program team in time to replace the 2, I'm afraid that the Sunset Kingdom competition program has long been over. However,
It seems that I haven't heard that the two brothers have the habit of working with people, let alone waiting for people. Thinking of this, the puzzled look on Leonardo's face became even heavier. Just at this moment, a slightly cold voice came from the doorway not far away. Sorry, I'm late. The few people present followed the voice to look, only to see a tall girl in a white women's small suit with a dusty temperament was stepping on a pair of red-bottomed high-heeled shoes and walking towards this side. Seeing the incoming person, Shilin, who was still stinking, immediately changed his face, and a bright smile with a few points of currying favor immediately crawled all over his face. Sister Qingyan, you're here, quickly sit down. Saying that, Shilin even enthusiastically moved his butt to the side, leaving a place for Li Qingyan. With a detached yet polite smile on her face, Li Qingyan spoke. No need, I'll just sit here. Saying that, Li Qingyan took a step to the single sofa on one side and sat down. Shilin, who had been rejected, wasn't embarrassed, but took it upon himself to pour another cup of water for Li Qingyan and handed it to her. Sister Qingyan, you're thirsty, aren't you? Drink some water. Thanks. Li Qingyan was still polite, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was undisguised detachment. Silin wasn't stupid, so when he saw this, he had no choice but to resentfully withdraw his hand and sit back down again, not saying anything more. This one is? Leonardo was puzzled. Let me introduce you. Sith stood up and spoke. This is Ms. Li Qingyan, who was once the leader of the Pursuit 1 group in Area 3 of China. Area 3 of Huaxia. Leonardo slightly frowned, this district seems to have heard of it somewhere. Ron stepped forward and attached to Leonardo's ear and spoke, Grandpa, the thief Kido who sent us a teaser letter was initially a contestant from this district. Oh. Leonardo suddenly realized, stood up and faced Li Qingyan and spoke, Hello Ms. Li, thank you very much for coming to help. Li Qingyan reached out and shook Leonardo's hand. You're welcome, I'm just coming over as an advisor to provide a little of what I know, and am not involved in the action. Li Qingyan originally did not want to come. After all, she had previously resigned just because she did not want to continue participating in the hunt for Chinfeng, and had chosen to come to Western Europe to further her education. However, the program team had directly contacted the H-City Police Department side. Li Qingyan was forced by the orders from above and could only choose to come over, but still insisted that she would not directly participate in the action, and at most could only provide them with some information that she knew. Ms. Li, then please tell us about this kiddo, or Chinfeng. Sith spoke. Li Qingyan nodded her head and took out the information she had prepared long ago from her bag, handing it to a few people. You guys take a look first. The Sith's several people reached out and took it. Chinfeng, male, 23 years old, outstanding graduate of Jiangcheng University, specializes in magic, bird interrogation, and even has the incomprehensible ability to tame beasts, once crossed the ocean in a whale and took the gemstone goddess tears. Its magic techniques are even more unbelievable, except for a few simple magic tricks that have been cracked, most of its magic techniques are still secrets to this day. Miss Li has a high opinion of this Mr. Chinfeng. Putting down the information in his hands, Sith slowly spoke. Humph. Silin, on the other hand, had a disdainful look on his face. As I see it, what's the use of any magic or not? Before the program started, weren't all of those contestants we have here talked about as if they were gods? What was the result? They were still almost caught by our brothers? As he said that, Silin even glanced at Li Qingyan intentionally or unintentionally. But unfortunately, Li Qingyan didn't have any expression change on her face, and didn't even have the intention to interject. It was only after waiting for the several people to finish speaking that she slowly opened her mouth. Captain Sith, Captain Shilin, I can only tell you here that what Chinfeng is best at is taking something that seems impossible and turning it into reality, so please don't be careless. Of course, I'm just an advisor, it's still the two captains who will ultimately decide what to do, so that's it, I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave. After saying that, Li Qingyan also no longer stayed, picked up her own bag and walked towards the outside. Seeing that Li Qingyan was leaving, Shilin hurriedly stood up, Sister Qingyan, let me send you off. No need, the cab master who sent me here just now is still waiting for me outside, I'll just go back by myself. Li Qingyan didn't seem to intend to get too involved with the two of them, and directly chose to explicitly refuse. Silin wanted to say something else, but was stopped by his brother Sith. Alright Silin, sit down. Hearing his brother's words, Silin had no choice but to honestly sit down again. After a slight silence, Leonardo then spoke again. Captain Sith, I wonder what you plan to do. Sith did not rush to answer, but instead asked about something else. Mr. Leonardo, I've heard that you have a private collection vault that is claimed to be the safest warehouse in the world, may I ask if that's true? Of course. Speaking of his private warehouse, the old man had a proud face. It was something he had spent half his life building, and even if it was blown up with explosives, it might not be able to be blown up. Hearing this answer, a mysterious smile appeared on Sith's face. Sir, I think I know what to do with that thief. Chapter 55, Chinfeng infiltrates. The following day. Daylight. Tickets for today's exhibition were even harder to come by, not only were there artifact enthusiasts and private collectors who wanted to come in and watch.
There were even a large number of Chen Feng's fans in Western Europe who wanted to compete for the limited number of tickets on sale. However, unlike yesterday, today's center position, that originally belonged to the Coronation Crown's display case, at this time has been empty. Instead, there was a screen fixed above the display case. In the screen was none other than the coronet crown that had been blocked inside the vault. Undoubtedly, this behavior of the organizer immediately caused the dissatisfaction of the people present. After all, there were quite a few people in the audience who came here for the Coronation Crown, and now that they were only left with a screen with the image of the Coronation Crown, how could they be satisfied? What's the situation? I came to see the Coronation Crown, not the TV. We need a reasonable explanation. Isn't it a private exhibition? When did it become a live computerized broadcast? This is outright fraud. This is false advertising on the part of the organizer. I demand a refund. Brother, I'll go with you to refund the tickets. And me, I want a refund too. Refund the tickets. I don't know who shouted first, and then most of the people in the venue followed. The deafening calls for ticket refunds grew more and more intense in the arena. It also managed to attract Leonardo's grandson, Ron, who was the organizer. Ron came in front of the crowd and looked at the crowd that raised their arms and chanted. He couldn't help but have a bit of a headache, but he could only try to calm the crowd down as much as he could. Everyone, please be quiet. Ron stood tall and shouted. Under his cries over and over again, the crowd also finally quieted down for the time being and looked at him in unison. Seeing this, Ron breathed a sigh of relief and spoke immediately afterward. Everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Ron, I'm Mr. Leonardo's grandson, and I'm also one of the people in charge of this exhibition, so if you have any questions, you can talk to me. Where's the coronet crown? We're not here to watch TV. We want to see the real thing. Someone took the lead in making a claim. Immediately afterward, everyone once again boiled over. Right. We want to see the real thing. We can't buy our tickets for nothing. We need to see the real thing. Okay, guys. Ron increased his voice to calm the crowd. I can understand how you all feel, but please understand what we're considering. It's the only thing we can do for the safety of the coronet crown. But folks, we are willing to reimburse you 30% of the cost of your tickets as an apology. The crowd protested again, and although it was much smaller than earlier, their voices were still not low. Unable to do anything else, Ron also had to raise the compensation to 45% of the ticket price, which calmed the crowd's anger. Leaving from the venue, Ron went all the way straight to the restroom. Turning on the faucet and washing his face twice with cool water, he still didn't calm down. Damnable thief. Looking at himself in the mirror, Ron gritted his teeth. Knowing that their ticket prices were very high, refunding 45% of the ticket money all of a sudden was a huge amount of money. Sir! A voice sounded beside Ron. Ron turned around to look, only to see a young man wearing fair staff clothing and a duck-tongue cap standing behind himself, looking at him with a smile on his face. Who are you? How come I've never seen you before? Ron frowned and spoke with a puzzled face. Did his own grandfather recruit again? The exhibition wasn't big, so why was he recruiting people every day? This is all money. Ron spat in his heart, but on the surface he remained motionless as he looked at the youth in front of him. Only to see the youth slowly take off his duck-tongue hat, revealing a clear and handsome oriental face. Ron's frown deepened. How did he feel that the person in front of him looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he just couldn't recall. Only to see the youth in front of him reveal a mysterious smile as he slowly opened his mouth. Just a magician who came from afar. What? Ron froze. What magician? Did his grandfather enjoy watching magic again? After a brief moment of stupefaction, a figure from a video he had once watched suddenly overlapped with the person in front of him. Ron instantly widened his eyes. No. You are Monster K. Before the word D could be uttered, Ron suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, as if the entire world had turned upside down, making it difficult for him to gain a foothold. Ron raised his hand to try and grab Chen Feng, but the medicinal power surged up to him, but he no longer even had the strength to raise his hand. He only felt that his vision was getting blurry, and in the end, he could only bring up 1,000 words as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Chen Feng dragged him into the middle of the bathroom cubicle, unlocked the door and then tumbled out from above. Only to reappear, he had already turned into Ron's appearance. Cough cough. Came in front of the mirror, looked at the mirror and Ron the same appearance, Chen Feng mouth corner with a smile, lips slightly open, a pure London accent from the mouth spit out. Everyone, the game has started early, huh? At the same time. Located not far from the surveillance room, at the entrance of the vault. Sith helped Silen set up the last password, and only then did he put down the tools in his hands and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Alright, that's it for now. With such a vault that isn't even afraid of bombs, plus you bringing a dozen or so people to guard the monitoring room next to it, basically nothing will go wrong. And I'll stay in the car outside the exhibition at that time, in charge of the external command, ready to have people blockade the scene at any time. Alright, you've said it 10 times. Silen waved his hand impatiently. Isn't it just a thief?
Does it need to be so troublesome? Sillin.
Sith's face was serious. This time is different. Our opponents aren't the same as the previous drunkards, and this is the first time that a foreign participant can cross the ocean to our side, so the higher-ups attach great importance to it, and the live broadcasting systems of Sunset in China will be activated at the same time at that time.
There can't be a single mistake.
Okay, you're right, okay. Sillin still had that whatever you say expression, making Sith feel helpless for a while.
Right at this moment, Ron, disguised by Chen Feng, walked over with Ron's assistant. Hard work, 2 captains. I wonder how the implementation of the preparedness plan is going? My grandfather is very concerned about it.
Mr. Ron, please tell Mr. Leonardo that everything planned here is going well and tonight's operation is foolproof. Sith spoke with a face full of confidence. Next to him, Sillin even showed a face of disdain. Just rest assured, Mr. Ron, the warehouse over here has already been set up with 3 layers of passwords by me. Even if he's the world's top hacker, he'll still need at least an hour to crack it, but he'll have to have an hour before that. Sillin flicked his wrist, looking like he couldn't wait to take down the thief who called himself the Freak Bandit and help make a name for himself.
Chapter 56, Monster Thief on the Move.
In that case, I will congratulate the 2 captains in advance for their success. Chen Feng spoke with a smile, his expression not changing in the slightest. Sith politely spoke back, "Thank you, Mr. Ron.
Can I go in and take a look?"
Chen Feng spoke tentatively. Upon hearing this, Sillin, who was still smiling just a moment ago, immediately changed his face and was about to open his mouth to say something, but was stopped by his brother, Sith.
"Mr. Ron."
Sith spoke politely, but in a non-negotiable tone. "I'm sorry, due to the safety of the artifacts, we don't intend to open this warehouse until tonight's operation is over. I hope you can understand."
This. Ron, who was disguised by Chen Feng, frowned and put on an unhappy look.
However, after a moment of silence, he still spoke leisurely. "All right then, since the 2 captains are confident, I won't cause you any more trouble. I'll take my first step." Chen Feng politely hugged Sith and patted his back twice with his hand in a friendly gesture. Sith did not refuse either and sent Chen Feng away with a polite smile throughout. In his opinion, as long as it was something that did not disturb their operations, everything was negotiable. However, what he didn't know was that while the 2 were embracing, Chen Feng had already quietly glued a small object that was the same color as his clothes to the fold of his collar at the back of his neck. Ding, congratulations to the host for exchanging a remote control type signal jammer 1, costing system points 50. Listening to the system's beep, Chen Feng's expression did not change much. He just chatted with Sith for a couple more sentences before turning around and leaving the scene. "Brother, why are you so polite with him?
Isn't it just a rich second generation?" Just after Chen Feng left, Sillin couldn't wait to speak. However, he was immediately greeted with Sith's reprimand, "Shut up. If you can't change your blabbering personality and your condescending stance in the future, get the hell out of here and go home. Don't ever go out again." Seeing that his brother was truly angry this time, Sillin had no choice but to obediently shut his mouth. However, in his mind, he was thinking about how he should act a bit more handsome in front of Li Qingyan when he acted at night. Let her also see his ability and thus like himself. On the other side, Chen Feng had already arrived outside the door of the monitoring room. Pushing the door in, the surveillance room at this time had already been taken over by the people from the pursuit team. In order to facilitate the monitoring of the entire venue, the pursuit group had doubled the number of surveillance cameras. It could be said without any hesitation that everything in the entire venue, except for the restrooms, was within the monitoring range. Everyone has worked hard. Chen Feng walked in and greeted the crowd. "Hello, Mr. Ron." Mr. Ron. Obviously, this Ron still had a certain status in the Sunless Kingdom. After seeing Chen Feng walk in, the crowd present also greeted him. Chen Feng smiled and spoke, "When this matter is over, I'll make the decision to give the brothers of the pursuit team a red packet as a labor fee." It wasn't like the promise was Chen Feng's own money anyway, so he didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Hearing this, the crowd cheered again, while the smiles on their faces were obviously much more genuine than earlier. "You guys keep working, I'll just take a casual look around," Chen Feng instructed, and then casually strolled around the surveillance room, looking this way and that from time to time. Eventually, he stopped in front of the surveillance that was responsible for monitoring the interior of the vault. Only to see that inside the tightly blocked vault, a dozen cameras were aimed at the glass showcase in the center from all sides. Inside the showcase was nothing else but the coronation crown that was tightly protected. "The 2 brothers have worked hard, have a glass of water." With an affable smile, Chen Feng handed out the water he had just received from the water dispenser in his hand. This flattered the 2 members of the pursuit team. They had heard that Ron, Leonardo's only grandson, was a playboy before they arrived, but now it seemed to be a bit of a rumor. Under the surprise, the 2 also hurriedly got up, wanting to receive the water in Chen Feng's hands. However, just when the 2 were about to receive the cup of water, Chen Feng suddenly shook his hand, and a cup of boiled water suddenly splashed out, and coincidentally poured on the monitor's operating table. Bad. The 2 members of the pursuit team were startled at the sight, and immediately couldn't care less about Chen Feng, and hurriedly picked up paper towels from the side to start cleaning up. Chen Feng also stepped forward to help. Holding 2 paper towels in his hands, he wiped the water stains on it. Only no one noticed that in the blind spot of their vision, Chen Feng secretly inserted something into the back of the controller. Phew! Good thing the controller is waterproof, it doesn't affect the use. After wiping off the water stains, both members of the pursuit team breathed a long sigh of relief. They didn't want to drop the ball at such a critical time now, or they wouldn't be spared another reprimand. Chen Feng, who had accomplished his purpose, did not linger any longer and got up to speak. Since all of you are ready, then I won't cause any more trouble for you, I'll go back and report to my grandfather's first. After saying that, Chen Feng did not have the slightest lingering feeling and directly turned around to leave. At this moment, he was not worried about the unconscious Ron in the bathroom being discovered. The amount of ecstasy he had used this time was large enough that it was estimated that he would be able to let him sleep for a day or two without waking up. Moreover, Chen Feng had also plastered him with a human skin mask and replaced it with another face, and changed him into cleaner's clothes. So even if someone found out, they wouldn't be the first to associate this unconscious cleaner as Ron's. Leaving the exhibition venue, Chen Feng re-entered the hotel room. Opening his computer, through the things left on the surveillance controller, Chen Feng very smoothly hacked into the surveillance interior. Importing the video he had prepared long ago into the controller of the surveillance, and setting the playback time to 11 o'clock in the evening of London time. That is, just as the Z hour begins. After doing all this, Chen Feng took a long breath, stood up, and looked through the window of the hotel to the entrance of the exhibition across the street. Looking at the crowd of passers-by disguised as members of the Sunset Kingdom's pursuit team near the entrance, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled up into a smile. Look forward to the show tonight, everyone. Nightfall crept in. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock in the evening, London time. Although it had not yet reached the time on Chen Feng's teaser letter, the crowd of the chase group on the scene was still very nervous. More than a dozen members of the pursuit team were standing by in the monitoring room. Silan was in command, and Li Qingyan, the advisor, had also come to the scene to observe. Unlike the interior, the outside of the exhibition was bustling with activity. A large group of Chen Feng's fans gathered outside the cordon. Their hands were holding up signs that read "Kid," and their voices were shouting one after another. Chapter 57, The Godless Thief. It had to be said that Chen Feng's group of young fans from the Sunset Kingdom were just too crazy. If it wasn't for the cordon on the scene with a group of Scotland Yard officers stopping them, I'm afraid that this group of crazy fans would have already flooded into the exhibition venue in their heads. And belonging to Chen Feng's live broadcast room was also opened at this time. Unlike before, at this time, in addition to Chen Feng's original fans, there were also a large number of fans from the Sunset Kingdom pouring into the live broadcast room. Kid really came to the Sunset Kingdom. It's really too exciting. I want to go to the scene. I want to meet Kid. What's going on? Where are so many crooked people coming from? Also, why is my maple god abroad? Guys, guess what I found? A big steel door comparable to a bank vault. Maple God's target this time is locked inside. I saw it too, this thing probably can't even be pierced by an artillery shell, right? As for being so careful? Hee, upstairs is purely standing around. Those who are not careful have all become loyal spectators of Maple God's performance. At the same time, inside the Pursuit Bureau in H City, China, the newly arrived advisor, Ouyang Muxue, was standing on the stage of the conference room talking about her views on Chen Feng's previous several strikes. Under everyone's gaze, Ouyang Muxue took out a few long-prepared photos from her own bag and handed them to the people in the conference room to view. Only when the crowd had all finished passing them around did Ouyang Muxue's cool voice once again come from the front. Everyone recognizes this place, right? The crowd nodded. The place on the photo was not somewhere else, it was precisely one of the landmarks of H City, the Great Bell Tower located in the center of Drunken Heart Square. It was also there that Chen Feng had once again succeeded under their noses, stealing the white jade mask with a marvelous maneuver under everyone's watchful eyes. As for what exactly Chen Feng's technique was, no one had been able to decipher it so far. Ouyang Muxue was not in a hurry to explain to the crowd, but once again took out a photo from her backpack. Unlike the previous distant photo, this was a close-up photo of the day Chen Feng stole the white jade mask. The white jade mask hanging above the bell tower was clearly visible, only on top of the bell tower, there was an extra flock of white pigeons flying in the air. Waiting for the crowd to see clearly, Ouyang Muxue took out another photo, still a close-up photo, but this time it was a picture of the ground level of the clock tower. On it, it could be clearly seen that in the center of the picture, that is, at the foot of the bell tower, there was a bit of black pigment that had dried up. Everyone, as long as it's a magic trick, there will be a breakage, and the method Chen Feng chose to cover up the breakage was to summon a large flock of white pigeons to divert attention. As long as you all shift your sight to the flock of birds, you will never be able to discover Chen Feng's true maneuver. As soon as Ouyang Muxue's words fell, someone immediately questioned, then how did Chen Feng do it? Ouyang Muxue put the photo down, a rare smile appearing on her cool face.
It's very simple, he merely used the black pigment with a sufficiently high light absorption rate to hide the white jade mask under the cover of the dark night and white pigeons. In other words, the alabaster mask at that time didn't disappear, but was just hidden in the night. Time passed by minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, it had already come to 10:30 p.m. The Sunless Kingdom's pursuit group, split into two waves, with one part led by Sis, dispersed and hidden amongst the crowd at the entrance of the exhibition, ready to blockade the entrance of the exhibition at any time. The other part followed Silen and sat in the monitoring room. Once there was any movement inside the venue, they would immediately depart. As an advisor, Li Qingyan was also sitting in the monitoring room, waiting for that white figure to arrive. Sister Qingyan, have a cup of coffee, I had someone buy it for you. Silen carried a sealed cup of coffee to Li Qingyan's face. Li Qingyan raised her head to look at him and politely declined, thank you, I'm not thirsty. Don't be polite, Sister Qingyan, we still have to work together in the future. As if he didn't see the detachment on Li Qingyan's face, Shilin continued to speak unforgivingly. Just then, the door of the room was pushed open. Dressed in a black suit, Ron, disguised by Chen Feng, walked in. Sorry, I'm late. Silen, who had been interrupted, looked at Chen Feng, who had just entered the room, with a look of indignation, and just wanted to speak, but then remembered his brother's earlier reprimand, so he had to swallow the words that had reached his mouth. Time was still moving. Even though the time from the preview letter was already very close, the white figure that everyone was looking forward to still did not appear. In the live broadcast screen, there were only Shilin, Li Qingyan, and Ron disguised by Chen Feng, as well as a group of members of the pursuit team. Why hasn't Kid appeared yet? I can't wait. Blindly guessing that God Feng has already blended in at this point, just waiting for the time in the preview letter to arrive, he will directly show up. Show up? Is it that amazing? This is a vault that can't even be exploded by bombs. Can he walk through walls? No dude, you're new here, right? You've got to be kidding yourself. The probability of your wife giving birth to your M is greater than the probability of Fontaine losing his hand. Son of a. You're cursing me. It's just the truth. The pop-ups were rolling in the live broadcast room, and under the impetus of the media from both China and Sunset, the number of viewers in Chen Feng's live broadcast room had broken through to 1,000 people for the first time, and it was still continuing to grow. At this point in time, the time had come to 10:59, less than a minute from the time on Chen Feng's preview letter. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room gradually became fewer. Even Shilin, who had always been arrogant and did not put anything in his eyes, among the Brothers of Death, was also rare and serious. Eyes fixed on the wall, at about the vault internal monitoring. There are still 5 seconds left. Li Qingyan looked at her watch and counted down in her heart, her beautiful eyes revealing a touch of excitement that was hard to hide. Many people within the live broadcast room were also looking at their watches and counting down silently just like Li Qingyan. 3, 2, 1. When the second hand pointed to 12, the last number in the crowd's countdown also came to 1. Click. The 6 surveillance screens responsible for monitoring the interior of the vault flashed at the same time. The next second. In the crowd's astonished gazes, a white figure in the monitor suddenly appeared next to the exhibition cabinet. In his hand, he was also holding a golden crown inlaid with dozens of gems. It was none other than the coronation crown. Everything happened too quickly and too abruptly. So sudden that in the instant that everyone did not react, the coronation crown, which was originally resting in the glass display case, was already in Chen Feng's hands. How is this possible? Under the surprise, Silen directly stood up, his eyes glaring round, full of disbelief. That was a bomb-proof vault. Moreover, he had set up 3 passwords at the door and even sent someone to guard the door. How could Chen Feng enter? Chapter 58, Getting It. The live broadcast room also exploded in an instant. I knew it. My phone god's appearances are never outside my expectations. My god. Is this space magic? It's no different from magic. Could it be that kid is the outstanding graduate from Hogwarts School of Magic? Oh. I told you there are secrets we don't know in the mysterious East. I'm going to the East to study. Isn't it a vault? Isn't it bomb-proof? How did Chen Feng get in? Regardless of the intensity on the internet, at this moment in the surveillance room, Li Qingyan looked at the figure in white on the screen, and her red lips couldn't help but hook up a nice arc. This man was still so amazing. Quick! Don't anyone stand still. Everyone follow me to the vault. Arrest this damn thief for me. Silen shouted loudly, his originally fairly handsome face filled with a grimace caused by anger. The people in the Sunset Kingdom's pursuit team in the monitoring room hurriedly got up from their seats as if waking up from a dream after hearing their own captain's shouts. They followed Silen's lead and rushed in the direction of the vault. Chen Feng, who was disguised as Ron, was also among them. Li Qingyan had wanted to follow him, but just as she took her first step, she seemed to have thought of something and withdrew her legs. Sitting in front of the monitor, she waited for something. On the other side, Silen and the other members of the pursuit team had also arrived at the entrance of the vault. At this moment, the 2 members of the pursuit team who were responsible for guarding the vault's door didn't know what was going on when they saw the furious Silen. Just as they wanted to give Silen a salute, they were met with Silen's head-splitting scolding. "You two idiots! What are you still standing here stupidly for? Your stupidity has completely exposed you to our enemy. He has already entered the vault." Silen's scolding directly confused the two members of the pursuit team. What? That thief had already slipped inside the vault? How could this be possible? Looking at the two still-dazed team members, Silen didn't have time to explain to them and quickly arranged for someone to block the door to the vault. He then personally walked to the door where the password was entered and began to unlock the door. Facial recognition, fingerprint recognition, digital password, the three cumbersome procedures originally used to guard against Chinfeng looked so ridiculous at this time. It also made Silen, who was unlocking the door, feel a wave of inexplicable annoyance. All the preparations were nothing but trouble for himself, but there was not even the slightest effect of blocking others. This made Silen feel like a clown. It also made the anger in Silen's heart grow even more intense. As the last number was entered, the "unlocked successfully" beep sounded in everyone's ears. Including Silen, everyone was on guard, staring at the heavy steel door. There was no doubt about it. As long as any person came out of the door after it opened, they would be pressed down immediately. The steel door was slowly opened a crack. The crowd at the scene also held their breath at this time, ready to collectively rush in and take down Chinfeng inside the instant the steel door opened. No one noticed that behind the crowd, Ron revealed a meaningful smile at this moment. The door of the vault was completely opened. The scene inside was completely exposed to everyone's eyes. No one? How come? Silen was astonished. However, the empty vault and the coronation crown that was still stored unharmed within the glass display case were telling him that it was all true. Chinfeng did not enter the vault. Looking at the vault door that had been completely opened, Silen seemed to suddenly figure out something and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly! Quickly close! It!" Before he finished speaking, he only heard a tinkling bell sound behind him. Two cylindrical items were thrown to the center of the crowd, and the moment they landed, they began to spew out smoke. In just a few seconds, the smoke had already spread. "Everyone cover their mouths and noses," Silen hurriedly ordered. However, it was already too late. The smoke in the sky had already been inhaled by the crowd, and almost at the same time, the crowd at the scene had already collapsed and passed out. Only the last party, that still maintains a smile, Ron, still standing in place. Chinfeng. Silen gritted his teeth, staring at the person in front of him. The whole person leaned against the wall, and saw that he would not be able to hold on and fall down. Now if he could not guess that this Ron in front of him was a fake, then he was really stupid. "Thank you very much for your help, Captain Silen." Chinfeng smiled and spoke. He then reached out and grabbed one of the corners of his coat and lifted it upwards. The entire person instantly changed his appearance. A white neat suit, the iconic four-leaf clover pendant and monocle, a high-topped white bowler hat in the European medieval style, and a charismatic yet irritating smile at the corner of his mouth. Chinfeng's appearance caused the live broadcast room to instantly boil. "Nima! I knew it! My Maple God Strike package has a reversal. Already don't want to say anything. God Foam is awesome. Is this really magic? Isn't he in there? How did he suddenly appear, disappear, and reappear? It's been so long, and there's still someone trying to crack Godfeng's tricks. God, this is simply too wonderful." At this point, Silen had completely lost his grip and was still trying to clench his teeth to lunge at Chinfeng, but the moment he left the wall, he directly collapsed due to the drug's power. Losing the protection of the crowd of people from the on-site pursuit team, Chinfeng very easily walked inside the vault, opened the glass cover, and got the coronation crown that was placed inside. Looking at the coronation crown in his hand, Chinfeng nodded with satisfaction. "Looks like the show went very well." Snap snap. Right at this moment, a burst of applause abruptly rang out from a short distance away. Immediately afterward, a silhouette slowly appeared around the corner. Who else could it be if not Li Qingyan? "Long time no see, Chinfeng." The corner of Li Qingyan's mouth was smiling, as if she was greeting an old friend she had met after a long time. Chinfeng still had the same poker face, and nothing had changed because of Li Qingyan's sudden appearance. "It is an honor to see you here, Miss Li Qingyan." Chinfeng made a gentleman's salute, and immediately afterward, he opened his mouth to ask his question. "Ma'am, are you here to arrest me?" Chinfeng slowly stepped out of the vault and came in front of Li Qingyan, seemingly not worried that Li Qingyan would suddenly lash out. Of course, Li Qingyan had no intention of making a move in the first place. She just came over to say hello after seeing an old friend in a foreign country. That's right, although the two hadn't known each other for a long time, and their contact wasn't much. But Li Qingyan still regarded Chinfeng as a friend, a special thief friend. Chapter 59, Kid Arrested? You're overthinking it. I'm just an advisor who was dragged in to help, not participating in the action, and naturally, I'm not obligated to help them arrest you. Speaking of this, Li Qingyan's words changed. Although I won't do anything, those members of the pursuit team outside may not be able to do so. If they can't contact Shilin for a long period of time, they will directly blockade the scene, and at that time, it won't be too easy for you to leave.
Hearing this, Chen Feng did not panic in the slightest, but instead revealed a mysterious smile. With a flip of his left hand, a black walkie-talkie appeared in his hand. It was precisely the same walkie-talkie of Shilin, who had already passed out. Cough cough. Chen Feng cleared his throat, then slowly placed the walkie-talkie to his mouth. With a slight opening of his lips, a voice identical to Silin's was spat out from Chen Feng's mouth. Attention all teams, now Chen Feng has disguised himself as my brother Sith and is hiding in a private car about 300 meters from the venue. The license plate number is OR. Now everyone immediately put down the matter at hand and immediately go over to effect an arrest. Repeat, now everyone immediately go over to effect an arrest. Over. As Chen Feng put the walkie-talkie down, the crowd in the live broadcast room was stunned by his maneuver for 2 seconds. This was immediately followed by a flood of pop-ups. I'll go. If you want to talk about the operation, it has to be me, Maple God, who is enough of a horseflea. Is it okay to mess up the real thing with the fake? MD, when it's time to go to school and go sheep herding, what was the meaning of that pile of sunset language that the Maple God just said in his gibberish? Can someone translate it for me? The meaning is very simple: let those members of the Sunset Country's pursuit team go to catch their captain. But I'm curious, is their other captain still don't know anything? I'm also curious, doesn't he have a walkie-talkie too? Didn't anyone contact him? At the same time, Sith, who was located in the command vehicle outside, also realized that something was wrong. It was reasonable to say that it was now time for Chen Feng's action, and regardless of success or failure, the inside should have reported back to himself. Sith frowned, slowly picking up the intercom, but after pressing the call button twice in a row, he realized that the intercom was unresponsive. Fuck! It's broken at the critical time. Cursing angrily, Sith casually tossed the walkie-talkie aside and took his cell phone out again, intending to call directly to ask about the situation inside. But to his surprise, at some point, his own cell phone also lost its signal. Sith's frown deepened. As a senior police officer, he never believed that there were such coincidental things in the world. His own originally intact walkie-talkie suddenly broke down, and the cell phone that had a signal just now also lost its signal, as if it had been arranged by someone. Thinking of this, Sith's heart jumped. Bad. Most likely something had happened. Sith hurriedly sat up from the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, and pushed open the car door in preparation for getting out of the car. However, before he could take a step, he saw dozens of members of the pursuit team surrounding him from all directions. Each and every one of them had their eyes dead set on him, as if they were wolves on the hunt. And he was the surrounded prey. Sith was violently startled. A wave of bad guesses surged to his heart, and hurriedly opened his mouth to shout at the crowd. What are you guys doing? I'm your captain. I am the Sith. Sith Calord. In the face of the Sith's angry expression, the lieutenant in charge couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Still pretending? Kiddo. Your disguise was recognized by our Captain Sirin long ago. Now you're already surrounded. Don't think about struggling, hurry up and surrender. Kiddo? Sith's eyes widened. He himself was Kiddo? Then who was a Sith? You bunch of idiots. I am your captain. I am the Sith. Not Kiddo. The Sith's nose was almost crooked, and he didn't care about his image. He directly cursed. How dare you argue? Being scolded, the vice captain of the pursuit team's face also darkened, no longer talking too much nonsense, and directly beckoned to the crowd. Don't be polite with him. Give me on. As soon as the words fell, the crowd of members of the Sunless Kingdom's pursuit team who had already been rubbing their fists instantly pounced on them. Ren Sith was agile and dodged several people's attacks one after another, but he was still pressed to the ground under the crowd. His hands were firmly cuffed, and in order to prevent him from escaping, there were 6 or 7 other people pressing down on his body, refusing to get up. Assholes. You bunch of idiots. Sith, who had been pressed down to the ground, was still cursing in a hoarse rage. However, no one paid any attention to him. At this moment, Silin, who was being held by Li Qingyan's arm, appeared in everyone's field of vision. The vice captain of the pursuit team, who had been disdainful just a moment ago, immediately revealed a pleasing smile and saluted Chen Feng, who was disguised as Shilin. Reporting to Captain Shilin, we have taken Kiddo down and are ready to wait for your orders. Looking at the Sith who was being pressed to the ground by several people in a deadly manner, Li Qingyan almost laughed outright. With a smile in her beautiful eyes, she glanced at Chen Feng beside her and forced her smile down. This man was really too bad. Very well, when we get back, I'll give you guys credit and promotion. Chen Feng reached out and patted the vice captain's shoulder in encouragement. The vice captain was instantly overjoyed, and even his standing posture was even more upright than just now. Thank you, Captain. Seeing this scene, how could Sith not understand the identity of the visitor? He tried his best to get out of the restraints, but was held down by the crowd, unable to get up. He could only shout as hard as he could, "You bastards! He's the Kiddo! He's the Kiddo!" Hearing this raucous voice, the vice captain, who had just been immersed in the joy of his promotion, instantly rose in anger. Even at this point, this damned thief was still trying to obfuscate. To make a dying struggle.
Perhaps he was really angry, perhaps he was trying to perform well in front of his own captain. The vice captain quickly stepped in front of the pinned down Sith, and without saying a word, snap. It was two big forced fights. The sound of crisp slaps traveled into the ears of the crowd, and also dazed Sith. What are you waiting for? Seal his mouth for me. The vice captain ordered nonchalantly to those around him. You bastard. Oh. Before Sith's curses could be uttered, his mouth was sealed with a strong tape by the members of the pursuit team who came up to him, and he could only let out a whimpering sound. At this time, the crowd in the live broadcast room had gone crazy with laughter. I can't, if I had known I would have bought a plane ticket to go to the scene, this is too funny. Fake is real when it's real. The ancients are true to their word. God, I can't even imagine how wonderful this vice captain's expression will be after learning the truth. I don't know, but he probably won't be able to hang around in the pursuit bureau. That much is certain. Tomorrow I guess I'll be fired for stepping through the door left foot first. Chapter 60 Amiia arrives. Of course, the crowd at the scene was unaware of the words of the netizens. The vice captain even wanted to take this opportunity to slap him 2 more times, but he was stopped by Qin Feng's voice. Alright, you guys take him back to the station first, I'll handle this side of things. Yes. The vice captain immediately complied with the order and personally led the men to pick up the Sith on the ground and escort him towards the car. Before leaving, he also glanced enviously at Li Qingyan, who was holding Qin Feng's arm. Hey! This high and cold goddess from the east, in the end it was taken down by the captain. But this was normal, after all, not everyone had the ability to command the crowd and catch Kido the thief. The vice captain sighed inwardly, and the admiration for his own captain in his heart couldn't help but rise to a higher level. When the crowd left, only Qin Feng and Li Qingyan were left at the scene. Looking at Qin Feng beside her, Li Qingyan spoke with a smile at the corner of her mouth. What else do you want to do now? Qin Feng smiled. There's still one curtain call left. Outside the venue. As time passed by minute, looking at the exhibition building which remained motionless, the crowd of Qin Feng's fans at the scene could not help but float. What's going on? Where are the kids? You didn't watch the live broadcast? Kid has already stolen the coronation crown, most likely left. Ha? No way, I drove all day to get here. Look over there. What's over there? It's a white dove. It's Kid's white dove. Looking at the large white dove that was getting closer and closer in the sky, the crowd of fans at the scene also got excited. Look at the center. The thing hanging on a rope in the middle of that group of white pigeons. What's that? That's the coronation crown. It's Kid's goal this time, the coronation crown. Yes. Kid has won big. The scene was abuzz with Qin Feng's fans. The white pigeon came over the crowd in the twinkling of an eye. Under everyone's gaze, hundreds of white cards floated down from the air and slowly fell into the crowd. Like the teaser letter, I have received the coronation crown. Kaiju Kido salutes. This is Kid's card. I got Kid's card. Fuck. That pulled my hair. Don't grab my card. That's mine. Anyone who wants to sell it. I'll give you 1,000 euros. For Kid's card. You're the only one with money? I'll give you 2,000. I'll pay you on the spot. Inside the escort vehicle not far from the venue, the people from the Sunset Country's pursuit team who witnessed this scene could not help but be a bit stunned. What is this situation? Hadn't Kid already been captured by them? Didn't his action fail? For a moment, countless questions surged into the minds of the crowd, also causing the previous spirited vice captain to frown. At this time, the young pursuer in the driver's seat weakly opened his mouth. Vice team, we won't arrest the wrong person, right? Hearing this, the vice captain's frown deepened, and then a speculation that chilled him from head to toe rose from his heart. Bad. Quickly release that kiddo. That's the captain. Qin Feng versus Scotland Yard. Qin Feng wins big. Can't even tell who your captain is? The Scotland Yard pursuit team was fooled by Qin Feng. Another treasure is collected by Kiddo. So far, Kiddo has made 6 attempts and lost none of them. Will Qin Feng leave the Sunless Kingdom after winning? Or will he choose to continue searching for his next target in the Sunless Kingdom? After Qin Feng's operation ended, the media in both China and Sunbelt were almost all working overtime to write articles. For a while, a hot search list was once again dominated by Qin Feng. This group of media who are watching the action. Inside the hotel. Looking at the headlines of one of the hot searches on his cell phone, Qin Feng, who was in the middle of breaking bread for Little White, smiled and shook his head. Regarding the question of whether he would choose to leave directly after getting his hands on him or continue to look for his next target, as stated in the media. In fact, even Qin Feng himself was unclear. He was loose by nature and did not like to bind himself with plans, so what he preferred was to go wherever he wanted. If there was a target that caught his eye, Qin Feng would naturally strike. Of course, there was no rush. Right now, what Qin Feng wanted more than anything else was to take a turn in the bustling city of this world, a sort of vacation after the operation was over. It was also at this moment that the system's beep sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the coronation crown, rewarding Freak Bandit Kiddo with a card fusion of plus 5%, and obtaining the skill, Lip Reading Elementary. System points plus 500, current card fusion degree 70%. Goo. Noticing that Chen Feng had wandered off, Xiaobai gave a disgruntled cry. Chen Feng's thoughts were then pulled back and he continued to break the bread for Little White. I'm sorry Xiaobai, you'll just eat for 2 days, I'll buy you your favorite crayfish when we return to China. Goo goo. At the same time, inside a certain cafe in London, two top beauties were sitting face to face, no one speaking. The person on the left side was dressed in a lady's small suit with a tall figure, and was none other than Li Qingyan, who had just separated from Chen Feng not long ago. And the right side of the beauty in terms of appearance is also in no way lost to Li Qingyan, but also a hot body, temperament out of the dust and proud, full of the breath of the superior. The long white dress, as well as the earrings and necklaces that looked like they were worth a lot of money on her body, also made the identity of the person come out. One of the most honored women in the Lorching Kingdom, Princess Amiia. There was a long silence. After all, it was Li Qingyan who spoke first to break the calm. Miss Amiia, I wonder what you're looking for me for. Hearing Li Qingyan's words, Amelia slowly put her coffee cup down, and the cup contacted the tabletop, making a slight pop sound. Miss Li, I actually wanted to ask you to do me a favor by inviting you over this time. Favor? Li Qingyan was stunned. Yesterday, ever since she had separated from Chen Feng, she had noticed that there was someone behind her who had been following her. And from time to time, they would also mutter something to themselves, seemingly communicating with others through their earpieces. Although those people didn't seem to have any malicious intent and didn't get in her way, it still made Li Qingyan feel uncomfortable. It wasn't until last night that the people who had been following her came up and gave her the address of this cafe, and asked her to come over at noon today. Out of curiosity, Li Qingyan still chose to go to the appointment. However, when she arrived, she realized that the person who had asked her to come was not someone else, but the princess of the Lore Green country, Amiia, who she had met a few times before in the country of China. Li Qingyan's willow eyebrows were slightly furrowed as she spoke in some confusion. I'm sorry, Ms. Amiia, I don't understand what you mean by help. I think that with you and your country's influence over here, there shouldn't be any place that you need me to help, right? Amiia shook her head gently. I think this matter, only Ms. Li might have the ability to help me. Li Qingyan was even more puzzled this time. But Amiia didn't have the intention to sell the idea either, and spoke directly. I want you to step in and help me find someone. Who? Monster Thief Kid, or Chen Feng? Chapter 61, Someone from the country? Chen Feng? Li Qingyan was stunned, but immediately afterward, she reacted by directly waving her hand in rejection. Ms. Amiia, although I don't know what you are looking for Chen Feng for, unfortunately, I don't have a way to be able to contact him. Li Qingyan's words were not false. Although previously, Chen Feng had approached her in disguise when he was preparing to return the heart of the ocean. The two of them had also added VX at that time, but after Chen Feng's identity was revealed, the two of them had never contacted each other again either. Li Qingyan was also unclear whether or not this VX of Chen Feng's was temporarily registered by Chen Feng, and even more so, whether or not this VX Chen Feng was still using it. Hearing Li Qingyan's reply, Amiia was also silent. She did not know what mood she was in right now. She both hoped that Li Qingyan could contact Chen Feng on the ground. After all, she really wanted to see Chen Feng now. Yet, she did not hope that Li Qingyan could contact Chen Feng because she also did not have Chen Feng's contact information, so naturally, she did not want other women to have it. But I do have a way, I don't know if it will work. Li Qingyan suddenly opened her mouth again, causing hope to reignite in Amiia's eyes. Miss Li can speak directly if she has anything to say. Did Miss Amiia reveal her whereabouts to the outside world when she came to the Sunless Kingdom this time? Li Qingyan didn't rush to answer, but asked Amiia a question first. Amiia shook her head. She came secretly this time. Naturally, it was impossible to publicize it in a big way. So other than the assistant mirror that she brought with her and a few bodyguards, not many people knew of her arrival. That's good. Li Qingyan nodded her head. Miss Amiia, so far, your country's charity exhibition hasn't ended yet, so in order to better contribute to the world's charitable cause, there shouldn't be any problem for you, the Rapunzel, to organize another charity magic exchange, right? You mean? Amiia's eyes lit up. Li Qingyan smiled and spoke. That's a thief who has never been restless. He will definitely be interested in this exchange. Of course, the prerequisite is that you need to step in and invite enough people from the magic world. There's no problem with that. Amiia directly agreed without the slightest hesitation. A smile appeared on her exquisite face, like starlight blooming, mesmerizing. Many of the youths in the cafe seemed to be attracted by the two beauties sitting opposite each other and wanted to come up to ask for a contact, but they were all stopped by the bodyguards that Amiia had brought with her. Soon, another report came out brand new. Princess Amiia of the Lorching Kingdom came to London. In order to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Lorching Kingdom, it was decided to organize the World Magician Charity Exchange in London. All proceeds from the exchange will be donated to charity.
An invitation from Her Royal Highness.
The World Magic Association issued a statement on the same day, announcing that they are willing to send someone to London to participate in the exchange.
The princess is also interested in magic? Magicians from all over the world have gone to the appointment. This is a feast of magic.
As one piece of news came out, the news of Amiia organizing a magician exchange meeting also quickly made its way onto the hot search list. Although it was not as hot as Chen Feng's news, it had received quite a bit of attention from all over.
Wow!
Another charity event. I've completely fallen in love with this Princess Highness who was both beautiful, rich and caring.
A magic exchange? Still in London after Maple God just acted, why does this not sound right to me? Even you can see that it's not quite right. That's simply too wrong.
I now seriously doubt that this Princess Highness is drunk. I'd say you guys are just measuring the heart of a gentleman with a small man's heart.
She's a princess of a country, could she be organizing such an exchange just for Chen Feng? Funny. Maybe, but I still don't feel right. The crowd on the internet was in a frenzy of noise. While on the streets of London,
Chen Feng, after a simple disguise, was putting on a simple show. Only to see that surrounded by dozens of people, Chen Feng held his magic cap in one hand and showed the crowd the empty interior. After the display, Chen Feng slowly put his hand inside the cap. In the next second, a card was touched out of thin air by Chen Feng from the magic hat. Immediately followed by the second and third, under everyone's watchful eyes, one card was touched out, and within a short time, Chen Feng had already taken out a whole deck of cards from within the empty magic hat. Chen Feng then put the cards back into the hat and threw the hat upwards with force. The eyes of the crowd looked upward. The hat was tumbling in the air, but the expected scene of cards falling from within the hat did not happen. Instead, a white dove kept flying out of the tumbling hat. And there were also 3 doves that stretched out their claws from 3 directions to grab the magic hat and flew towards Chen Feng, turning the hat mouth upwards and slowly placing it on the ground.
Snap! Snap! Snap!
The scene resounded with fierce applause as many people gave generously and put large and small coins into the hat in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng then placed his right hand in front of him and bowed slightly in thanks. Although he was not short of money, when he was out and about, Chen Feng did not mind using a little magic to earn money for a cup of coffee. Just then, a voice rang out from the outskirts of the crowd not far away.
Yazan?
Chen Feng then looked over, only to see two beautiful ladies with excellent looks and temperament were standing not far away looking at themselves.
That's right, it was 2 ladies.
Although one of them wore male clothing, in front of a master of disguise like Chen Feng, one could still see the identity of her lady at a glance.
Ms. Su Lixue, I didn't expect to be able to meet you here.
Chen Feng walked forward and lifted Su Lixue's hand in a kissing gesture. Su Lixue did not resist either, as if she had long gotten used to it. After all, Chen Feng had introduced himself as a Chinese American who had grown up in the West since childhood.
It was normal to be used to using Western etiquette, right? Why are you here?
Su Lixue was a bit puzzled. Su Lixue was still wondering why his cafe was not open for a few days. It was because the owner had run away. Chen Feng retrieved the hat on the ground, and the crowd of onlookers dispersed when they saw that the show was over.
Isn't it obvious? I came to travel. This is the lady is?
For the matter of Chen Feng calling out Ouyang Mushue's daughter body in one breath, Su Lixue did not feel strange. Miss Ouyang Mushue, the overall champion of the World Detective Competition China region, Captain Sun Luo's senior sister, is now a detective consultant within our pursuit bureau. Immediately after that, he opened his mouth to Ouyang Mushue. Mushue, this is the very powerful barista I told you about. The coffee in his store is the best I've ever had. Find a chance to take you to try it.
Hello, Ms. Ouyang.
Chen Feng politely reached out and shook Ouyang Mushue's hand.
Hello. Chapter 62 World Magician Charity Exchange.
Ouyang Mushue still had that look of not being able to see joy or sorrow.
This was very similar to Chen Feng when he was working.
Captain Su, since you met your friend, I won't bother you guys anymore, I'll leave first. Ouyang Mushue immediately opened her mouth and said to Su Lixue.
Good, then you go over first, I'll arrive later.
Ouyang Mushue accompanied the crowd of onlookers as they left together, and only Chen Feng and Su Lixue were left at the scene. Let's go, just earn some, buy you coffee. Chen Feng shook the coins inside the hat in his hand.
I won't be polite.
Su Lixue smiled and opened her mouth. Her tone was more like that of a friend who had known each other for many years.
The 2 of them came inside a nearby cafe.
Picking a seat by the window, they were seated separately.
Within a short time, the coffee ordered by the 2 was brought up.
Taking a sip of the coffee, Chen Feng slowly spoke.
Right, I haven't asked yet, why did Miss Su come over here? Don't you need to stay in H City to hunt down the rest of the fugitives? Hey, don't mention it.
Speaking of this matter, Su Lixue had a bitter face. Now that our bureau has been officially appointed, we will no longer be responsible for any fugitive pursuit operations, and will instead specialize in dealing with Chen Feng until he falls into the net. Su Lixue rubbed her slightly swollen temples, a touch of obvious reluctance appearing on her beautiful face. In fact, she was not to blame, only those who had truly fought against Chen Feng knew how difficult that godforsaken thief was to deal with. Not to mention his endless variety of props, alone is the ability to disguise a person, will make people defenseless. As for the reason for turning the Huaxia 3 area pursuit team into a pursuit team that only targeted Chen Feng alone, it was even simpler. Today, 2 months after the Yi Thief game was conducted, most of the original participants from the various districts had already been eliminated. The remaining less than half of the fugitives simply didn't need so many members of the tracking team to hunt them down. Coupled with the fact that Chen Feng had recently become too popular, so the above simply waved their hands and turned the pursuit team of the 3 regions of Huaxia into a pursuit team that only dealt with Chen Feng alone. Right. Su Lishu has suddenly thought of something. Kiddo just struck out over here and you appeared from this side. You're not chasing after Kiddo, are you? Are you a fan of his? Fans can't be talked about, but as an amateur magician, I wanted to come and meet that Mr. Strange magician with my own eyes. Su Lishu nodded. Weird bandit Kiddo, the magician under the moonlight, the silver-winged magician. Su Lishu rested her hands on her face, counting Chen Feng's titles one by one under her breath. In the end, 1,000 words of vomiting all turned into a sigh. Don't mention it, just go wherever you want. Su Lishu swung her mouth in a general manner. This isn't the Captain Su that I know who put up a boast to catch Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled and flirted a bit. Su Lishu rolled her pretty eyes and did not answer. Let's talk about you. As a magician and a rare trip to London, aren't you going to attend the World Magic Charity Exchange? There are famous magicians from all over the world in their OU. World Magician Charity Exchange? Chen Feng was stunned. When did this exchange come out? Why didn't he know about it? Seeing Chen Feng's puzzled look, Su Lishu didn't sell out and directly opened her mouth. It seems that you still don't know the World Magician Charity Exchange meeting. It is still organized by that Princess Amiia of the Lorqing country who came to China earlier. I heard that even the World Magic Association has been invited to participate. Oh? Organized by Princess Amiia. Chen Feng muttered a sentence to himself. His mind could not help but think of that sexy and noble princess, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. That's a bit interesting. Evening. Inside the Sunless Kingdom's Pursuit Bureau. Silan, who had already woken up from his coma, Sith, who had been released, as well as Su Luexu and a group of people from China's pursuit team gathered in the conference room. Sith and Silan, who were sitting on the main seat, did not seem to be in a good mood at this time. One by one, they were grimacing as if someone owed them $200, their faces dark and scary. Knock knock. The door of the conference room was knocked at this moment, also breaking the silent atmosphere in the room. Come in. Sith cleaned up his expression and once again took out the posture he should have as the captain of the Sunset Kingdom's Pursuit Bureau. The door to the room was pushed open, and a member of the Sunset Kingdom Pursuit Bureau walked in. Captain, Mr. Leonardo's side called again, asking if we can contact Chen Feng and return the coronation crown first. The private exhibition on his side has just started, and the coronation crown is again an important exhibit. Towards the end, looking at the two increasingly ugly expressions of Sith and Silan, the voice of the team member reporting the news gradually diminished. Sith took a deep breath and calmed down before speaking slowly. Alright, I know, you tell Mr. Leonardo that I will think of something as soon as possible. But, Mr. Leonardo's side is rushing. The team member still wanted to say more, but after noticing the gloomy expressions of the two Siths, he also wisely shut his mouth, turned around and opened the conference room. Su Lishu also stood up at this time. The two captains actually do not need to worry too much. After all, Chen Feng stole, excluding one moonlight pupil that lost its owner. All the rest of the stolen items all chose to be returned. Hearing Su Lishu's words, the Sith duo's faces eased slightly. But there was still some worry. But what if he left the Sunless Kingdom with the coronation crown? No way. A cool female voice rang out, and everyone looked towards Ouyang Mushue, who had spoken out, in unison. Ouyang Mushue stood up and slowly spoke. Even an ordinary criminal, after committing a crime, there is a high probability that he will return to the crime site many times to admire his masterpiece. Not to mention someone like Chen Feng, who turned theft into art, would never choose to leave directly after the operation. Looking at Ouyang Mushue who got up, Sith was a bit curious. Who is this lady? The new advisor of our Chinese Area 3 pursuit team, Ms. Ouyang Mushue. Su Lishu introduced. After Su Lishu's words were finished, Ouyang Mushue then slightly stooped her head to the crowd, as if she had greeted them. Then, does Miss Ouyang think that Chen Feng will strike again in a short period of time? Sith spoke again. Ouyang Mushue shook her head and said, that I'm not sure about, but from my guesses on the character of this strange thief, this is a person who does things as he pleases, and if there is a stage that suits him in the near future, perhaps he will choose to take to the stage again. A stage that suits him. The few people present were slightly silent, and then a recent event that was extremely hot surfaced in the minds of the crowd. The World Magician Charity Exchange organized by Amiia. Chapter 63 Chen Feng's arrival. With Amiia's full support. Only 3 days had passed. The venue for the World Magician Charity Exchange was paved. Even on a rainy day, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the people, magicians from all over the world, as well as countless spectators entering the interior of the venue. One by one, small venues were spread out in the middle of the venue, where there was a magic show. After the magic show in almost every place, the magician would receive a lot of bounties. Of course, according to Amiia's words, most of this money would be used for the world's charitable causes, in addition to some of it being paid to the magicians who had traveled from afar. In the middle of the venue, the vice president of the World Magic Association was putting on a show. A small squirrel was taken out of this vice president's magic hat, and a burst of hoots and hollers ensued. Snap snap. Escorted by 4 bodyguards, Amiia walked up with clapping. Seeing the visitor, Vice President Herbert also stopped his hand movements. The surrounding people consciously made a path for Amiia so that she could come to the performance stage unhindered. Arriving in front of the stage, Amiia smiled and spoke, "Thank you very much for the World Magic Association's support for this exchange. Hard work to you, Mr. Herbert." Herbert didn't dare to be arrogant and politely replied back, "Ms. Amiia is polite. Contributing to the world's charitable cause is also what we should do. Anyway, I'm still grateful for your association's help." Amiia smiled as she talked with Herbert. There were people in the surrounding area who wanted to come forward to ask Amiia for an autograph, but they were all stopped by Amiia's bodyguards. It so happened that at this moment, Amiia's assistant, Mir, came over from the back. "Your Highness." Hearing Mir's voice, Amiia stopped talking. After speaking to Herbert, she turned around with her people and left, coming to a place where no one was around. Amiia sent the few bodyguards around her away before she looked at Mir again. "How's it going, Mir? Did you find anything?" Mir shook his head. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, we haven't found Kiddo's figure yet." Amiia sniffed with some disappointment, but it was something she expected. If the trail would be discovered that easily, then he wouldn't be Monster Bandit Kiddo anymore. "Keep watching," Amiia said, and intended to leave. "Wait, Your Highness." Amiia turned her head to look at Mir, only to see that Mir looked like he was about to say something, and only after some hesitation did he leisurely open his mouth. Would that Kiddo not know about the exchange meeting? Or maybe he's not interested in the exchange and doesn't plan to come? Amiia's willow brows suddenly furrowed. It wasn't that she hadn't considered this, but there was no better way now, and she could only wait patiently. As for whether Chen Feng would come or not, then it was really only a gamble. Amiia raised her head slightly, her delicate face looking a little melancholy under the illumination of the light. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from not far behind the duo. "Two young ladies, buying a pen?" The two were startled by this sudden voice, but after seeing that it was just a youth selling a signing pen, they relaxed their guard. "Sorry, we're not buying," Amiia said to the youth. Then she did not intend to stay any longer, turning around and preparing to leave. However, at this time, the youth spoke again. A voice that was completely different from that of a moment ago came out of the youth's mouth. "Ma'am, this pen of mine isn't quite the same as someone else's." Hearing this voice, Amiia's beautiful eyes instantly widened, followed by a flash of joy that appeared on her face. "Key? Shoe?" Chen Feng placed his finger 2 centimeters in front of Amiia's lips, seemingly preventing Amiia from continuing. Then with a flick of the pen held in his hand, a blue rose appeared in Chen Feng's hand. "For you, the beautiful Ms. Amiia." Who cares about your flowers?" Although Amiia said this on her lips, her hand movements were not slow, and she directly reached out and took the flower from Chen Feng's hand. Perhaps even Amiia herself did not realize that at this time, her gestures and movements were actually the same as that of a young girlfriend who was pampering her boyfriend. Seeing this, Mir simply turned his head and closed his eyes like he had given up struggling. In his heart, he silently explained for himself, "Your Majesty, it's really not that I didn't take care of Her Highness. It's all because of this damnable thief. This thing, she really doesn't blame me. I wonder, Your Highness, what is it that you are looking for me for?" Chen Feng's voice came again. Amiia had a haughty look on her face. "Who's looking for you? Could it be that without you, I wouldn't be able to organize a charity exchange in London? In that case, I will take my leave first." After saying these words, Chen Feng put on an injured look and immediately made a gesture to turn around and leave. Seeing this, Amiia immediately became anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to pull Chen Feng's sleeve. "Hey, don't." Just after finishing this sentence, Amiia noticed Chen Feng's smirking expression and immediately realized that she had been tricked again. Simply throwing Chen Feng's arm to the side, she twisted her head away and stopped looking at him. "Please pardon my little joke, Your Highness." As soon as the words left his mouth, another bouquet of blue roses was handed to Amiia. Amiia glanced at Chen Feng and accepted the flowers after a slight hesitation, choosing to forgive Chen Feng. This scene made the nearby Mir frown. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. It was said that the IQ of a woman in love was negative, and looking at the appearance of his own princess, it was obvious that she was deeply poisoned. "Your Highness." A voice came from around the corner, and immediately afterward, one of Amiia's bodyguards walked over and bowed slightly to Amiia. "Your Highness, the Pursuit Bureau has come and wants to see you." "Manhunt Bureau?" Amiia's brows immediately furrowed, looking behind her with some concern. However, she realized that there was no one behind her, only a white dove holding a card remained in its place. Amiia bent down and picked up the card in the pigeon's mouth, and the familiar handwriting was still on it. Beautiful Ms. Amiia. If you have anything, you can write it on a piece of paper and have White bring it to me, and also, don't forget to feed it crayfish. To Kiddo Kiddo. The bodyguard in front of her saw Amiia staring at a card without saying anything, and also looked over with some curiosity. But before she could see it, Amiia had already put the card away in her pocket. Let the people from the Pursuit Bureau come over, I'll wait for them over here, and, Mir. Your Highness. Mir sniffed and hurried forward. Bring this little white pigeon to my room, and have another order of crayfish made to come over, shelled and without spices. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 64, Magic Show. Led by the bodyguard, Su Lishue brought Ouyang Mushue and the others to meet Amiia. But what puzzled Su Lishue was that obviously there was no beef between them, but Amiia did not give them any good looks. It was like interrupting her date, with a cold face the whole time. Captain Su, we meet again, I wonder what you're looking for me this time? Amiia spoke bashfully. Ms. Amiia, I'm sorry for suddenly disturbing you, but there's really something very important. Su Lishue said with a serious face. Oh? Amiia came to have a few moments of interest. What's the matter, Captain Su? Might as well say it explicitly, I don't like to sell out. It's like this, you should know that Chen Feng, also known as Monster Thief Kiddo, is in London right now, so for the sake of Ms. Amiia's safety, and for the sake of the charity exhibition being able to go on smoothly, our pursuit team would like to enter the venue, and protect the venue throughout the day. Hearing Su Lishue say the words Monster Kid, Amiia's face completely turned cold. If it wasn't for the sudden arrival of these people from the Manhunt Bureau, it wouldn't have caused her meeting with Kid to be interrupted. Now even wanting to enter the venue and block her from continuing her meeting with Kiddo, this is simply Kid. It's Kid. Kid has come to the Magician Exchange. Before Amiia could respond, the venue suddenly stirred up, followed by a chorus of Kid names. Kid, I love you. Kid, look at me. Look at me. I'm here. Naturally, the commotion from outside attracted the attention of this side as well. Not caring to talk, Amiia hurriedly headed towards the door. Su Lishue and the others looked at each other and followed closely behind, following towards the outside of the venue. Arriving at the entrance of the venue, at this time, the entrance position was already crowded with people. However, after seeing Amiia arrive, they still made a path for her to pass through. When she looked outside, she saw a person standing on the street in the middle of the pouring rain under dark clouds. He was dressed in white, holding an umbrella in one hand and placing the other hand in the pocket of his pants, a striking outfit that attracted particular attention. A transparent colored umbrella was snapped by the huge raindrops. Good evening, everyone. Chen Feng's voice rang out from inside the venue through the heavy rain, and unsurprisingly it should have been through a headset or some other item that was connected to the loudspeaker inside the venue. Kid. 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 As Chen Feng's voice rang out, there were waves of cries of Kid. Chen Feng took his hand out of the pocket of his pants and raised it high. As if he was an orchestra being guided by a conductor's baton, the chants immediately stopped, and the sound of raindrops once again remained in the large venue. It is an honor to be here to see so many magic enthusiasts contributing to a charitable cause. Now allow me to dedicate a performance to this magic exchange, for this magic exchange. Chen Feng's voice once again resounded through the loudspeakers within the venue, and it also caused the crowd at the scene to boil up once again. Amiia was also amongst the crowd, her beautiful eyes smiling as she looked at the figure in the rain. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Feng slowly flattened his left hand. As if guided, the lights inside the venue went out, while the street illuminations lit up in unison. Now, if I say that the rain will stop, do you believe me? Chen Feng's voice that was full of charm and its confidence came out. Even though the words were extremely ridiculous and untrue, there were still quite a number of people chanting that they believed it. Playing God. Huang Fuzhen, who had come along with Su Lishue, muttered in a low voice, but was still heard by the few Chen Feng fans around him. Under the murderous gazes of a few people, Huang Fuzhen very sensibly shut his mouth. However, the skepticism in his gaze when looking at Chen Feng remained undiminished. Everyone, please join me in witnessing the miracle of magic. As soon as the words left his mouth, in the gaze of the crowd, Chen Feng suddenly threw away the umbrella in his hand. As if embracing, he opened his hands towards the crowd. It was also at the same moment. The rain stopped. No. To be precise, it was the raindrops hanging in midair. Freed from gravity in general, it hung in the air. This. Herbert, the vice president of the Magic Association who had just rushed over, was so shocked that his eyes were round, not even blinking, staring dead on in Chen Feng's direction for fear of missing every second of crucial information. The scene was dead silent. And after the silence, there was a volcanic eruption of cheers. Kid. Kid. Now, do you guys believe me when I say that the rain will rise? Chen Feng's voice resounded once again. However, at this time, the scene already had no second voice other than believing. Like an orchestra conductor, Chen Feng flipped his hands and slowly rose. In line with the rhythm, there were also the slowly rising raindrops. Snap. 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 I don't know who applauded first, and then the scene resounded with thunderous applause, and the applause was even more incessant for a long time. Even Huang Fujin, who was still questioning just now, was shocked speechless at this time.
Is this really magic? Or is it magic hidden under the name of magic?
Huang Fujin asked himself in his mind, and then hurriedly shook his head to interrupt his thoughts. He is an atheist, and cannot be bluffed by this thief. Amiia on the side, of course, will not notice the mood changes of other people in the neighborhood. At this time in her eyes only Chen Feng in the rain, the corner of her mouth with a smile, do not know what to think. Seemingly noticing Amiia's gaze, Chen Feng slowly turned his head and teasingly blinked his left eye. It drew another cheer from the fans at the scene.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the magic show. See you next illusion.
With that, Chen Feng placed his hand in front of his body and bowed to the crowd to thank them. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, he slowly disappeared as the raindrops fell again. Only the umbrella that was thrown down by Chen Feng next to him remained in place.
Snap! Snap! Snap!
Another round of applause rang out from the scene. In particular, the vice president of the World Magic Association, Herbert, applauded most vigorously. This 60-something-year-old man, who was obsessed with magic, ignored the pain caused by the collision of his palms and clapped vigorously. The applause that was full of excitement seemed to be dedicated to Chen Feng, or maybe it was dedicated to this performance, or maybe it was both. It was just that no one noticed. On the next side of the street, at the location where the lights were emitted, a slim and tall silhouette turned to leave with Chen Feng after he left. Ding! A faint vibration came from that silhouette's pocket. Taking out his cell phone, he saw that it was a VX message, with the sender's note being Yazan. Thank you very much for your help, Ms. Li Qingyan. Today's performance was a success. Seeing this text message, Li Qingyan revealed a smile, put her phone away, and continued to walk in the direction of her rented house. As for why she was here, of course it was Chen Feng who had called her. After all, there was no one who stipulated that a monster thief could not look for an assistant while performing, even if the identity of this assistant was a police officer.
Chapter 65, A Commission from Amiia. In the rain. On the streets of London.
Su Lixue and the others were sitting in the car going back to the pursuit bureau. Perhaps because it was raining too much, the streets, which were usually incredibly lively even at night, were very cold at this time. Only one of their cars was traveling in the rainy streets. Listening to the gurgling sound of the raindrops hitting the glass of the car, none of the four people in the car said anything. Amiia had ultimately refused their request, giving the simple reason that she was organizing a magic exchange this time, and there was nothing worth stealing from Chen Feng. It was also natural that they did not need their pursuit bureau's people to protect them.
Actually, that princess has already met Chen Feng long before we came. Ouyang Mushue, who had been silent, suddenly spoke,
attracting all the gazes of the several people in the car.
Mushue, you're not kidding, right?
Su Lixue spoke with a serious face. Ouyang Mushue still had the same expressionless look as she slowly opened her mouth.
On the way to meet that princess, I saw a chef with a tray.
There was a whole bag of pigeon food in his dining car in addition to a serving of crayfish boiled in fresh water, but as far as I know, this Miss Amiia never keeps pets.
Su
Lixue raised her eyebrows and did not interrupt, signaling Ouyang Mushue to continue.
Ouyang Mushue continued to speak.
That's not all. Earlier within the venue, at the time of Chen Feng's appearance, everyone was surprised, only that princess with her assistant appeared to be unsurprised, as if had already known of Chen Feng's arrival.
Ouyang Mushue's words were well organized, and the people present were not fools.
Hearing her say this, and combining it with the change in Amiia's attitude, they guessed it.
I knew that Amiia wasn't right. Now it definitely looks like she's colluding with that thief.
Louis, the leader of the third group, gritted his teeth and said. It looked like he was still hung up on the fact that Chen Feng had teased them earlier.
Don't talk nonsense.
Su Lixue frowned and spoke.
Seeing Su Lixue speak, Louis could only sympathetically shut his mouth.
After all, this is just speculation, there is no direct evidence, and the subject is still the eldest princess who was one of the heirs to the throne of the Luoqing kingdom, so this matter, everyone is not allowed to talk nonsense. Su Lixue spoke with a serious face. This was, after all, a matter of a country's face, and even if Amiia was really in contact with Chen Feng behind his back, they could not say anything about it.
The following day, the dark clouds faded and the sunlight took over the earth again.
The video of Chen Feng performing magic tricks last night had also completely ignited after it was recorded and posted online by the people at the scene. Countless media outlets and famous figures reprinted it one after another, and even Anna, who was known as the Princess of the Snowy Kingdom, personally appeared in the comment section to comment on it.
Praise this is the 21st century's most shocking magic show, there is no one.
Even the vice president of the World Magic Association, Mr. Herbert, who was at the scene at the time, publicly posted that if Chen Feng was willing to join the Magic Association, he would be willing to give up his position as vice president to him. Of course, Chen Feng was not interested in these things and naturally could not respond.
Morning.
Chen Feng had just opened the window when Xiaobai flew in impatiently, with an envelope signed with the word kid in his mouth. On the seal of the letter, there was also a red lipstick.
Hat, a commission from Her Highness? Chen Feng let out a laugh.
The envelope was then opened, and a photo with a small pink card fell out.
Consignment letter.
1 week from now, located in the Lorching Kingdom's capital city of Jelch Royal Auction. In the finale of the auction, the 10th century Russian King Vladimir I, the engagement ring that was given to the Queen the Starlight Gaze. Looking at the ring that beautifully resembled a star in the photo, Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. A royal auction, is this Princess Highness trying to get me
to steal something from her family? Chen Feng pondered for a little while.
Walking over to the computer, he typed in the key information and searched. This search really did allow him to search for something.
Night.
After rubbing her sore neck after a busy day, Amiia ended her day's work after annotating the last document. Refusing Mir's request to drive himself back, he chose to drive himself back to his place in London.
Walking into the house and closing the door.
Even Amiia, a strong woman who had performed extremely well externally, had a few moments of fatigue on her face after returning home. However, right at this moment, a subtle ringing in the darkness caught her attention. Alarm bells went off in Amia's heart, and without bothering to turn on the lights, she quickly took out the wolf spray she was carrying from her bag, her face full of alertness.
Who? Don't be nervous, Your Highness, I'm just a passing magician.
A gentle voice rang in Amia's ears.
It also made Amiia instantly happy.
Kiddo. Amiia turned around and tried to go and hug Chen Feng, but was easily dodged away by Chen Feng as he dodged to the side. Turning the lights in the room on, Amiia looked at Chen Feng, who was dressed in white in front of her with a puzzled expression, pouting her little mouth, as if she didn't know why he was hiding. I'm sorry for rejecting your enthusiasm, Your Highness, but I think it's more important for you to explain this matter to me. Chen Feng still had the same gentle smile on his face as he took out from his pocket the photo of the Starlight Gaze that Amiia had asked Xiaobai to bring to him earlier.
Hearing Chen Feng's words, a rare flash of panic appeared on Amia's face. You know?
I don't think it's difficult. Your father, His Majesty the King of the Lorching Kingdom, has already stated in public that this last auction item is the engagement ring he prepared for you. In other words, the group of people participating in the auction this time should be his choice for your fiancé. Hearing this, Amiia had no choice but to open her mouth and respond. Well, I admit that my father has urged me to get married on more than one occasion, and for that reason, he went so far as to openly state at the press conference that he would be selecting a fiancé for me from amongst the people who participated in the auction for the last item, Starlight's Gaze. By means of large-scale publicity, he forced me to make a choice, so... Amiia slightly lowered her head, like a child who had done something bad and was discovered. Chen Feng stepped forward and picked up the conversation. So in order to reject this marriage and not wanting to hurt your father's face, you wanted me to steal the last auction item, Starlight's Gaze, before the auction started, right?
Aha!
Amiia nodded her head in acknowledgement, then looked at Chen Feng with a hopeful gaze.
Can you help me?
Under Amia's gaze, Chen Feng deliberately put on a pensive look. Again, it made Amiia tense for a while.
After a long time. Only then did Chen Feng look at Amiia with a light smile. Your Highness, my appearance fee, it's very expensive.
Chapter 66, Starlight's Gaze.
Appearance fee.
Looking at Chen Feng in front of her, Amiia froze for 2 seconds. Immediately after reacting, she was overjoyed.
So you promise?
Monstrous thieves are also thieves, and there doesn't seem to be a reason for me to refuse a valuable treasure. Chen Feng smiled back, placing his hands in front of him and bowing slightly. In that case, I will take my leave first.
Hey, wait.
Seeing that Chen Feng was about to leave, Amiia hurriedly opened her mouth to stop him. Slowly walking up to Chen Feng's front, she looked at the familiar and charming face in front of her. Amiia stood on her tiptoes and kissed Chen Feng's face gently, then slowly came to Chen Feng's ear and opened her mouth. This is considered a deposit for your appearance fee, Mr. Strange Thief. Chen Feng still maintained that smile and did not change in the slightest. Under Amiia's unwilling gaze, Chen Feng moved to the balcony, and after teasingly winking his left eye at Amiia, he slowly disappeared under the illumination of the moonlight. The other side of the planet. Sun Yuqing was standing in front of Chen Feng's cafe with a middle-aged man, blowing cold wind. Looking at the closed door, Sun Yuqing smiled awkwardly and looked at the middle-aged man on the side.
That? Dad, Yazan. He might have gone out to buy coffee beans. After all, you also know that his kind of small business, everything has to be personally due, right?
Sun Yuqing smiled awkwardly. At this moment, Sun Yuqing's intestines were almost repenting. If she were to do it again, she would definitely not look for Chen Feng to pretend to be her boyfriend. Who knew that Uncle Su of hers could have such a good impression of Chen Feng, who only had a one-sided relationship? What's more, what's not being humble, what's having a good heart, what's his attainments in treasure appreciation? Anyway, in front of her parents, he praised Chen Feng. Almost boasted to the sky, but also successfully aroused the interest of his own father, non-noisy to meet his son-in-law. Sun Yuqing couldn't resist him, so she could only bring him over.
But who knows, a few days in a row, not to mention conversation, even the face of Chen Feng have not seen. Seeing that she was about to wear out her welcome, Sun Yuqing had no choice but to hastily make up an excuse. Oh? Is that so? The middle-aged man looked at Sun Yuqing with a smirk. Buying a coffee bean for several days in a row without seeing anyone? He can't have run off to Africa to buy them, can he? That. Sun Yuqing was momentarily speechless, scratching her ears and trying to find a remedy for herself. But before she could think of one, her own old man's voice came again. Yuqing, do you think your old dad I'm stupid? Still trying to find reasons to lie to me? Hearing these words, Sun Yuqing closed her eyes in despair. It's over, it's still wearing out, it seems like he can't avoid this blind date. Dad, actually Did you quarrel with someone? I? Quarreled. Looking at her own father with an expression of I've already guessed, Sun Yuqing, just prepared to confess her words, immediately swallowed back. Well. Right. It's still you, Pops, who's great, but I didn't hide it from you, hee. Sun Yuqing laughed awkwardly, and with her left hand, she also gave a thumbs up to her own old dad. In her heart, she was secretly cursing herself. She overestimated her old man again, and next time, she absolutely could not make this kind of mistake again. Seeing Sun Yuqing's face of extreme admiration, Sun Kaishan couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Reaching out and patting on Sun Yuqing's head, he smiled and said, still wanting to hide it from your old man, you're still a bit young, okay? Since people are not here, I'll find a chance to come back later. Saying this, Sun Kaishan turned around and walked towards the parking place. Sun Yuqing was relieved to see this, although it was a bit twisted, but the result was still good, at least it didn't wear out, right? Hey, right. Sun Kaishan suddenly turned back and startled Sun Yuqing again. Dad, you still have something to do? Yuqing, you are also not small anymore, don't always be a big lady temper, the convergence should be convergence, you can't always let people let you off. Hey, I know. Hearing his own daughter's response, Sun Kaishan then nodded with satisfaction, got up and returned to the car, and took off under the driver's drive. Phew. Sun Yuqing exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Looking back at the closed cafe store door again, she couldn't help but feel a little angry. This treacherous boss, after receiving the money, he ran away before the matter was finished, causing me to act out half a day's drama. When I see him again, I will definitely not be finished with him. Sun Yuqing thought angrily. But facing the locked store door, she had nowhere to vent her anger. In the end, she could only suppress her emotions for the time being, preparing to wait for Chen Feng to come back before settling the score with this crooked businessman who received money and did nothing. Achio! 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 On the streets of Gaelch, the capital of the Lorching nation, Chen Feng, who had just come out of the airport, sneezed 3 times in a row. The weather is a bit cool lately, I'm catching a bit of a cold. Chen Feng rubbed his nose and muttered to himself. A small white head also burrowed out of Chen Feng's arms at this time, holding its head high as it surveyed its surroundings. We haven't arrived at the place yet, Little White, be patient for a little while longer. Chen Feng softly exchanged words with Little White. Seemingly understanding Chen Feng's words, Little White somewhat unhappily cooed twice, but still obediently retracted back into Chen Feng's arms. The night slowly descended. Not far from the royal auction house was a 5-star hotel. Chen Feng was quietly sitting in front of the balcony looking at the publicity posters of the auction. After inquiring with the locals, Chen Feng had also gotten a rough idea about this royal auction. This auction was different from the others. The reason why it had the word royal was not only because it was fully controlled by the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom, and also because it only served the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom. It doesn't receive other people's business, not even if they add money. This auction will only be held once a month on the 15th, and the ticket price is extremely high, but even so, the tickets are still in short supply. Amiia's commission, which was the target of Chen Feng's current action, the ring starlight gaze that had been worn on the hand of the Russian queen, was to be auctioned off at the auction in 5 days' time. In other words, Chen Feng had 5 days to steal this ring, which was quite enough time. Finale auction item Starlight's gaze. Chen Feng looked at the publicity poster in his hand and muttered to himself. He then turned his gaze to Little White, who was standing on a horizontal pole to the side, and spoke softly. Little White, it's going to be hard on you again this time. Goo goo. P.S. I'm sorry friends, I did not think that those previous theft techniques will be someone cannot understand. In order to facilitate everyone, I have put those techniques into the author has something to say and that interested can look at. Chapter 67 Auction Venue. The next day in the afternoon. Chen Feng, who had been observing the terrain through the camera strapped to Xiaobai all night, didn't leave the house until the afternoon. After a simple meal, Chen Feng took a taxi to his destination for the trip, the Royal Auction House of the Lorching country. Although today was not the day that the auction started. However, there were still quite a few people gathered at the entrance waiting for the auction to open. The reason was also very simple, that is, during the non-auction period, anyone could enter inside for a visit. It was also a kind of publicity.
The organizer of the auction, that is, the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom, would display the pictures and values of the items to be auctioned this month at the venue half a month in advance. Although they couldn't see the real items, there were still quite a few people who were willing to go inside for a visit. Especially this time, after the push from Amiia's father, His Majesty the King of the Lorching Kingdom. Almost everyone in the country now knew that he was planning to choose a fiancée for Princess Amiia among the people who were auctioning off the last item, the Starlight Gaze. This news had almost aroused the enthusiasm of the entire nation of Lorching. There were even quite a few foreigners who came here, not seeking to win the favor of Amiia, the outstanding fiancée of the year, but it would be a beautiful thing to be able to meet this goddess who enjoyed a certain amount of fame all over the world. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the doors of the auction were opened on time. The crowd that had been waiting outside for a long time immediately flooded inside. The scene became very chaotic for a while, and it even required dozens of royal police officers from the Lore Green country to be deployed before the situation was barely under control. In the crowd, Chen Feng, wearing sunglasses and casual clothes, also entered the venue. The picture belonging to Starlight Gaze had the most people gathered in front of it, and Chen Feng was among them. Looking at the delicate and brilliant ring on the picture, which looked like a star in the sky, some people immediately sighed. What a beautiful little thing, the engagement ring that King Vladimir I of Russia gave to his own queen, it's so beautiful. The remark was immediately echoed. Of course, it carries the love of a king after all. As soon as the words left his mouth, that person seemed to have thought of something else and added, it'll be more than that in a few days, it'll also be a testament to the upcoming love of Her Highness Princess Amiia. Yeah, I can't wait to see what Her Highness looks like when she wears this ring, it's going to be amazing. That's for sure, bro. The people around them were speaking Lorching, but this was not really a big difference between speaking Lorching and speaking Chinese for Chen Feng, who possessed the world language master skill. Listening to the conversations of the people around him, Chen Feng did not reveal the slightest change in his expression, and only quietly retreated from the crowd after glancing at the target's information for a few moments. Chen Feng walked all the way forward along the long corridor that discharged pictures of various exhibits, as if he was really admiring each and every picture of the exhibits. Of course, only he himself knew what he was really thinking. Sir, you cannot enter here. At the end of the long corridor, in front of the gate of the internal venue of the auction, 2 security guards of the royal auction of the Lorching Kingdom reached out to stop Chen Feng. It wasn't against Chen Feng, that inside was the location of the real auction, which was usually closed to the public. Okay, it's my first time here, please ask which place the restroom is. Chen Feng smiled back and opened his mouth in the pure Lorching language of flavor, causing the security personnel who were locals to be surprised for a moment. However, after reacting, he still pointed out the direction for Chen Feng. In that direction, sir. The security on the left side spoke and then added, is sir studying over here? You speak Lorching very well. Thank you, I just came over to travel. Chen Feng politely replied back. After saying that, he followed the direction indicated by the security towards the restroom. Of course, the 2 security guards on the scene did not realize that while they were talking to Chen Feng, a fingernail-sized contraption had already drilled through the crack of the door and into the door of the inner venue. Ding, congratulations to the host for exchanging Micro Camera Robot 1, consuming system points 200. Inside the bathroom, ignoring the system's beeps in his head, Chen Feng concentrated on operating the small robot to observe the surroundings. The interior of the auction venue was very large, even larger than a small concert venue, accommodating a few hundred people for bidding was no problem. In the center of the venue was a large semicircular auction stage, with the surrounding railing and glass separating the auction stage from the audience. In addition, the distance between the auction table and the audience was very far, so it was basically impossible to take the Starlight Gaze from the audience during the auction. In the center of the auction stage, there are more than 10 glass display cabinets, which should be used to store the auction items. Thick and hard toughened glass cover, tightly protected auction stage, plus the auction will appear in the perimeter of a group of professional security personnel. Multiple protection is almost eliminate all possible dangerous factors. It also stifled those conventional means of theft in the cradle in the past. Looking at the surrounding environment, Chen Feng secretly pondered, his brain working quickly, a plan had quietly taken shape. Since the conventional means did not work, then only through some other methods. Chen Feng stayed at the venue for more than an hour until he had basically mapped out the internal environment, only then did he once again cross the promenade and leave the auction. Returning to the middle of the hotel, Chen Feng drew the terrain in his mind into a simple drawing and labeled some important points before putting down the pen in his hand. Looking at his results on the desktop, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Then the next step is to send out the preview letter. The night quietly descended, and Chen Feng's actions had long since begun. Located next to the royal auction house was the roof of the highest building in the Lorching Kingdom's royal residence, Fort Claude. A white figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the rooftop. Standing above the rooftop's fence, with half of his feet standing outside of it, the white cloak behind him fluttered in the wind, causing one to worry that he would fall from the dozens of meters high roof if he wasn't careful. Creak! The door of the rooftop was pushed open.
A little girl of only about 1 meter 2 walked up in her robe, looking as if she was somewhat awake as if she hadn't woken up, hazily rubbing her eyes. Ah. Who are you? Why are you in my house? The moment she saw Chen Feng, the little girl instantly came to her senses. Her tender face was filled with curiosity as she looked at the white figure not far away, as if she was pondering why the person in front of her had appeared on the roof of her house. Chapter 68. I'm just here to deliver the teaser letter. Seemingly noticing the movement behind him, Chen Feng slowly turned around. With a gentle leap, he leapt down from the fence and landed steadily in front of the little girl. I apologize for disturbing you, I'm just an uninvited magician, little miss. Chen Feng half squatted in front of the little girl with a smile at the corner of his mouth as he interlaced his right thumb and middle finger and snapped his fingers. In the next second, a white lily was conjured by Chen Feng and delivered to the little girl. The girl blinked her eyes and looked at Chen Feng, probably realizing that Chen Feng did not have any malicious intent, before she reached out and took the lily from Chen Feng's hand. Just then, a voice came from the doorway of the balcony next to her. Kylan, aren't you coming to see the stars? Who are you talking to? As soon as the words fell, a mature woman dressed in gorgeous clothes with a three-quarter resemblance to Amiia appeared in the doorway position, and although she was unpowdered, her delicate face was still beautiful. Mother, there is a brother here. Hearing the voice, little Kylan ran towards the doorway behind her with the flowers she had just gotten from Chen Feng. Silly child, where is there any brother here, you? Before the words were finished, the woman walking out of the doorway noticed Chen Feng on one side. A touch of dismay appeared on her delicate face. Odd bandit kiddo. It's an honor to meet you, ma'am. Chen Feng slightly saluted and handed a white carnation to the woman. Queen, your highness, little princess, what happened? Seemingly hearing the commotion, two female attendants quickly ran up. Immediately alert the moment they saw Chen Feng, one on the left and one on the right, they shielded little Kylan and Queen Fennica behind them. Strange thief kiddo. How did you appear here? The female attendant on the left obviously recognized Chen Feng and immediately opened her mouth to question. The other female attendant was also staring at Chen Feng with a face full of vigilance, and there was no doubt that as soon as Chen Feng made any movement, they would immediately call for backup. At the same time, they could not help but angrily curse the incompetence of those royal guards in their hearts. How could they allow someone to blend into Fortress Cloden without even realizing it? Mother, brother isn't a bad person, he even gave me flowers. Seemingly noticing the stagnant atmosphere, little Kylan spoke up. Don't speak, Kylan, mother has something to do right now, I'll accompany you to look at the stars later. Queen Fennica gently stroked Kylan's little head and spoke softly. Although she didn't know why her mother and the girls were so nervous, little Kylan still nodded her head knowingly and didn't say anything more. Don't be nervous, a few of you, I'm never rude to a lady, and I'm only here to deliver the teaser letter this time. Saying that, Chen Feng reached his hand into his pocket and took out a rosebush with a small white card stuck to it. It was as if he had finally sensed that someone who shouldn't have appeared on the rooftop had appeared. The downstairs suddenly became noisy. Lights were lit up everywhere, and the stairwell was filled with more bursts of disorganized footsteps and eager urges in a short period of time. It seems like it's time for me to leave, Miss Fennica as well as Miss Kylan, let's meet again next time. As Chen Feng's words fell, a puff of white smoke emerged from his body and quickly covered him. By the time the security personnel rushed up a few seconds later, only the rosebud, which had stuck to the teaser letter, was still standing in place. Pushing through the crowd, Fennica stepped forward to pick up the rosebud from the ground and look toward the card. At the beginning of the festival, the 17th meeting of friendship in the disc, the starlight is covered by the moonlight. I will appear to take the starlight gaze. I will appear and take the starlight gaze. As before, Chen Feng would hack into the live broadcast system while sending out the teaser letter and put the already prepared teaser letter picture into the live broadcast room. For a while, the internet once again exploded, with countless media outlets scrambling to write reports. Only a week later, Chen Feng once again sent out a teaser letter, targeting the Lorching Kingdom's royal collection, the ring that would soon make its grand finale at the royal auction Starlight's Gaze. Chen Feng has appeared in the capital of the Lorching Kingdom, Gaelch, and another battle between the monster thief and the kingdom is about to begin. The monster thief who never misses a trick has met a tough opponent this time? The Lorching Kingdom's royal family has announced that they're never afraid of any threats, and the auction will be held as normal. No, what's going on with me, Maple God? Just finished performing at the magic exchange organized by someone's daughter Amiia's side, and then he turns around and goes to steal a home? Doesn't seem like stealing from home. How come I heard that the reason why the royal family of the Lore Green country put the Starlight's Gaze up for auction was to pick a fiancé for Amiia among the auction crowd, and Amiia seems to be very much in denial. Holy. Seriously? I'm going to start a rumor if you say that. Of course it's true, buddy. Earlier Amiia's father, that king of the Lorching Kingdom, was the one who stated it in public. In that case, then this matter is very intriguing. At the same time, after receiving the news that Chen Feng had sent another teaser letter, Su Lixue then quickly rushed to the capital of the Lorching Kingdom, Gaelch, with the crowd of the pursuit group.
And after communicating with the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom, he also managed to get the other party to agree to the pursuit group's entry into the auction venue, thus stopping Chen Feng's actions and even arresting him. Auction venue. Inside the monitoring room, Su Lixue and the others were reviewing all the surveillance footage of the auction since the last few days. The intention was to look for any suspicious figures. But unfortunately, the crowd had watched it back and forth several times, and there was a long list of suspicious figures, but after just a brief investigation, they were all overturned. All in all, it was that after a period of time of busyness, the crowd of the pursuit team was still coming up empty-handed. Who? In front of the monitor, Su Lixue pinched her sore neck and spoke to the crowd, "All take a break." Hearing Su Lixue's command, only then did the crowd stop their hands, pounding the waist of the waist, pinching the shoulders of the shoulders. It looked like they were all tired. At this time, a team member walked in with a bunch of photocopied pictures. "Captain, this is a new list of pictures of suspicious people from Counselor Ouyang's side. I hope you can check it out." Give it to me." Su Lixue took the pile of pictures and casually threw them onto the table in front of her. The pictures instantly scattered. Su Lixue didn't care much about it, she just continued to move her aching neck. It was only when her eyes unintentionally glanced over a picture on the table, it made Su Lixue no longer able to move her eyes. "This person's back, how is it so much like Yazan?" Su Lixue squinted her eyes slightly, staring at the picture on the table, unable to move her eyes away for a long time. This also caused the curiosity of the team members on the side. "Captain, you recognize this person, ah?" Su Lixue glanced at the man and didn't give a clear answer, just gave an ambiguous answer, "Maybe recognize it." P.S. Interested book lovers can add a book group. There are any problems can be discussed in the group. Point my avatar, works above as a group has been full, you can add the second group. Chapter 69, Yazan? Chen Feng? Maybe. Recognize? The team member was a bit puzzled, but Su Lixue clearly no longer had the intention to continue to puzzle him out. Directly picking up the picture on the table, she instructed Louis, who was not far away, "Louis, you immediately arrange for someone to check on this person." "Okay, Captain." Louis reached out and took it, and just as he wanted to turn around and leave, he was shouted at once again. "Wait." Louis once again looked puzzled, but only saw Su Lixue's tightly furrowed brows. "You help me look up one more person. His name is Yazan. He appeared in London some time ago. I want to know where he is now." "Yazan." Louis repeated. Although he was puzzled, he still kept in mind his duties as a subordinate and did not ask more questions. As Louis left, Su Lixue also resumed her seat. Picking up her cell phone, she looked at the contact in the VX that was labeled as Yazan. That was the contact she had added in the cafe on her own initiative in order to get a cup of coffee at the end of her shift. She would also chat with Yazan on it from time to time, and although the two of them were not confidants, they could be considered one of Su Lixue's few friends. But now, Su Lixue's eyes narrowed slightly, her thoughts swirling. After hesitating for a while, she still gave up the idea of sending WeChat, put her cell phone back to rest, and leaned on top of her chair without knowing what she was thinking about. With the cooperation of the Sunless Kingdom's officials and the Lorching Kingdom's royal family, coupled with the fact that Chen Feng did not intentionally hide his whereabouts. Therefore, Su Lixue very easily obtained Chen Feng's current location. However, Su Lixue, who had achieved her goal, was not the slightest bit happy. The reason was also very simple, she had gotten the result she least wanted to see. That was that her few friends, Yazan, had already taken an airplane to the capital of the Lorching country, Gaelch, 2 days ago. Inside the office. Looking at the report she received from Louis, Su Lixue let out a long sigh. "Could it really be you?" Su Lixue muttered a sentence to herself. After a little consideration, she took out her cell phone and edited a message to send to Chen Feng. Early evening. The entrance to a bar in the center of Gaelch. Su Lixue, who had dressed up carefully, was waiting for something at the door. A white lady's small suit outlined her figure perfectly, her slightly powdered face was indescribably gorgeous, and her red lips were like fire, attracting attention. There were also quite a few people in the surrounding area who noticed Su Lixue, but perhaps Su Lixue's appearance was too outstanding, most of them just watched from a distance, not daring to come forward. Where there were exceptions, a bold youth at the instigation of his friend finally managed to gather the courage to walk over. "Pretty girl, alone? Can I buy you a drink?" Su Lixue glanced at the visitor and spoke indifferently, "Sorry, I have an appointment." The rejected youth was still undeterred, still wanting to say something. But after noticing Su Lixue's cold expression, he still swallowed back the words that came to his mouth and retreated to the side again. Less than a minute after the youth left, another person came to Su Lixue's side. Su Lixue immediately frowned, and just when she wanted to speak, she saw a rose being handed to her, followed by that gentle voice. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Su." Hearing that voice, Su Lixue's tightly furrowed brows instantly stretched. Taking the flowers from Chen Feng's hands, her alluring red lips hooked into a smile as she spoke. "It wasn't a long wait, you came at just the right time." Chen Feng smiled and spoke, "Ma'am, your outfit today is extraordinarily beautiful." "Thank you." Su Lixue ruffled her hair and came next to Chen Feng. "We've known each other for so long, so don't call me Miss Su all the time, just call me Lixue." Chen Feng was slightly stunned. Looking at Su Lishue next to him, he was keenly aware that today's Su Lishue was somewhat different from earlier. However, he was unable to say where exactly there was a problem.
What's the problem? Su Lishue walked forward and took Chen Feng's arm, causing many people in the neighborhood to burst with envy. Of course not.
Chen Feng was still in that gentle and elegant manner, without the slightest change in expression. The duo entered inside the bar.
Coming to the front desk position, they ordered 2 cocktails.
Su Lishue took a light sip from her glass and opened her mouth as if she was pretending to be unaware and asked, "By the way, Yazan, why did you come over here?"
It wouldn't be following Kiddo's teaser letter, right?
Su Lishue held her wine glass to cover half of her face, her pair of eyes passing through the gaps in the glass and staring dead on at Chen Feng. It seemed as if she was trying to discern some kind of information on Chen Feng's face. However, to her disappointment and gratitude, Chen Feng did not reveal the slightest bit of abnormality. Instead, he answered her in a very normal manner. "That's not true. I was originally traveling to this side of Western Europe, and occasionally heard that there would be one of the biggest auctions in the whole of Europe over here after a while, so I came over to take a look, and I didn't expect that thief to come as well." Looking at the smile on Chen Feng's face, Su Lishue nodded her head. In fact, Su Luexu had long since found out that the time when the Yazan in front of her came over here was before the release of the teaser letter. So as long as Yazan said that he had followed the teaser letter, then she would not care about her friends and would first detain the person in front of her.
Of course, even though there was nothing wrong with Chen Feng's answer, the suspicion in Su Lishue's heart remained undiminished. Instead, she continued to test Chen Feng sentence by sentence.
However, since Chen Feng had come here, he naturally had a long time to respond, and his answers were basically watertight. Over an hour of chatting did not allow Su Lishue to find the slightest problem. This allowed Su Lishue to let out a slight sigh of relief.
Ding bell. Just as the two of them were chatting without a word, a phone ringing rang from within Su Lishue's bag.
Seeing the note on the phone, Su Lishue glanced at Chen Feng somewhat sheepishly before covering the screen and quickly hanging up the phone.
"Why don't you answer it?"
Chen Feng put down the cocktail glass in his hand and looked at Su Lishue as he opened his mouth to inquire.
"Just a harassing call, either a loan or an advertisement, pulled the plug."
Su Lishue smiled somewhat unnaturally. Then pretended to glance at her watch without realizing it. "Yeah, it's getting late. There's still a meeting that needs to be held on my side, so I have to go first."
"In such a hurry?" Chen Feng put on a look of surprise. "Yeah."
Su Lishue smiled apologetically. Chen Feng spread his hands as he sniffed and spoke with feigned regret. "Alright, then I won't delay your Captain Su's official duties. We can only meet again next time. You're poking fun at me again. Well, I won't chat with you anymore. I'll leave first."
"Well, see you later."
Su Lishue smiled and nodded her head, lifted her bag up and turned around to leave the bar.
Chapter 70, Su Lishue's Suspicion.
Looking at Su Lishue's back as she left, Chen Feng slightly contemplated for a moment, drinking the cocktail in the glass in his hand, then similarly left the bar. In the middle of an alley outside the bar,
a black-colored, tightly covered van was parked there.
There were not many people inside the van, but the equipment was extremely comprehensive, with listening devices, surveillance screens, computers, and so on. And the people inside the van were no one else, it was the several members of the pursuit group led by Louis Z. The door of the van was pulled open, and Su Lishue's figure appeared in front of several people.
"Captain." Louis' several people opened their mouths and greeted.
Su Lishue sat on the passenger side of the car, turned her head to look at Louis in the back seat, and opened her mouth to inquire, "How is the computer analysis?" Louis opened his mouth and replied, "All no problem. If we look at it according to the general standard, this person's face comparison, voice comparison are not consistent with Chen Feng, basically can be determined that it is not the same person, but..." Saying this, Louis paused.
"Keep talking." Su Lishue opened her mouth.
Louis continued, "Chen Feng is, after all, a master of disguise and master of voice changing. Perhaps, he really does have the ability to evade the equipment comparison."
Hearing Louis' words, Su Lishue was silent for a while.
The car also fell into a temporary silence, with no one speaking. After a long time, Su Lishue, who was leaning on the passenger seat, then reopened her eyes. "I know, drive, go back to the bureau." The driver sniffed and immediately started the vehicle, taking a few people towards the distance.
It wasn't until they left.
It was only then that a youth's figure appeared from its position in the shadows of the corner.
Who else could it be if not Chen Feng? Looking at the direction of the car's departure, Chen Feng cupped his chin and muttered to himself, "Starting to suspect me?
But it's good, just take advantage of this suspicion to completely separate the two identities."
At the same time, the internet was also up in arms over the matter of the teaser letter.
At this time, no matter whether it was in China or Western Europe, there were quite a few people arguing on the internet about what the phrase "the 17th encounter on behalf of friendship" in Chen Feng's teaser letter actually meant. Some people said that Chen Feng had acquaintances at the scene, and that the 17th encounter represented the encounter between Chen Feng and his friends.
Others said that it was Chen Feng's cryptic expression of the time of his actions, and that the phrase represented the exact time of Chen Feng's actions.
There were even some who said that it was Chen Feng's way of writing that in the teaser letter in order to pay tribute to a friend who had already passed away. The internet was full of conflicting opinions. Inside the Pursuit Bureau, Huang Fujin and the others were also trying to decipher the information in the teaser letter. The 17th encounter within the disc representing friendship, the starlight is covered by the moonlight. What does this mean? Huang Fujin stroked his stubble, puzzled. Starburst was well understood, and the probability was that it was Chen Feng's goal this time, starlight's gaze. The sentence starlight is covered by moonlight would most likely be the maneuver Chen Feng was planning to use when he planned to steal the starlight's gaze. And according to Chen Feng's past habit of writing the exact time of the operation in the preview letter, it could be boldly guessed that the 17th encounter within the disc representing friendship in the previous sentence represented the exact time. But what exactly would that mean? Huang Fujin had a headache. Bang! The door of the room was roughly pushed open with a loud bang. Huang Fujin immediately frowned, and just as he wanted to open his mouth to chastise a few words, he was gagged by a sentence. Captain, good news, Counselor Ouyang has cracked Chen Feng's action time. Huang Fujin, who had just wanted to curse, instantly swallowed back the words that were on his lips and looked at the team member who came forward with an excited expression. Are you serious? It's true, Counselor Ouyang cracked the teaser letter to bits and pieces just by scanning it, and also directly stated that Chen Feng's specific time of action would be 6:32 p.m. on the day of the auction, allowing us to prepare early. Very quickly. The specific time of Chen Feng's action hidden in the teaser letter was then made known to everyone under the announcement of the Pursuit Bureau. 6:32 p.m., this time was not special, and it was hard for people to connect the 17th in the preview letter with this time. However, if we look at the clock as a disk, from midnight onwards, the minute hand officially separates from the hour hand, the two will meet 11 times in 12 hours, which is 22 times a day. The 17th encounter between the hour hand and the minute hand will be at 6:32 p.m. This answer was quickly recognized by the majority of people once it was announced. Online, those originally because of the preview letter of different views of the various parties of the netizens of the scolding war, but also gradually calmed down. Another 2 days passed by leisurely. During these 2 days, although Su Lixue would still test Chen Feng from time to time, they were all easily handled by Chen Feng. Chen Feng, on the other hand, quietly sneaked into the interior of the auction venue in his spare time, observing the terrain while also perfecting his mode of action at the same time. Night. Amiia, who had just returned to China for a day, was busy in the office of the company she had founded. Although Amiia was very concerned about Chen Feng's actions, she didn't let go of the company's business and was still busy from morning till night. After signing a document, Amiia turned her head in Mir's direction and spoke. Mir, go make me a cup of coffee, no sugar added. Yes, Your Highness. Mir immediately answered and got up, following Amia's orders, and walked towards the outside. And after Mir left, Amiia continued to lower her head and busy herself. Not more than a few minutes later, Amiia noticed that a silhouette that was reflected by the light approached in front of her desk from the front. Puzzled, Amiia slowly raised her head to look ahead, only to realize that the person in front of her was no one else but Mir, who had just left. Mir? What are you doing standing here? Amiia opened her mouth with a puzzled expression. After observing for a while but realizing that Mir didn't have the coffee he wanted in his hand, she couldn't help but be a bit angry. Mir, what's wrong with you? Where's the coffee I asked for? You. But no matter what she said, the Mir in front of her didn't reply and just smiled at her. This also made Amiia even more angry, even her willow eyebrows were tightly wrinkled. Just as Amiia was about to open her mouth to say a few more words, the door of the room was pushed open. Mir, who was wearing a work uniform and carrying a coffee cup, walked in from outside. Your Highness, the coffee you asked for. Mir? Amia's beautiful eyes widened. You just came back from outside, so this is. Halfway through her words, Amiia seemed to understand something, slowly turning her head to look at the other Mir standing in front of her, and the expression on her face became elated. Kiddo? Chapter 71, The Upcoming Auction. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I have no intention of lying to you, it's just that you still look so charming when you're angry, it's really hard to interrupt. Chen Feng lifted Amia's hand on the table and gently kissed it. This scene watched as the corner of Mir's mouth twitched not far away. After all, in her eyes, it was her other self kissing Amia's hand. Apparently, Amiia also noticed this, and a flash of unnaturalness flashed across her delicate face. Can you change your face and talk to me again? I'm a little. Not quite used to it. Ha! Chen Feng let out a light laugh, reached out and cupped a corner of his clothes, lifted it upwards, and his entire person instantly changed his appearance. Re-changing back to that white-clothed, tall-hatted outfit. Placing his hand in front of his body, Chen Feng once again spoke. Ms. Amiia, I came here this time because I have something I want you to help me with. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Amiia instantly drew back the hand that was being held by Chen Feng and clasped her hands in front of her body, her eyes somewhat grudging. I knew that you would never come to me when you were fine. Ma'am, other than you, I've never purposely gone to see any woman. Of course, this was under Kiddo's identity. Chen Feng added in his mind.
Although there were only Chen Feng's empty words, Amiia still couldn't suppress the hooked corner of her mouth. That's more like it.
Mir, who had just placed his coffee cup on the table, broke into a sweat.
Your Highness, you're too good at being satisfied, aren't you? Mir spat in his mind. How do you want me to help you? Amiia asked as she looked at Chen Feng in front of her and opened her mouth.
Only to see Chen Feng smile mysteriously. It's very simple, I just don't know if Ms. Amiia would be willing to star as a monster assistant at a specific time.
Time passed by leisurely. In the blink of an eye, the time came to the day of the auction. Inside the office of the Pursuit Bureau,
Su Lixue held her hand on the VX chat interface with the note Yazan, lifting her finger up several times to type and then giving up several times. She had already thought about it. In fact, if she wanted to verify whether or not Yazan was Chen Feng, it wasn't as complicated as she thought. The simplest way was to ask Asen out when the time on Chen Feng's teaser arrived. If he could appear with Chen Feng, then naturally he would be cleared of suspicion. On the contrary, if he refused to come, then this matter would basically be finalized.
Who?
Su Lixue leaned on the chair in her office and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Her eyes gradually became firm, and then she was ready to send a message to Yazan. It was also at this moment that a VX message suddenly popped up on her cell phone interface, and it was from none other than Yazan. The content was also very simple, that is, inviting her to watch the afternoon's royal auction.
The time slowed down to 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Perhaps it was the influence of Chen Feng's teaser letter, or perhaps it was because the auction itself was hot. Even though the price of the tickets was extremely high, there were still a large number of people who were willing to buy the tickets. At the entrance of the royal auction house of the Lorching Kingdom, a long line of people waiting to check their tickets formed.
Su Lixue was among them.
She was seen holding a ticket for the auction in her hand and was looking around as if she was anxiously searching for something. Right at this moment, a silhouette passed through the crowd and came in front of Su Lixue.
Sorry, I'm late, there was a bit of traffic on the road. Chen Feng apologized and spoke. It's fine, it's still early for the auction to start, I've only just arrived.
Su Lixue smiled back. It was only when she saw the person in front of her appear that she truly let go of her heart. To be honest, she did want to catch Chen Feng very badly, but did not want to lose a friend because of it, and even more so, she did not want to be told that the friend in front of her, whom she had known for 2 months, was Chen Feng pretending to be Chen Feng. But now it seemed that it was she who was overthinking. Thinking of this, Su Lixue couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in her heart. The smile on her face all lightened up quite a bit. Let's go queue up for the tickets first.
Good. Chen Feng nodded his head and then went to the end of the line with Su Lixue, waiting for the ticket check. After half an hour of queuing, the two also managed to enter the venue. At this time, there were already hundreds of people in the audience of the venue. As if watching a soccer match, thousands of people gathered in a huge oval circle, sitting on top of the audience seats inside the venue, waiting for the auction to begin. Inside the venue, in front of the auction table, there were nearly 100 seats, each with a specific number. The people sitting on them each held a sign with the same number as the seat and waited for the bidding. These were the people who really came to bid. In the front row of the audience, Chen Feng and Su Lixue were also sitting in their seats, exchanging words from time to time with their heads bowed. Su Lixue was smiling the entire time, and seemed to be in a pretty good mood.
Basically ruling out the suspicion that Yazan was Chen Feng had in itself made her breathe a sigh of relief. Coupled with the fact that the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom had rejected the request for the Pursuit Bureau to take over the defense of the scene, it also made it so that she did not need to worry about dealing with Chen Feng for the time being. So today Su Lixue felt extraordinarily relaxed. The two of them casually chatted, from domestic to foreign countries, from work to life. Chen Feng seemed to know everything, making Su Lixue, a young lady working in the police force, surprised. Both surprised by Chen Feng's knowledge base and his extraordinary conversation. Right, Yazan? Su Lixue seemed to have suddenly remembered something. I still have a question that I never had the time to ask you.
Oh? What question?
Chen Feng inquired with a smile as he sipped his water.
Do you still remember the first time we met?
Chen Feng nodded his head in response. Of course, at that time, your leash for walking your dog broke, and you chased the dog all the way to the front of my store.
Yes, it was that time.
Su Lixue nodded her head, then revealed a touch of curiosity as she looked at Chen Feng. I still don't know why Lucky, who has always barked at people, was so docile when he saw you, more docile than he was towards me as his master. Looking at Su Lixue, who was full of curiosity, Chen Feng smiled and opened his mouth to say 2 words, secret.
Ah?
Su Lixue was greatly disappointed, but still continued to pursue the question without intending to give up.
Just tell me, it's hard to believe that you know the Imperial Beast technique from the novel? Putting Lucky under control?
No matter how Su Lixue questioned, Chen Feng had that gentle smile, just not opening his mouth. Su Lixue had no choice but to give up. Alright, you sit here first, I'll go buy 2 bottles of water. Chen Feng spoke to Su Lixue. After saying that, he intended to get up and walk towards the outside of the venue. Seeing Chen Feng about to leave, Su Lixue couldn't help but be startled, and her heart that had just been put down couldn't help but be lifted up once again. Hey, wait! Su Lixue hurriedly reached out and pulled the corner of Chen Feng's clothes. Chen Feng turned his head to look at Su Lixue in a pretense of doubt. What's wrong, Lixue?
Is there anything else? Chapter 72, in action. What's wrong, Lok Shui? Is there anything else?
Looking at the gaze cast by Chen Feng, Su Luexia looked a little weak. She couldn't say, I am suspecting that you are a kiddo and don't want you to leave my sight, right? Seeing that Su Lixue did not open her mouth for a long time, Chen Feng directly reached out and stroked her head.
You can't be unable to leave me, right? I'm treating you as a friend, do you want to sleep with me?
Saying that, Chen Feng also exaggeratedly tightened the clothes on his body with a scared look. You. Su Lixue made a big red face and had to loosen Chen Feng's clothes. I just see that there is less than an hour left for the auction to start. I'm afraid that you'll be delayed. Don't worry, I never miss an appointment with a lady. Chen Feng smiled and opened his mouth, then turned to leave in Su Lixue's gaze and walked towards the outside. It was only until Chen Feng left that the smile on Su Lixue's face faded away. After pondering a little, she got up and followed. At the same time, a woman also walked into the backstage of the auction.
Miss Mir. Good day, Miss Mir. Miss Mir went to China and came back beautiful again.
In the backstage, many people took the initiative to greet Mir, and Mir nodded in response. Although the identity of Mir, the Rapunzel's assistant, was not that prominent, but there were still 7 officials in front of the Prime Minister's door. Not to mention Mir, the only close official beside the Rapunzel. After a brief conversation with the security guard, Mir came to the manager's office in the backstage very smoothly.
Inside the office.
Seeing Mir's arrival, the auction manager Schleifer was also surprised.
Ms. Mir? What brings you here?
Manager Schleifer, Her Highness just returned home and heard about the matter of that thief's teaser letter. She was very worried about it and specially asked me to come over to take a look. Meyer's flat voice came, but it caused Schleifer to instantly reveal a flash of joy. His Majesty the King was childless, and it was clear to almost everyone in the entire Lorching Kingdom that after His Majesty the King's funeral, eldest Princess Amiia was the most promising heir to the throne. With Her Highness the Princess attaching such importance to this auction, if he or she performed well, then. Thinking of this, the corners of Schleifer's mouth gradually hooked up. Immediately, he patted his chest and guaranteed, please rest assured, Your Highness, there is absolutely no problem with our security here, not to mention the fact that we have a complete alarm system here. That group of royal guards will not allow anyone to be reckless here.
That's good, I'll report to Your Highness truthfully. Mir nodded in response.
Schleifer had an ingratiating smile, then I'll trouble Miss Mir.
Aha! Mir nodded and immediately made a move to turn around and leave.
Just as Mir turned around, before she could take a step, a small cylinder-shaped object suddenly fell off her body. It landed on the ground with a tinkling sound. Seeing this, Schleifer, who had been paying attention to Mir, did not hesitate at all and quickly squatted down, ready to pick it up. Just at the moment his hand came into contact with the cylinder, a white mist sprayed out from the cylinder, and the unprepared Schleifer was immediately sprayed all over his face. Just as he wanted to remove the cylinder, Schleifer quickly felt a spinning of the sky and the earth. Before he could make a sound, he fell to the ground in a heap.
Manager Schleifer? Manager Schleifer?
Mir shouted twice, and only after seeing that Schleifer did not respond did he feel relieved and retrieve the small cylinder into his bag. At the same time, he couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart. He didn't think that he would also have a day to help that thief.
Pa pa pa. A round of applause rang out.
Then Chen Feng, who was dressed in civilian clothes, tumbled down from the ventilation ducts above.
Ms. Mir, you really have the potential to be a monster thief.
Hearing Chen Feng's words, Mir rolled her eyes and did not reply. Chen Feng did not mind, dragging the Schleifer on the floor to a hidden corner to hide it, and then quickly changed his attire. When he appeared in the room again, Chen Feng had completely transformed into Schleifer's appearance.
This thief wouldn't have stripped someone of their clothes, right?
Looking at Chen Feng, who had already changed his appearance in front of him, Mir thought somewhat wickedly.
As if he knew what Mir was thinking, Chen Feng's voice came out again. Ma'am, I never do things like stripping people of their clothes. Cough.
Mir coughed slightly awkwardly. That. You hurry up, don't delay. Ha! Chen Feng let out a light laugh, and without saying anything else, he left the manager's office. Following the previously observed drawn floor plan, Chen Feng very smoothly arrived near the vault. At this moment, a group of Lorching country security guards were moving one auction item after another out of the vault. The exquisite auction items were placed in boxes. There were both large and small, listed in a row, and the surrounding dozen of royal guards were full of vigilance, wary of any windy movements in the vicinity.
Manager Schleifer.
The surrounding people rose to greet Chen Feng upon seeing him. To which Chen Feng also nodded in response.
Arriving in front of the rows of auction item boxes, Chen Feng slowly spoke. Didn't find anything unusual, did you?
The security captain immediately stepped forward. Don't worry, Mr. Shriver, everything is currently normal, all the auction items are very safe.
That's good. Chen Feng nodded. Afterwards, he walked forward to take a look around, as if he was really checking that the auction items that were about to be sent to the auction stage were very safe.
Chen Feng took the initiative to step forward to lift the box that stored the ring Starlight's gaze and spoke to the crowd. Let's go, don't delay, send these things to the auction stage first.
Eh? The security captain at the head was confused. Manager Jing, you're also following along? No? Chen Feng glanced at the man and asked rhetorically.
No, of course I can, you please. The security captain hurriedly denied it and replied back with a smile piled on his face.
In his heart, he was wondering what was wrong with this manager who was as lazy as a pig today. Has he changed his behavior? Why did he even take the initiative to do the work?
Of course, there was no time for him to think about it. Chen Feng was already carrying the boxes forward. The rest of the crowd saw this and had to hurriedly pick up the rest of the boxes and quickly follow. On the other side, Su Lixue had already been staring at Yazan at the corner for 10 minutes. Only to see the previous said to go to buy water. Yazan, after going out neither to go to the direction of the vending machine, also did not go to find the supermarket, but chose a step, sat down.
This sitting was 10 minutes. As time passed by minute, Su Lixue finally couldn't help herself. Quickly walking to the steps, she tapped Yazan's shoulder. Yazan, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to buy water? You.
Before the words were finished, the person being tapped turned his head. It was a completely different face from Yazan's, a head of blonde hair covered by a hat, headphones on his head, looking at Su Lixue, wondering what she was going to do.
Chapter 73, Preparations completed. Where's Arsene? What's going on now?
Su Lixue was confused, the person being filmed was equally confused and gabbled a lot.
But since the language spoken was lorching, Su Lixue didn't understand a single word. Standing up.
Su Lixue quickly looked around, trying to find that figure from earlier, but found nothing. Unable to do so, Su Lixue also had no choice but to temporarily return to the venue first, while that heart that had just been put down was also lifted up again.
At the same time,
Chen Feng, who was disguised as the auction manager Schleifer, had also arrived at the auction site carrying boxes, bringing a group of Lorching Nation security guards to the location of the auction stage.
Everyone, in front of you now, are our auction items for this time.
Let me look at the first one first, for the longsword of the 16th century Gallic Kingdom's number 1 knight, Knight Dis. Under the passionate introduction of the on-site host, the first box was slowly opened. A longsword with a blue jewel in its scabbard was slowly taken out of the box and placed into the glass display case that had already been prepared under everyone's watchful eyes. A round of applause rang out from the scene. Immediately followed by the second auction item, the third, the fourth. Within a short time, it came to the last item in front of Chen Feng. Although the host was also a bit surprised by the manager's personal arrival, he still introduced it to the crowd with a smile on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, this last auction item, which unsurprisingly should also be the most awaited auction item, is the engagement ring given to the queen by the 10th century Russian king, Vladimir I, the gaze of Starlight. As the host's words fell, Chen Feng, who was disguised as the auction manager, slowly opened the box in his hand. Instantly, a diamond ring that looked as bright as a star appeared on the large screen in the auction venue by way of filming. This time the whole venue was really completely boiled up, applause and cheers were continuous. Quite a few people were also revealing prey-like gazes, rubbing their fists together, intending to take this beautiful trinket at all costs. If they could. They would also like to be like King Vladimir and wear this trinket for Princess Amiia herself. At this time, inside the live broadcast room belonging to Chen Feng. Looking at the excited atmosphere of the scene, many people in the live broadcast room expressed their disbelief.
What's the situation? Have these foreigners gone crazy? It's not just a ring? Why are they excited like this? I also wonder, I don't see anything special about this ring, why are they so excited? It can't be because it's Maple God's target this time, right? No, you guys really didn't read any of the publicity information. Don't you know what the king of the Lorching Kingdom announced at the press conference some time ago? In detail, I really didn't know. People have said that His Majesty intends to find a fiancé for eldest Princess Amiia among the people bidding for this ring this time. In other words, if whoever takes this ring might have a chance to become the husband of Amiia, this high and mighty goddess. Holy! No wonder this group of foreigners are going crazy, who wouldn't be? At this time on the auction stage, Chen Feng had already taken out the starlight gaze from the box, under the watchful eyes of the people in the scene and the live broadcast room. Chen Feng slowly placed the ring towards the last empty glass cabinet. Just at this moment, the lights in the venue suddenly went out. What's going on? What happened? It can't be that thief who was about to make a move, right? It shouldn't be, isn't it still not time for the teaser letter? The scene was in chaos, and a group of security personnel from the Lore Green country quickly reacted, ready to go on stage to protect the exhibits. But before they could take a step, the lights on the scene resumed. What's the situation? The people present had a head full of question marks, and they all looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what had happened. But what reassured everyone was that when they looked at the auction stage again, the auction items on the stage were all intact, all of them were stored properly in the glass display cases. Of course, this also includes the grand finale that everyone is most concerned about, Starlight's gaze.
as the manager who personally put the Starlight's gaze into the glass cabinet, Schlafly, had already retreated to a place 2 meters away from the glass cabinet at an unknown time. Ding, congratulations to the host for exchanging the miniature projector 1, consuming system points 100. Listening to the system's beep, Chinfeng silently pulled up the sleeve of his right hand and slowly retreated off the auction stage. It seems that there is a small problem with the circuitry at the scene, and I'm afraid that today's circuit master, I'm afraid that his salary will be docked. Perhaps in order to ease the atmosphere of the scene, the host smiled and cracked a joke, causing another burst of laughter from the crowd at the scene. And after leaving from the stage, Chinfeng did not continue to stay at the scene and turned around to follow the original path back. Time passed slowly. Another 5 minutes passed. Seeing that the auction was about to begin, Su Lixue was completely unable to sit still this time. Although she didn't want to do this, but right now Yazan's actions were really too suspicious. She could only choose to contact the members of the pursuit team that had long been prepared outside, allowing them to come over and arrest Yasin. Making up her mind, Su Lixue let out a long sigh. She then got up and left the audience and came to a corner position. Taking his cell phone out of his pocket, he switched it to the interface of his address book, found the number of Louis who was leading the team outside at this time, and slowly pressed it. Just as Su Luexu had just dialed out the phone, a hand suddenly rested on her body at the back. Lok Shui? Why are you here? Su Lixue was so startled by the sudden voice that her cell phone nearly fell to the ground. Ya. Yazan? Su Luexu turned her head, only to see that more than half an hour without seeing anyone Yazan did not know when he had already stood behind her, his hands still holding 2 unopened bottles of mineral water. It so happened that the phone in Su Luexu's hand was connected at this moment. A voice came from the phone. Hello? Captain, how's it going? Do it now? Chinfeng pretended to be curious as he looked towards the cell phone that Su Lixue was holding in her hand, feigning a look of incomprehension as he opened his mouth. Make a move? What do you want to do? You still have work to finish? Looking at the person in front of him with a puzzled look, Su Lixue suddenly panicked and hurriedly hung up the phone with her hands in a hurry. No, wrong number. Su Lixue smiled awkwardly and hurriedly changed the topic. Right, what's going on with you? How come it took so long to buy a water? Chinfeng had already said something about this. Ayo, just now there was a lady outside who twisted her foot, so I went to do her a favor and sent her outside, and incidentally called an ambulance for her, which delayed a bit of time. Chapter 74. True kiddo? Fake kiddo? This way, ah. Su Lixue breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. A smile returned to her face as she stepped forward and took Chinfeng's arm. We'd better hurry back, the auction will start soon. Good. Chinfeng nodded with a smile. The duo once again returned to the audience. Along with the ringing of the 6 o'clock bell, the voice of the host on the stage also came out once again. Thank you all very much for coming, now our auction officially begins. Let's start with the first lot, the Knight of Dis's sword, which was once worn on. The host's voice spread across the room with the added power of the microphone. The history and value of the first auction item was also fully introduced. Alright. The reserve price for this exhibit is 200 W euros, each increase shall not be less than 5 W euros, the bidding will now begin. 200 W euros. 205 W euros. 210 W euros. The sounds of bidding increases continued one after another, and in just 10 minutes' time, the price had already been raised to over 500 W euros. With the auctioneer's hammer, this centuries-old knight's longsword was finally taken by a middle-aged collector at a price of 585 W euros. This scene also dazzled the crowd in the live broadcast room. Nima, just a broken sword, worth a small 50 million renminbi, ah? What do you know? That's the sword of a famous knight in the 16th century in Gaul. Its cultural value is much higher than its actual value, okay? I don't care about the knight's long sword, I only know that it's already 6:15 p.m. Western European time, and it's almost time for the Maple God's preview letter. Holy! It's still true, just now I was just paying attention to that broken sword, I forgot about this matter. Hurry up and do it, it's the middle of the night, if I didn't want to watch the Maple God live broadcast I would have gone to bed earlier. The next second auction item was a carved ivory artifact, and after some bidding, it was eventually auctioned off at a high price of 400 W euros. This was followed by the third and fourth. When the fourth auction item was also declared sold in the sound of the hammer, the time also came to 6:30 p.m. Western European time. At this time, there was only 2 minutes away from the 6:32 p.m. in Chen Feng's preview letter. The host and the auctioneer who were responsible for the auction process at the scene had also temporarily stopped the auction under the signal of an unknown person. A dozen or so royal guards of the Lorching Kingdom ascended the stage and surrounded the glass cabinet where the Starlight Gaze ring was stored, paying attention to the surroundings with a vigilant face. In the audience, Su Lixue's face was filled with nervousness, her hand tightly grasping the corner of Chen Feng's coat, as if she was guarding against his sudden disappearance, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Lok Shui, you seem to be a bit overly nervous, huh? Chen Feng's gentle voice entered Su Lixue's ears. Hearing the voice, Su Lishue turned her head to look at the person beside her, and in the end, she still didn't say anything, but only smiled and shook her head. There are still 2 minutes. Su Lishue read silently in her heart, and the hand that gripped on the corner of Chen Feng's coat was unconsciously clenched a little tighter. Chen Feng did not care about this, and only calmly unscrewed a bottle of water and sent it to Su Lishue's face. Drink some water. Aha! Su Lishue nodded her head, and just as she brought the bottle of water to her mouth, she immediately thought of something else. After a slight hesitation for a second, she returned the water bottle back. You drink it, I'm not thirsty. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng could not help but feel a little amused. Worried that he had drugged her? This guardedness was quite strong. However, Chen Feng did not care about this. Bringing the water bottle to his mouth and taking a sip of water, Chen Feng glanced calmly at the location of the skylight and did not say anything else. Day. The pendulum of the antique-style clock in the auction swayed from side to side, constantly making a clattering sound. No one spoke at the scene. It was quiet, and unlike a venue with thousands of spectators, only the sound of breathing was still clearly audible. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room also gradually decreased. Everyone was waiting for the 2 hands within the disc to coincide, also waiting for that white figure to make an appearance. Click. As the minute hand finished that small frame, the 2 pointers, one long and one short, completely merged together. Just at this moment, as if guided, the lights in the entire venue were extinguished in the same second. The scene was once again agitated. However, the security captain located on the auction stage was not the slightest bit worried. Instead, he picked up the walkie-talkie with an air of confidence. Turn on the second circuit immediately. After all, Chen Feng had struck so many times, how could they not absorb any experience at all? In order to deal with Chen Feng, they had long ago split the circuit into 2 that did not interfere with each other, in order to prevent Chen Feng from this hand. Captain. The second circuit is also not reacting. The voice from the walkie-talkie came out, directly frowning the security captain, who had a breezy face just a moment ago. Repair. Fix it for me right away. There's also the backup power supply. Use them all for me as well. There was a pause for a second on the other side of the intercom, and then the voice came again. It's already been tried in the first place, and all of them are out of order. The security captain who heard this news had completely frozen. Without waiting for him to think of a response, Chen Feng's voice had already come out from the loudspeakers in all directions. Everyone. Welcome to the world of magic. As the words fell, countless white pigeons flew out from the back of the audience, whirling their wings to the ceiling. And then they quickly formed a white circle, surrounding the skylight in the center. That's Kiddo. The gazes of the crowd were quickly attracted by the white figure standing in front of the skylight. It was still the familiar white outfit, and the confident smile at the corner of his mouth had never faded. Chen Feng. Su Lishue muttered to herself, and the corner of the clothes she grabbed in her hands tightened again. The clothes are all wrinkled for me, ma'am. A familiar voice rang in her ears. This time Su Lishue did not say anything else, she just smiled and silently loosened her hands. Yazan. It's okay. Su Lishue slowly raised her head and continued to look at the white figure located in front of the skylight. Chen Feng was similarly looking at that figure. Of course he didn't know how to split his body, but who said that figure must be him? The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked into a smile as he continued to look up and watch. Only to see the skylight on the kiddo, one hand in the pocket, the other hand slightly raised. Another voice came from the loudspeaker in the venue. Everyone, the magic show is about to begin. Most of the people in the audience were already Chen Feng's fans, and after hearing these words, the atmosphere of the venue was completely out of control. For a while, the shouts of Kid rose and fell, and the sound was so loud that it was about to lift the roof. Chapter 75, End of show. The kiddo on the skylight interlaced his fingers and snapped his fingers gently. The next second, the lights in the room resumed. No. To be precise, it was only partially restored. Only a few lights in the center of the ceiling quickly lit up, and quickly spread to both ends. The 10 or so lit-up electric lights had just formed a shape of a crescent moon that was wide in the center and narrow in the 2 sections, with an overall curved shape. Starlight is covered by moonlight? Su Lishue repeated the words from Chen Feng's teaser letter. Is this the moonlight in the teaser letter? She had already vaguely guessed what Kido was going to do next, but was powerless to stop it. The light grew brighter and brighter, blinding the crowd at the scene. In contrast, the starlight gaze stored in the glass case became more and more illusory. As if it was really under the illumination of the moonlight from the ceiling, it slowly disappeared. The security captain froze for a second, then quickly reacted. Quickly! Open the glass cover. Stop him. Everyone else get up to the skylight immediately. Grab Kido. The security captain's angry roar pulled back the crowd that was still frozen in their tracks. Strongly enduring the glare coming from the ceiling, one of the royal guards surrounding the glass cabinet hurriedly took out a key and inserted it into the lock hole on the glass cover, quickly unlocking it. Ka! With a crisp sound, the lock of the glass cover was unlocked. The several royal guards around hurriedly opened the glass cover with 7 hands and 8 feet. Not caring about holding it lightly, they casually threw the glass cover to the side and hurriedly reached out to grab the ring that was about to vanish into thin air, Starlight's gaze. But unfortunately, it was too late. In the second before their hands touched the ring, it seemed as if the illusion had already been completely completed. Under the eyes of several royal guards, it disappeared into thin air. How? The security captain swallowed heavily. Standing in front of the glass cabinet, the several royal guards who had not received their hands back from where the Starlight's gaze was originally stored were also dumbfounded. You look at me, I look at you, do not seem to understand what to do next. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room tumbled. I'm basically numb now. It feels like I wouldn't be surprised even if Maple God suddenly transformed into Aubergine Man. Isn't there anyone who can see Feng Shen's maneuver? I still want to learn it. Child, when will you graduate from Hogwarts Academy? You can come back to learn magic from the Maple God. Ka! A sound came from the ceiling position. The crowd looked up, only to see that the skylight had actually been opened from the outside by Kiddo. This scene also completely dispelled the last trace of worry in Su Lishue's heart. It's not Chen Feng's projection, it's a real person. Su Lishue thought in her heart, and the curve of her mouth hooked up became more and more relaxed. In the blind spot of the crowd below, Kiddo pressed a button with his left hand behind his back. Afterward, Chen Feng's voice then resounded within the venue. Thank you all very much for watching, I'll take the Starlight's gaze. As his words fell, he saw Kiddo raise his hand, and dozens of balloons immediately poured in from the skylight's position, hiding Kiddo's figure. Snap! Pop! As a series of balloon explosions rang out. The white card held in the center by dozens of balloons also fell down, while the white figure originally standing on the rooftop disappeared without a trace. Like a teaser letter, I have received the Starlight gaze. I've received the Starlight gaze like a preview letter. Kiddo! Looking at the card in his hand, the security captain angrily tore it to shreds, causing another wail in the broadcast room. Don't give it to me! Pop-ups instantly swept through the entire live broadcast room. In the audience, Su Lishue turned her head towards Yazan and said, let's go too. Ha? Chen Feng feigned a puzzled look, leaving now? The auction hasn't ended yet. I'm a bit tired, let's come back next time, I'll treat you next time. Su Lishue smiled back. Good, then I'll see you off. Aha! That night, the king of the Lore Green country, Amia's father, held a conference overnight, accusing the United World's government of indulging the contestants, and angrily announced an additional €500 bounty on top of the bounty offered by the United World government's program team. Even if one only provided clues to Chen Feng's whereabouts, one could obtain a hefty reward of €5. The high bounty coupled with Chen Feng's superb maneuvers. Chen Feng became another world sensation after Vincenzo Pegla, the thief who stole the Mona Lisa in 1911. For a time, Chen Feng's name seemed like a bomb that exploded all over the world. Countless media outlets vied for coverage. 3 layers of defense couldn't stop Chen Feng? Is this really something an ordinary person could do? The world's most insurmountable thief arose. Who in the world can stop him in a single act? A show that blows up a real thief. Chen Feng. Synonymous with the thief of the new century. At the same time, located in the prosperous district of Gaelch, the capital of the Lorching country, in the middle of Amia's private villa. This was Amia's other residence in the bustling city of Gaelch, apart from the royal gathering place, Fort Claude. This was Amelia's private property, and it was also the place where Amelia lived most often. At this time, in Amelia's bedroom, the original neat bed was occupied by a white suit. The suit was spread out on the bed, and the pants and blouse were connected and spread out in one piece, just like a real person lying on the bed. Amelia stood in the bedroom, looking at the bed like a real person like clothes, pursed his lips, cautiously pulled the curtains closed, and then back to the bed, slowly lying down from the side of the clothes. Slim fingers slipped from the top of the white suit, as if what was lying there was not a piece of clothing, but a real person. Knock knock. A crisp knock on the glass sounded beside the bed. Who? Amia quickly stood up, reaching over and pulling the covers over the bed, her eyes wary with a hint of anticipation. A thief from afar. A familiar voice came through the window. Amia's face instantly became elated and hurriedly stood up, pulling the curtains back open. Only to see a plaid-clothed youth wearing a duck-tongued hat on his head was half-squatting in front of the window, looking at her with a smile. Z. As the window was pulled open, Chen Feng also jumped down from the windowsill and came inside. Thank you very much for your help, Ms. Amiia. As soon as he entered, Chen Feng placed his hand in front of his body and performed a gentlemanly salute. Incidentally, your performance today was really perfect. Then can I go with you as a monster? Amiia took half a step forward to Chen Feng and looked at Chen Feng's eyes as she opened her mouth. Chapter 76, Returning to China. Chen Feng was slightly stunned. He was joking with you. I'm a hallowed princess, how can I go and do this? Amiia covered her mouth and burst into laughter. At the same time, there was a hidden color of loss in the bottom of her eyes, which flashed from it and was quickly covered up again. Seemingly seeing this, Chen Feng lifted Amiia's right hand up, knelt down on one knee, and gently kissed it. At the same time, he took out an exquisite gift box from his arms and slowly opened it, a radiant trinket instantly entering Amiia's field of vision. It was the same gemstone ring, Starlight's gaze, that had been stolen just half a day ago with the cooperation of the two men. This was originally the property of your country, and now it is returned to its rightful owner. Looking at Chen Feng on the ground as well as the ring in his hand, Amiia spoke half-jokingly, "I thought you were going to propose to me." It was Chen Feng's turn to be silent. Even he, who had been able to trick countless people in public several times, did not know what to say at this moment. Seeing Chen Feng's difficulty, Amiia took the initiative to open her mouth to resolve the embarrassment. "I was just joking, don't take it to heart." Amiia reached out and took the box, but did not put it away, but remained in front of Chen Feng. Only after a moment of silence did this slowly open his mouth. "That. Can you help me put it on?" Possibly feeling inappropriate, Amiia added immediately afterward, "Forget it if you find it difficult." With that, Amiia was about to put the box away. It was also at this moment that Chen Feng reached out and grabbed Amiia's wrist. "It is my honor." Chen Feng spoke with a smile. Then, under Amiia's expectant gaze, Chen Feng took out the ring from the box. Holding her hand, he slowly placed the shining star onto the middle finger of her left hand. "Very beautiful, Your Highness." Amiia looked into Chen Feng's eyes and slowly spoke, "Thank you, kiddo." Chen Feng still had the same gentle smile and did not reply. Instead, he changed the subject to talk about the purpose of his trip. "Ma'am, I think it's time for me to retrieve my clothes." Amiia nodded and went to the bed, lifting the covers up and the full white suit was laid out neatly. Amiia reached out her hand, folded the suit and sent it to Chen Feng. "Your clothes, return it to you." Under Amiia's gaze, Chen Feng placed his hand on top of the suit. The next second, starting from the corner of the suit, the white suit slowly disappeared and was replaced by a bouquet of roses in front of Amiia's eyes. Along with the suit completely disappearing, Chen Feng's hand placed on the white suit also gradually turned into countless pieces of rose petals and began to dissipate. Seeing this scene, Amiia also knew that he was leaving. Although there was some reluctance, Amiia ultimately did not do anything to stop him, but just calmly looked at him and slowly opened her mouth and shouted, "Kiddo." "Eh?" Chen Feng raised his eyes, just in time to meet Amiia's light blue eyes. Amiia's mouth was tinged with a smile. "In the near future, we will meet again. Looking forward to meeting you again, Your Highness." Chen Feng placed his other hand in front of him and slightly saluted. Also in the next second, Chen Feng's body completely dissipated. It transformed into a sky full of rose petals and slowly fell. Touching the diamond ring on her hand that seemed like a star, the smile at the corner of Amiia's mouth grew brighter and brighter. Greeting the white moonlight shining in from the window, Amiia gently removed the ring from her middle finger and turned to wear it on her ring finger. "This is the right way," Amiia said to herself. 3 days passed by leisurely. Although Amiia's father, that His Majesty the King of the Lorching Kingdom, had raised the bounty on Chen Feng again and again. It had even reached an unprecedented 800 euros, but still no one was able to capture Chen Feng. However, there are quite a few people who want to come to mix the 5 euros for a clue fee. A lot of people have come, but not a single useful clue. There were even 2 people from the country who said that Chen Feng was actually a member of the country, and that he had already taken a plane back to the country. People like these who came to cheat the clue fee were endless. The old king was so angry that he directly cancelled the clue fee and took out an additional 200 euros to hire a professional detective team to try to find Chen Feng's clues. At least to take back the ring Starlight Gaze as one of the national treasures of Lorching country. Of course, he may not know for a long time to come that the ring has actually been in the hands of his daughter. 3 days later. China, H City. Still the familiar cafe. In the morning, before Chen Feng could put up the open sign, the door of the store was roughly pushed open. "Welcome," the mechanical cat's voice rang out from the doorway. What followed was Sun Yuqing's exasperated figure. "I say, boss. What's your situation here? Closing the business when you say you're closing, not even open for more than a month. Too irresponsible, right? Ma'am, I'm just a coffee seller, you can't hold me responsible even if you're pregnant, right?" Chen Feng put down the mop in his hand and spoke helplessly. "Who's looking for you to be responsible?" "Bah, you're the one who's pregnant." Sun Yuqing opened her mouth in anger. "Forget it, I won't get into it with you, give me a mocha." "Wait a moment." Chen Feng came to the front desk location, took out the newly bought coffee beans from earlier, grinding powder, brewing, filtering, and concentrating. All the actions were skillfully done in one go. In less than half an hour, a cup of fragrant coffee was served in front of Sun Yuqing. Sun Yuqing couldn't wait for the coffee cup to be lifted, gently blew twice on the surface of the still hot coffee, and hurriedly took a small sip. "Tisk, ah, that's the flavor." Sun Yuqing had a look of enjoyment on her face. Placing the coffee cup back on the desktop, Sun Yuqing spoke once again. "Hey boss, where have you been? Why did you go for so long?" "Western Europe."
Chen Feng smiled back. Western Europe?
Sun Yuqing's eyes lit up and immediately looked at Chen Feng with a face full of surprise.
Kiddo was also in Western Europe some time ago. Hey, did you go to Kiddo's show? Did you see Kiddo?
Sort of met him at the royal auction in Gaelch, the Lorching Kingdom.
Wow.
Sun Yuqing was filled with envy. I also want to go to Western Europe to meet Kiddo, but unfortunately my dad won't let me go.
Hey, I also don't know when Kiddo will return home.
Sun Yuqing rested her hands on her face and opened her mouth in depression. Chen Feng, on the other hand, just smiled bashfully and did not pick up the conversation.
Right.
Sun Yuqing seemed to suddenly remember something and suddenly became mysterious.
You know what? Now there are rumors that Kiddo might not be alone, he might have his own assistants, or even a whole team.
Oh?
There's still this matter?
Chen Feng still had that gentle smile, as if the person he was talking about had nothing to do with him.
Chapter 77 Invitation from the Monstrous Thief.
I don't know, I just heard it from those people in our school's kitty fan club. Sun Yuqing sipped her coffee and spoke.
Your school's Kiddo fan club? Chen Feng keenly caught a word. Is that strange?
Sun Yuqing opened her mouth as a matter of course, as if it was a perfectly normal thing. The size of Kiddo's fan group in our school isn't that big. You are not seeing the Jiangchen University side. As Kiddo's alma mater, almost half of the school's girls are in the fan support group.
Half of the school's girls?
Chen Feng shook his head with a bitter smile.
Was he counting himself as bringing down the schoolgirls?
A cup of coffee was finished in no time, and after chatting with Chen Feng for a few more moments, Sun Yuqing stood up and prepared to leave. Just after walking to the door, Sun Yuqing seemed to remember something and suddenly turned her head to look at Chen Feng at the front desk. Hey boss, recently my dad might come to your place if I see a middle-aged man around 1.7 meters or so asking you questions about the relationship between the two of us, don't give me the slip.
Ma'am, I do not include after sale. I'll add money. But I'm happy to take this as a new order.
Looking at Chen Feng's perpetually gentle smile, the corner of Sun Yuqing's mouth twitched. After cursing traitor in her heart, she turned around and left the cafe. The store was once again back to being cold. At the front desk position, Chen Feng cupped his chin with his hand and thought about something.
An assistant? Perhaps I should really look for one.
After stealing the Starlight Gaze a few days ago, Chen Feng clearly felt the difference between having an assistant and not having one. Although Amelia's assistant wasn't considered a professional, she was still able to help Chen Feng with a lot of work.
Then, if one were to find a professional assistant.
As Chen Feng pondered, a candidate surfaced in his mind. A young man who, although lacking fire, had more potential than Kurowa Koto's assistant, Terai Hwanasuk.
On that day,
in the live broadcasting room that had always not released anything more than a teaser letter, Chen Feng had added a different thing at this time.
Invitation letter.
On the night 2 days later, with the appearance of the silver moonlight, a beautiful young lady is cordially invited to drink a cup of coffee that costs 100 renminbi but cannot be tipped.
To Kiddo.
As the screen of the live broadcast changed, the live broadcast room that was originally peaceful and quiet, with only a few tens of thousands of people idly chatting away, instantly fell silent. After a simple silence, countless passers-by who were pretending to be dead within the live broadcast room were blown out.
Holy! What did I see? Fengshen has sent out another teaser letter? What's the target this time? No dude, you recognize words? This is a teaser letter? When I look at it, the word letter is preceded by the word invitation. This is clearly an invitation. Hey, it's true, no, what's going on here? Fengshen has changed his behavior? If you don't steal, how come you're still inviting guests? $100 but you can't pay the tip for the coffee? What does that mean? Why don't I get it? It's a wonder your brain can read it, though I didn't get it either. Ah. This is my husband's invitation. Who knows where my husband's address is stated here? Private message me and I'll give him 5,000.
No sister, if you don't have money, don't come out and pretend to be a big head. Whoever knows the address send me a private message, I'll give him 10,000 when I'm done meeting with my husband.
You all go aside.
I'll pay 2W and settle the bill on the spot. In the same way as the lively scene in the live broadcast room, the media at home and abroad were also clamoring for coverage.
Who didn't know that Chen Feng was hot right now? As long as he was written about, there was heat.
So in the first moment of the change in Chen Feng's live room, countless reports were quickly posted online.
Chen Feng sends out another card. Not a teaser letter, but an invitation? Shocked.
Chen Feng's live broadcast room reappeared with a card, but it wasn't for the purpose of theft, but to do this kind of thing.
An invitation from the bandit. Who is the beautiful lady in Chen Feng's card? Let's stay tuned. On the other side.
On the other hand, the people of the pursuit team, who were still far away in Western Europe, had urgently convened a meeting the first time Chen Feng sent out the invitation. With Su Lixue as the leader, the three captains, Sun Luo, Zheng Chang, and Lu Yi, with more than a dozen key team members were seated in the conference room. On the large screen in front of the conference room, the content of the invitation letter that Chen Feng had just released was being projected. There was a long silence within the conference room.
Everyone was tightly frowning, trying to think about whether there was a deep secret behind this seemingly simple invitation letter. A long time. Only then did Su Lishue, who was sitting in the main seat at the very front, stand up and slowly spoke to the crowd. Let's all say what you think. What do you think this invitation letter from Chen Feng means? As the words fell, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you. None of them did not have the intention of opening their mouths first. Seeing this, Su Lishue also had no choice but to take the initiative to point someone herself. Captain Zhang, you speak first. Zheng Chang, who was ordered to raise his head, after seeing the unquestionable expression on Su Lishue's face, he also had no choice but to stand up and leisurely open his mouth. That. Captain, I think it, with my understanding of Chen Feng, this person has an extremely high IQ, and his favorite thing is to make a mystery, so his words can never be as simple as the surface, there must be a deeper meaning. Zheng Chang's words fell, many people in the conference room nodded in agreement. Indeed, this looks like something Chen Feng could do. I support what Captain Zhang said, there must be a hidden mystery in this invitation. We must not be careless. Yes. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, Su Lishue did not reply, but turned her gaze in Sun Luo's direction again. What does Captain Sun think? Cough. Sun Luo coughed and stood up. As the captain who was there at the very beginning of the entire chase members, Sun Luo still had a certain amount of prestige. So after he stood up, the murmur of the scene gradually quieted down, and all of them cast their gazes on Sun Luo. Captain, I think we might not need to bite the bullet here. It doesn't matter what he wants to do, all we need is to be prepared before he strikes his. Hearing Sun Luo's words, a supportive voice immediately rang out. He. Captain Sun is right. We don't have to play any puzzle games, just take precautions. As soon as the previous voice fell, someone else immediately raised a question, but the problem is that we don't know anything, how can we take precautions? Are you stupid? Isn't Chen Feng going to invite people for coffee? The big deal is that we can guard every cafe. How did you get into the tracking team if not for your brain? Not to mention other places, how many cafes are there in Gaelic City alone? We don't have the manpower to guard them all. That's right, and how do you know which city Chen Feng is in at the moment? Maybe he's gone back to his country. Chapter 78. Two thieves meeting again. Listening to the noisy chatter in the conference room, Su Lishue pinched the bridge of her nose somewhat tiredly. Facing an opponent like Chen Feng, she was really a bit tired, sometimes even wanted to simply resign, but after thinking about it, every time again, she still put this mind back. Coffee. Su Lishue muttered to herself. In her mind, she couldn't help but show a figure who made good coffee. She would like to find someone to talk about the boredom in her heart, but unfortunately, her only friend over here, Yazan, also went back to China 3 days ago. Hey! Su Lishue sighed lightly. Then stood up and spoke to the crowd. Quiet. Su Lishue's voice was not small, the entire crowd in the conference room also heard clearly. The original noisy voices also quickly quieted down. Captain Sun, just please go and contact the police station on this side of Gaelchi and tell them to tell us as soon as they find any suspicious people, while the others continue to stand by. Dismissed. At the same time, inside a shopping mall in East City, H City, China, a Qin figure wearing a mask and sunglasses also saw the report on the news. $100 for coffee, $100 can't afford to pay a tip, $100. The woman muttered to herself. The corner of her mouth gradually hooked up a smile, and she directly turned to leave. 2 days passed quickly. Perhaps it was influenced by the teaser letter. There was more traffic in cafes all over the place in these few days. Of course, this also included Chen Feng here. Although there were still not many customers in the store because of the pricing, it was already significantly more lively than before. At night, the silver moon hung high. Chen Feng sat on the seat at the front desk position leisurely reading a book. Occasionally, guests would come in, but most of them left hastily after seeing the price list. There were also a handful of not-so-bad guests who ordered a cup of coffee and then found an empty seat to sit down, drinking the coffee while looking around as if they were searching for something. Corner position. The disguised Lin Xingyao was also drinking the coffee in her hand unhurriedly, but her eyes glanced at the front desk's position from time to time. Could it be him? Chen Feng would open a store in such a downtown area? This is a bit too bold. Lin Xingyao thought secretly in her heart. Her eyes never left Chen Feng's body, but she did not have the intention of going forward to speak. Obviously, she still wanted to observe a bit more before deciding whether or not to go forward. Still very careful, Ms. Lin. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked into a smile, and after sweeping a glance at Lin Xingyao in the corner position with his afterglow, he continued to read his book. That's right, Lin Xingyao was the most suitable assistant candidate Chen Feng was considering at the moment. The reason was also very simple. Firstly, Lin Xingyao had good hands. This point could be seen from the previous actions of Moonlight Pupil. Secondly, Lin Xingyao was also one of the few participants from the various districts that had managed to shake off the tracking of the program's live broadcasting equipment, so it could be seen that the ability was still over the top. Thirdly, and most importantly, Chen Feng did need a female assistant with a flexible brain.
Some of the things and places he was not comfortable doing and going to, he needed a female assistant to help him accomplish. Just like the female bathhouse. Time was still passing by. People kept arriving at the store, and there were also quite a few people leaving. But in general, it was the people who left that were a bit more on the side. No matter what, the coffee in Chen Feng's store was good, but it was too expensive. Sitting for an hour or two and ordering 2 cups of coffee, most people could still afford to spend, but if they sat here for a long time and drank a cup of coffee, according to the price, no one could afford it. The more people walked, the less, but Lin Qingyao still had no intention of going forward. She just calmly drank a cup of coffee. As another guest left, only Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao remained in the store. Seeing that Lin Qingyao had no intention of going forward, Chen Feng was in no hurry to poke and prod. He just came to the table and spoke with a smile. "Miss, I'm closing this side." Lin Qingyao raised her head and stared at Chen Feng's face for a few seconds. Perhaps because she did not see any traces of disguise, Lin Qingyao just nodded and without saying anything more, she paid the bill and left. Chen Feng did not go after her, and even more so, he did not have the intention of revealing his identity. He just watched as Lin Qingyao walked out of the store and disappeared around the corner. He wasn't worried that Lin Qingyao would just leave and never come back. Before releasing the invitation, Chen Feng had already used his hacking skills to hack into the program's database once again. Through Lin Qingyao's profile, and the brief contact he had previously made during his actions against Moonlight Pupil, he had roughly understood her character. So it wasn't thought that the unproductive Lin Qingyao would leave just like that. Of course, this was not even the main reason. The main reason was that Chen Feng had left a tracker on Lin Qingyao when she wasn't paying attention, so no matter where Lin Qingyao went, Chen Feng could easily find her. Night had completely descended. There were only a few pedestrians left on the originally bustling and lively streets. Chen Feng flipped the sign outside the store to the resting side, locked the store door, and went up to the second floor to rest. Later in the night, there were no more pedestrians on the streets, as if the whole world was silent. Inside the cafe, on the second floor, a black shadow quietly slid down the rope from the roof and lightly landed on the balcony outside the cafe's second floor without attracting anyone's attention. Click click. 2 extremely subtle sounds rang out within the balcony lock, and immediately afterward, the balcony door was slowly pushed open from the outside. Everything was so quiet that the sound of the wind blowing the fallen leaves outside was even louder than the sound inside the house. Closing the balcony door behind her, Lin Qingyao gently walked into the house and pushed the bedroom door open in the same way. Borrowing the faint moonlight that filtered in through the gap in the curtains, Lin Qingyao looked at the quilt-covered figure on the bed and couldn't help but reveal a smile of satisfaction. Taking a small gadget out from his pocket, he spoke without any qualms. "A tracker. Would Mr. Strange Thief also use such a tie tactic?" Lin Qingyao didn't deliberately lower her voice, especially in this extremely quiet environment right now. It seemed to be extraordinarily clear. But the person on the bed seemed to be sleeping heavily. Even though Lin Qingyao's voice wasn't low, it still didn't wake up the person on the bed, much less get any response. Lin Qingyao's willow brows were slightly furrowed. She didn't think that Chen Feng, who had been able to easily defeat her earlier, would not even have this level of vigilance, completely asleep and without the slightest defense. Lin Qingyao slowly moved her feet towards the direction of the bed within the bedroom, her eyes also observing the surroundings vigilantly to guard against any unexpected situations. It seemed that she had really overthought things. Until she arrived in front of Chen Feng's bed, there was not the slightest accident that occurred. It seemed that Chen Feng really did not expect that he would visit in the middle of the night, and even more so, he did not have the slightest bit of defense. Lin Qingyao was slightly disappointed. It was also just when she reached out her hand, intending to go and push the figure on the bed to wake up, a gentle voice resounded from the back of her side at that moment. "Miss Lin Qingyao, trespassing into another person's bedroom without permission is a very rude thing to do." Chapter 79 Monster Assistant. Miss Lin Qingyao, trespassing into someone else's bedroom without permission is a very rude thing to do. Along with the sound of this voice, Lin Qingyao, who was already on high alert, was immediately startled. The hand that had already been stretched out was quickly withdrawn, and the entire person quickly retreated to the doorway as if she was facing a great enemy. Reaching out, she twisted her hand on the handle of the door. Only then did she realize that the bedroom door that she had just opened earlier had already been relocked at some point. Also at this time, the originally closed curtains in the bedroom were slowly pulled open, and a silhouette sitting on the windowsill appeared in front of Lin Qingyao. One leg was resting on top of the windowsill, while the other leg was naturally bent and hanging down from the windowsill. The silver-white moonlight shone on the side of his face, and the originally gentle smile at the corner of his mouth looked a little evil under the moonlight. "We meet again, Miss Lin Qingyao." Chen Feng's lips slightly opened, and his familiar voice entered Lin Qingyao's ears. The lights of the room lit up at that moment. Only then did Lin Qingyao see that the so-called silhouette on the bed was nothing more than a humanoid shape posed with a quilt. Unlike her earlier caution, after being caught, Lin Qingyao simply posed directly. Giving up even the most basic defensive posture, she directly sat on her butt on Chen Feng's bed, clasped her hands in front of her body, and looked towards Chen Feng, who was positioned on the windowsill. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered so much and come in directly. After half a day's work, not to mention, it's still not useful at all. Looking at Lin Xingyao, who had given up her struggle in general, Chen Feng smiled and walked down from the windowsill, coming in front of Lin Xingyao. "Ma'am, your performance today has impressed me." As the words fell, a blue rose appeared out of thin air from Chen Feng's hand and was handed over to Lin Xingyao's face. "Hoof." Lin Xingyao snorted lightly and took the rose. "What are you looking for me for? Making such a big commotion to find me? You don't like sis, do you?" Lin Xingyao looked at Chen Feng with a flirtatious face, hoping to see some other emotions from his eternal poker face. However, to her disappointment, Chen Feng didn't seem to have much of a reaction, and only took out a bunch of papers from a drawer on the side. 2 months ago, 3 days after your failed operation to steal the gemstone, Moonlight Pupil, you entered the middle of the Eternal Gold Shop, confused the staff, stole gold jewelry worth RMB 30W and left. A month and a half ago, entered a small jewelry exhibition and stole a jade plaque worth RMB 120W after escaping the vision of the security staff. A month ago, at one of the largest auctions in Mountain City, you attempted to steal a carnelian unicorn valued at 5,800W and failed, narrowly escaping arrest. And 20 days ago, 13 days ago, and 5 days ago. Pile after pile of things came out of Chen Feng's mouth, so precise that even Lin Xingyao herself couldn't remember them that clearly. Raising her head to look at Chen Feng, Lin Xingyao heavily swallowed her saliva, her tone obviously weakened a bit. "That. What are you talking about? You want to arrest me, ah?" In fact, as long as a contestant had obtained illegal property, the program group would offer a corresponding bounty amount. For example, Chen Feng's official bounty amount was now 500W rice dollars after the previous boost. And although Lin Xingyao's bounty amount was not as good as Chen Feng's, the bounty amount for her, who had won several times, was also as high as 80W meter dollars. If one saved a little bit of spending, this amount of money could completely allow a person to live a lifetime without worrying about food and drink. Currently, the prerequisite was that that person didn't go into business. Such a high bounty couldn't help but attract the attention of the community and the pursuit groups around the world. Even some of the contestants were happy to catch the contestants around them from the same district or even other districts and send them over to the official side to collect the bounty. Such incidents were commonplace, so it was no wonder that Lin Xingyao had such speculations. Seeing Chen Feng's lack of reaction, Lin Xingyao thought that she had guessed correctly. Simply swinging towards the bed, "Alright, you can arrest me if you want, anyway, you saved me earlier, I'll take it as a payback." As the words fell, Lin Xingyao's eyes kept looking at Chen Feng's direction. However, she saw that he still didn't have any intention of responding, only looking at her with a smile. Instantly, another speculation surged into Lin Xingyao's brain. "Hardly. Do you want to?" Lin Xingyao sat up from the bed, her hands gripping her clothes with a death grip, her face full of grief. A pair of soulful eyes stared at Chen Feng, as if her eyes were saying, "I didn't expect you to be such a person." Thud. A crisp sound resounded on Lin Xingyao's head as Chen Feng directly gave Lin Xingyao, who was still imagining things, a brain crash. "What are you thinking about, you? Agu." Lin Xingyao let out a wail as she covered her head, her grudging eyes constantly scanning back and forth over Chen Feng's body. "What's the point of hitting me? I didn't say I don't agree either, did you?" Lin Xingyao's eyes flicked to a certain part of Chen Feng's body, the corner of her mouth revealing a touch of anti-smile. The meaning of it was self-evident. Chen Feng blackened his face and gave her another brain crash. "Agu, what are you doing? It hurts a lot." "I didn't say you can't." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xingyao noticed Chen Feng's hand that was once again raised and closed her mouth wisely. Cough. Chen Feng coughed lightly and took out the paper he had prepared long ago. "Take a look, ma'am." Lin Xingyao took the paper from Chen Feng with a puzzled expression and scanned it twice. "Assistant contract? You want me to be your assistant?" Lin Xingyao looked surprised. She just spoke a little more casually, but was definitely not stupid. Which of Chen Feng's strikes hadn't attracted a lot of attention in the city? Moreover, every time Chen Feng selected a target, it was also the type of treasure that was extremely valuable, coupled with the extremely high-profile manner in which Chen Feng struck out. The level of risk of being his assistant could be imagined. Seemingly seeing Lin Xingyao's thoughts, Chen Feng once again smiled and spoke, "Miss Lin Xingyao, aren't you going to listen to the remuneration I'm going to give?" In Lin Xingyao's puzzled gaze, Chen Feng flipped his left hand, and a gemstone that was milky white in color with a splash of purple in the center, being set on a hollowed-out purple golden ground, appeared in his hand. This is the Moonlight Pupil. Lin Xingyao's gaze was instantly attracted, and the smile at the corner of her mouth grew more and more prosperous. "How is this good?" With such words on her lips, Lin Xingyao's hand movements were not slow, quickly reaching out towards the Moonlight Pupil in Chen Feng's hand. However, a second before she was about to touch the Moonlight Pupil, Chen Feng suddenly flipped his palm and withdrew the Moonlight Pupil again. "Miss Lin Xingyao, how about I ask you to be my assistant for a year at this price?
Chen Feng's gentle voice once again reached Lin Qingyao's ears. P.S. Tomorrow's update won't be in the morning, slightly delayed, sorry about that. Chapter 80 Guests from London. 1 year? Lin Qingyao was surprised. She was all too aware of the value of the moonlight pupil, or else she wouldn't have chosen it as a target at that time. If it could be obtained by just 1 year of assistance. Lin Qingyao barely hesitated much and spoke directly, good. I promise. Then sign it. Chen Feng took out the official contract that he had already prepared from the drawer and handed it to Lin Qingyao. It was in duplicate, and it had his signature and long-pressed handprint on it. The date, Party A and Party B, remuneration, time, work content and so on were all completely a formal employment contract. Lin Qingyao roughly swept 2 eyes. After determining that there were no problems, she directly picked up a pen and brushed down her name. Handing the contract back to Chen Feng, Lin Qingyao opened her mouth and inquired, "What do you need me to do for you?" Chen Feng took the contract and smiled faintly, "Of course I do, but right now it's a very simple matter." "What is it?" "Help me make coffee." 2 days later, when Sun Yuqing habitually came to Chen Feng's cafe. However, she found that at this time, there was an additional tall woman who was grinding coffee beans in the store. The woman didn't seem to be all that reluctant, muttering something while grinding. "What the hell kind of boss is this? The promised assistant is for me to grind coffee beans. I grind. I'll grind you to death." Even with a distance of several meters, Sun Yuqing could still feel the resentment from the beaten worker on the other side. Coming to the front desk location, Chen Feng was still looking at the book there. "Boss, what's going on with you? Why did you even hire a store clerk? The little money you make in your store, is it enough to support the 2 of you?" Hearing the voice, Chen Feng slowly closed the book, still with a smile on his face. "Isn't this still you? I make $180 for a cup of coffee and earn you $150, so if you come and drink 2 cups every day I won't be able to afford to feed you." Getting this answer, the smile on Sun Yuqing's face suddenly froze. "No boss, you more or less cheated me. Well you like to make me seem like a big grudge seat like In response, Chen Feng just laughed and didn't say anything, but with the smile on his face, he had already said all that needed to be said. Sun Yuqing rolled her eyes and didn't care. "It's still mocha, it needs to be semi-sweet." "Good." Chen Feng nodded with a smile. Taking out some of the coffee beans that Lin Qingyao had just ground, he skillfully carried out a series of steps such as boiling and filtering. Within a short time, a cup of aromatic coffee was brought up by Chen Feng. Bringing the coffee down from the tray and placing it in front of Sun Yuqing, he opened his mouth. "Enjoy." Sun Yuqing picked up the coffee on the table and gently took a sip. Instantly, the familiar mellow flavor blossomed in her mouth. "Boss, it's a pity that you don't open a bigger store with this craft. If you're a little cheaper, it'll definitely be a hit." "Let's forget about it, I still prefer to be a bit cleaner," Chen Feng replied with a smile. Chen Feng's answer did not cause the slightest surprise to Sun Yuqing. After all, she had mentioned this matter many times, but got the same result. She had even expressed her willingness to make investments and fund him to expand his stores and even further build a chain brand. However, they were all rejected by Chen Feng. The reason was also very simple, there was no lack of money, plus he liked to be idle. This reason made Sun Yuqing also helpless, and after persuading him twice, he chose to give up. I also don't know who exactly Kiddo's invitation letter from before was meant to invite. I ran to 7 or 8 high-class cafes last night, and all of them came up empty-handed." Sun Yuqing held her chin, the spoon in her other hand casually stirring in the coffee, her tone revealing a faint color of disappointment. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng glanced at Lin Qingyao, who was still diligently grinding coffee at the front desk, with the rest of his eyes, smiled faintly, and did not say much. After finishing her coffee, Sun Yuqing glanced at the time. "It's getting late, I still have classes in the afternoon, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Sun Yuqing got up and prepared to leave. Just after taking 2 steps, she remembered something and stopped, once again turning her head to look at Chen Feng. "Right, don't forget what I told you 2 days ago." Chen Feng replied back, "Don't worry, ma'am, I always remember." With Sun Yuqing's departure, silence returned to the coffee shop once again. Lin Qingyao, who was still grinding coffee earlier, also came over at this time and spoke with a curious expression. "What was the matter 2 days ago? Did you two have a deal? Did you get bagged by her?" Thud. Agu. Lin Qingyao, who received another violent chestnut, covered her head with a pained face. "If you talk nonsense and slander your boss again, I'll dock your salary." Dropping a sentence, Chen Feng directly turned around and left. The tone of his voice was still gentle, but the words he said sent chills down the beater's spine. Dog capitalist. Looking at Chen Feng's back, Lin Qingyao cursed. However, after cursing, Lin Qingyao had no choice but to honestly continue to work. At this time, H City's International Airport. A large group of reporters were holding microphones in front of the cabin door of a private airplane waiting for something. Everyone was holding a microphone, sharpening their fists, seemingly ready to be the first to rush forward for an interview as soon as the cabin door opened. Bzzz. With a subtle sound of cabin friction ringing out, the airplane's cabin door was slowly opened.
The reporters who saw this scene were also more excited, staring dead center at the cabin doorway, waiting for their target to appear. Four stocky bodyguards took the lead and stood in a row, separating the crowd of reporters from the cabin door. Immediately followed by a person holding a red carpet walked out from the cabin, and under everyone's gaze, he bent down and spread the red carpet extremely carefully. This scene saw the knowledgeable group of reporters also froze for a while. Is this Spectrum? So big? Not waiting for the crowd to think too much, a Western man around 30 years old, dressed in black formal attire walked out from the hatch. Seeing this, the crowd of reporters couldn't care about spitting in their hearts and hurriedly walked up to interview the man.
Mr. Ron, may I ask what made you suddenly visit China when the exhibition over in London is still not over?
Mr. Ron, I heard that while in London, Chen Feng had pretended to be you and stole the exhibit, Coronation Crown. May I ask if you came here this time because of this incident? Sir, there are rumors from the outside world that you came to H City this time just to come to seek revenge on Kiddo. May I ask if it's true?
Mr. Ron.
The mouths of the crowd of reporters seemed to be talking non-stop as if they were in a series of cannons, as question after question was thrown out by them, and they all looked at Ron with expectant gazes. No one doubted that if it wasn't for the four well-built bodyguards stopping them, this group of crazy reporters could even dislike the microphone directly into Ron's mouth.
Chapter 81: A Gambling Contract? Everyone, please be quiet.
Ron shouted, but it was quickly drowned out in the crowd of reporters' questions without the slightest effect.
Everyone.
Ron increased the volume of his shout, which made the group of frantic reporters slightly quieter, but still looking at him with expectant eyes.
It was actually normal, after all. Who didn't know that Chen Feng was synonymous with heat right now?
And Ron had once helped Chen Feng steal the Coronation Crown, without his knowledge, so with such a special identity, it was hard not to let others associate him with coming to seek revenge on Chen Feng.
What did this reporter friend just ask me? Ron casually pointed at a reporter and asked.
The reporter who was pointed to was obviously very excited, and in the envious gazes of the other reporters, he hurriedly opened his mouth.
Mr. Luowen, I would like to ask, is your sudden visit to H City due to Chen Feng teasing you earlier? Are you intentionally coming to seek revenge on Chen Feng?
Facing the sharp words, the female secretary beside Ron changed her face on the spot, and just as she wanted to go forward to say something, she was stopped by Ron. Facing a dozen of bright cameras and reporters, Ron slowly opened his mouth. This reporter friend's words are very interesting, but I can clearly answer you this question here. One of the reasons why I am here is still that my grandfather, Mr. Leonardo, intends to hold a branch of the exhibition in China, and the other reason, well, is indeed about that Mr. Chen Feng. Hearing this, all the reporters got excited and looked at Ron with fiery eyes. Ron took half a step forward and walked directly in front of a group of reporters. Taking the microphone of one of the reporters, he opened his mouth without any qualms. If that Mr. Chen Feng is interested in the exhibits that I brought this time, he can absolutely come and give it a try, but if the operation fails, I hope that Mr. Chen Feng can immediately return the Coronation Crown that he stole earlier. The grandson of private collector Mr. Leonardo Ron arrived in H City of China today and is ready to start a private exhibition branch in H City. Ron has told Chen Feng that he wants to make a bet with Chen Feng. If he wins, he will take away the exhibits. If he loses, he will return the Coronation Crown, which is still under arrest, and asked Chen Feng if he dares to come. Shocked. To this day, Kiddo, who has not lost a single fight in 6 attempts, is being challenged again today. Let's look forward to Chen Feng's response. Countless reports rushed onto the hot search, and also attracted many netizens.
No, is this dude crazy?
This program has been on for several months now, and there's still someone who wants to challenge the phone god. What, too much stuff for his own family?
Grandson of private collector Mr. Leonardo, hey, isn't this the guy who pretended to be Fengshen when he stole the Coronation Crown last time?
Hey, it seems to be true. No wonder he came all the way from London to this side. He's desperate to lose. He's here to take the shame. Dare to challenge my husband. At most it's just one more time to lose face.
Why do I feel that this matter is not that simple?
Looking at the tone of this Ron's speech, he doesn't look like the kind of gambler who doesn't care. How could he do such a thing? You're looking away from a lot of things. Maybe this person is just hiding deep.
It's possible. Early evening. Inside the top floor office of a building.
Looking at the endless and still growing number of reported information on his cell phone screen, Ron slowly put his cell phone down and expressionlessly reclined on top of the reclining chair behind him, seemingly thinking about something.
Knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door. Ron glanced in the direction of the door and spoke. It's Jenny, right? Come in.
The door to the room was pushed open, and the female secretary who had been following Ron earlier walked in, carrying a cup of still steaming coffee in her hand.
Boss.
Aha! Ron responded, just leave the coffee on. Okay. The female secretary stepped on her high heels and came in front of Ron, gently placing the coffee cup on the table. Looking at Ron, who had his eyes closed, the female secretary hesitated for a while, but eventually came to Ron's side. Stretching out her hands, she pressed on Ron's temples on both sides and gently rubbed them.
Is there still something wrong, Jenny?
Feeling the comfort coming from both sides of his head, Ron didn't even open his eyes and directly opened his mouth to ask.
I. Jenny opened her mouth and said I for half a day, but didn't say a word. Seemingly a little impatient, Ron directly opened his eyes and grabbed Jenny's hand that was still on his head. Just say what's going on directly. Do we have to be so outgoing in our relationship? Aha! Only after hearing Ron's words did Jenny finally gather the courage to say the question she had been considering for a long time. Boss, do we really have to do this? I always feel that it's not quite safe. Insurance? Heh. A bitter smile appeared on Ron's still handsome face, and then immediately transformed into determination. I have no choice, this is what that old man forced me to do. Other than that, I have no choice. But Jenny was about to say something else, but before the words could leave her mouth, she was unceremoniously interrupted by Ron. Jenny, do you know, more than 100 years ago, a gentleman once said, once there is 30% profit, man will be desperate. With 100% profit, he can trample on his conscience, and if there is 300% profit, he will no longer fear even hanging. Saying this, Ron sat up violently from his chair, with a few moments of madness in his eyes. There's no turning back, and there's more than 300% profit in what we're doing. Trust me, okay? Seeing Ron with this look, Jenny gulped and finally nodded without saying anything else. At this moment, inside the cafe, Lin Xingyao, who had been working all day, came to the door and flipped the sign over after sending the last customer in the store away. It was only after closing the store door again that she re-entered the store. Turning her head to look, she only saw Chen Feng, the boss, still sitting at the front desk position and looking at a book, as if she was unconcerned about everything around her. Coming to the front desk position, Lin Xingyao directly spoke. No boss, why are you still reading a book? People are so close to throwing the challenge in your face, I can't even look at it anymore, and you don't even give a reaction. Shoo. Looking at the indignant Lin Xingyao, Chen Feng placed his finger in front of her lips and made a silence gesture. Ma'am, the most important thing to have as a monster thief is to have a poker face. This is something that you still need to strengthen. Hearing this, Lin Xingyao rolled her eyes. Okay, I'm yet to be strengthened, then can you tell me what you're going to do, ah? You can't just not give any response at all, right? Chapter 82 Problems in the Exhibition. Under Lin Xingyao's gaze, Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. There's no rush, let's talk about it after 2 days. After 2 days? Lin Xingyao was a little unsure. But Chen Feng did not seem to intend to explain too much. He just smiled and put down the book in his hands, getting up and walking towards the second floor. This guy who likes to make up stories. Lin Xingyao silently spat out a sentence. She didn't ask any more questions either, just simply tidied up the store again before turning around and leaving to go back to her own rented apartment. 3 days passed by leisurely. Although Chen Feng hadn't responded to the earlier matter of Ron's bet, the heat on the internet hadn't decreased in the slightest because of it. Instead, it was also driven by the huge traffic that Chen Feng himself had brought. The heat was getting higher and higher, and even directly dominated the top 3 of the hot search list. Under the increasing heat, some bad voices inevitably appeared. For example, a blogger posted a video stating that Ron's arrival this time was prepared, while Chen Feng's delayed response was an act of cowardice. There was also expert Zheng said that Chen Feng couldn't get rid of the common problem of thieves after all, that is, he was afraid of the light and only dared to huddle in the darkness to hide himself. In the face of this kind of behavior that clearly rubbed off on the traffic, a group of netizens also had no qualms about directly spraying. Directly scolded the two. Even a certain sound comment area are closed. A blog below the comment area is also full of wounds. Frightened, the two hastily sent an apology letter to express their apologies for their traffic-rubbing behavior. 3 days later, the exhibition hosted by Ron would open today. Because of Ron's earlier initiative to release the bet, it resulted in a lot of heat for the exhibition. Not only did quite a few private collectors and artifact enthusiasts come, but it also attracted a large number of Chen Feng's fans to buy tickets to enter the venue. It was hoped that they could encounter the white figure within the exhibition. The program team of A Thief Game also knowingly adjusted Chen Feng's live broadcasting room to the venue of the exhibition, which added another layer of heat to the exhibition that was already not low. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The exhibition opened on time, and the people who had already bought their tickets quickly poured in after checking their tickets. Chen Feng, who was slightly disguised, also followed the crowd and entered the venue after checking the tickets. As soon as he entered the venue, the complaints from the surroundings immediately entered Chen Feng's ears. What the hell? What kind of exhibition opens and uses an interception rope to stop people 2 meters away from the glass cabinets? There's no such defense against thieves, is there? There's a glass cover and an interception rope. That's right, if you don't dare to open an exhibition, don't open one. Why don't you stay in London? What's the point of coming here? Listening to the voices of the crowd, Chen Feng casually scanned the venue. Just as the crowd had said, all the exhibits in the entire exhibition had been surrounded by barrier ropes. Even in order to prevent people from getting close enough to watch, a large number of security personnel had been arranged to stand guard around the entire venue. Once someone attempted to cross the barrier rope, they would immediately come forward and stop the person who had crossed it. After a quick scan, Chen Feng's brows furrowed.
It was not because of the strict protection within the venue, but in the simple sweep, he unexpectedly found quite a few forgeries. That's right, it was fakes. Although the workmanship of the textiles within the glass cover was extremely exquisite, and was even said to be similar to the originals, in front of Chen Feng, who possessed the art of treasure appreciation, he still saw a slight break. In order to prevent himself from misjudging due to the distance, Chen Feng also purposely spent another 500 system points and exchanged a skill enhancement card to upgrade his treasure appraisal technique from elementary to intermediate. After looking at the array of exhibits in the venue once more, he was then certain. Fakes. And it was a number of fakes that were still quite large. Chen Feng had looked at a total of a dozen exhibits, and nearly a third of them were fakes. However, because there was an interception rope to stop the crowd 2 meters away, coupled with the glass cover, the forgeries were exquisitely crafted and so on. So no one at the scene could see any problems with the exhibits. At most, they would just complain a few times because of the unreasonable arrangement. If it was just 1 or 2 forgeries, it would be reasonable. After all, which collector hadn't been cheated before? Who hasn't collected fakes? But so many forgeries appeared at the same time, and even some of them were the real ones that Chen Feng had seen at the London exhibition. It was absolutely impossible to say that there were no problems here. Just as Chen Feng was thinking, a voice came out from the crowd. "Mr. Ron is here." I don't know who shouted first, and then quite a few people looked in one direction. Only to see that Ron, who had changed into a dark yellow suit, was being escorted down to the venue by the crowd. Everyone. Ron, who came to the small raised platform in front of him, raised his hand and shouted, instantly attracting the gazes of most of the people present. "It's a pleasure to see so many artifact enthusiasts here to see the collection of my grandfather, Mr. Leonardo, and I would like to express my million thanks." Saying that, Ron bowed deeply to the crowd. His humble appearance did indeed attract a lot of goodwill, but there were still some people who didn't buy it. "What's with the nagging? You're still stopping us 2 meters away from the exhibits? Thief prevention? Fear of thieves, you open what exhibition? That's right, now that you've come and bowed and thanked us, why don't you remove the blocking rope?" The sound of muttering in the crowd wasn't loud, but since the scene was relatively quiet, it was still heard clearly by Ron. However, he didn't have the intention to retort, but just continued to speak. "Of course, I know that these anti-theft measures at the scene have affected a lot of people's viewing mood, so in order to apologize, I am willing to refund 70% of everyone's ticket fees as compensation. As a token of apology." Wow! 70%! That's most of the fees refunded. On the organizer's side, after compensating for this 70%, it was a bit of a stretch to even make it back to the capital, not to mention all the time and manpower that had been put on the line. Could it be that these foreigners came here specifically for charity? Only for the sake of Chinese and foreign cultural exchanges, not to make money? One question surfaced in the minds of the crowd, and the crowd that was still complaining just a moment ago also shut their mouths facetiously. In the crowd, Chen Feng pursed his lips and revealed a meaningful smile. "Refunding 70% of the ticket money? With the earlier active challenge to me, coupled with so many forgeries on the scene, things are starting to get interesting, Mr. Ron." "Gentlemen." Ron spoke again, and the scene fell silent as everyone looked to the generous organizer in anticipation of his next words. "In order to better apologize, I will be adding one more additional exhibit for everyone to see. That is the one known as the world's largest ruby, Titan's Gothic. Chapter 83, Titan's Gothic." Wow! The entire room was in an uproar. Titan's Gothic, the largest ruby ever discovered. The color is as brilliant as pigeon's blood, the size is not far from a pebble, and even larger than the world's largest sapphire called Heart of the Ocean, is about twice as large. Its value is also inestimable, was 30 years ago in a high-grade auction, was a collector to 690 euro high price was auctioned, since then has not appeared again. Now, it seems that the mysterious collector who auctioned off the Titan's Gothic 30 years ago was more than likely the grandfather of this Mr. Ron in front of him, Leonardo Sr. And the value of this gemstone now, conservatively estimated, has to be more than 300 million renminbi. The main thing is, now who doesn't know, Chen Feng specializes in gemstones, from the heart of the ocean to the pupil of moonlight to the tears of the goddess and the gaze of starlight at the back, for valuable gemstones have been successively pocketed by Chen Feng. Although 2 gems have been returned by Chen Feng, but the other 2 moonlight pupil and starlight gaze can still not know where are. Now this Ron even dared to take out the Titan's Gothic, a prestigious ruby. Wasn't this clearly waiting for Chen Feng to steal it? Looking at the crowd's reaction, Ron nodded with satisfaction in his heart. In fact, he had his own considerations. Firstly, if you can't give up the child, you can't catch the wolf. Chen Feng didn't move for 3 days in a row. He was also a bit flustered, and had to take out something good to increase the weight of the fish bait. Secondly, is also the most important point, even if the Titan Gothic was finally stolen by Chen Feng, there is a joint government to reimbursement, do not have to spend a penny, this why not do it? Next, Ron briefly said a few more sentences. The general meaning was to tell the value of this gemstone and to express his gratitude to the visitors. After finishing his speech, he turned around and left the venue, leaving only a few staff members to carefully place the Titan's Gothic into the glass display cabinets that had already been prepared. Chen Feng from afar also followed the crowd and took a few glances at the Titan's Gothic that was placed in the glass display case. After determining that it was genuine, he turned around and left the venue without any intention of staying. Returning to the cafe. Pushing open the door of the cafe, he only saw that at this moment, there was another guest in the store besides Lin Qingyao who was poking around at the front desk. Falling snow? You've just come back from Europe this time? Chen Feng smiled and walked forward, very naturally pulling away the seat opposite Su Lixue and sitting down. This scene looked at Lin Qingyao with a burst of surprise. If she knew that earlier when Su Lixue came to the store, at first glance she had thought that she had been exposed and that this chief captain of the pursuit team had personally come to arrest herself. If she hadn't seen that Su Lixue came alone and wasn't wearing work clothes, I'm afraid Lin Qingyao would have run away at the first sight of Su Lixue coming over. Even after realizing that it was a misunderstanding, she still didn't have the intention to talk to Su Luexu, and even in the face of Su Luexu's questioning, she was also able to cope with it, not saying a word more. Just like this, the person she avoided, Chen Feng even took the initiative to lean over. And looking at Chen Feng, it seems that he is also quite familiar with this chief captain of the pursuit bureau. A thief, becoming friends with the beautiful captain who wants to arrest himself. This? Making a movie? Lin Qingyao swallowed her saliva and simply turned her head away from looking at the two. On Su Lixue's side, she also revealed a few smiles after seeing Chen Feng come over. Yeah, I just arrived in the morning and came over after making up some sleep. It's been a long time since I've had coffee made by you. I kinda miss it, but I came at a bad time, just in time for you to be away, or this newly recruited sales clerk lady of yours made it for me. Oh yeah. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow at Lin Qingyao at the front counter position and opened his mouth to inquire, how's the flavor? It's okay, but I prefer the one you cooked. Su Lixue smiled and sipped her coffee. The two of them chatted familiarly first, again drawing frequent side glances from Lin Qingyao at the receptionist position. Chen Feng spoke again, by the way, why did you suddenly come back? Su Lixue slowly put her coffee cup down, a touch of helplessness appearing on her face. It can't be helped, who made someone over here idle again and want to have some kind of bet with Chen Feng? With my understanding of Chen Feng, he will more than likely answer the bet, what do you think? Maybe he will. Chen Feng smiled and gave an ambiguous answer. It drew another blank stare from Lin Qingyao who was not far away. A cup of coffee was quickly finished, Su Lixue simply set the empty cup in front of Chen Feng. I wonder if store manager Yazan would be willing to give me a refill for the sake of a friend. Of course. Saying that, Chen Feng pulled out a tissue from the tissue box on the side and slowly covered the tissue over the coffee cup under Su Lixue's puzzled gaze. Open it and take a look. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Su Lixue took away the tissue paper covering the coffee cup with a skeptical face. However, the next scene surprised her greatly. Only to see that the coffee cup, which was empty just a moment ago, was full again at some point, and the aroma was overflowing and still bubbling hot, as if it had just been brewed. Picked up the coffee cup and lightly tasted a mouthful. Well, still that familiar flavor, mellow and evocative. Putting down the cup, Su Lixue opened her mouth with a curious face and inquired, Yazan, how did you do this? Snap. Chen Feng snapped his fingers handing a rosebush to Su Lixue. I'm sorry Ms. Su Lixue, one of the three main principles of a magician, never reveal the secrets of a magic trick to the audience after the trick has been performed. Su Lixue reached out and took the flower, looking at Chen Feng and speaking leisurely. Yazan, this look of yours easily reminds me of a thief. Ha, is it? It's that Mr. Strange thief who was also good at magic, isn't it? I still learned this trick from watching his performances. Hearing Chen Feng's reply, Su Lixue did not say anything more. After all, it wasn't like she hadn't suspected the identity of the person in front of her earlier, and for that reason, she had almost lost such a friend. But fortunately, the truth was obvious later on that it was her who had overthought it. Su Lixue didn't stay long, and left after drinking 2 cups of coffee. After all, she had just returned to China and was still jet-lagged. She needed to adjust as soon as possible, or in the near future, she would be able to deal with that thief in the best condition. The night quickly descended. On the second floor, inside Chen Feng's bedroom. In front of the table, Chen Feng was writing something furiously under the light. Thousands of words were dashed on the paper. For a long time. Only after the last word was written did Chen Feng finally stop writing. Looking at the result of his busy work on the paper, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Mr. Ran, I believe that you will like this gift of mine. In addition, I hope that you have a good dream tonight. No, you will definitely have a good dream, huh? Chapter 84 The First Stolen Dream. Night. Downtown H, in Ron's temporary residence in China. Inside the bedroom, Ron was lying on the bed in his bedroom wearing pajamas. Holding his cell phone in his hand, he flipped through the recent news and reports one by one, his brows slightly furrowed, looking preoccupied. Honey, it's time to sleep. A snow-white slender arm reached over at this moment, covering the top of the cell phone screen in Ron's hand. Stop it. Ron glanced at Jenny beside him and directly removed her arm from the screen, then continued to look at the cell phone. Jenny, who had her arm thrown away, looked unhappy.
Since we've already done it, what's the point of worrying so much every day? And we haven't even been
4 days. Saying that, Jenny's arm traveled all the way down the small of Ron's back, but it was quickly grabbed by Ron again.
Ron looked at her and sighed softly. Be good, you're going to take a showers first, okay?
Okay. Hearing Ron say this, Jenny also had no choice but to withdraw her hand, but still leaned her face over. Then I'll go if you kiss me.
Okay.
Ron helplessly agreed, then after giving Jenny's face a gentle kiss, he continued to look at the cell phone in his hand to himself.
After Jenny left, Ron also took the small blue pill out of the drawer of the nightstand.
Just as he wanted to pick up the water and take the pill, he felt a sudden wave of drowsiness hit him. When Jenny returned happily after her bath 10 minutes later, she found that Ron, who had been looking at his cell phone earlier, had at some point tilted his head and fallen into a deep sleep. And on the floor next to the bed, there were still 2 small blue pills scattered that hadn't had time to take. Ding, skill, Dream Thief, launched successfully, dream weaving completed. The system's beep sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Chen Feng also slowly opened his eyes in the next second. This is
London's private exhibition?
After just a few sweeps, Chen Feng also recognized the place where he was currently located. It was the place where he had stolen the coronation crown, not long ago, the Leonardo's private exhibition in London. What was different from the previous one was that the exhibition site was empty at this time, and it was obvious that it was not during the start of the exhibition.
October 25th?
It seems that on this day, there are some matters on Mr. Ron's mind that he can't let go of. Looking at the date on the wall, Chen Feng secretly thought. The scene and time of the stolen dream, although it could be influenced by him to a certain extent, but more than that, it was still constructed by the thoughts of the dream owner himself. In other words, here was where everything was made up of Ron's memories. Just as Chen Feng was pondering, a voice came from the distance.
Grandpa, why are you doing this? Do you know what that agreement you signed means?
Not far from the corner location, Ron growled furiously, and in front of him stood an old man who was already in his waning years.
It was none other than that private collector, Elder Leonardo.
Chen Feng, who had heard the sound, hid in the shadows and quietly observed this side. Only to see that in the face of his grandson's aggressiveness, Leonardo, the old man with white hair, did not retort as expected. Instead, he slowly removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, which were already slightly cloudy, before slowly speaking. Child, I'm sorry, but I have to do this. I know you too well, and I also know the woman named Jenny beside you very well. After I am 100 years old, you guys are not capable of harnessing this asset, for the sake of your future, and also for the sake of your future children, so.
Before Leonardo could continue, Ron Edge couldn't wait to cut him off.
So you signed a contract with the Private Collectors Association in the country of Sunset, handing over all of your collections to them to run, while the money earned is split 50-50?
Yes.
I'm sorry kid, but I've given you chances, more than once, but you've done a poor job every time, and even lost a lot of money every time. At this point, Leonardo paused and did not continue.
But the meaning was already obvious. And what about me? What do I do? I'm your only grandson. I followed you for 20 years. And at the end of the day you want to kick me away.
Ron was still ranting, but Leonardo had no more thoughts of continuing to argue with him, and just turned around and left the scene after shaking his head. Looking at Leonardo's back, Ron's face was gloomy, as if he had made some major decision. He turned around and left the scene with a gloomy face. It was only until both of them left that Chen Feng appeared from the corner.
Oh? Because your abilities are not recognized, you decided to use your own methods to obtain the assets that should belong to you?
Chen Feng muttered to himself, then swept his gaze over the array of exhibits in the hall.
Many of the exhibits here appeared on top of the exhibitions in H City. Obviously, Ron had precisely taken a portion of the exhibits from within the exhibition venue in London and brought them to H City.
However, the difference was that almost all of the exhibits inside the venue were genuine, while 1/3 of the exhibits in the H City exhibition were fakes. Without waiting for Chen Feng to think too much, the surrounding dream space had already begun to collapse. After the collapse, it quickly reorganized, and the second dream world opened at that moment. When Chen Feng opened his eyes again, the surroundings had changed once more. It was still the venue of the exhibition, but instead of the London exhibition, it was the H City subfield of the exhibition. Inside the empty venue, there was only a man and a woman standing in the center. The man was naturally Ron, and the woman, his secretary and girlfriend, Jenny. Honey, the 7 regulators are all set up, here's the controller, take a look. Jenny handed a gadget to Ron and spoke softly.
Ron reached out and took it, glanced at Jenny and spoke, can I try it now?
Of course, we made 3 sets of replacements for these things, so even if they break, they can always be replaced. Ron nodded, then pressed the switch in his hand in the direction of a bunch of glass display cases. Accompanied by a very slight sound rang out, among the bunch of exhibits. A burst of white smoke suddenly rose from within the glass cabinets of the 7 exhibits that were the most forward and the most precious. Immediately after that, the glass cover violently exploded, the white smoke drifted away in all directions, but the 7 exhibits originally placed inside the glass cover had long since disappeared without a trace. We'll press the switch when that weird thief Keto comes to steal something and gets it. At that time, when the 8 exhibits including his target disappear together, then who stole the other 7 exhibits, will anyone still suspect? Chapter 85 Target, Titan Gothic. Listening to Jenny's words, Ron's originally tense demeanor gradually relaxed. Get someone to clean up this place, let's wait for the arrival of that Mr. Monstrous Kiddo. A smile of satisfaction appeared at the corner of Ron's mouth, and just as he turned his head to prepare to leave, he suddenly noticed a figure at the corner position. Who's there? Ron was startled and hurriedly shouted. Not caring about Jenny, who was still frozen in place, he quickly came to the corner. However, he only saw a white figure standing in place, holding a pile of paper filled with writing in his hands. With just a slight glance, Ron recognized that it was the transaction records of the 7 exhibits that he had locked inside the safe. Mr. Ron, it is an honor to meet you. Chen Feng placed his hand in front of his body and spoke with a smile. Monstrous thief. Kiddo. Ron's face darkened horribly. He didn't expect his plan to be known by Chen Feng before he even started. Even the evidence of his trading exhibits had been gotten into Chen Feng's hands at this point. How could he not be angry? How could he not be shocked? Please believe me, sir, in the near future, we will be reunited under the light of the moon. Of course, at that time, I will appear along with the little secret hidden in your heart. As the words fell, Chen Feng gave a slight salute to Ron. Then, in the midst of Luo Wen's murderous gaze, he slowly dissipated, turning into countless white pigeons that scattered in all directions. Stop him. Stop him. Don't let him go. Inside the bedroom of the temporary residence, Ron shouted and sat up directly from the bed. The cold sweat on his head had not yet faded, and he was panting heavily. What's wrong? Next to the sleeping Jenny's sleepy eyes hazily sat up, the front quilt from the front of the body slipped down, revealing a large area of spring light. No. Nothing. Ron gulped and wiped the cold sweat on his head, which slightly calmed the originally agitated mood. A snow-white arm encircled Ron's neck at this moment, followed by a soft feeling coming from his left arm. Having a nightmare? Aha! Ron didn't deny it and directly nodded his head and admitted it. I dreamt that strange thief came, he knew about our plans and stole the records of the exhibits we previously traded with the Central Asians. Hearing this answer, Jenny directly rolled her eyes. My dear, you've been so tense these past few days, there are some things that we should not overthink now that we've done it, because that won't do the slightest thing except add to your worries. Besides, our plan is foolproof, isn't it? Jenny's gentle voice reached Ron's ears, and it also completely calmed him down, who was still full of panic just a moment ago. But it was only a few seconds of calm. Ron, who remembered the dream just now, quickly got rid of Jenny's embrace and jumped off the bed. No way! Those transaction records are nothing short of poison for us right now. I must go and burn them right now. After saying that, and ignoring Jenny's advice, he quickly got dressed and then left the residence. Calling for a driver, he took a car and drove in the direction of the fair. Arriving at the fair building, Ron entered inside alone and took the elevator to the top floor before hoofing it to his office. Carefully opening the safe, he took out the transaction documents in it. There were 7 in total. All in English font, the items, prices, and parties to the transaction were all clearly written. This was something he had signed with those Middle Easterners earlier, and only by taking a few of the transaction sheets would those few damn Central Asia pay the remaining 30% of the final payment. But at this point, Ron didn't care about that money anymore. Even if he didn't want those tail payments, he still had to destroy this biggest bust of his before he could do so. After briefly flipping through it, after making sure that he didn't take the wrong thing, Ron decisively took out the lighter. Not caring that he was still located in the office, he directly lit a fire and burned it. It was only until he watched the sheets of paper filled with his sins turn to ashes that Ron let go of his heart. After simply cleaning up, he turned around and left the scene. Just what he didn't notice was that at this moment, outside the office window, there was a white pigeon with a high-definition camera strapped to it that was flapping its wings, recording his every move from the time he entered the office. At the same time, on the second floor of the cafe, inside Chen Feng's bedroom, looking at the high-definition image transmitted back by Bai, which could even clearly see the text of the paper in Ron's hand after zooming in, Chen Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. Taking the headset off, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked into a smile. Mr. Ron, it seems that your grandfather, Mr. Leonardo's decision was really correct. You are really a silly and somewhat adorable person. The following day, when Ron returned to his office again, he only saw that on the original neat desk, at this time, there was an additional different thing. A small white card. Teaser letter. When the light of the sunset of the day after tomorrow fades, and the chimes of midnight echo in the silence, I will appear in the darkness and take the gift from the Titans. Kaiju Kido salutes. A teaser letter? A flash of joy appeared on Ron's face. It was really worth the effort. It was not in vain that he had put in a lot of money, taking out the biggest ruby, Titans Gothic, and finally waited for the thief's teaser letter. The corner of his mouth just hooked up. Ron immediately thought of something and turned to put on an angry look, shouting at the door. "Incoming!" The security in charge of guarding the door immediately pushed the door in when they heard the commotion. However, before they could open their mouths to inquire about the situation, they received a scolding over their heads. At the same time, in their dumbfounded eyes, Ron slowly took out the small card that Chen Feng had sent out, and only then did they realize. It turned out to be the thief named Kiddo, who had managed to bypass them and leave a teaser letter in Ron's office under their noses. And his target was regarded as a treasure, Titan's Gothic. At the same time, the content within the live broadcast room belonging to Chen Feng also changed to the content of the teaser letter under Chen Feng's manipulation. At one time, Chen Feng sends out another teaser letter, pointing his sword directly at the largest ruby, Titan's Gothic. Chen Feng announced that he would go to war, and in the name of Monster Thief, he sent a teaser letter to the collector Mr. Leonardo's Titan's Gothic, another treasure. Will the 6-time undefeated thief choose to strike again, and will the operation go as smoothly as before? News such as this quickly rose to the top in a short period of time. There was no surprise. The direction of public opinion this time was still one-sided. Almost everyone thought that Ron had gone crazy in his desire for shame, and that was why he had come to China to challenge Chen Feng. Chen Feng, who had won 6 out of 6 battles, had completely proved his strength. And this Luoan is just a clown who is fearless because he has the United Government as his backing. Chapter 86. Attention from Ouyang Muxue. It's so detestable. Simply not putting our pursuit team in our eyes. Inside the cafe, Su Lixue was filled with anger. Her delicate face became a little red because of her anger. What's wrong, getting so angry? Chen Feng walked over with the freshly brewed coffee and placed the coffee cup in front of Su Lixue, speaking with a light smile. Look! Su Lixue brought the cell phone in her hand to Chen Feng's face, signaling for him to see for himself. Chen Feng lowered his head and swept a glance, but the content inside couldn't help but make him burst into dumbfounded laughter. Only to see that the content on the screen was none other than a poll initiated by one of Chen Feng's fans from a certain voice. The content was very simple, just one sentence: will Kiddo's current action be successful? Su Luexue's choice was definitely not, and only a pitiful 1% of the people had the same choice as her. 99% of the people chose definitely will. The poll video had millions of likes and tens of thousands of comments. The one with the highest number of likes was very clear and concise in its language. If those people, including the pursuit team, were really capable of stopping Kiddo, Kiddo wouldn't have been able to do it 6 times without a single defeat expression, smile. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a little amused. Pulling a chair from in front of Su Lixue, he sat down and spoke. You're angry just because of this? Of course. Look at how excessive the words they said are. Look at this comment, the words of a person called Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior. The pursuit group is a bunch of scum. What right do they have to fight with the Maple God? And then there's this one, there's only one reason that can make the Maple God fail, and that's because his target item was nuked and leveled. Otherwise, with that group of losers from the pursuit group, what qualifications do they have to block Lord Kiddo? Su Lixue was filled with anger as she read the comments below the video one by one, getting angrier and angrier the more she read. In the end, she simply turned off her cell phone and unmercifully snapped it onto the table, making a bang sound. Is this group of people crazy? What do they like that they don't like, but they like such a thief as Chen Feng? There are even people who regard this as an art. It's simply too much. Looking at Su Lixue's furious face, Chen Feng did not know what to say. In fact, strictly speaking, he had only crossed paths with the pursuit group led by Su Lixue once, the time he stole the tears of the goddess. In the first 3 operations, either Su Lixue had not yet arrived or Su Lixue was not the one in command. And in the last 2 operations, Su Lixue was still in Asia during the Coronation Crown operation, and during the Starlight's Gaze operation, the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom refused to intervene in the pursuit group, resulting in the fact that although Su Lixue intended to want to fight with Chen Feng again, she had been slow to find the opportunity to do so. Until now. Welcome. The voice of a mechanical cat sounded at the doorway. Chen Feng turned his head to look, only to see Ouyang Muxue, who was dressed in men's clothing, walk in. After noticing Chen Feng's gaze, he also nodded politely before arriving in front of Su Lixue. Captain Su. Su Lixue turned back to look at Ouyang Muxue. The exhibition side has agreed to our intervention. Do you want to go over and take a look now? Good. Su Lixue nodded, picked up her coffee cup and took a large sip, then stood up and spoke to Chen Feng. I still have things to do over there, so I'll leave first. Good. Chen Feng nodded with a smile. Su Lixue turned to leave, and only after walking a few steps did she realize that Ouyang Muxue did not follow. One could not help but look back with some curiosity, only to see that Ouyang Muxue was still standing at the same place just now, expressionlessly scanning the environment of the store. What's wrong, Muxue? Su Lixue walked up and asked with some curiosity. Ouyang Muxue didn't answer, just gently shook her head. Nothing, let's go. Just after taking 2 steps, Ouyang Muxue stopped again and turned her head to look in Chen Feng's direction.
Mr. Yazan, if I'm free, I'll come here to ask you for 2 cups of coffee. Always ready to serve you, ma'am. Chen Feng still had the same gentle smile, making it impossible to see any changes. After receiving the answer, Ouyang Mushua did not continue to linger, turned around and followed Su Lishua out of the cafe together. Come to the outside, sit on the car. Only then did Su Lishua speak the question in her heart, Mushua, did you just think that Yazan has some problem? Perhaps. Ouyang Mushua gave an ambiguous answer. Don't you maybe just tell me what's wrong, just so I can listen too. Su Lishua looked at Ouyang Mushua with a face full of curiosity. Ouyang Mushua slightly hesitated for a few seconds, but still leisurely opened her mouth. Don't you think that this Mr. Yazan is a bit too choppy? Whether it's from the time in London, or here, it seems that no words can make his expression change too much. Upon hearing this, Su Lishua was a little unconcerned. After the previous trial in Gaelch, at this point in time, she was still very much at ease with Chen Feng. What's wrong with that, aren't you the same? It is precisely because he is the same as me that I find it strange. How so? Ouyang Mushua narrowed her eyes, with a bit of vigilance in her eyes. In my teacher's words, there are only 2 types of people in the world who need to always pay attention to their expression management as a way to prevent their inner thoughts from leaking out. One kind is the detective who chases thieves, while the other kind is the hunted thieves themselves. For example, that Mr. Chen Feng. You suspect that Yazan is Chen Feng? Su Lishuai uttered in surprise, but immediately afterward, it changed to a bland smile. Impossible, I also suspected it earlier, but before, when Chen Feng was stealing the ring, Starlight's gaze, Yazan was right next to me, so that point is by no means possible. Hopefully. Ouyang Mushua had no intention of arguing with Su Lishua, she just left such a sentence before turning her head to look out the window, not knowing what she was thinking. On the other side, Chen Feng, who had already returned to the bedroom on the 2nd floor, slowly removed the earphones that were linked to the monitor on Su Lishua's body. A qualified detective? Rather quite a nuisance, isn't it? Chen Feng muttered to himself. He then lowered his head and glanced at the watch in his hand. It's almost time to get to work. Evening. The people who came to visit the exhibition were still in large groups. However, compared to yesterday, there were fewer robust security personnel, and instead, there were more members of the pursuit team scattered around. Among the crowd, Lin Xingyao, who had just gone through Chen Feng's short training, was strolling between the display cabinets. Every now and then, she even stopped to take a few pictures of the exhibits inside the glass cabinets, as if she was really admiring the crafts. P.S. Brothers, more points to urge more. If you have the conditions, you can also come to some small gifts. Small hui here kneeling thanks. Chapter 87 Preparing for Action. Lin Xingyao pretended to be viewing the exhibits around her while her feet slowly approached towards the display case that housed the Titan's Gothic. At the same time, her eyes were constantly observing the surroundings, as if she was looking for someone. Right at this moment, Lin Xingyao suddenly felt a hand placed on top of her shoulder. This caused Lin Xingyao, who already had a ghost in her heart, to be startled, and just as she wanted to turn her head to see who it was, she heard a familiar voice coming from her ears. Don't be nervous, ma'am, it's me. Hearing this voice, Lin Xingyao instantly put her heart down and took a slight half-step back, coming to the side of Chen Feng, who was disguised as a student in disguise. Very naturally, she raised her hand and took Chen Feng's arm, putting on an appearance of a young couple. You seem to have come a little late, boss. Lin Xingyao leaned forward against Chen Feng's arm and spoke softly in a voice that could only be heard by the two of them. Chen Feng responded with a light smile. You also said that I'm the boss, so of course I have the right to be late. Lin Xingyao, who received this answer, rolled her eyes and did not continue to dwell on the issue. What are you going to do? Chen Feng slightly raised his eyes to look at the central air conditioner in the ceiling position, revealing a smile. There's no rush, today I'm mainly here to enjoy the artwork. As the words fell, Chen Feng did not say any more, and with a step, he walked towards the front. Although Lin Xingyao was a little uncertain, considering Chen Feng's usual style of behavior, she swallowed back the questions that were on the edge of her mouth and took 2 quick steps to follow Chen Feng's footsteps. Around the Titan Gothic's exhibition cabinet, people had already gathered at this time. 7 or 8 members of the pursuit team stood guard around the crowd, observing the crowd with vigilance, holding the walkie-talkies in their hands, seemingly ready to respond to any emergencies at any time. It's still an extremely beautiful red gem. Someone from the side exclaimed. As soon as the words fell, someone immediately responded, of course, this has been strictly selected by Kido. Only something that passes both value and face value is worthy of Kido's hand. Of course. Our Lord Kido is still a gemstone face controller. Kido-sama. It seemed that as soon as the name Kido was mentioned, the surrounding little girls had endless things to say. One by one, they seemed to have opened their chatterboxes, chattering non-stop. You have quite a lot of female fans. Lin Xingyao came to Chen Feng's ear and spoke softly. Chen Feng revealed a smile and did not respond. Mr. Ron is here. The crowd looked in one direction.
only to see a formally dressed Ron in formal attire accompanied by his secretary, Jenny, pass by this way, followed by Su Luo Shui, Ouyang Mushuet, and a host of other people from the pursuit team. Seeing Ron appear, a group of reporters who had been waiting for a long time at the exhibition site immediately swarmed up. With microphones in hand, they rushed towards Ron, and were stopped at a distance of more than a meter by Ron's bodyguards and several members of the pursuit team. Mr. Ron, may I ask if the recent rumor that you are at odds with your own grandfather, Mr. Leonardo, and that this is the main reason why you left London and came to China, is it true? Mr. Ron, may I ask what you think about the fact that the whole internet is now saying that you cannot be Chen Feng's opponent? Mr. Ron. A crowd of reporters frantically declared their questions towards Ron, but Ron did not bother with them. He just signaled to the female secretary beside him before turning around and leaving the scene. Mr. Ron. Mr. Ron. Seeing Ron about to leave, the crowd of reporters who were stopped in their place immediately became anxious and frantically shouted Ron's name. Fellow Chinese reporters, please be a little quiet. Jenny stepped on her high heels and came in front of the crowd of reporters. My boss, Mr. Ron, has already made it clear regarding this time Chen Feng sent out a preview letter that he will not allow anyone to take away any exhibits from the exhibition. In addition, regarding Mr. Ron's family relationship aspect, I do not wish to hear about it here, so please forgive me. After a few official words, Jenny had no intention of staying any longer. Ignoring the retention of the crowd of reporters, she directly turned around and left. We should leave as well. Chen Feng spoke softly to Lin Qinyao by his side. Leaving at this time? Lin Qinyao looked surprised. You really just came to see the exhibition? Looking at Lin Qinyao, who was full of disbelief, Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, ma'am, what I'm going to do has already been done. This time I'm just bringing you here to familiarize yourself with the terrain. After saying that, Chen Feng directly turned around and walked towards the outside of the exhibition. For his first action, Chen Feng only intended to let Lin Qinyao do some simple things like receiving, and did not intend to directly involve her in carrying out the action. Looking at Chen Feng's back, Lin Qinyao reacted in a daze and hurriedly followed. Evening. On the second floor of the cafe, inside Chen Feng's bedroom. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming the skill Hypnotism Elementary, consuming system points 1000. Ding, congratulations to the host for redeeming the skill enhancement card 1, consuming system points 500. Ding, skill enhancement card used successfully, skill Hypnotism enhancement completed, current proficiency, intermediate. With several system beeps ringing out, Chen Feng's system points that he had saved up over the months directly dried up by a large margin. However, Chen Feng was not distressed by this. After all, money was earned to be spent, and system points were certainly the same. In front of the window. Looking at the dark world outside under the illumination of the silver-white moonlight, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up a smile. With his eyes gazing into the distance through the window, he spoke softly, let's look forward to tomorrow's show, everyone. The following day. Noon. After finishing her morning's work, Jenny also came outside to a coffee shop, ready to drink 2 cups of coffee to refresh herself. But in the effort of turning her head, a familiar person appeared in front of her. Captain Su? What a coincidence, you're here for coffee too. Jenny politely greeted the person not far away. Right. Su Lishue smiled and nodded, carrying the tray to sit in front of Jenny. Isn't it noon? Come out to drink a cup of coffee to relieve your fatigue, or to keep your energy up to deal with that thief at night. Tough on Captain Su. Jenny politely opened her mouth. The two beauties sat inside the cafe chatting away with one sentence, and it did form a beautiful scenery. However, since there weren't many customers in the cafe, no one came forward to chat with them. The two beauties casually chatted until about 10 minutes later. Jenny, who was still full of energy earlier, gradually became drowsy during the chat. As if sleepiness gradually surged up, after holding on for just half a minute, she eventually couldn't hold on and fell asleep on the table. Chapter 88, The Monster Thief Who Was Already Mixed In. Seeing this, Su Lishue revealed a touch of smile. After rejecting the cafe clerk who was panicked and wanted to come forward to help, Su Luoshue revealed a smile. Su Luiyue only said she's too tired and helped Jenny to get up and leave. He is certainly not Su Lishue, but this secretary lady is bent on counting. Chen Feng. However, since it was Ron and this Miss Jenny who were counting on themselves first, Chen Feng didn't mind utilizing them in turn. Came to a hidden corner. Looking at the confused and seemingly awake Jenny, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth slowly hooked up. Lowering his body, his seductive voice continued to reach Jenny's ears. You are the assistant of a monster thief, you need to help him steal the exhibits within the exhibition, you stayed by Ron's side just to go undercover, you. As the words that had the intermediate level hypnotism skill added to them continued to reach Jenny's ears. Jenny's tightly furrowed brows also slowly stretched out. Half an hour later, along with Chen Feng snapping his fingers, Jenny's originally tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. The emotions in a pair of eyes rapidly changed, from the initial confusion and struggle, gradually evolving into determination. Afterward, she directly stood up to look in Chen Feng's direction and spoke, Master. Go. Chen Feng commanded softly.
Jenny immediately understood. Without any questioning, she directly got up and left, heading in the direction of the exhibition. Looking at Jenny's back as she left, the smile at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth became more and more obvious. Mr. Ron, I believe you will like this gift of mine, huh? Time passed slowly. Nightfall also descended quickly. There were still a few hours to go before it was time for Chen Feng to make his move. For security reasons, Su Lixue then proposed to Ron that the exhibition be temporarily closed tonight to prevent Chen Feng from following the crowd and mixing in. Although Ron's intention was to want Chen Feng to carry out the theft, so that he could take this opportunity to dump the pot of those few exhibits that were sold onto Chen Feng's head. However, in order to not act so obviously, Ron still agreed with Su Lixue's decision, suspending the business of the exhibition for the night. So at this time, inside the venue, other than the dozens of members of the pursuit group led by Su Lixue, there was almost no one else. Even the security personnel brought by Ron were also excluded from the venue under Su Lixue's strong request. The reason was also very simple, it was to prevent Chen Feng from using it to blend in. The arrangements for this defense matter could be described as meticulous. Of course, what they didn't realize was that Chen Feng had already successfully mixed in with the help of Jenny's cover. He had successfully arranged for a gentleman from the pursuit team to fall asleep, thus replacing him inside the venue. At this time, Chen Feng's live broadcast. Although it was not yet time for Chen Feng's preview letter, it still brought together millions of people to watch in the live broadcast room. Among the pop-ups, in addition to a large number of Chinese pop-ups, there were even quite a few foreign language texts. Apparently there were quite a few foreigners also waiting in Chen Feng's live broadcast room at this time. This time is really hard to get through. Function also favors always acting in the middle of the night, it's really affecting my sleep. That can't be helped, even if Chen Feng's methods are fantastical, it can't change the fact that he's a thief. Thieves like the darkness of the night, it's like a dog that can't change its ways, it can't change. Upstairs, I must correct you, Fengshen is not a thief, he's a strange thief. Right. Dare to call my husband a thief, did your house just get connected? That's right, sisters, give me a private message to flush this person who spoke ill of kid. Everyone rushed together. Countless pop-ups surged by, almost instantly dominating the entire screen. Perhaps even Chen Feng himself did not expect that he would one day have so many brainwashed fans. At this time in G City, inside a certain rental house. Looking at the 99 plus private messages that appeared in his background in just a few seconds, a young man in his early 20s angrily slapped the table. MD, how come there are so many brainwashed fans everywhere these days? The truth isn't even allowed to be told anymore? Time passed by minute by minute. At 11:10 p.m., as the organizer, Ron also brought Jenny to the venue. Together with Su Lixue and the others, they stood guard next to the glass display case where the Titan's Gothic was stored, preventing any unexpected accidents. Of course, that was just the surface. As for the real thoughts, Ron touched the controller in his pocket and glanced with the rest of his eyes at the 7 glass display cabinets stored not far away in all directions. A few smug smiles could not help but appear at the corners of his mouth. In another hour, his own plan would be realized. His own grandfather, that cruel and stingy old man as well as that damned thief would definitely not be able to imagine that he would sell the real artifact. And when that thief made his move, he would make the fake disappear under everyone's watchful eyes, and by then, everyone would think that it was that thief who had stolen the 8 exhibits together. By then, even if that thief named Kiddo had 10 mouths open on him, he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Thinking of this, the smile on Ron's face grew more and more prosperous. Only what he didn't notice was that at his side, Jenny, who was his pillow, was looking at him with a gaze like a fool. That gaze seemed to be saying, just with you want to fight with the master? Dream on. Time was still going by. Another half an hour or so passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, there were only a few minutes left until the time Chen Feng had foretold the letter. Everyone be on guard. Su Lixue's voice spread throughout the entire arena. Almost everyone was holding their breath, alerting their surroundings against the sudden appearance of that white figure. At this time of great tension, Ouyang Mushue, who hadn't uttered a word, suddenly opened her mouth at this moment. Actually, that Mr. Strange Thief has already mixed in. Ouyang Mushue's sudden opening caused the people on the ground who were originally still on guard to look sideways. Mushue. Su Lixue still wanted to open her mouth to say something, but when faced with Ouyang Mushue's confident smile, she still swallowed back the words that were on her lips. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Ouyang Mushue turned around, looked in one direction, and slowly opened her mouth. Am I right? Captain Zhang Chang. Or it would be more appropriate to call you Monster Kiddo. Captain Zhang? Captain Zhang is pretending? Captain Zhang is Chen Feng? How is this possible? Almost everyone was shocked by Ouyang Mushue's words. The originally very quiet scene gradually became noisy after Ouyang Mushue's words fell. The crowd of members of the pursuit team chattered and discussed non-stop. The people were casting glances in the direction of Zhang Chang, some were surprised, some were wary, and there were even some who were quietly moving their feet closer to Zhang Chang. It was as if they were ready to arrest Zhang Chang, the captain of the pursuit team, at any time. The atmosphere was suddenly heavy. Chapter 89, Detectives and Thieves. Me? Zhang Chang was surprised, looking at the surrounding crowd that had already gone on alert, revealing a face full of surprise. Ms. Ouyang. Did you misunderstand me? How could I be Chen Feng? Zhang Chang still wanted to argue. Ouyang Mushua obviously did not intend to continue with his chance to speak. Directly speaking, he interrupted, "Are you curious about how I found you? It's actually very simple." Saying this, Ouyang Mushua touched out a plastic bag from her pocket and directly threw it to the ground. The plastic bag was not sealed, and when it hit the ground, it instantly fell apart, spilling the contents of the bag all over the place. What is this? Louis, the leader of the third group on the side, picked one up from the ground with a puzzled expression. Putting it in his hand, he looked at it. Well, black triangular small fabric, this is the material. Seems a bit familiar. Not far away, Sun Luo also picked up one from the ground. This is. Sun Luo frowned slightly, lowered his head towards the corner of his own clothes, and then opened his mouth like a sudden realization. This is our coat corner. Hearing Sun Luo's words, the people present all lowered their heads towards their own clothes corners. Sure enough, they found that one of the corners of their left side had disappeared. Ouyang Mushua's technique was very skillful. It was cut with scissors diagonally from the bottom upwards. The slant was not too high, and there were no very obvious edges, so it could not be seen at all without a closer look. Mr. Freak. You lose. A rare smile appeared on Ouyang Mushua's always expressionless face. Looking at Zhang Chang, who was still in a state of confusion and had not regained his senses, Su Lishui also did not talk nonsense and directly waved her hand at the surrounding team members. Go. Don't. I'm really Zhang. Words have not finished, has long been ready. Team members have swarmed to, directly will dodge too late kiddo directly under the pressure. I really Zhang Chang ah. You've got it all wrong. The pinned down kiddo was still struggling desperately, but to no avail. At Ouyang Mushua's signal, the two members of the pursuit team standing next to the pile of human flesh slowly squatted down and tore at the face of the kiddo who was being pressed underneath and struggling. After a minute of tearing, the two had already torn Zhang Chang's face red, but also failed to remove the so-called human skin mask. How did this happen? The two pursuit team members glanced at each other, looking very surprised. Ouyang Mushua, who had been watching this side from behind, also slightly frowned when she saw this. I am really Zhang Chang ah. My coveralls were stolen when they hitched up on a shelf while I was going to the bathroom. I was wearing new clothes that I just picked up from the warehouse an hour ago. Boom! Zhang Chang's voice was not loud, yet it seemed extremely clear in this quiet environment. The netizens in the live broadcast room at this time were already going crazy with laughter. I just heard that female detective's analysis and I thought that function was going to fall this time. The result? Is this ah? How dare you doubt Maple God's ability? I'll punish you to copy the Maple God fan laws 10 times. Yes, I'll recognize the penalty. Not brothers, am I the only one who cares about that poor captain? Ah! My husband is so handsome. No sis, function hasn't come out yet. That's handsome too. The eyes returned to the exhibition venue. The crowd that heard Zhang Chang's words obviously froze as well. But if Chen Feng hadn't disguised himself as Captain Zhang, then he was now. As Ouyang Mushua's brain thought quickly, a coolness quickly rose from her heart and surged throughout her body. Not good. It was also in the next second. That charismatic voice rang out from the window position not far behind the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen. Hearing the voice, the crowd turned around to see the team member wearing a work outfit with a missing corner of his shirt standing in the center of the exhibition, the corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. I'm glad you guys could come and watch my live performance. As the words fell, a puff of white smoke rose up, and the original workwear outfit instantly disappeared. Instead, what replaced it was the white suit that the crowd was very familiar with. Under the monolithic eyes was a confident gaze, but in the eyes of the crowd of the pursuit team at this moment, it was full of mockery. Chen Feng. Ouyang Mushua clenched her silver teeth. Since the detective competition, she hadn't lost such a big person. Especially in front of millions of people in the live broadcast. I apologize for playing a not-so-good joke on you, Ms. Detective. Chen Feng placed his hand in front of his body and made a gentleman's salute, but the smile at the corner of his mouth looked so harsh in this situation. Catch him. Su Lishua quickly ordered, and the group of pursuit team members who were still surrounding Zhang Chang just now quickly reversed their direction and turned to rush towards Chen Feng's direction. Snap! Chen Feng did not run or escape, he only slowly raised his hand, a crisp ringing finger snapping out on his hand. The next second, countless flower petals gushed out from the air vents of the central air conditioner and drifted down, just like forming an indoor rain of flower petals. It was also at this moment that the clock rang at 12 o'clock midnight. Almost everyone knew that this was the prelude to Chen Feng making his move. The group of pursuit team members including Ouyang Mushua and Su Lishua split into two groups almost instantly.
One part protected the center between Chen Feng and the glass display case, while the other part quickly pounced towards Chen Feng. It was also at this moment that Ron, who had been silent at the back, suddenly revealed a smirk. He was waiting for now. Ron quickly reached his hand into his pocket and decisively pressed the button that he had already experimented with several times. But the next second, the smile on his face froze. The organs of the 7 display cabinets that had been arranged long ago around him had unexpectedly malfunctioned at the same time. With a face of disbelief, Ron continued to press the buttons frantically in his pocket. But unfortunately, until the flower petals in mid-air completely fell, the organs in those 7 display cabinets had not been activated. Seeing that the time had passed, Ron had no choice but to choose to give up for the time being with a black face, pulling his hand out of his pocket. Eyes once again looked at the field. The part of the pursuit team members who went to chase Chen Feng unexpectedly pounced, while the part responsible for guarding the Titan's Gothic. Wait! Where was Titan Gothic? Looking at the empty glass display case, everyone present froze. Including Ouyang Muxue, who was even more filled with disbelief, but she had been staring in Chen Feng's direction. She had been staring at Chen Feng's direction. She was certain that he would never be able to come this way from afar and open the glass case to take away the Titan Gothic in just a few seconds. But now, over here, a female voice rang out from a short distance away, instantly attracting everyone's attention. P.S. Finally, a special thanks to support the book of the book friends. Have you in? This book is absolutely not more. In the end, and then ask for a little 5-star praise. Chapter 90, Chen Feng's Gift. The crowd quickly followed the sound and looked, only to see that Jenny, who had originally stood with Su Lixue and the others, had come to the floor-to-ceiling window at an unknown time. In Jenny's side is a white Chen Feng, and in her hands is just disappeared Ruby, Titan's Gothic. The crowd in the live broadcast room who saw this scene were also confused. What's this? Maple God's spy? Or a spy who lined up directly beside someone? No dude, have you watched too much Infernal Affairs? I think this is mostly Chen Feng's assistant pretending to be him. I agree with the view upstairs, this person is most likely Feng Shen's assistant in disguise. Maybe. Jenny? Looking at Jenny who stood beside Chen Feng not far away, Ron's eyes widened with disbelief. Ron at this moment only felt as if he had a little more green on his head. Jenny had betrayed herself? This idea was immediately overturned by Ron just as soon as it came out. Jenny was absolutely loyal to herself and could never betray herself. Then there was only one explanation. Bastard! Where did you hide the real Jenny? Ron shouted angrily, and immediately wanted to go forward to give Chen Feng a punch, but he was stopped dead in his tracks by the members of the pursuit team beside him. Ha! Chen Feng let out a light laugh and reached out to take the Titan's Gothic that Jenny handed over, slightly raising his eyes to look in Ron's direction. It seems like Mr. Ron wants his real girlfriend, that much is certainly possible. As the words fell, in the midst of Ron's murderous gaze, Chen Feng slowly raised his right hand and placed it in front of the stupefied Jenny. Splat! A ringing finger was snapped from Chen Feng's hand. At that instant, Jenny, who was originally staring blankly, slowly came back to her senses. This is the exhibition? Wasn't I drinking coffee? How come I'm here? Jenny scanned her surroundings, looking very puzzled. But immediately afterward, the white figure next to her attracted her attention. Weird. Weird kiddo. Jenny's eyes widened and her voice trembled in surprise. Thank you very much for your help, Ms. Jenny. As for this gem, I'll take it. Chen Feng smiled and spoke to Jenny. The red gem in his hand that glittered under the light seemed to be a mockery to everyone at the scene. Titan's Gothic? Jenny froze slightly, then her eyes quickly swept over the other exhibits in the exhibition. Especially after seeing the 7 glass cabinets with the forgeries still intact, she frowned tightly. She wasn't stupid, and after seeing this scene, she also understood that her plan with Ron had completely failed. Since this was the case, then this, Titan's Gothic, that was used as bait could not be lost anymore. Thinking of this, Jenny suddenly snapped and violently pounced on Chen Feng in front of her. However, the second before her fingers came into contact with Chen Feng's clothes, a puff of white smoke abruptly emerged from Chen Feng's body, and immediately afterward, a living, breathing person in front of her was lost. The lady is still really rude. A light laughter came from not far away. Only when the white smoke cleared did the crowd catch Chen Feng's figure once again. At this time, he had already arrived in front of a floor-to-ceiling window that had been opened at some point in time in the middle of the venue. The whistling evening wind kept pouring in through the window, ruffling Chen Feng's white cloak. Half a foot stood outside the window. Chen Feng turned back and glanced sideways, the smile that was written with confidence and charisma still on his face. Detective Miss Ouyang, as well as everyone from the pursuit team, why don't you let me tell you something? Under everyone's gaze, Chen Feng slowly turned around, unafraid to meet the crowd's eyes, and uttered that famous quote from Kurowa Koto. If a monster thief is a skillful thief of property and a creative artist, then a detective is one who follows behind and blabbers, a critic at best. After saying these words, Chen Feng left the card representing the curtain call in place. The entire person then gently leapt outwards, and his entire body instantly left the building through the floor-to-ceiling windows. At the same time, a human-controlled gliding wing crossed from the sky. The instant he saw the gliding wing in the sky, Chen Feng quickly took out the poker pistol in his arms and pressed the trigger in the direction of the gliding wing. Swoosh! A cracking sound came from the muzzle of the poker pistol, followed by a rope shooting out from the muzzle position, accurately tying itself to the top of the glider wing and being carried off into the distance. At the same time, Chen Feng reached out and took out a small controller from his pocket and slowly pressed it under the eyes of the crowd in the venue through the window. Immediately afterward, a voice rang out through the stereo that Chen Feng had placed inside the venue. "Mr. Ron, in this final moment, I will give you one last gift. I hope you can enjoy it." Chen Feng's voice fell in the stereo. The next second, the air conditioner that had previously been turned off was once again turned on, and countless pictures that were taken clearly and at tricky angles fell from the vents and were scattered in all corners of the exhibition under the blowing of the air conditioner wind. This is it. Ron, who had gotten his hands on a photo, had his pupils clenched, his eyes full of disbelief and panic. His first reaction was impossible. How could Chen Feng have taken this photo? And looking at the angle, it was still taken outside the window on the top floor of the building when he was burning the documents. His second reaction was to hurriedly collect these photos for destruction, and never let anyone else see them. But unfortunately, he did not have this ability. The photos floated down from the sky everywhere. And for the sake of other people's convenience and understanding, Chen Feng had even thoughtfully written out Ron's plan in detail. And made dozens of copies of it, following the photographs as they were scattered throughout the exhibition venue. Su Lixue bent down and picked up one, and with just one glance, she was instantly shocked speechless by the content inside. When she looked at Ron again, Su Lixue's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. The other members of the pursuit team were not far behind. One after another, they cast strange gazes towards Luoan. The people in the live broadcast room were also filled with question marks after seeing the reactions of the people in the venue. What's happening? What's wrong with this group of people? Why does it feel like unbelief is written all over each of their faces? I'm also curious, what kind of gift did the Maple God leave for that Ron? Why did a bunch of photos fall out? What do you guys say? Could this be a photo that Maple God took of this Ron doing push-ups on the bed? Do you think everyone is as lewd as you? Don't tarnish my husband's good image, okay? Just kidding. Inside the venue, Su Lixue had already come back to her senses, and without the slightest hesitation, she quickly commanded the crowd of the pursuit team to control the scene. Chapter 91, the second installment of the Thief Game program. As a police officer by birth, Su Lixue of course could not so rashly assume that Ron was guilty just because of a few photos of Chen Feng. But wanting to check the authenticity of this matter was actually simple. All that was needed was to check the few glass display cases written in Chen Feng's paper, and then get someone to check the authenticity of the 7 exhibits, and everything would naturally become clear. With Su Lixue's order, most of the members of the pursuit team who were originally police officers on the scene also displayed an extremely high level of efficiency. Under Ron's black-faced gaze, they quickly took control of the scene and shielded the various glass showcases, not allowing anyone to approach. And hurriedly arranged for people to find professionals to inspect the glass display cabinets as well as the exhibits inside. The next day, a report then rushed onto the hot search. Mr. Ron, the grandson of private collector Mr. Leonardo, and the general manager of the Chinese branch, has stolen and sold 7 precious exhibits. Calculation and counter-calculation? Chen Feng's operation successfully stole the largest ruby, the Titan Gothic. From Chen Feng's comment, the thief is the artist. And detectives are just critics. Below each report were countless comments from netizens. Monstrous thieves who are skillful in stealing property are the artists, and this saying couldn't be more appropriate for Fengshen. Did you guys watch Fengshen's live broadcast yesterday? I still can't figure out how Maple God managed to get that female secretary of Ron's to help him. Is that the legendary soul controlling technique? Soul control your ass. Have you read too many novels? Then explain it to me. I think it should be hypnosis, in a person's specific state, guided by language or body, etc., causing the hypnotized person's mind to be confused. There are medical precedents for this, however. A hypnotist who can do this level of hypnosis like Chen Feng, looking around the world, I'm afraid that I won't be able to find 5 people to do it. I'll go. So hung. Looks like I still know too little about God Feng. The discussion among the netizens on the internet remained heated. And what happened over here also quickly spread to the side of the Sunset Kingdom, and Leonardo Sr., who got the news, seemed to have aged 10 years all of a sudden. That night, he sat alone in his office until late at night, and finally held a press conference at dawn, announcing the news that he would not pursue Ron's legal responsibility. There was another heated discussion online. The public opinion in the Sunbelt nation was almost split into 2 parts. One part of the Sunbelt people expressed understanding. After all, Ron was Leonardo's own grandson. A tiger's venom does not eat its son. This decision of Leonardo's old man was not excusable. The other part of the Sunset people said that they could not accept it, and the reason was also very simple. That is, no matter in the hands of which collector, the cultural relics are still ultimately within the country of the Sunbelt, but now Ron sold the 7 treasures to the Central Asians, which belongs to a kind of disguised betrayal of national interests. But no matter what. Along with the release of Leonardo Sr.'s decision not to prosecute, Ron, who was originally supposed to be imprisoned, was also released. But at this point, he no longer had the face to return to the country, much less stay in China. After arranging for the remaining exhibits to be sent back to London in full, Ron and Jenny both boarded a plane to Rice without returning to London. Of course, none of this had much to do with Chen Feng. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the Titan Gothic, rewarding Monster Kid with card fusion plus 5%. System points plus 500, current card fusion degree 75%. Inside the bedroom on the second floor of the cafe. Chen Feng was holding the ruby, Titan's Gothic, that he had just stolen yesterday in his hands and admiring it under the light. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Feng couldn't help but let out an exclamation as well. It's already 75%, that was fast. Although he did not know what the card's fusion level did when it reached 100%, he had a hunch that the benefit was definitely not simple. Looking at the full moon outside the window, Chen Feng appreciated the gemstone in his hand for a little while longer before slowly putting it away. For the next long period of time, Chen Feng did not continue to strike, but chose to give himself a vacation. Every day was spent watching the store, making coffee, feeding Little White, and incidentally teaching this little assistant of his a little more, in order to facilitate her to be able to better help herself in her future actions. A month or so passed in this leisurely manner. During this period, Chen Feng returned the coronation crown that he had stolen earlier, but kept the ruby Titan's Gothic as a victory item obtained from the previous bet with the aspect of the exhibition hosted by Ron. It was worth mentioning that during this month or so, Ouyang Mushue, the detective, had also come to Chen Feng's coffee shop from time to time to drink 2 cups of coffee, becoming yet another regular customer of Chen Feng's store. As for Chen Feng's live broadcasting room, because Chen Feng hadn't shown up for a long time, the heat gradually dropped. From the beginning of the millions of people online at the same time, to the later just over a million, hundreds of thousands of people, finally only a few tens of thousands of people will still come to Chen Feng's blank live broadcasting room every day to clock in. 1.5 months later. The Thief game program had already been announced to be on air for half a year. And almost all of the contestants from all over the world had been caught by the hunting team. The number of remaining uncaught contestants was extremely small, even less than 1% of the initial number, and there was no need for so many people from the pursuit team to conduct the pursuit. So after the United World Government Program team thought about it, they made an important decision. That is to open the second phase of the program. There were still 800 contestant zones opened around the world, and there were still 10 people in each zone, for a total of 8,000 new contestants joining the program. Together with the remaining people from the first phase of the program represented by Chen Feng. The number of contestants at this point had already reached a peak. Chapter 92: The Dessert Shop opened next door. Although the first installment of the program had been on air for half a year so far, the heat had remained high. So when the second phase of the program started, a large number of viewers around the world were almost waiting for the live broadcast to open. At such a time of great anticipation, the program group suddenly announced a heavy news once again. That is, in order to increase the mystery of the contestants, all the people who participated in the second phase of the program will not have their identities announced again. Instead, the live broadcasting equipment would only broadcast live to the pursuit groups in each region and those who had already been exposed. In other words, the second phase of the identity of the contestants are all hidden. As for who these people are, need to chase group or the people themselves to discover. There were actually reasons for the program team to do this. First, to increase the mystery of the program, but also to better enhance the sense of participation of the public. Secondly, and most importantly, to prevent the emergence of people like Chen Feng, who easily shook off the Sky Eye surveillance system in the first installment. The live broadcasting equipment can make people shake off, it's too humiliating. However, the effect of this decision is obviously not bad. As soon as the news was released, it caused quite a stir. Many netizens have also expressed their expectations in this regard. Another week slowly passed. In the morning, Chen Feng was sitting at the front desk of the store as usual, looking at a book, while Lin Qingyao was boringly brushing a certain sound. There was no one in the store, revealing a rare tranquility in this bustling city. Just then, a playful voice came from the doorway. "Hello guys?" Chen Feng, who heard the commotion, turned his head to look. He only saw a young girl with a small box in her hand and an innocent-looking girl standing at the doorway position looking inward at him. "May I ask if this cafe is owned by you?" The young girl, who looked to be around 20 years old and had an innocent look, smiled and opened her mouth, 2 small pear swirls accompanied by a smile emerging from the young girl's mouth. "Hello miss, I'm the store manager here, may I ask what can I do for you?" Chen Feng put down the book in his hands and stood up to answer back. At the same time, Lin Qingyao looked over curiously and couldn't help but start muttering in her heart. This restless boss of his own can't be seducing other little girls again? It still looks like a little girl who hasn't graduated.
It's like this, our dessert store opens today, we'll be neighbors from now on, I'd like to ask if you're free on your side? If it's possible, we'd like to invite you to the store to try our cupcakes and ask for your opinions again. The young girl opened her mouth with a smile on her face, not the slightest bit shy as a young person, causing people to look at her more than once. A dessert store? Congratulations, but tasting words Before Chin Feng finished speaking, the young girl seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly opened her mouth again. We just want to ask you to give some advice, there is no other meaning. Saying this, the young girl paused, and then added, no money. After saying this, the young girl looked at Chen Feng with a flash of anticipation in her eyes. Seeing this, Chen Feng laughed lightly and spoke, you've misunderstood, miss, please go back first, I'll change my clothes and go. Good. The young girl smiled and nodded, and just as she was about to leave, she turned her head again, then you must come Chen Feng smiled and nodded. The young girl left. Chen Feng also went upstairs to change his clothes, then took a flower basket, then left the store under Lin Qingyao's grudging gaze and went next door. Welcome sir, what can I get you? As soon as she entered the door, a tall woman who looked 3 times like the previous girl walked up. As soon as her words fell, the young girl who had come to invite Chen Feng in the cafe earlier poked her head out from behind the wall. When she saw that it was Chen Feng who had arrived, a smile appeared on the young girl's face. Hey! It's you, huh? You came so quickly, huh? The young girl stepped out from behind the wall and came in front of Chen Feng, opening her mouth to the other woman and introducing her. Second sister, this is the owner of the cafe next door that I just told you about. Didn't you say that you wanted someone to give us some advice? I have found him for you. The woman nodded, then smiled, and extended her hand to Chen Feng. Hello, we will be neighbors from now on. My name is Shangwan Shi, this is my sister Shangwan Meng. We also have an elder sister who is still upstairs right now, she will come over in a while. Hello you too, Miss Shangwan, you can call me Yazan, good luck with your opening. Chen Feng shook hands with Shangwan Shi and then handed out the flower basket in his hand. Shangwan Shi reached out to take it and said thank you. Chen Feng chatted lightly with the duo for a couple of minutes before another person walked down from the second floor. What's going on? The guest invited by Little Dream has arrived? The visitor stepped down from the stairs on high heels, dressed in a Christmas-colored casual outfit with a concave and convex figure. If Shangwan Meng was the youthfulness of a young girl, and Shangwan Shi was an imperial sister between maturity and youthfulness, then the person who came now was the neighboring sister with maturity written all over her. Big sister. Seeing the person who came, Shangwan Meng then immediately came up and hugged the person's arm with an affectionate face. Big sister, let me introduce to you, our neighbor, the owner of the cafe next door, Yazan, the guest invited by Little Dream. Shangwan Shi opened his mouth to introduce. The woman nodded and walked down the stairs to Chen Feng. Hello Yazan, my name is Shangwan Lin, nice to meet you. Hello. Chen Feng shook hands politely with Shangwan Lin. The hands of the person in front of him were soft and smooth, at a glance, he was not someone who did rough work. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Chen Feng could not help but remember an anime he had watched in his previous life. What was the name of it he had forgotten, but it seemed to be about the story of the 3 thief sisters. The 3 people in front of him were somewhat similar. Chapter 93 Shangwan 3 Sisters? 3 Sisters of Thieves? Chen Feng spoke, listening to the accents of a few ladies. It seems like they are not locals, right? How did you come to this side of H City to set up store? Oh, we are here because of that. Shangwan Meng was just about to open her mouth when she was stopped by her big sister, Shangwan Lin. Afterwards, she took half a step forward and said, it's like this, Xiaoming just got admitted to H City's university this year, and I thought that if Xiaoming goes to such a faraway place by herself, I really don't feel at ease, so I brought them to this side to open a store, which is also convenient to take care of Xiaoming. Oh? It's like that. Chen Feng keenly captured the flash of unnaturalness in Shangwan Meng's eyes and pretended to speak unintentionally. I heard that in the second installment of that thief program that started half a month ago, of the 10 contestants from Area 3 of China, 3 of them were women. It seems like the rumor is that the 3 are still blood sisters, it's just that I don't know if they're as beautiful as the 3 Ms. Shangwan. As soon as Chen Feng's words left his mouth, Shangwan Shi and Shangwan Meng's faces changed slightly, although it was quickly covered up by the 2 of them, but that flash of panic was still detected by Chen Feng. It was basically clear in his heart. You're joking, it's not like we've seen them before, how would we know what they look like? Shangwan Lin's face remained unchanged as she spoke back. Then she looked down at the time in her watch and spoke to Shangwan Meng who was at the side. Shaoxi, it's almost time, the cake should be baked, you go and take a look at it. Okay big sister. Shangwan Shi nodded and left. Chen Feng also found a seat and sat down after chatting with Shangwan Lin for a couple more sentences. The 3 of them continued to chat idly, from stores to programs, and even abroad. Even though they had just met, Chen Feng's excellent conversation still made the 2 women look at him. Therefore, most of the time, Chen Feng was the one talking while Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Meng were listening. A few people quickly became acquainted with each other. Hey, right Yazan. Shangwan Meng, who was still listening to Chen Feng talk about Western European specialties, suddenly spoke out. If I remember correctly, more than 2 months ago that thief named kid seemed to be in Western Europe as well. Have you seen him?
Well, sort of met him, saw him a few times from afar at the scene of his performance. Chen Feng replied back without turning red in the face.
Really?
Shangguan Meng had a look of surprise on her face, which then turned to regret. I've also been wanting to go to the scene to meet that strange thief, it's just that big sister hasn't been letting me go. Saying that, Shangguan Meng also glanced at Shangguan Lin on the side, her eyes filled with resentment.
Little dream, you are just starting your freshman year now, you should focus on your studies, don't keep thinking about other things, understand? Shangguan Lin sighed lightly and spoke helplessly. Hearing this, Shangguan Meng instantly became unhappy. What do you mean you should focus on studying and not think about other things all the time, huh?
I'm not still following you guys to attend that festival.
Cough cough. Shangguan Lin suddenly coughed twice, interrupting Shangguan Meng who was still talking.
Only then did Shangguan Meng realize that there was still Chen Feng sitting next to her now, and hurriedly shut her mouth and stopped talking.
Chen Feng said, attending what? Could it be that Sister Lin you guys came over here to do other things besides opening the store? Oh, it's like this, our family's habit is that every time we have a festival everyone in the family has to get together for it, isn't it about to be New Year's Day?
Coupled with the opening of the new store, Xiao Meng took a few days off and came to attend the opening ceremony.
That's so. Chen Feng nodded his head, seemingly not thinking much about it.
The two women who saw the muddle through were also slightly relieved. Shangguan Lin even glared at this younger sister of hers, telling her to pay attention and not to talk nonsense. Shangguan Meng immediately understood, knowing that she was at a disadvantage. She also had to lower her head and play with the corner of her coat. Good thing at this time Shangguan she walked out with about 10 cupcakes. Come, I'll taste this first pan of cakes baked after the opening of the new store. Yazin, you also taste it and give us some suggestions.
Good.
Chen Feng reached out and took a cupcake, slowly feeding it into his mouth.
The three beauties looked at Chen Feng, seemingly waiting for his comments.
Chen Feng carefully tasted it before speaking. The flavor is very good, sweet but not greasy. I believe there will be quite a few people who will like it.
Chen Feng was not being polite.
The flavor of the cake blended with the cream just right, it was not overly sweet nor was it greasy, and the heat of the baked cake was mastered very well, it was crispy and soft in the right amount. Hearing Chen Feng's comment, the three Shangguan sisters also revealed a smile. After chatting with a few more people for a while, Chen Feng got up and left the three sisters' dessert store.
When Chen Feng left,
only the three Shangguan sisters remained in the entire dessert store. Looking in the direction Chen Feng had left, the second sister Shangguan Shi's willow brows slightly frowned as she spoke with some worry.
This Yazin can't see anything, can he?
He seems to have mentioned the matter of the thief game program more than once.
Hearing Shangguan Shi's words, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng also frowned.
Especially Shangguan Meng, at this point, she had already vaguely regretted her decision to invite Chen Feng over.
It shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Shangguan Lin once again spoke out, our identities are confidential after all, plus it shouldn't occur to us that we would have the guts to open a store in the city center. Hearing their own big sister say this, the two women's brows then gradually stretched out.
Then, our actions? Shangguan Meng spoke tentatively.
Shangguan Lin, on the other hand, smiled blandly, you don't have to worry about the action, I've already identified a good target, just observe for 2 more days.
Yeah. Shangguan Meng jumped up with an excited face. As the older sisters, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Shi were also helplessly holding their foreheads when they saw their younger sister's unsteady appearance.
It was also unknown whether their decision to bring their little sister along to the program was right or wrong. On the other side, Chen Feng, who had returned to the cafe, first gave the cake sent by the three Shangguan sisters to Lin Qingyao, and then returned to the bedroom on the second floor. Lying on the bed with his hands behind his head, Chen Feng smiled and muttered to himself, sister thieves?
Rather interesting. Time lingered on.
Perhaps it was because Chen Feng hadn't struck for a long time. Those private collectors who had originally been scared out of their wits also gradually became bolder. Not only did they start organizing some small private treasure auctions again, even the private exhibitions that pressed the pause button were also opened again.
Some bold collectors even their treasures have taken out for exhibition. For a while, a treasure exhibition heat wave appeared in each city. P.S. Today's 2 more to offer. In addition to today's book reward plus more need to send, please do not rush, a little bit to give the author a little bit of time to code. Love you all 03. Chapter 90 for the first goal of the 3 Shangguan sisters. For the book friend, Xingqing Yun Yun, plus more, thank you for the book friend's explosion more sprinkle flowers reward. Currently, I still owe Brother Dog 3 shifts, and I'm working hard on my words. For all over the cultural relics exhibition trend once again and caused great heat thing, the online crowd is also constantly arguing. However, what most concerned the majority of netizens was not the valuable treasures. Rather, it was the question of whether Chen Feng would strike again. This question had actually been hanging high above the forum's hot list, but since Chen Feng hadn't made a bid for nearly 2 months, so many people thought that Chen Feng had made enough money and was planning to call it quits.
There were also quite a few people who were adamant that Chen Feng must have been held up by other things, which was why he had been silent for such a long time. The two groups of people were at odds with each other, and almost every day, they would exchange a few curses on the forums. After cursing, they continued to wait for that teaser letter from Chen Feng. But to everyone's surprise, Chen Feng's teaser letter didn't wait. Instead, they waited for a new teaser letter that they had never seen before. A black plastic card with a rosebush drawn on the back. There was no unnecessary nonsense, no modifying words, the content was simple and clear. That is, 3 days later, there would be a theft of the collection of Mr. Lu Jingyu, a private collector located in the south of the city, a diamond necklace named Desert Star. Boom! A brand new teaser letter, and a brand new gang of strange thieves came out of nowhere. It caused quite a bit of heat on the internet again. Because of Chen Feng, many people were now very interested in the strange thief behavior of sending out a teaser before stealing. Now seeing another person using the form of a teaser letter as the opening ceremony of the theft, naturally also triggered the attention of many people. Especially on Chen Feng's forum, the cursing had temporarily stopped, and people were concerned about this matter. After 2 months, I finally saw the teaser letter again. Although it's not Feng God's right, it's better than nothing. That's true, there's still more or less a show to watch. We can only hope that this new weirdo is slightly stronger. I also don't know how strong this person who sent out the teaser letter is. Don't send out the teaser letter and then come to a boring fart, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Do you think anyone has the kind of strength that Maple God has? Just wait, I think the odds are that it'll be all thunder and no rain. It's not that bad, right? No matter what, it's still someone who dares to send out a teaser letter. The ability should still be there, right? Who knows? Let's see what happens. At this time in the dessert store, Shangguan Meng was sitting in the empty store with an exasperated sigh, the comments of those netizens on the forum still playing in her cell phone. Shangguan Shi, who had just returned from buying coffee from the next door Chen Feng cafe, noticed the exasperated Shangguan Meng at the front desk as soon as she walked into the store. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong, Meng? Who made you angry?" Hearing her second sister's words, Shangguan Meng handed her cell phone to Shangguan Shi with a face full of anger. "Second sister, look, how can they say that? We haven't even acted yet, and they're saying that we're more than likely going to fail." Shangguan Shi took the cell phone over, looked at the information on the screen for a few moments, and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. "Well, Xiao Meng, we are after all new here, it's nothing, when the time comes to use strength to speak just fine." "Well, line it." Shangguan Meng nodded, the color of anger on his face has not yet faded, but also obediently closed the forum, no longer concerned. Shangguan Shi handed Shangguan Meng one of the coffees he had just bought, then looked around from the store and did not find anyone else's figure, and could not help but open his mouth to inquire. "Where's big sister?" "I'm here." As soon as the words fell, a voice came from the stairs on the second floor. Immediately afterward, a sound of high heels making contact with the ground rang out from the stairway, and a delicate figure dressed in a white wool blouse and wearing a shawl walked down the stairs. Seeing Shangguan Lin's outfit, Shangguan Shi opened her mouth and inquired, "Big sister, what are you?" "Today I'm going to go to the scene over there to observe the one again. Little Dream accompanies me while Little She looks after the store." "Okay, big sister." "Yes." Shangguan Meng directly jumped up happily. A pair of white hands rubbed their fists together, as if they couldn't wait to respond to those skeptical words on the internet with their strength. Seeing her own sister in this state. As older sisters, Shangguan Shi and Shangguan Lin both shook their heads helplessly, ready to pick a time to properly lecture their own little sister. At least it needs to be a little bit more stable, otherwise it will be easy to be exposed in this kind of downtown area. At the same time, in the former Area 3 of Huaxia, now Chen Feng's exclusive pursuit bureau, a group of new guests had come. Dozens of people also dressed in the work clothes of the pursuit team poured into the pursuit bureau. The crowd surged, occupying a small half of the lobby. Directly to the original pursuit team of the crowd were confused. The four captains led by Su Lixue even came to the lobby location. Looking at the neatly lined up team, Sun Luo took half a step forward, pulled the left side of the head of a person and opened his mouth to inquire. "Brothers, which district are you guys from? How did you come to our place? We didn't receive a notice to merge the districts either." Before the person being pulled back could reply, a strong voice came from the back. "Little Sun, long time no see." Sun Luo's few people turned their heads to look, only to see a middle-aged man in work attire, wearing sunglasses, with a tall and robust figure walk up from the back. "You are..." Sun Luo was first slightly stunned, but after the middle-aged man removed his glasses, a smile appeared on his face. "Captain Lin? It's you! You're back?" Sun Luo walked forward and hugged the recently arrived Lin Chuanxiong. Although the two of them hadn't spent a long time together earlier, this straightforward old criminal police officer, an old-timer, had still given Sun Luo a lot of help. "Captain, let me introduce to you, this is one of the 3 captains of the previous Chinese Area 3, Captain Lin Chuanxiong Lin." Turning his head to Lin Chuanxiong again, he introduced, "Captain Lin, this is our chief captain, Su Lixue, this is Zhang Chang, the leader of Group 1, and Louis, the leader of Group 3. "Hello, Captain Lin."
Su Lishue's several people greeted Lin Xuanxiong one after another, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. The few people chatted a few more times before Su Lishue opened her mouth and inquired, "Captain Lin, what are you guys doing here?" Lin Xuanxiong glanced back at the crowd still lining up and spoke with a smile. "Hasn't your pursuit team changed to specialize in dealing with Chen Feng? Now that the second phase of the program has also started broadcasting, the higher-ups are too embarrassed to keep you guys busy on both sides, so they let me come over here and reorganize the Pursuit Bureau of Area 3 of China. However, since the new Pursuit Bureau hasn't been fixed yet, I had to come and bother you guys for a bit first." Chapter 95, Chen Feng also sends out teaser letters? P.S. The previous chapter was slightly modified, that is, the word, Shangguan, on the back of the preview letter of the three Shangguan sisters was changed to a rosebud pattern. Directly put the last name to say this matter is my lack of consideration, has been revised, sorry. Saying this, Lin Xuanxiong, the big man, also revealed a smile of embarrassment. Hearing Lin Xuanxiong's words, Su Lishue also revealed a flash of smile. "Captain Lin, don't have to be polite, the third floor is still empty, if you don't mind a little cleaning you can use it directly." "Then I'll trouble Captain Su." Early evening. The two sisters, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng, also arrived within the City South Collection Hall where the target was located. Perhaps it was because of the excellent location, or perhaps it was because of the Shangguan Three Sisters teaser letter. Today, there were quite a lot of visitors in the collection hall. Dozens of men and women came and went, visiting the collections in the collection hall. And Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng's sisters were among them. Inside the collection hall, the two Shangguan sisters, who had spared the museum, met again. The two of them looked at each other. Shangguan Meng pressed her voice to take the lead and spoke, "Big sister, I didn't find anything on my side." Shangguan Lin nodded, "I didn't find it on my side either. It seems that the Desert Star should have been put away, but it doesn't matter. When we go back first let Xiaoxi hack the surveillance to check where it is, and then we'll come back tomorrow." "Well, Sister Lin? Xiao Meng? You guys are here too?" A sudden voice rang out beside the duo, who quickly turned their heads to look. They only saw Chen Feng, who was dressed in casual clothes, walking towards them with a smile. After a few days of getting along, Chen Feng and the three Shangguan sisters were slowly getting acquainted with each other. The three of them also had a good feeling about the young and handsome young owner of the cafe next door, who talked extraordinary and could do magic tricks, or at least they didn't hate him. Chen Feng went to their store from time to time to buy 2 cupcakes, and they would also go to buy a few cups of coffee from time to time. After a while, they were considered friends. Seeing Chen Feng come, Shangguan Meng was first startled, and just as she was about to reply, her elder sister, Shangguan Lin, was already the first to speak. "You're here too, what a coincidence, little dream, and I passed by here today and came over to take a look." "Aha!" On the side, Shangguan Meng also nodded her head in cooperation. "That's right, I thought that you guys were interested in the newly appeared monstrous thief." Chen Feng smiled and spoke. Upon hearing the words "newly appeared strange thief" come out of Chen Feng's mouth, Shangguan Meng instantly became interested, and her pair of beautiful eyes instantly looked towards Chen Feng with anticipation. "What? Did you come here because of that strange thief? Do you also think that that strange thief will get it? Little dream. Don't talk nonsense." Shangguan Lin chided softly. In the face of her big sister's chiding, Shangguan Meng spat out her tongue and did not say anything else, but the look of anticipation in her eyes did not disappear when she looked at Chen Feng. "It's fine." Chen Feng smiled and spoke. "I don't know if he'll be able to get it or not, but since the second phase of the program has started until now, there are only half of the 10 contestants left, and he was able to not get caught, so I think he should still have some skills." "Of course. They're pretty good monsters." "Them?" Looking at the excited Shangguan Meng, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and deliberately opened his mouth to inquire. "Little dream, are you saying that this newly appeared monster thief is actually not one? Rather, it is a team? How do you know that?" Shangguan Meng was startled by this one question, not realizing that she had blurted out in a fit of excitement. However, her reaction wasn't slow, and she immediately gave an explanation. "Don't you know yet? There are already speculations on the internet now that this strange thief is actually those 3 sisters from that Zone 3, and it seems that the credibility of this news is quite high." Watching Shangguan Meng explaining blindly in a serious manner, Chen Feng, who had already understood in his heart, laughed in his heart and didn't continue to make things difficult for her, but just nodded his head. "So that's how it is, I really didn't know." Seeing that Chen Feng believed it, Shangguan Meng also secretly sighed in relief and quietly nodded for her own resourcefulness. "Right." Shangguan Lin suddenly spoke. "Yazan, do you know where that Desert Star necklace is? I'm really quite curious about what that diamond necklace that was targeted looks like." "Oh, it was originally placed here, however it has now been moved to the location at the end of that long corridor in front of it, and special guards have been arranged to keep people away." Shangguan Lin looked in the direction of Chen Feng's finger and indeed saw a long corridor at the corner location. There were also 6 big burly men guarding the location of the corridor's mouth, not allowing anyone to approach. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Lin had already understood, after secretly noting down the surroundings.
After chatting with Chen Feng for a few more words, she left the venue with Shangguan Meng. Looking at the backs of the duo as they left, Chen Feng revealed a smile and did not stay any longer as he turned around and left the venue. Release it, Xingyao. In a corner outside the collection hall, looking at the lively scene inside, Chen Feng spoke softly into a small intercom. The next second, the central air conditioner inside the collection hall suddenly turned on, and a small white card fell from the air conditioner opening and landed precisely at the feet of the security personnel responsible for guarding the promenade. The one in the lead frowned at the sight, and an unpleasant premonition rose from his heart. Hurriedly picking up the card on the ground, the content on it was immediately visible. Forewarning letter. When the silver moonlight of the day after tomorrow gently kisses the earth, and a beautiful waltz is played at the feast, I will personally come and visit the brightest starlight in the desert. Kaiju Kido salutes. Weirdo. Kiddo. The security officer in charge froze. If anything, the matter of that newly appeared weird thief staring at the gems inside the venue didn't shock the organizers much, let alone worry them. Then this monstrous thief Kiddo, who never missed a beat, was, I'm sure, every private collector's nightmare. Quickly. Go inform Mr. Liu quickly. Just tell him that Monster Kid's teaser letter is here. The head security officer spoke in panic. Weird. Weird Pirate Kiddo also sent a teaser letter? The person next to him gulped. Waste no words. Hurry up and inform. Yes, yes. I'll go now. The commotion inside also attracted the attention of other visitors, and many of them also noticed the white card in the security personnel's hands that they hadn't had time to put away yet. That can't be Kiddo's teaser letter, right? It was unknown who spoke up first. Immediately after that, murmurs quickly resounded from within the venue, and the private collection hall, which was originally quite orderly, suddenly became noisy. There were even a few bold visitors who leaned towards the security personnel, wanting to take a closer look at the teaser letter from Chen Feng. The scene was bustling with activity. Chen Feng, who was the instigator, had left the neighborhood with Lin Qingyao long ago. Chapter 96 Desert Stars. At the same time, Chen Feng's teaser letter was also announced in the live broadcast as usual. In just a few hours, the hot search list was once again occupied by Chen Feng, but of course, for this matter, almost everyone had gotten used to it by now. After 2 months, Chen Feng issued another teaser letter. Targeting the Desert Star, the exhibition treasure of a private collection hall in the south of H City. The 2 teaser letters came around the same time. What kind of magic does this diamond necklace have, when 2 bandits are eyeing the Desert Star necklace at the same time? A showdown between the monster thieves. Chen Feng's renewed efforts, and the newly appeared thief's simultaneous targeting of a treasure. Beneath the overwhelming reports, there were also many messages from netizens. Holy! It's finally come to pass. After 2 months, my Maple God has finally sent another teaser letter. The Maple God is also looking at this Desert Star? That's interesting, the old and new monster thieves are both eyeing a diamond necklace at the same time. I really want to go to the scene and see it. Going to the same place at the same time, a showdown between the weird bandits. It's fun to think about. What's the point of a duel? Is there any suspense in this thing? If Fengshen doesn't win, I'll wash my hair upside down. No, am I the only one who cares about that poor collector? People sit at home, but pots come from the sky. His own treasures are being targeted, or by 2 monstrous thieves at the same time. Ha, I also feel so pitiful for him when you say that. Night. The second-floor location of the dessert store. Shangguan Lin was sitting in front of the writing table thinking about the details of the action 2 days later. On the other hand, Shangguanxi was sitting in front of the computer desk and was busy. Her long and slender fingers were constantly scratching on the keyboard of the laptop, seemingly busy with something. The two were speechless. The room also seemed rather quiet. Bang! The door to the room was violently pushed open, and Shangguan Meng ran in with a face full of anxiety. Big sister, second sister, it's not good. Seeing Shangguan Meng like this, Shangguan Lin couldn't help but be a little curious. Although it was true that her own little sister was usually a bit less stable, she rarely saw her panicked, let alone panic like this. What's wrong, little dream? What happened? Shangguan Lin stood up from her seat and hurriedly asked out loud. Teaser letter. That thief called Weird Thief Keto also sent a teaser letter. And the thing to be stolen is the same as ours, it's the Desert Star. What? Shangguanxi, who was at the side, instantly sat up at the words. With a surprised face, she looked at Shangguan Meng in front of her. Even the eldest sister, Shangguan Lin, who had always been known for her steadiness, slightly frowned. Even though Shangguan Lin was very confident in the abilities of the 3 sisters, she could not help but feel a palpitation when faced with a strong opponent like Chen Feng. Chen Feng's fantastical theft techniques also made people really not want to be his enemy. But now that the preview letter has been sent, I'm afraid it's too late to change it now. Shangguan Lin sighed in her heart. But as the eldest sister, even though she had no bottom in her heart, she still put on an appearance that was no different from normal, and said a few words of relief to her 2 sisters. Only then did she turn around and go back to her room to think about countermeasures. On the other side.
On the second floor of the cafe, inside Chen Feng's bedroom. Looking at the overwhelming reports on his cell phone, Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. What a bunch of reporters who were watching the news. Chen Feng sighed in his heart. The debate on the internet was fierce. Some people suspected that Chen Feng was in conflict with another monster thief, which was why he chose to send out a teaser letter against someone else's already chosen target. Others thought that it was a peer-to-peer rivalry, and that Chen Feng was suppressing the other monster thief. Anyway, there were many different opinions, and there were all sorts of claims, all sorts of speculations. There were even outrageous ones that had made up a whole set of dog-blooded plots. But this kind of thing is like the language of reading comprehension in general. The answer is complicated and trivial, but the author's true thoughts are often very simple. Take for example the writer who cursed, "Your whole family is a scarecrow," on the internet. Similar to now, no one would have thought that this teaser letter was just something Chen Feng sent out on a whim when he was bored. However, since it had been sent, Chen Feng intended to take it seriously. After all, it would be ugly if he missed. Of course, Monster Kid never misses. The following day, a vehicle with the logo of the Pursuit Bureau drove into that collection hall in the south of the city. When the vehicle stopped, the people in the vehicles also stepped down one by one. The pursuit group of Su Lixue, who was in charge of dealing specifically with Chen Feng, and the newly formed pursuit group of Area 3 of China, with Lin Xuanxiong as the chief leader, were in place at the same time. Taking a step down from the car, looking at Lin Xuanxiong who had also just gotten down from the car next to him, Sun Luo could not help but laugh. "Captain Lin, I thought there would be no more opportunities for cooperation between us, but I didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. This is probably fate." Lin Xuanxiong let out a light laugh and took the lead to walk towards the collection hall. Sun Luo didn't go after him either, but waited for everyone on his side to arrive before entering the venue after Chief Captain Su Lixue. At this time in the venue, a slightly rich middle-aged man was pacing back and forth anxiously. Although Chen Feng and that new monster were both just contestants, with the United World Government in their pocket. But then again, his side was doing business and needed the Desert Star, the treasure of the pavilion, to attract attention and thus make more people come here to buy tickets to visit. If the Desert Star was stolen, a moment cannot get back, then they will not want to cry without tears? That's not all. The Desert Star is the treasure of the museum. The treasure of the town hall let someone steal this. This good to say not good to hear Just when the middle-aged man was full of anxiety, Lin Xuanxiong and Su Lixue, two waves of people walked in successively. Seeing the two captains, the middle-aged man at this moment, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, hurriedly went forward. Two captains, you guys can come. Faced with the middle-aged man's face full of excitement, Su Lixue and Lin Xuanxiong first pacified him for a few sentences, and then only then did they get to the point. "Mr. Lu, I don't know where you put the stuff. Can you take us to take a look?" "Of course, a few of you hurry up and please. P.S. Now still owes 4 more, slowly pay it back. Today no accident, I will also send a part of the dog later to add more, the other more first. Oh, I slowly pay back later. I'm not going to say anymore, I'm going to go to code." Chapter 97. Shangguan sisters began to act. For the book friend, I4 Thunder General's dog, plus more. Thank you for the book friend's Big God authentication reward. 2 sets of people from the pursuit group entered the collection hall and quickly took over the security of the collection hall. Hundreds of members of the pursuit group surrounded the entire exhibition venue with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Even the entrance at the corner of the promenade that was used to place the Desert Star was guarded by 8 members of the pursuit team. A series of defense devices such as infrared alarms were placed throughout the entire corridor. It could be said that they were careful to the extreme. In the afternoon, Shangguan Shi, who had long been disguised, had already successfully blended into the venue. Among the 3 sisters, she was the most athletic and was also the one responsible for the specific execution of the operation. Younger sister Shangguan Meng was responsible for assisting in the operation and, when it was over, picking up the pieces. Eldest sister Shangguan Lin was hidden in the car in the corner position, conducting the entire command through the surveillance and hidden earphones. The 3 of them had a clear division of labor and each had their own duties. Inside the collection hall, already disguised, Shangguan Shi was putting on the appearance of a normal tourist, looking around and taking 2 pictures every now and then. Since it was still a day and a half away from the time of both of the monstrous thief teaser letters, there wasn't much of a tense atmosphere at the scene at this time. "Xiao Shi." Shangguan Lin's voice came from the hidden earphone in Shangguan Shi's left ear. "This is our first time out, can't go wrong. You now immediately go to the bathroom." Xiao Meng is inside. After going in and locking the door, counting from left to right, the 3rd cubicle above there is a vent pipe that can lead straight to the end of the long corridor. You go in from the inside. The specific route Xiao Meng will give you. When the time comes to commission, you first stay inside for a day, wait for the action time to arrive and then do it. Shangguan Shi, who had heard the instruction, let out a soft "hmm." The matter of entering the interior of the venue in advance was something that the 3 of them had discussed. The reason was also very simple. Facing such an elusive opponent like Chen Feng, they could only have a chance of winning if they made preparations in advance. Arriving in front of the women's restroom,
Bypassing the "under maintenance, do not enter" sign placed at the door, they tapped on the door a few times. Knock. Knock knock. One light, too heavy, 3 beats cycling twice. This was a signal that several people had discussed in advance. Ka. The bathroom door was opened. Shangguan Meng, who was disguised as a cleaner, poked her head out from inside the bathroom, quickly pulled in Shangguan Shi, who was standing at the doorway, and locked the bathroom door once again. Second sister. Shangguan Meng softly shouted, and then without any nonsense, quickly shoved a palm-sized small bag as well as a simple topographical map into Shangguan Shi's hands. Second sister, this is 2 compressed cookies as well as a road map for the ventilation ducts. You stay inside for a day first, and when it's time to act, big sister and I will create a commotion outside to attract the attention of the pursuit team, and you can make your move then. Aha! Shangguan Shi nodded her head in agreement. For the specific details of the operation, they had already discussed it more than once in the store earlier. She had also long since familiarized herself with it. Second sister. Just as Shangguan Shi was about to take action, she was called out by Shangguan Meng once again. Turning around, the color of worry in Shangguan Meng's soulful eyes was already overflowing. If you feel any discomfort or encounter any accidents, hurry up and tell big sister and I through the earphone. If not, we'll quit. Don't worry. Shangguan Shi smiled and patted Shangguan Meng's little head. It seemed to be pacifying her. Afterwards, she did not say anything more and rolled over to the top of the bathroom partition with a dexterous hand. Stepping on the wooden partition, he gently took off the net of the ventilation duct and threw it to Shangguan Meng below, and then quickly drilled into the ventilation duct. Seeing her own second sister smoothly enter, Shangguan Meng also no longer stayed for a long time, reinstalled the ventilation duct net that was removed by Shangguan Shi, then turned around and left the bathroom. On her way out, she also didn't forget to take away the "under maintenance" sign placed at the entrance position of the bathroom. Of course, she did not notice that when she took the sign away, an extremely tiny robot fell off her body, and was quickly picked up by a silhouette that brushed past her and stowed it away in her pocket. Looking at the unaware Shangguan Meng, that sinister shadow stopped and secretly shook her head. What's the point of talking about winning him if you're this vigilant? The woman was naturally Chen Feng's assistant, Lin Qingyao, after her disguise, and she had been instructed by Chen Feng to come over here to recover the miniature camera robot that Chen Feng had placed on Shangguan Meng. It wasn't long. Shangguan Meng had already returned to the top of the command vehicle outside. Opening the door of the car and sitting on top of the co-pilot inside the car, Shangguan Meng shouted, "Big sister." Aha! Shangguan Lin nodded. Xiaoxi has already gone in, so let's just go back to the store and get ready for tomorrow night. Good. The 2 women drove back to the front of the dessert store, parking the car in the parking space. Just as they stepped out of the car, they noticed a figure standing in front of their store waiting. Yazan? Shangguan Lin walked up and greeted Chen Feng. "Why are you standing here?" "Oh, I originally wanted to come over here and buy a pet cupcake for the pigeon I raised to eat. I didn't realize that the 3 beauties were all gone. It just so happened that there weren't many customers in my store, so I just stood here and waited for a while." Chen Feng replied with a smile. Shangguan Lin said, "Your pet? That very smart little white pigeon?" Chen Feng nodded. "I can see that you are quite good to your pet. Please come in." Shangguan Lin walked up and opened the store door with her key, and the 3 of them entered the store. Shangguan Meng came to the cabinet to get the pet cake for Chen Feng, while Shangguan Lin joined Chen Feng and sat down at the table. "Hey, why don't we see Sister Shi? She's not here?" Chen Feng pretended to be puzzled as he looked around and asked knowingly. "Xiaoxi got sick and is still in the hospital on an 4 drip." Shangguan Lin made up a blind story without changing her face. "Sick? Is it serious? Can I visit her in the hospital?" Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Shangguan Meng, who was located in front of the counter pinning cakes for Chen Feng, could not help but feel her heart tighten. However, it was fortunate that Shangguan Lin's reaction speed was quite fast, and she immediately replied, "It's not serious, but the visit is waived. The doctor said that it's best to let Xiaoxi recuperate for 2 days. Don't let anyone disturb her." "All right." Chen Feng nodded and did not continue to dwell on this issue. This was a relief to the 2 women. The cake that Chen Feng wanted was quickly packaged, and after paying for it, Chen Feng turned around with the cupcake and left the dessert store. The Shangguan sisters' dessert store was open for business as normal until the closing time came, and only then did they return to the second floor to prepare for tomorrow night's action. P.S. Please ask for some small gifts. Chapter 98. The action is about to begin. Another day passed. At night, around 10:30. At this time, there were no more tourists in the collection hall, and all the unrelated personnel were all stopped 10 meters away from the building and were not allowed to approach. Su Lixue and Lin Xuanxiong, the 2 chief pursuit captains, sat together in the command room. The team of nearly 100 people from the pursuit group was scattered inside and outside the building, on alert. At this time, there were less than 2 hours before the time of the 2 teaser letters. The inside and outside of the building was serious. Inside the surveillance room, a dozen people led by the 2 captains, Su Lixue and Lin Xuanxiong, settled into their positions. More than 20 surveillance monitors covered the entire half of the wall.
No one was talking.
Creak. The door to the room was pushed open, and Ouyang Mushua, who had just stepped out to make a personal round, walked in.
How is it, senior sister? Found anything unusual? Sun Luo asked out loud.
Ouyang Mushua shook her head, not for the time being, but this Chen Feng person is extremely good at disguises. I'm afraid it won't be difficult for him to blend in if he wants to.
Hearing Ouyang Mushua's words, everyone present fell silent.
Including the people of the pursuit group of the new China country's Zone 3, which had just been formed. They also had gloomy faces.
Right.
Ouyang Mushua seemed to have suddenly remembered something and suddenly turned her head to look at the Lu curator, who was the collection hall.
Curator Lu, when I inspected the gallery where the Desert Star was stored just now, I saw that at the location at the end of the gallery, there seemed to be a ventilation duct, and it was positioned right above the Desert Star, wasn't it?
Ha! Yes, there is such a thing, but that place isn't used much, plus the location isn't obvious, so no one pays attention to it. Miss Ouyang's eyesight is quite good, this can be seen clearly.
Curator Lu didn't deny it and directly nodded his head. This startled Lin Chuanxiong.
No, why didn't you say so earlier? Do you realize that this one ventilation duct could very well be the path of action for those two thieves?
Take it easy, Captain Lin.
Curator Lu didn't seem to care much and directly waved his hand. Just don't worry, that ventilation duct is repaired in a very narrow way. Even if a woman wants to enter, it's very tough, not to mention moving inside, and the rot inside is complicated. The thieves just can't find their way even if they want to.
That's so.
Hearing Curator Lu's pat on the back, Lin Chuanxiong also slightly put down his heart. Only Ouyang Mushua remained slightly frowning. It's better to be careful. Ouyang Mushua's words again instantly attracted the attention of those present. Although Curator Lu himself felt that Ouyang Mushua was a bit too careful, he put away his dissatisfaction considering the fact that people were, after all, coming to help themselves for free.
Opening his mouth, he inquired, "What does Miss Ouyang want to do?"
Ouyang Mushua said, "Curator Lu, when I was looking at the floor plan, I saw that there is a cold room on the negative floor of the collection hall, right?
Is there dry ice inside?"
Of course, a lot of my newer collections need dry ice for cleaning, so I do keep a lot of dry ice here year-round.
That's good.
Ouyang Mushua guffawed, then I'll trouble Curator Lu to have someone fetch some dry ice, the more the better, and directly pour the dry ice in from the various vents, so naturally the ventilation ducts can be sealed. And when this is over, Curator Lu only needs to turn on the heating, let the dry ice evaporate, and ventilate a bit more, without affecting the subsequent ventilation ducts. Hearing Ouyang Mushua's words, Curator Lu nodded his head in agreement after only a slight hesitation. He thought it was some kind of high-consumption operation, but after half a day, he just needed to use some dry ice. $3 or $4 a pound of the stuff. Despite using it, it wouldn't cost a few dollars, and he didn't need to offend the manhunt team for this small amount of money. It would really be more than worth it. Getting the permission from Curator Lu, Ouyang Mushua spoke to Su Lishua again, and then brought a dozen people towards the cold storage room on the negative floor. While at the very back of the pursuit team's crowd, a young team member suddenly raised his head.
Dry ice?
Chen Feng, who was disguised as a member of the pursuit group, muttered in his mind. His eyes couldn't help but cast onto the screen on the wall that was responsible for monitoring the storage of the Desert Star, as if he was thinking of something. After chatting with the people around him for a couple more sentences, he left the monitoring room under the pretext of having to go to the restroom. At this time, Shang Guanxi, who was still hidden inside the ventilation ducts, was still unaware of what was about to happen. Until close to an hour later, there was a sudden burst of thud-thud-thud sounds coming from the back, one after another. Just when Shang Guanxi didn't know what was happening, the vent not far from her was opened. She was exposed? This was Shang Guanxi's first reaction, but immediately after this thought was quickly overturned by her. Because even though the vent was open, there was no one probing inside, much less shouting. It wasn't like one was exposed. Then what was this about? Shang Guanxi's willow brows tightened. The rumbling in the pipeline at the back was still going on. Not knowing what the reason was, Shang Guanxi only felt that the surroundings were getting colder and colder. This also caused Shang Guanxi, who was originally wearing only tights because she had to squeeze into the ventilation duct, to clasp her hands in front of her body and try to lock in the temperature for herself as much as possible. Xiao Shi? What happened? Why are you so messy there? In the earphone, big sister Shang Guanlin's voice reached Shang Guanxi's ears. But at this moment, Shang Guanxi was obviously not able to reply, her eyes still gazing into the middle of the ventilation duct that had been opened not far ahead. The sound of the two people's conversation came in leisurely, and Shang Guanxi also took off the small talker he was wearing and held it up to the front. Old Zhao, what kind of bad luck have we fallen into, letting someone send us to do this? Don't mention it, a word from above, a dead horse runs below, hurry up and pour it inside, this pile of dry ice, I feel cold even standing here. Okay, hurry up and work. As the two men's words fell, a cacophony of noises came, followed by a large bucket of dry ice being sent to the ventilation ducts from below. The sound of dry ice smashing down appeared extremely clear within the narrow ventilation duct. Accompanying the cacophony of sounds, there was also a fierce cold air that came crashing down on the face. It caused Shang Guanxi, who was hiding inside the ventilation duct, to have to tighten his body again to maintain his body temperature. At this time outside, inside the command vehicle of the Shangguan three sisters, listening to the sounds coming out of the headset, Shang Guanlin also frowned. Dry ice. She had thought of many unforeseen circumstances, but only this hadn't occurred to her. It was important to know that the most terrifying thing about dry ice wasn't even the cold, but the large amount of carbon dioxide it released when it melted. If a large amount of dry ice was really put into the ventilation ducts, then within half an hour, the air inside would only be occupied by carbon dioxide. By that time, Chapter 99, Shang Guanxi in Crisis. Shang Guanlin no longer dared to think about it. Creak. The car door was suddenly opened at this moment. Shang Guanmeng entered the car with an anxious face. Big sister, what should we do? Dry ice has been poured into the ventilation ducts on second sister's side. Shang Guanlin's brows were tightly locked, and her heart was also in a state of great anxiety. Her brain was running rapidly, thinking of a way to break the situation. Xiaoxi, rummage through your bag. I previously prepared a small oxygen cylinder for you to use in the plateau. If you feel it's hard to breathe, use it in a hurry. Shang Guanlin shouted into her earpiece. Immediately afterward, she looked at Shang Guanmeng, who was at the side. Little dream, you now immediately change your clothes and touch into the venue with me. If there is a chance, let's save little Shi first. If there is really no chance, then we have to. Saying this, Shang Guanlin did not continue. But Shang Guanmeng already knew what the words that followed were. Then she had to announce that she was quitting the program. Although there was some reluctance to quit so early, but now that her own second sister's personal safety had been threatened, these have-nots didn't matter. Shang Guanmeng immediately nodded her head. The two of them quickly changed their clothes and then left the car, dodging the surveillance and feeling their way towards the inside of the venue. And at this time, Shang Guanxi, who was hiding inside the ventilation duct, had already taken out the oxygen cylinder hidden inside the portable bag according to Shang Guanlin's guidance. He hurriedly put it to the closed mouth and pressed the switch to take a deep breath, which barely relieved a few points of the discomfort caused by the lack of oxygen. But the cold air coming from both sides at the same time still made Shang Guanxi, who was only wearing a layer of tights, freeze and shiver. At this time, within an unoccupied corner of the venue, avoiding the surveillance, Chen Feng came to a window, pushed the window open, and placed 2 fingers on his mouth. Woo! A whistling sound rang out from Chen Feng's mouth. Seconds later, Xiao Bai, who had heard the call, flew over. Relying on you, Xiao Bai. Chen Feng tied the small projector to Little White's body, stroked its small head again, and spoke softly. Go on. Goo goo. Little White shrieked twice before spreading its wings and leaving. At the same time, Chen Feng hurriedly took out his cell phone from his own pocket and sent a message to his little assistant. 10 minutes later, the operation will begin. Lin Qingyao's side replied back in seconds, okay. Chen Feng put away his cell phone and tidied up his pursuit team's work clothes again before leaving the corner. 1 minute later, just as the two sisters outside, Shang Guanlin and Shang Guanmeng, were still trying to figure out how to feel their way in, a sudden burst of noisy sounds rang out from outside the building. Kiddo! It's Kiddo! Kiddo is here! Feng Shen! I love you! Look at me! Aha! Hubby! I'm here! I'm here! The sudden shout instantly attracted the attention of the two sisters. The two looked sideways, only to see that in the distance, a white figure was slicing through the sky on a glider. It then landed steadily on top of the building. This scene caused the Chen Feng fans who had been waiting at the scene for a long time to go crazy. For a while, the shrieks and shouts were unending, and the degree of hilarity was no less than that of an international superstar's concert scene. Of course, the members of the pursuit team responsible for policing the scene were also instantly attracted by Chen Feng's figure. Good chance! The two sisters, Shang Guanlin and Shang Guanmeng, exchanged a glance, and without the slightest hesitation, they quickly took the opportunity of Chen Feng's appearance and the distraction of the crowd at the scene to feel their way towards the inside. Inside the surveillance room. Looking at the surveillance screen, the figure of Chen Feng that flew from the sky and landed on top of the building. Lin Chuanxiang immediately stood up, notify everyone immediately. Prepared to go upstairs to arrest Chen Feng. As soon as Lin Chuanxiang's words fell, he was blocked by Ouyang Muxue. Wait! Captain Lin! Lin Chuanxiang, who was stopped, subconsciously frowned, but immediately afterward, he stretched and opened his mouth to inquire. What's wrong, Ms. Ouyang? Is something wrong? He was not an unreasonable person. Although he was not familiar with Ouyang Muxue, he was familiar with Sun Luo. Ouyang Muxue, as his friend's senior sister, was also the champion of the detective competition's China region. No matter if it was out of affection or ability, Lin Chuanxiang was happy to listen to Ouyang Muxue's opinion. Captain Lin, our main task now is still to guard the Desert Star, not to capture Chen Feng, and have you forgotten? He is very good at using projection techniques to deceive people. How do you know that Chen Feng outside will be real? Hearing Ouyang Muxue's words, Lin Chuanxiang's brows tightened, and after a little thought, he felt that it made sense. Immediately, he once again ordered into the walkie-talkie, tell Group 1 and Group 2 to stay put and do their own thing. Group 3 go to the roof of the building to scout the situation and report back immediately if there are any problems. One group receive. Group 2, copy. Group 3, copy. As the three voices came from the intercom, Lin Chuanxiong also sat back on top of his seat once again and watched the surveillance with the crowd. 5 minutes later, Lin Chuanxiong's intercom rang again. Team 3 reporting, the target has disappeared, currently unknown whereabouts. The intercom's voice was particularly clear in the silent surveillance room. Inside the surveillance room, members of the newly formed Pursuit 3 group cast admiring gazes towards Ouyang Muxue. Even Lin Chuanxiong smiled and opened his mouth to Su Lixue on the side. Captain Su has hired a good advisor. Having Ms. Ouyang around has saved us a lot of trouble. At Lin Chuanxiong's words, Su Lixue just smiled and didn't say anything. Her eyes continued to stare at the monitor. With her understanding of Chen Feng, this person's actions could never be this simple. There would definitely be other actions. The crowd continued to wait. A short half a minute later, another voice came from the intercom. Group 3 reporting, the target has reappeared and is now using a glider to circle the building's perimeter. This time, Lin Chuanxiong learned his lesson and directly ordered. Your group doesn't need to come back first, stay over there on guard and report any problems at any time, the other groups won't move. As Lin Chuanxiong's words fell, another burst of received sounds came from the intercom. It was also at this moment that the door to the surveillance room was violently pushed by someone. The door of the surveillance room was violently pushed open with a bang. Report, I just found a team member who was knocked out in the bathroom when I went to the restroom. The words just fell. Another member of the pursuit team came running in panic. Reporting to the two captains, Chen Feng appeared inside the collection hall. Chapter 100 Stealing Treasure and Saving Beauty. The pop-ups surged in the live broadcast room. Holy, my god, Feng has appeared? Then don't rush to cut the screen. What's your hurry? I guess I just saw it and didn't lock the specific figure. Meow, the rules have changed. Now that the live broadcast is following the pursuit team, I can't even appreciate the Feng god's silhouette. It can't be helped, Feng Shen's figure is just too godlike. It's not easy to do a live broadcast of him, and it's justifiable for the program team to do this. Inside the monitoring room, Su Lixue and the others were startled and looked at the team member who had come to inform them in unison. Chen Feng has appeared? The team member still had an anxious look on his face. At the compartment near the restroom there, I saw a flash of a white shadow at that time. I'm pretty sure I'm not mistaken, it was Chen Feng dressed in white. The compartment. Ouyang Muxue murmured. Trying to come directly to the vicinity of the long corridor after passing through the compartment? Going off the beaten path, that's really his style. Ouyang Muxue revealed a smile. Two captains, let's go to the hall. In addition, send 2 more teams to reinforce the exterior and blockade the collection hall. Our previous preparations, it's time to put them to use. Hearing Ouyang Muxue mention previous preparations, Su Lixue and the two of them nodded their heads in agreement. According to Ouyang Muxue's words, 2 teams of people were sent to the exterior, and then a few people were left behind to continue to be responsible for the matters within the monitoring room, before they got up and left the monitoring room. When the people left, in the entire monitoring room, there was only the collections museum's director Lu, the 5 team members responsible for checking the monitoring, as well as the member of the pursuit team who had hurriedly come to inform Chen Feng of the situation just now. Seeing that the team member who had come to inform earlier looked out of breath, Curator Lu then handed over a cup of water. Tough job, sir. Looking at the cup of water that was delivered to his hand, the team member did not reach out to take it. Instead, he put away the panting look from earlier in an instant and revealed a smile. It's not hard work, it's just starting to get hard now. What? Mean? Curator Lu was a little puzzled, but before he could continue to ask, he only felt a wave of dizziness, followed by 2 black eyes, and directly collapsed. Even the water in the cup in his hand also spilled to ground. This side of the situation immediately attracted the attention of the several team members responsible for monitoring. Immediately, there were 2 people who stood up, but before they could say anything, they also fell down with a black eye. The 6 people in the monitoring room were all wiped out. Only then did Chen Feng, who was disguised as a member of the pursuit team, take out the already empty hypnotic gas bottle from behind him and throw it onto the ground. Be careful next time, everyone. Chen Feng revealed a light smile. At this moment, he had long since consumed the drug that restrained the hypnotic gas, so he wasn't affected much. But now. System, redeem the costume of collection curator Lu Jingyu. Ding, dress-up exchange successful, consume system points 10. As the system's tone fell, Chen Feng also had a set of dress-up in his hands that was exactly the same as that of curator Lu, who was lying on the ground. Need to hurry up. Chen Feng gave a dark cry, then once again sent a message to Lin Qingyao to notify the start of the operation. On the other side, Su Lixue and the other 20 or so members of the pursuit group had already arrived near their destination. Working in groups of 3, each of them alerted their surroundings, searching for the white figure. Over there. It was unknown who shouted, and then all of them looked in unison in the direction the person pointed.
only to see that in the corner near the window, a white figure was hiding there. Seemingly realizing that he had been exposed, the white figure quickly left from the corner and fastened the rappelling zipline to the iron bar next to the window, then quickly paddled towards the downstairs. Chase! Su Lixue gave an order, and the crowd chased towards the downstairs. Only Ouyang Mushue looked at the direction of the window with a slight frown. She seemed to be feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell, so she had no choice but to follow the crowd towards the downstairs and chase after them. At the same time, Chen Feng had already arrived at the location at the end of the long corridor. The dress of a curator had long since been changed, and the white attire was put back on, and at Chen Feng's feet, there were 7 or 8 members of the pursuit team who had just been mesmerized. Chen Feng slightly raised his head and looked towards the location of the ceiling. Although it was not obvious, it could still be faintly seen that the middle of the long corridor faintly revealed the outline of an iron fence. As long as the position of the Yi Desert Star was moved, the fence was dropped, trapping the people inside in the long corridor? Chen Feng muttered to himself. Sweeping a glance at the Desert Star necklace that was close at hand, Chen Feng did not rush to pick it up. Instead, he stepped on the table located in the long corridor and came to the mouth of the ventilation duct. At this moment, the consciousness of Shang Guanxi, who was sealed inside the duct, had begun to become blurred. The feeling of coldness and lack of oxygen came one after the other, causing this woman, who was only 2 years older than Chen Feng, to feel despair. There was not much oxygen left in the oxygen cylinder in her hand. The cold air around her also made it so that she could only curl up her body as much as possible to maintain her body temperature. How about quitting the program? This was the only thought in Shang Guanxi's fuzzy consciousness. But unfortunately, at this moment, she was no longer even able to raise her hands, let alone ask for help. For a while, a sense of despair swept through Shang Guanxi's entire body. She somewhat regretted coming to this program, somewhat regretted coming to steal the Desert Star, and even somewhat regretted not announcing her exit when the dry ice was just poured in. The consciousness blurred. Shang Guanxi seemed to see the ventilation duct opening being opened once again. The dry ice that had originally been poured in was quickly cleared out, followed by a strong arm reaching in from outside and carrying her slowly out of the ventilation duct. Warm. Very warm. Shang Guanxi, who was no longer conscious, subconsciously moved her body towards the warm place. This is not even quit, lady. Looking at the unconscious Shang Guanxi in his arms, Chen Feng shook his head with a smile. Picking Shang Guanxi up in a princess hug, he then slowly passed a thin rope through the chain of the Desert Star necklace. 2 of them were synthesized into one, lassoing the Desert Star. After doing all this, Chen Feng held Shang Guanxi, whose consciousness was still blurred, to the window, and without much hesitation, directly leapt down towards the window. At the same time, the gliding wings behind Chen Feng opened, lifting his body up and flying outward. As Chen Feng's position rapidly moved away from the promenade, the thin rope tied to the Desert Star necklace tightened in an instant. The necklace that was subjected to traction instantly flew out and was carried by the thin rope towards the window. Also in the next second, when the Desert Star left its original position, the steel and iron fence originally hidden on the ceiling instantly fell. But unfortunately, it didn't trap anyone other than the several members of the pursuit team who had already passed out. Chapter 101, Operation Successfully Completed. Bang! The loud ringing sound of the steel fence falling echoed from the long corridor. It was also heard by the pursuit team members downstairs who were still searching for Chen Feng's figure. The organ triggered? Su Lixue stopped in her tracks at once, her eyes looking in the direction of the ceiling. The reaction of the others was similar. But before the crowd could think more, they heard the cries outside suddenly rise. Kiddo! 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 The cries rose in waves, and even the people of the pursuit team inside the building could hear them clearly. Quickly coming to the floor-to-ceiling windows, they looked out. Only to see that not far above the opposite building, the white figure stood there. The white cloak danced with the wind, and a silver white gem-studded necklace dangled between his fingers. What else could it be if not the Desert Star? And in Chen Feng's arms, a humanoid creature covered by a blanket and wrapped tightly also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The live broadcast room almost boiled over in an instant. Phone God, this is successful? No, right, besides the Desert Star, what is that in Phone God's arms? How come it looks a bit like a person? Holy! It seems like it's still true. What is that thing? It can't be that the Maple God really held a person out, right? Don't! Why am I not the one lying in my husband's arms? The pop-ups rolled in the live broadcast room. The 2 sisters, Shangguan Meng and Shangguan Lin, who were in disguise, also arrived near the promenade. Looking at the unconscious past pursuit team members in the long corridor who were locked inside by the iron bars, as well as the dry ice scattered all over the place and the ventilating duct openings that had been opened, the 2 Shangguan sisters immediately frowned. This second sister is gone? Shangguan Meng spoke with a face of uncertainty. Shangguan Lin was similarly confused, her willow brows locked as she pondered over all the possibilities. Nor did she wait for her to think of anything before the huge commotion outside reached the ears of the 2 of them. Big sister! Look!
Shangguan Meng suddenly opened her mouth and pointed in a direction outside the window.
Shangguan Lin, who had been interrupted in her thoughts, hurriedly looked in the direction of Shangguan Meng's finger.
This. Shangguan Lin reached out and covered her vermilion lips, as if she was somewhat incredulous.
Shangguan Meng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and opened her mouth. This. Kiddo in her arms.
Won't be second sister, right? Facing her own little sister's question, Shangguan Lin slowly shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either.
At the same time,
Shangguan Shi, who felt the noisy environment around her, also gradually recovered her consciousness and slowly woke up in Chen Feng's arms. Touching the blanket covering her body, Shangguan Shi was stunned. Where was she? Wasn't she in a ventilation duct? How did one appear here? With a face full of questions, Shangguan Shi immediately wanted to lift the blanket and take a look at her surroundings. But before she could do so, she was stopped by a voice. Don't move, Miss Strange Thief. If you don't want to be seen in your true colors, please be patient for a while. The voice was extremely gentle, just like his warm embrace, mesmerizing. But at this moment, Shangguan Shi didn't have much appreciation, but more of a surprise. Monstrous. Kiddo. Shangguan Shi, who had often watched Chen Feng's live broadcast before the competition, directly called out Chen Feng's identity with a single bite. The hand that was still struggling slowly relaxed. Feeling the quietness of the person in his arms, Chen Feng also slowly turned his gaze to the opposite side of the building, facing Su Lixue and the others across the street. Lips lightly opened, a voice came out from his mouth. Everyone in the pursuit team, this time, it seems that I still won. Chen Feng's voice traveled to the ears of everyone present through the amplification device that had just been turned on. Chen Feng's fans on the streets instantly boiled. Shouts of kiddo were heard in waves. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chen Feng leapt forward, and the glider wings opened again, carrying him towards the distance. Only the grim-faced members of the pursuit team and Chen Feng's fans, who were still chanting, remained where they were. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the Desert Star, rewarding Freak Bandit Kid with card fusion 5% and gaining the skill, firearms proficiency. System points plus 500, current card fusion degree, 80%. Night. When Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng, who received Shangguan Shi's message, returned to the second floor of the dessert store. Shangguan Shi was already sitting at the sofa's position. The tight clothes on her body had been changed into a casual outfit. And on the seat beside Shangguan Shi, a khaki-colored blanket was placed on it. Little Shi. Second sister. The duo of Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng quickly pushed their way in. Filled with worry, they checked on Shangguan Shi, and only after determining that she was not injured did they let go of their hearts. Earlier, after Chen Feng had left. In order to prevent misjudgment, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng had searched the surrounding area again, and even Shangguan Meng had drilled into the ventilation ducts. However, other than finding countless dry ice blocking the passageway, there were no other findings. It wasn't until the duo received a text message from Shangguan Shi that they rushed back from there. Xiao Shi. Shangguan Lin's eyes were slightly red as she looked at Shangguan Shi, opening her mouth, but in the end no words came out. Alright, big sister. Shangguan Shi's slightly pale face squeezed out a smile and comforted, am I not fine? Don't worry about it. Aha! Shangguan Lin reached out and wrapped Shangguan Shi into her arms, reaching out to stroke her head. Shangguan Meng also walked up, and the three of them hugged together for a long time without speaking. Only after a long time did the three of them separate again. By the way, second sister, Shangguan Meng suddenly spoke, were you really rescued by Kiddo? The person he was carrying in his arms at that time was really you? Hearing Shangguan Meng's question, Shangguan Lin also looked over with the same curiosity, waiting for Shangguan Shi's answer. Although she had prepared for this, after hearing this question, Shangguan Shi still blushed for a split second. Pursing her cherry lips, she nodded slightly. Really? Shangguan Meng was shocked. The shock then quickly transformed into scrutiny, then you too. Shangguan Shi's face turned even redder, but she still quickly waved her hand and said, we didn't even say a few words, he just sent me to a safe place and then left, I didn't even have time to say thank you to him. Really? Shangguan Meng had a disbelieving face. And Shangguan Shi continued to nod her head with a sheepish face, while her left hand reached into her pocket and stuffed the white card from a certain thief in her pocket. Shangguan Meng still wanted to continue asking, but luckily she was interrupted by Shangguan Lin. Alright little dream, don't ask so many questions, let Xiao Shi go back to rest first. Oh. Shangguan Meng nodded her head and obediently shut her mouth. Returning to the middle of his room. Accompanied by the door of the room closing, Shangguan Shi was instantly relieved. The exhaustion from earlier seemed to surge up at this moment, and lying on the bed, she fell asleep. And in her hand, a white card was held in her death grip. It was unknown what the exact content was, only that the beginning of the card was Shangguan Shi's name, while the final inscription was Monster Thief Kid. Chapter 102, Museum Theft. Update, at 0:05 today, in Mr. Lu Jingyu's private collection museum in the south of the city, Chen Feng once again defeated the members of the hunting team and obtained the diamond necklace Desert Star. This is the first time that Chen Feng has been silent. This was Qin Feng's first outing after 2 months of silence, and again, he exited the stage with a resounding victory. However, strangely enough, the other thief who had been eyeing the Desert Star necklace at the same time as Chen Feng did not show up until after the incident. Inside the cafe, the public television hanging on the wall was broadcasting today's news. Hearing what was playing on the TV, Sun Yuqing, who was drinking coffee inside the cafe, immediately revealed a smile that was rightfully hers. I knew it, how could Kiddo fail? And that other weird thief that didn't show up, I think it's more than likely that he was scared by Kiddo and didn't dare to come. Don't you think so, boss? Sun Yuqing looked at Chen Feng at the front stage position. Chen Feng just smiled at this and did not reply. As it happened, at this time, the two sisters, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng, happened to come to buy coffee. Sun Yuqing's voice was not small, even the two at the door heard it very clearly. Shangguan Lin was fine, and did not have any extra reaction, but Shangguan Meng was young and impetuous, and wanted to come forward to retort a couple of sentences on the spot. But before she could open her mouth, she was stopped by Shangguan Lin. Looking at her own big sister's eyes, Shangguan Meng, who was still furious just a moment ago, instantly quenched her fire and honestly followed behind Shangguan Lin as she walked towards the inside. Yazan, 2 cups of Blue Mountain and 1 cup of latte, help me pack it when it's done. Shangguan Lin came to the front desk position and opened her mouth. Okay, wait a moment. Chen Feng agreed with a smile, then looked to Lin Qingyao on the side. Lin Qingyao immediately understood, and after rolling her eyes, she reluctantly got up and made coffee. Chen Feng once again looked at Shangguan Lin. How is sister she? Is her body well? It's fine, Xiaoxi recovered quite quickly. In addition, thank you for the medicine. Shangguan Lin smiled and opened her mouth. Yesterday, the Yazan in front of her had just learned that Shangguan was sick, and sent a lot of medicine on the same day, and although it was not used, it still made Shangguan sisters feel a lot of good about this warm and handsome neighbor. Seeing Chen Feng chatting with Shangguan Lin at just the right time, Sun Yuqing also came over with a curious face. Boss, haven't seen you for a few days, where did you trick a new customer from? Chen Feng smiled and spoke, what do you mean by cheating? This is the new neighbor, Miss Shangguan from the dessert store next door. Next door dessert store? Sun Yuqing spoke, it just so happens that I also want to eat dessert, so let's go next door and buy a cupcake one. After saying that, Sun Yuqing was just about to step away when Shangguan Meng spoke up behind her. Sorry, our store is temporarily closed for business. Sun Yuqing looked back. Shangguan Meng was not the least bit intimidated as she locked eyes with her. It caused Sun Yuqing to be puzzled for a while, not knowing where she had offended this lady she had never met before. However, she wasn't a petty person and didn't bother with Shangguan Meng. Nodding gently, she left the cafe. This little girl kinda holds a grudge. Chen Feng laughed in his heart and shook his head. Of course, Shangguan Lin also knew that Shangguan Meng had said that because of Sun Yuqing's words earlier, the other monster thief was scared. Immediately, she glared at her, but out of the fact that she was still outside, she couldn't say anything more. Today, the cafe's regular customers seemed to have made an appointment, coming one after another. Just as Sun Yuqing left, Su Lishua windily pushed open the door and walked in. Yazan. The usual, half-sugar mocha. Su Lishua directly sat down on a seat in the store, and there seemed to be a touch of unfading anger on her face. Seeing Su Lishua, the chase captain, arrive, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng were startled at that moment. However, they quickly realized that Su Luexu was not here to arrest them, and quickly adjusted, putting on an air of nothingness and chatting normally. Why are you so angry? Ma'am. Chen Feng slowly came to the seat opposite Su Lishua and sat down, handing her a cup of ice water first. Su Lishua took the ice water and directly poured a large mouthful of it. Only then did she barely hide her anger for a few moments. You know what happened yesterday, right? Is it about that thief getting his hands on you? Chen Feng opened his mouth to inquire. Cough. Su Lishua coughed slightly awkwardly, but then quickly waved her hand. It's not that one, it's the one over at the H-City Museum, the strange thief who had previously set his sights on the Desert Star, alongside Chen Feng. Surprisingly, he took advantage of the fact that both of our pursuit teams were focusing on the southern part of the city, and made a move to steal one of the treasures from the H-City Museum. Simply abominable. What? Shangguan Meng, who was originally pretending to be fine at the side, could no longer pretend anymore after hearing these words and directly uttered out in surprise. Even the ever-steady Shangguan Lin frowned slightly as she pondered over all the possibilities. Her first thought was that at that time, during the period when Chen Feng had left with Xiaoxi, he had come to the museum in H-City and stolen something. However, on second thought, this guess was quickly overturned. Not to mention that Xiaoxi had no reason to deceive himself on such an important matter. Let's just talk about the distance. Yesterday's private collection hall was located in the south of the city, while the location of the H-City Museum was in the north area of the city center. This round trip would take at least 6 hours. This time simply didn't match up. This is... Looking at Shangguan Meng, who suddenly spoke out, Su Lishua couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Shangguan Meng's reaction was not slow. After seeing Su Lishua's gaze, she directly did not retreat but advanced, smiling, and walked up. Hello Captain Su, my name is Shangwan Meng, a college student who likes monster bandits and also a fan of yours. Hello. Facing Shangwan Meng's outstretched hand, Su Lishua didn't think much about it and shook her hand amicably. Shangwan Lin also walked up. Captain Su, did you just say that another strange thief, when you all gathered your attention in the south of the city, took advantage of the situation and stole one of the museum's treasures? Yes. Su Lishua picked up her water cup again and took a sip of ice water, nodding and not denying it. How do you guys know it was that weird thief who did it? Shangwan Meng couldn't wait to speak. Su Lishua finished the rest of the ice water, took out her cell phone from her pocket, opened the photo album and handed it to several people. This thing was found at the scene of the stolen items, you guys can take a look. Chen Feng and the Shangwan sisters' gazes looked towards the cell phone screen together, only to see that the photo was exactly the scene in one of the museum's side halls. The rectangular glass cabinet was shattered, with shards of glass scattered all around, and the items stored inside had long since disappeared. Chapter 103, False Accusation? Most notably, next to the broken glass display case, there was also a black plastic card with a rosebud pattern printed on the back. The style was generally the same as the teaser letter that the Shangwan sisters had previously distributed for the Desert Star necklace. Shangwan Meng froze, and even glanced uncertainly at Shangwan Lin beside her, wondering if there was some other plan from last night that she hadn't told herself about. Shangwan Meng turned her head, but saw that at this moment, Shangwan Lin was also frowning, seemingly also pondering what was going on. Su Lishua put her cell phone away. This matter will be announced today, you guys can watch the news then. Hearing Su Lishua's words, Shangwan Lin's frown deepened. She was now almost 100% certain that this was someone borrowing their name to commit a theft, and then was framing them for the incident. At that exact moment, the Shangwan sisters' coffee was ready. Shangwan Lin also obediently took the coffee from Lin Qingyao at the front desk, and then led Shangwan Meng out of the cafe. Looking at the backs of the two women leaving, Chen Feng did not say anything more and just continued to chat with Su Lishua as if nothing had happened. Until Su Lishua left. Around the evening, a post came out of nowhere. The most shameless monster thief appears? Didn't show up at the time of the teaser letter, but took advantage of the pursuit team's personnel focusing their attention on the south of the city to steal the museum's treasure, the Emerald Lotus clothes. After this post appeared, the heat soared and went straight to the second place on the hot search list. Subsequently, countless similar posts appeared one after another, with content not far from the above post. Such a high level of heat had of course caused many netizens to pay attention in droves. And after seeing the content in the post, they were immediately infuriated and cursed. Especially Chen Feng's fans and some monster fans, but also the small mouth with quench-like poison, unceremoniously opened fire. Meow. I've never seen such a shameless person. I've seen it today. Even if you don't dare to go to the preview letter you sent yourself, you even took advantage of the fact that people were acting on Chen Feng's behalf to attract the pursuit team, and then took advantage of the situation to go to the north to steal something from the museum. Too shameless. How can you still be a monster thief with this? It simply insults the reputation of the weird thief. More than shameless, it's simply shameless. He still has the face to call himself a weird pirate. Disgusting. It's disgusting. Support. It's simply shameless. Bang. The second floor of the dessert store. Looking at the reports on her cell phone and the comments of the netizens, Shangwan Meng slapped the table in anger, her face turning blue. Shangwan Lin's face did not look good either. It was already hard to take the failure of the previous operation, but now to be slandered as a villain who took advantage of the situation was even more infuriating. If this matter was really done by them, it would be fine, but on the contrary, they didn't know anything. Phew. Shangwan Lin long exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, calmed down a few points, and then slowly opened her mouth. I'll say what you think about this matter, Xiao Meng, you say first. Shangwan Meng opened her mouth. I think this is a cowardly person who stole the collections in the museum in our name, and then finally dumped the pot on our heads, simply shameless. Shangwan Meng's small face was reddened with anger, and she was also violently coughed because she was too agitated when she spoke at the back. Cough. Cough. After coughing, Shangwan Meng continued to speak. Of course, I don't think we can rule out that thief Keto doing it. After all, other than him, there are very few people who have the ability to steal things out of a tightly guarded museum. Ever since the last time Chen Feng had stepped in and stolen the Desert Star necklace that had originally been targeted by them ahead of him, Shangwan Meng had not had a favorable impression of the thief. However, since Chen Feng had also saved his second sister, now Shangwan Meng could only say that she held a bad impression of Chen Feng. Hearing Shangwan Meng's words, Shangwan Lin nodded her head and turned her gaze back to Shangwan Shi, who had not said anything. Xiao Shi, what do you think? Xiao Shi? Xiao Shi. Ha? It wasn't until Shangwan Lin increased the volume of her voice and shouted 2 more times, which brought the wandering Shangwan Shi's thoughts back. After looking at Shangwan Shi with a scrutinizing gaze for a few moments, only then did Shangwan Lin speak again. Little Shi, you seem to be a bit absent-minded, huh? There. Are.
Shang Wanshi squeezed out a smile and laughed awkwardly. But even Shang Wanmeng, who was on the side, could see it and spoke. Second sister, you're not thinking about that thief called Kiddo, are you? How? How could that be? Hearing the word Kiddo, Shang Wanshi was like a cat that had its tail stepped on and directly stood up in excitement. This kind of poor acting didn't cover up her faint-heartedness, but instead made the Shang Wanmeng duo even more suspicious. However, it was good that Shang Wanlin had no intention of continuing to dwell on this issue. Directly pulling the question back again, Xiaoxi, what do you think about this matter? Do you also think it could be Kiddo's doing? Of course not. Shang Wanshi spoke decisively. Shang Wanmeng said, second sister, how can you be so sure? It's not like you know him. Maybe after he put you down he turned around and stole something over at the museum? Shang Wanshi was momentarily dumbfounded. Just as Shang Wanmeng had said, she didn't even know Chen Feng, so how could she talk about understanding? Knock knock. Right at this moment, the window on the second floor of the dessert store that was covered by curtains suddenly resounded with a knock on the window. The sound was not loud, but it still very clearly fell into the ears of the three Shangwan sisters at the scene. The three instantly stood up, looking in the direction of the window with vigilance, and spoke with a guarded voice, who's outside? The sound of knocking on the window stopped at that moment. A few seconds later, a gentle voice came out of the window this time. An uninvited thief. A strange thief. Kiddo. Shang Wanlin's willow eyebrows suddenly wrinkled, and the color of wariness in her eyes didn't fade away, but instead became even more grave. The heart of defense could not be ignored. Although Chen Feng had not shown any hostility towards them earlier, and had even saved Shang Wanshi from a crisis. But this did not rule out the possibility that Chen Feng wanted to wipe out the three of them and then send them to the program in exchange for the pursuit gold. After all, quite a few contestants had done that. Under Shang Wanlin's signal, Shang Wanshi slowly walked to the window, reached out her hand, and pulled the curtains open. Losing the curtains that blocked the line of sight, the white figure wearing a monocle was completely revealed in front of the trio. Chen Feng placed his hand in front of his body, bowed slightly to the several people, performed a gentleman's salute, and slowly spoke. I hope to apologize for coming uninvited, a few. Miss Monster. Chapter 104 Help and Invitation. Seeing the visitor, Shang Wanshi's face revealed a touch of imperceptible joy, which was quickly covered up again. Taking 2 steps backward to Shang Wanlin and Shang Wanmeng's side, she stood with the two of them. Strange thief Kiddo? What are you doing here? Shang Wanlin scrutinized Chen Feng outside with a guarded look on her face, as if she would immediately use her fighting skills to teach Chen Feng to be a human being if he made any movement. Of course, the premise was that she could beat Chen Feng. Aowa, a few ladies seem to have quite a bit of animosity towards me. Chen Feng raised his hands with a light smile on his face, seemingly unconcerned with the guarded stance of the few people. Not to mention that he did not come looking for trouble and did not want to make a move. Even if he did make a move, Chen Feng, who had the super fighting technique in his body, was not afraid of the 3 Shangwan sisters in front of him. Don't be nervous, several ladies, my arrival today is not malicious. I just heard that you guys have encountered a little trouble and came over to see if there's anything I need help with. Chen Feng still had that gentle poker face, making one unable to see his true emotions. He was different from Black Feather Quick Dough. The reason why Black Feather Quickdraw became a monster thief was because of his own father's disappearance. While Chen Feng was different, he did it purely for the fun of it. Just as that Miss Li Qingyan, who was far away in Western Europe, had commented on him, a person who did things casually and was never restless. You came to help us? Shang Wanmeng was slightly surprised and looked to the side at her own 2 sisters, only to see that they had the same reaction. Chen Feng did not deny it, but instead smiled again and spoke, aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? The 3 Shangwan sisters looked at each other, and then Shang Wanshi walked forward, and then slowly reached out to unscrew the balcony door in front of them. Snap! Chen Feng snapped his fingers and changed into a purple rose and handed it to Shang Wanshi. We meet again, Miss Shang Wanshi. Looking at the rosebush sent by the person in front of her, Shang Wanshi subconsciously glanced at the Shang Wanlin duo behind her before raising her hand to accept the flower and said thank you. Coming inside the house. Under the watchful eyes of the 3, Chen Feng casually surveyed the surrounding arrangement before arriving in front of the sofa. May I sit? Feel free to do as you please. Shang Wanlin spoke. Chen Feng had just taken his seat when Shang Wanshi couldn't wait to come up, looking at Chen Feng with anticipation on her face. That? You just said that you want to help us? Is that true? Chen Feng smiled, of course, I never lie to a lady. Really? Shang Wanmeng was instantly surprised. Although she didn't really want to admit it, the person in front of her was indeed quite a bit stronger than them in terms of means, and if he was willing to help, things would naturally be much simpler. However, Chen Feng suddenly turned his words around, causing the 3 women present to tense up again. Seemingly noticing this, Chen Feng spoke again. Don't worry, 3 Miss Monster, I don't have the intention to change my mind. I was trying to say that before that. Is it possible for me to taste the signature cake of your store, preferably made for me by Miss Shang Wanshi? Saying that, Chen Feng even blinked his left eye towards Shang Wanshi. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Shang Wanlin and Shang Wanmeng both looked towards Shang Wanshi behind them in unison. Shang Wanshi blushed slightly and softly said, "Wait a moment, I'll do it," before leaving the room. With Shang Wanshi's departure, the two of them in the room, Shang Wanlin and Shang Wanmeng, also sat on top of the sofa.
Chen Feng did not say anything else, and the two women were not in a position to speak first, so the room fell into silence for a while.
Not long after,
Shang Wanshi walked back with the freshly made cupcake, opened the box and placed it in front of Chen Feng.
"Use it slowly." Shang Wanshi spoke gently.
Chen Feng picked up the cake in front of him and tasted it. The flavor is very good. Looking at Chen Feng, who had a leisurely face, slowly savoring the cake one bite at a time, Shang Wanmeng finally couldn't help herself. "What exactly do you want to do?"
"Well."
Chen Feng put down the cake in his hands and pretended to ponder for a while.
Shang Wanshi and the three of them looked at Chen Feng with bated breath, waiting for his answer.
"No hurry. First, if possible, tomorrow night, I would like to invite Ms. Shang Wanshi to go with me to the scene to have a look. I don't know if I have the time off." Chen Feng looked at Shang Wanshi and slowly spoke. As soon as these words came out, Shang Wanlin's brows immediately furrowed. As the eldest sister, she instinctively did not want her younger sister to go and risk her life with a completely unfamiliar person like Chen Feng. But at the moment, Chen Feng again did not seem to have any malicious intent.
Shang Wanlin's willow brows slightly frowned as she looked in Shang Wanshi's direction, as if she wanted to hear what she had to say.
Hearing Chen Feng invite himself, Shang Wanshi looked a little confused.
Pointing at herself, she spoke uncertainly, "Me?
I don't think there's anyone else here with the same name as you, ma'am." Chen Feng stood up, holding a freshly transformed red rose in his hand and handed it to Shang Wanshi.
"May I ask if you are willing to accept the invitation of a thief?"
Under the watchful eyes of the two Shang Wanlin, Shang Wanshi hesitated a little before accepting the red-colored rose with a red face, and at the same time accepting the invitation from Chen Feng. Seeing this, Chen Feng revealed a smile and had no intention of continuing to stay. After chatting for a couple more sentences, he once again came to the balcony location.
Under the watchful eyes of the three Shangwan sisters,
Chen Feng made another salute to the few people, and then his figure slowly dissipated under the illumination of the moonlight. P.S. If brothers, today is too hard to write a little, really cannot write, take a day off, tomorrow normal update. Chapter 105, The Two Strange Thieves Who Came to the Museum. The online curses were still hard to hear. Even some impulsive people directly found the program's site to complain, requesting to revoke the qualification of that shameless weird thief. But it was unsurprisingly rejected. The reason was also very simple, that is, there was no rule that said that contestants must send out a preview letter and act according to the time and place on the preview letter. So obviously, this matter was not in violation of the law from the program's perspective. Having said that, after all, this matter was not done by Shang Wanlin, Shang Wanshi, and Shang Wanmeng, the three sisters. So even if they weren't disqualified, the three Shangwan sisters who were framed for no reason were still incredibly angry. One day passed by leisurely. The second day. In the afternoon. In front of the dessert store with the sign temporarily closed. A young man wearing a duck-tongued cap was standing in front of the closed store door waiting for something. Squeak! Not far away, a sound of brakes rang out, and a red Jeep steadily stopped in the line of parking spaces in front of the store. The car door was then opened, and the three Shangwan sisters stepped down from the car one after another, and the youth wearing a duck-tongued hat came up with it. After just one day's absence, you have become more and more beautiful, the three young ladies. The youth raised his head, and the face hidden under the duck-tongued cap was suddenly revealed in front of the three. Yazan? Looking at the familiar face under the cap, the three Shangwan sisters were all startled. It turned out that the appearance of the person in front of them was actually the same as Yazan's face. The true identity of this neighbor of theirs was actually Kiddo? This was the first reaction of the three sisters. But soon, Shang Wanlin, who was the eldest sister, realized that something was wrong and gently shook her head. He's not Yazan. Why? Shang Wanshi was just about to open his mouth to inquire, when he noticed the direction of his big sister's gaze. Following Shang Wanlin's line of sight, she only saw that next to her own dessert store, inside Yazan's coffee shop. Through the large transparent glass, one could clearly see that Yazan was sitting at the front counter of the coffee shop, quietly reading a book. Listening to the words of several people, Chen Feng also revealed a smile. I'm sorry, I'm just borrowing that gentleman's face for the time being. Besides, don't you guys think that his looks are very similar to mine? The three Shangwan sisters rolled their eyes in unison. Shang Wanmeng muttered in a small voice, you don't know to use your real face to meet even if you want to chase after my second sister, really? Shang Wanmeng's voice was not loud, but it clearly fell in the ears of everyone present. Shang Wanshi immediately blushed and softly chided, little dream. Don't talk nonsense. Hearing her second sister's words, Shang Wanmeng beamed, but still obediently closed her mouth and stopped talking. Chen Feng stretched out his hand to Shang Wanshi and made an invitation gesture. I've already bought the tickets for the museum, please, ma'am. Chen Feng put one hand behind his back and the other in front of Shang Wanshi, bowing slightly as if the two of them were not going to the museum, but rather to some kind of high-class ball. Stinky-ass guy.
Shang Wanmeng muttered in a small voice. Are you just going to go with me with this face? Shang Wanshi spoke with some uncertainty.
Chen Feng smiled faintly and reached out his hand across his face. Instantly, the human skin mask that had just been on his face was removed, turning to reveal another unfamiliar face. Seeing that it was still not a real face, Shang Wanshi was a little disappointed but did not say anything more. Instead, she put her hand on Chen Feng's hand, and the two of them left in pairs.
Having just taken 2 steps,
Chen Feng seemed to have remembered something again, stopped and turned his head once again. Reaching out, he took out a black gadget from his own pocket and threw it to Shang Wanlin.
Shang Wanlin reached out and took it without much surprise in her eyes.
Chen Feng's voice came immediately afterward. Miss Shang Wanlin, let's forget about it this time, but next time, don't be so rude. After saying that, Chen Feng once again smiled and saluted, and then left with Shang Wanshi. Just as Chen Feng and his duo left, Shang Wanmeng came up, her face full of curiosity. Elder sister, you even placed a tracker on him? Shang Wanlin spoke. I placed it last night. Originally I wanted to probe where his hiding place was, but just after he left, the tracker lost its signal, and at that time, I knew that it had been discovered.
Oh. Shang Wanmeng nodded. It seems that thief really has some skills.
Let's go back to the store first and prepare for the signal that Xiaoxi will send back.
Aha! As the duo left, the dessert store's entrance once again resumed its deserted state. And inside the cafe, Lin Xingyao, who was disguised as Chen Feng, was relieved to see this.
Putting down the book in her hands and rubbing her already sore neck, she couldn't help but secretly spit out, this damnable boss.
Going to flirt with the girl himself and making me pretend to be him.
Casually flipped through the book in his hand. It was all in a foreign language, which was simply unintelligible, so he simply threw the book to the side, locked the store door, and hid on the second floor to play with his cell phone. Actually, Chen Feng had a reason for doing so. After all, he and Shangwan 3 sisters are neighbors. If they found out for a long time, Kiddo appeared, Yazan will disappear. It is inevitable that they will not be suspicious. So when this kind of time, it's better to take precautionary measures before it's too late. At this time, inside the H-City Museum,
Chen Feng and his team had already finished checking their tickets and walked in.
Shang Wanshi was gently holding Chen Feng's arm, and the two of them would chat in a low voice from time to time.
Anyone who looks at it will only think that it is a small couple that comes to join in the fun.
Only as the female partner Shang Wanshi, at this time, appeared to be extraordinarily serious. Her left hand was constantly adjusting the position of the cuffs to ensure that she could better utilize the camera hidden in the cuffs to transmit back all the arrangements within the museum. There's no need to be so serious, ma'am. Your current identity is my girlfriend. You keep looking like this, but it will make people suspicious. Chen Feng's gentle voice came from his ears. The hot and wet breath passed through his hair and hit above Shang Wanshi's ear, causing this weird lady to blush for a while.
You don't do this. Shang Wanshi spoke in a low voice.
Seeing Shang Wanshi's appearance, Chen Feng instead rose another flash of playfulness. I didn't expect that Miss Monstrous Thief, who had sparked huge attention outside, would be so easily shy, huh?
You.
Shang Wanshi glared at Chen Feng in annoyance, then loosened the hand holding his arm and walked forward herself. Seeing this, Chen Feng did not say anything more, but just followed with a light smile. After casually strolling around the main hall of the museum, the two of them turned a corner and arrived at the previously stolen side hall. At this time, the side hall had already been blocked by the pursuit group. The yellow blockade line blocked the door of the side hall. There were also 2 members of the pursuit group guarding both sides of the door, blocking anyone who wanted to enter the side hall.
Chapter 106, Chen Feng appears.
Seeing Chen Feng and his duo coming over, the pursuit team members directly reached out to stop the two of them unceremoniously. I'm sorry, this place is blocked. No one is allowed to enter for the time being.
Not allowed to enter? Shang Wanshi frowned slightly.
This is not difficult to understand. After all, it was just stolen, so it's not a problem to be careful. Thinking like this, Shang Wanshi intended to leave with Chen Feng and find an opportunity to feel her way in from somewhere else. However, she tugged twice, but did not see Chen Feng move his feet.
Shang Wanshi looked in confusion, but saw that Chen Feng had already taken out a document with a gold seal on a black background at some point.
Greetings, we are the roving reporters from the various districts over at the United World Government Programming Group's China Subdivision headquarters. My surname is Zhao, her surname is Li, and we specialize in understanding the affairs of the districts before reporting to the headquarters, so we also hope that you guys can cooperate with the work. When the 2 members of the pursuit team saw Chen Feng hand over his credentials to them in a serious manner, they could not help but freeze for 2 seconds.
Sent from the headquarters side? A roving reporter from the districts? Was there such a profession on the side of the program?
The 2 members of the pursuit team glanced at each other and took Chen Feng's document with a suspicious face.
Gold seal on a black background, still stamped with the seal from the headquarters side, it should be fine.
The 2 quickly came to a conclusion, and the one on the left respectfully handed the document back to Chen Feng. Even his tone of voice was much lighter.
2 of you wait a moment, I'll go inside and say something. Trouble you guys.
Chen Feng smiled as he took the documents and spoke politely. The gentle look even made the 2 of them pause their heads frequently. worthy of being from the headquarters. Even his words were gentle. One person walked towards the side hall to inform the people inside, while the other person was very self-conscious and took the initiative to get water for Chen Feng and the two of them. Only the two of them, Chen Feng, were left at the entrance position. Compared to a thief, I think you are more suited to be a liar. Shang Guanxi came to Chen Feng's ear and spoke softly at a volume that could only be heard by the two of them. Ha! Chen Feng let out a light laugh, lifting Shang Guanxi's left hand up and gently kissing it, his deep eyes gazing into Shang Guanxi's eyes. Ma'am, I've never lied to you. Dang 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 dang. At this moment, looking at these eyes in front of her, Shang Guanxi seemed to hear her own heartbeat. She, who had always been good with words, seemed to have lost her ability to speak at this moment, blushing slightly and not knowing what to say. Just at this moment, a voice came from the front, breaking the atmosphere here. It's reporter Zhao and reporter Li, right? My name is Wang, I'm the deputy director of the H-City Museum, how are you guys? The duo looked up. They only saw a middle-aged man with a blonde body and a face full of smiles, squeezing his eyes to a single line, walking towards them. Hello, Curator Wang, here are my credentials. Chen Feng politely shook hands with the visitor and once again handed out his so-called credentials. Curator Wang took the document, scanned it for a few moments before returning it once again, and spoke very politely. I wonder what the two reporter friends are here for. According to reason, with his rank, he was not afraid of any reporter, even if it was sent by the program headquarters, he could also ignore it. But now, after all, it was a world of public opinion, and he didn't want to add trouble to his career because of this small matter. It's like this, Director Wang, we heard about the theft of the museum 2 days ago, and came over to take a look. If possible, we would also like to publicize our city museum a little bit through the program. I wonder if it's convenient? Chen Feng replied back with a smile, not the slightest trace of lying could be seen on his calm face, causing Shang Guanxi, who was on the side, to look at him a little more. Hearing the words that he could use the program to help publicize it for free, the smile on Curator Wang's face was obviously a few points more genuine. Of course it's convenient, two reporter friends please come in. The secretary of Curator Wang on the side was very insightful in untying the blocking rope, waiting for Chen Feng and the two of them to go in, before refixing the blocking rope once again. Coming into the side hall. At this time the original storage and the parlor of cultural relics have all been cleared away, transferred to other places for exhibition. The glass ballast all over the ground was not cleaned up, but instead a white line was drawn to protect the scene by not allowing anyone to approach. This is the place where the theft took place at that time. That thief's technique was very skillful, and also specially used a balloon to block the surveillance before when he acted, so the surveillance didn't capture anything useful. Curator Wang, who was on the side, introduced Chen Feng and his duo in a gushing manner. Chen Feng nodded his head from time to time, and also held a notebook, pretending to take notes. The duo visited the museum for about an hour, during which time Curator Wang left first because he had something to do, and the duo turned around on their own for a while before leaving. After leaving the museum, Chen Feng separated from Shang Guanxi. The night had completely fallen. At the stroke of midnight, just as the three Shangguan sisters were still busy analyzing the content of the daytime shooting, another powerful news killed the hot search. News from the pursuit team: the theft of the museum should be the work of the museum's insiders, and the pursuit team has already conducted surveillance on several people who are suspected. Before a few people could get over their surprise, another newly released video entered several people's sight. The video was very simple, with only a white silhouette standing on top of the museum monster Kiddo. And the time the video was released was 1 minute ago. Weird Bandit Kiddo showed up. At this time, museum, above the roof. Chen Feng, dressed in white with a white cap, was so conspicuous in this night with darkness as the main tone. The cloak behind him was lifted up high under the blowing of the evening breeze, and his right eye wore a hair monolithic eye that also reflected the surrounding lights. And underneath the museum, there was a large group of people who came to join in the fun. There are even a lot of clever guys. Take this opportunity to open a live broadcast. With Chen Feng's heat, the number of people is also straight line soaring. Not much time will break through 10W+. Wow, no matter what look, my husband is the best looking. This is the museum in H-City, right? Why did Fengshen run here again? It's hard to believe that he's eyeing which item in the museum again. Very likely, this museum is also really unlucky. Just 2 days ago, one piece was stolen, and before I had time to catch my breath, the turn of the head maple god also came. Heartache for the curator here for a second. At the scene, Su Lixue and other members of the pursuit group quickly arrived downstairs. Chen Feng. Looking at the white figure standing above, Su Lixue's face was gloomy. On one side, she had people set up an interception rope to control the scene, while on the other side, she personally walked up to confront Chen Feng across the room. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Su Lixue shouted across the air, while quietly arranging for people to feel their way towards the upper floors. Chapter 107. The preview letter came. At this time, on the second floor of the dessert store, the three Shangguan sisters were also watching the live broadcast. He's going back again? A flash of surprise appeared on Shang Guanxi's face, her eyes slightly drooping, not knowing what she was thinking.
Seemingly noticing the subtle change in Shang Guanxi's expression beside her, Shang Guanlin smiled and joked. What's wrong? Starting to worry about your little lover boy so soon? Big sister. Shang Guanxi made a big red face. Shang Guanmeng similarly came over. If you ask me, people have done so much for you, second sister, and you're not too young, so just promise them. You guys? Shang Guanxi stood up with a red face and made a gesture to hit Shang Guanmeng. However, she was dodged by Shang Guanmeng, who was prepared for this, and then hurriedly hid behind her big sister, Shang Guanlin. Alright, you two stop fooling around. Shang Guanlin stopped the jostling duo. The three of them continued to look at the live broadcast screen in their cell phones. On the roof of the museum building in H City, Chen Feng, dressed in white, was alone confronting a group of members of the pursuit team across the sky. Facing Su Lixue and the others who were waiting in a tight formation below, Chen Feng instead appeared to be very breezy. Miss Su, it is a great honor to meet you here again. Chen Feng's gentle voice traveled throughout the entire arena through the sound amplification equipment, causing a buzz of excitement. As for Su Lixue, who was the person in question, she did not feel the slightest bit cold and directly spoke without ceremony. If you come back with me to the pursuit bureau, we will see each other often. Ha! Chen Feng let out a light laugh and did not answer. Slowly turning around, he opened his arms to the crowd below. Everyone. The voice traveled throughout the entire venue from all directions. The crowd at the scene, which was already very excited, suddenly boiled over. Lord Kiddo. Look at me. Lord Kiddo. Aha. Hubby is greeting me. Hubby. I'm here. Kiddo. Under the watchful eyes of the people on the scene, Chen Feng slowly raised his arm up. As if rehearsed, the originally boiling crowd once again fell silent. Looking at this neat scene, Su Lixue couldn't help but feel a bit angry, yet there was nothing she could do about it. Everyone, there is no need to be nervous. I am here today, but I am merely here to give a preview letter. Chen Feng lightly smiled and spoke again. As soon as the words fell, the door to the rooftop behind him was pushed open by the members of the pursuit team who had rushed up. Zheng Chang was at the forefront, rushing towards Chen Feng. The two helicopters of the pursuit team also arrived at this moment. The two pairs of propellers made a whirring sound, and together with the members of the pursuit team behind them, they sandwiched Chen Feng in the center. Chen Feng, gird your loins. Zheng Chang spoke nonchalantly, while his feet were not idle as he approached towards Chen Feng step by step with his handcuffs. Chen Feng slowly turned around and looked at Zheng Chang in front of him. Captain Zhang? There's no need to be in such a hurry for an acquaintance to reunite, right? Hearing Chen Feng mention the words acquaintance reunion, Zheng Chang immediately recalled the earlier incident where Chen Feng had stolen his clothes, which in turn led to him being taken for him, and then being pressed underneath by 5 or 6 members of the pursuit team. His face immediately darkened. Without any nonsense, he wanted to go forward to make an arrest on Chen Feng right then and there. At the same time, the two helicopters also pulled away on the left and right. The capture nets installed on them were revealed, and it seemed that as long as Chen Feng dared to use his glider, they would immediately launch and trap him in them. When the glider just opened, Chen Feng's figure would have a short half-second lag, and that was the best time for the capture net to be launched. The situation was extremely favorable for the pursuit team. However, no one showed a happy expression because of this. Instead, they were all gloomy and ready to deal with unexpected situations at any time. The distance between Zhang Chang and Chen Feng was slowly drawn closer. When it was shortened to just 1 meter, Zhang Chang decisively seized the opportunity, exerted his legs, and violently leapt towards Chen Feng in front of him. The white figure seemed as if it would be caught by him in the next second. The elation in Zhang Chang's eyes also became more and more intense. Just a second before his hand was about to touch the corner of Chen Feng's coat, Chen Feng suddenly took half a step back. His hands fell back towards the back with his hands open. Swish! Under everyone's gaze, Chen Feng's figure left the fence and fell downwards. The moment Chen Feng's figure left the fence, the two helicopters were ready. As soon as the glider behind Chen Feng opened, they would immediately send out their capture nets. The situation was extremely critical. But obviously, at this moment, Chen Feng did not seem to have the intention of opening the glider wings. The white cloak emitted a violent whirring sound in the rapid fall, and Chen Feng was also rapidly descending downwards under the watchful eyes of everyone. 40 meters? 35 meters? 30 meters? In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng had already fallen more than halfway down. This startled the crowd at the scene. Open the glider quickly. Kiddo. You'll fall to your death. What the hell? Where are the gliders? Why don't you open it? Don't. Su Lixue was also startled. Perhaps she also did not expect that Chen Feng would make such a crazy move. A flash of horror appeared on her delicate face, standing in place for a moment at a loss for words. Even the 3 Shangguan sisters who were watching the live broadcast were also shocked by Chen Feng's move and stood up. Shangguanxi was even looking at the white figure that was rapidly falling in mid-air above the cell phone screen with a pale face, the worry in her eyes overflowing. Chen Feng was still falling, and in just a few seconds, he had already arrived at a place more than 10 meters from the ground.
It was only at this point that the gliding wings behind Chen Feng finally opened.
But the discerning eye knew. The speed of a 50-meter-high building falling rapidly, which is a small glider wing can block. At this time the glider will open, I am afraid. It is too late. The previous cheers at the scene have completely disappeared at this time, the rest is just a bunch of worried eyes, as well as some timid people's frightened voice. Also at this time, a sudden change occurred. The glider behind Chen Feng suddenly changed again. More than a dozen huge, propeller-like things suddenly appeared on both sides, and quickly opened at the same time they appeared. Who? More than 10 propellers turned on at the same time and rotated at high speed. The huge wind force blew the people below almost unable to open their eyes, but also in the whole piece of street, set off a large area of dust, just like creating a piece of earth-gray misty area. This. Su Lixue was momentarily confused by this sudden turn of events.
However, it was obvious that Chen Feng did not intend to give her time to regain her senses.
In the next second, countless white cards dispersed from the misty area.
And by means of the huge wind blowing created by Chen Feng, they dispersed to the sky above the crowd and slowly fell down. Obviously, this was the true purpose of Chen Feng's trip, the teaser letter.
Chapter 108 Other contestants?
The second batch of contestants with hidden identities in Area 3 of China, the true culprit of the museum theft, Mr. Wang Jinyu, the deputy director, along with the fading of the setting sun tomorrow, I will reveal the truth of your hidden identity.
To Kiddo the bandit. Chen Feng's new teaser letter, is the real culprit of the museum theft case someone else? The deputy director of the museum is also participating? Is it true that the deputy director of the H-City Museum is participating in the second phase of the hidden contestants in China's Zone 3, as Chen Feng said in his preview letter?
Whether it's the scum of the monster thieves or the deputy director of the museum who is stealing in the name of the monster thieves, let's stay tuned. The comment section also went crazy, whether they were Chen Feng's fans or not, they all participated in the discussion. There was no other reason, if this matter was true, than this deputy director Wang would be the first contestant to carry the identity of a high-level civil servant as of now.
I don't think it's likely, right?
Although it was Chen Feng who said it.
This is too much of a stretch for Nima, isn't it? This is a deputy director of the city museum. Would personally come to compete? What's wrong with the deputy director of the city museum? This program was still founded by the United World Government. Although I also think it's ridiculous, I just want to say that in the more than half a year that the current program has been running so far, there isn't a single person who has questioned the maple god that hasn't been punched in the face. Agreed, my husband just can't be wrong.
Pursuit Bureau, in the conference room.
2 pursuit groups, 2 chief captains, 6 captains, and a dozen important members were present.
All of them sat in their respective seats without saying a word, and the conference room was surprisingly quiet.
Knock, knock.
At this moment, a knock sounded on the door, breaking the calm.
Enter.
Su Lixue's beautiful eyes lifted slightly as she opened her mouth. Report, the person who went to the museum to negotiate has returned. A member of the pursuit team entered the door and reported. As his words fell, another member of the pursuit group entered the door. Everyone looked towards the door in unison, waiting for news from the incoming person. Reporting to the 2 captains, the museum side has refused our intervention, and Vice Director Wang's side has similarly refused to come to our side to be investigated, citing busy work. Hearing this, Su Lixue did not feel the slightest surprise. Instead, she revealed an expected expression and waved her hand, letting the visitor leave.
Damn it!
Zheng Chang slapped his hand on the table, making a thud sound.
This Vice President Wang is refusing our intervention in this incident and refusing to come and cooperate with the investigation. Isn't it obvious that he has a ghost in his heart? Can't we just detain him first? Detain? Louis, who was on the side, raised his eyes and glanced at Zheng Chang. Do you have evidence? How do you apply for an arrest warrant to detain a deputy director of a city museum without evidence? Can you apply for it? Louis' string of questions seemed to hit Zheng Chang like a series of cannons, rendering him speechless. What? About that? What if this Vice President Wang is really one of the second batch of fugitives? We're just going to wait around?
Zheng Chang said unwillingly. Louis shook his head. There's no way, either we wait until we find the evidence and then do it, or we can only apply to the top and let them send someone special to investigate.
Wait for the above? By then the yellow flowers will be cold. All right. You two be quiet. Su Lixue in the front opened her mouth, interrupting the 2 of them.
She then turned her gaze in the direction of Lin Chuanxiong, who was on the side. Captain Lin, what do you think about this matter?
Any good solutions?
Lin Chuanxiong shook his head with a bitter smile. I don't have any either. With the current situation, we can only deploy our personnel around the museum and wait and see what happens.
Hey! Su Lixue sighed lightly. It can only be this way.
At the same time, outside the museum came a group of reporters gathered around the door, waiting for Vice Director Wang to arrive. There! Someone shouted first, and then all of them quickly moved forward in one direction, before scrambling to come in front of Curator Wang. Vice Premier Wang, may I ask if it's true that Chen Feng sent a preview letter earlier saying that you are one of those 5 participants from Region 3 of China who have not been caught? Mr. Deputy Librarian Wang, may I ask if you will be avoiding suspicion over this matter and temporarily handing over your work to someone else to take care of? Mr. Deputy Director, may I ask which place you were at when the museum was stolen? Deputy Director Wang. A crowd of reporters were asking questions in a variety of ways. Some even wanted to directly stick to Deputy Director Wang's face to ask questions, but fortunately, they were stopped by a group of quick-eyed security personnel. Everyone, please be quiet. As this voice spread throughout the room, a group of reporters also cooperated and closed their mouths, but the microphone that was stretched out in front of them still did not have the slightest intention of being withdrawn. Everyone. Deputy Director Wang's obese face was still the same amiable smile of the day. I can understand how you all feel right now, but I can't disclose the specifics of what's going on in the museum right now, and I, myself, have no intention of handing the job over to someone else for the time being. In addition, I would like to advise all of you one more time to look at things rationally, that's all. After these words were said, Deputy Director Wang did not stay any longer, and turning his head, he walked towards the interior of the museum. Oi! Deputy Director Wang! Deputy Director Wang! Seeing Vice Director Wang leaving, the crowd of reporters were anxious and wanted to chase after him to ask more questions, but they were stopped by the bodyguards that Vice Director Wang had left in place. They could only watch as Deputy Director Wang turned a corner and disappeared from view. The public opinion on the internet was getting bigger and bigger. And at this time, Chen Feng, who was the person in question, was still leisurely reading a book inside the cafe. The store was still cold in the morning, with only acquaintances occasionally coming to buy a cup of coffee. Yazan, 3 cups of Blue Mountain coffee, please. Chen Feng looked up. It was none other than the duo of Shang Guanxi and Shang Guanmeng who had just separated not long ago. At this moment, Shang Guanxi had a few smiles on her face, looking like she was in a good mood. Sister Shi? Are you feeling better? Chen Feng put down the book in his hand and opened his mouth to inquire. Just had a minor illness, it's nothing. Shang Guanxi replied with a smile. That's so. Chen Feng nodded. Wait a moment, the coffee will be ready soon. Good. Shang Guanxi nodded, then came to a seat and sat down. Coincidentally, at this time, Su Lixue, who had been busy all day, also came to the store. Yazan, the usual, a half-sugar mocha. Captain Su? Shang Guanmeng opened her mouth and shouted. Hearing the voice, Su Lixue looked up and exchanged a glance with the 2 Shangguan sisters. Su Lixue opened her mouth and said, Ms. Shangguan, you're here to buy coffee again? Yes. Shang Guanmeng nodded, then turned her head to point at Shang Guanxi beside herself. Let me introduce you, my second sister, Shang Guanxi. Second sister, this is the one I mentioned to you last time, the chief leader of the pursuit team, Miss Su Lixue. Chapter 109 Joint Action? Hello. Shang Guanxi reached out and shook hands with Su Lixue and quickly separated again. After a few brief words of courtesy, the 3 of them sat down individually without saying anything more. Su Lixue took paper and pen from her own bag, writing and drawing, sometimes deep in thought, sometimes moving her pen. The Shang Guanxi duo, who knew the truth that too many words would lead to loss, saw that Su Lixue had no intention of chatting, so they didn't come forward to chat. The 3 of them sat quietly. The only sound in the entire cafe was the little sound that Chen Feng made as he unhurriedly made coffee. Hey, Yazan, where's that shopgirl you hired? Why isn't she here? Su Lixue suddenly opened her mouth, instantly drawing the attention of several people present. The Shang Guanxi duo also looked this way in unison. Chen Feng slowly filled his cup with the finished coffee and returned. She had something to do and went home first, so I'm alone today. That's so. Su Lixue nodded. Ding bell. A message ringtone came out from Su Luexue's cell phone. Su Luexue looked down, her face suddenly changed, her willow eyebrows furrowed. After a slight silence for a while, only then did she raise her head once again to look in Chen Feng's direction. Yazan, pack the coffee for me, although I would love to enjoy it here, it seems like I don't have the chance now. Good. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. And did not ask anything more. The hands and feet neatly packed the coffee and then handed it to Su Lixue. Su Lixue left. The 2 Shangguan sisters also looked much more relaxed. This woman has finally left. Shang Guanmeng spat out in a small voice. Chen Feng brought over the 3 cups of packed coffee that had already been made. Isn't Miss Xiaomeng a fan of this Miss Su from the pursuit team? How come she doesn't seem to like her much now? I was just being polite and courteous with her at the time. Compared to these people from the pursuit team, I certainly prefer the monster thief. Shang Guanmeng held her head high and spoke directly without any concealment. Oh? The corner of Chen Feng's mouth hooked up. Is it like kiddo? Of course not. Shang Guanmeng was just about to say that her favorite was another monstrous thief, but thought that their only previous action had failed before it even started. Now the popularity was almost 0, so she swallowed back the retort that was on the edge of her mouth. Vaguely answered, something like that. Shang Guanxi spoke up at this time. Little dream, we should go, big sister is still waiting for us. Good.
Shang Wanmeng nodded. The two stood up and picked up the 3 cups of coffee that had just been packed on the table. Just as they were about to leave, Shang Wanshi felt her wrist being grabbed by someone. Shang Wanshi, who hardly had any direct contact with the opposite sex, immediately frowned and looked towards Chen Feng, who was grabbing his wrist in front of him, his tone a little more icy and distant than just a moment ago. "Mr. Yazan, what are you doing?" The Chen Feng in front of him looked as if he did not notice this, slowly raising his head with a trademark smile at the corner of his mouth. "Don't get me wrong, Miss Shang Wanshi, I just want to invite the 3 of you, together with me, to participate in tonight's performance together." When saying these words, Chen Feng did not change his vocal line any further, directly using his original voice to say it. The expression of Shang Wanshi, who originally had a few moments of coldness on her face, suddenly froze. "Kiddo?" Shang Wanshi shouted tentatively. Chen Feng did not deny it, but merely flipped his palm, and a blue flower appeared in his hand, and was slowly handed to Shang Wanshi by him. "It is an honor to meet you again, Miss Shang Wanshi." Looking at the person in front of her, Shang Wanshi accepted the flower with a slightly dumbfounded expression. "How did you get here?" "Just following the guidance of the wind, waiting here exclusively for the moonlight and your arrival, beautiful lady." Saying that, Chen Feng turned Shang Wanshi's hand over, the back of the hand upwards, and placed a gentle kiss on it. This time, Shang Wanshi did not show any resistance. Instead, she blushed slightly, in a little girl's posture. "Hey! It's not. There is someone else here. If you two want to show love, can you avoid me? I'm still here." Shang Wanmeng bulged her face with an unhappy expression. "Little dream." Shang Wanshi pulled her hand back with a red face and feigned annoyance as she hit the Shang Wanmeng beside her. This little dream was becoming more and more disrespectful to herself as her sister. Shang Wanmeng pretended to be scared and scuffled with Shang Wanshi for a couple of moments before turning her attention to Chen Feng once again. "Hey, I say kiddo, where did you get Yazan?" Since Chen Feng had previously appeared in the view of the 3 Shangwan sisters at the same time as Lin Xingyao's impersonation of herself, Shang Wanmeng didn't suspect Chen Feng's identity problem. "That gentleman Chen Feng cupped his chin and revealed a mysterious smile. "I just let him rest a little longer." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Shang Wanmeng rolled her eyes. Of course, she knew what Chen Feng meant by rest. In her heart, she couldn't help but sympathize for a second for Yazan, who had his number stolen. "Welcome." The mechanical cat at the door made a sound and a delicate figure walked in. "Shaoxi, Xiaomeng, what's wrong with you guys? I'm still waiting at home and you guys are chatting here?" Shang Wanlin's voice reached the ears of several people on the scene. The 2 of them, Shang Wanshi, were just about to open their mouths to explain when they saw that Chen Feng had already stood up and took the initiative to come in front of Shang Wanlin. Snap! A ringing finger sounded from Chen Feng's hand, followed by a purple rosebud being handed to Shang Wanlin. After just 1 day of absence, Miss Lin's beauty remains the same. Looking at the person in front of her and the flower being handed over, Shang Wanlin was slightly stunned before quickly reacting. "Freak bandit kiddo?" Shang Wanlin revealed Chen Feng's identity with a single word, "Why are you here?" Miss Lin's words are really saddening. "I was specifically waiting for you here." "Waiting for us?" Shang Wanlin took the flowers in front of her and a smile appeared on her charismatic face. "I see that you are mainly waiting for Shaoxi, right?" Chen Feng smiled faintly and did not retort. The 4 of them sat down again. Chen Feng also spoke of his purpose. "For tonight's action, I would like to ask the 3 Miss Monstrous Thieves to join me." "Us?" "Of course, after all, the 3 ladies should also be eager to personally expose the one who framed you for the crime, right?" Chen Feng smiled and spoke. Shang Wanlin did not say much, just sipping her coffee and pondering over something. Instead, it was Shang Wanmeng who had an excited look on her face. Every time she saw so many fans gathering when Chen Feng acted, she was very envious, and if this action could be done right, perhaps they could also harvest quite a few fans. Big sister. Shang Wanmeng wrapped her arms around Shang Wanlin with a look of anticipation. Shang Wanshi likewise had an agreeable look on her face. Chapter 110 Name? Well. Shang Wanlin was slightly silent for a while, then slowly put down the coffee cup in her hand. "No matter what, this matter is ultimately our own, and we're a million times more grateful that you're here to help, so we won't push back on the matter of acting together." "Yeah." Shang Wanmeng, who got the answer she wanted, stood up happily. Fist pumping, she seemed to be ready to do something big. But Shang Wanlin's next sentence instantly poured cold water on her. "But Little Dream can't participate." "Huh? Why?" Shang Wanmeng looked at her big sister with an incredulous expression. Shang Wanlin glanced at her and spoke. "Don't think I don't know, the leave you took at school expired yesterday, and you're at the end of the semester now. You need to hurry back to school to study properly, don't get a failing grade back then." Don't Shang Wanmeng had an expression of hopelessness on her face, and wanted to argue a few more sentences, but after seeing Shang Wanlin's unquestionable gaze, she could only swallow the words that came to her mouth back again. She could only look at Shang Wanshi with a supplicating gaze, hoping that Shang Wanshi could say a few words for her.
causing Shang Guanxi a burst of laughter. Okay, Xiaomeng, you first go back to study properly. When you finish your exams, when we next move, we will bring you along.
Okay. Shang Guanmeng nodded with a reluctant face. Right.
Chen Feng seemed to have remembered something and looked at the three of them and spoke once again. I recommend that the three Miss Freak names had better take a freak name for themselves, which is also convenient to address in the subsequent actions.
Weird bandit name.
Shang Guanlin nodded, feeling that Chen Feng's words made sense, and then turned her head to look at Shang Guanxi and Shang Guanmeng.
What do you guys think? I think it's fine. Shang Guanxi nodded in response. Me too.
Shang Guanmeng, who had a withered look on her face a moment ago, seemed to be resurrected with full blood at this moment. If you ask me, why don't we just call it
Rosebud Monster? Doesn't sound good. Shang Guanlin gently shook her head. The three sisters of the bandit. Shang Guanmeng continued to speak. The corner of Shang Guanxi's mouth twitched. That's not as good as the last one.
Then the flower of the strange thief, the rouge strange thief, the strange thief lady. Shang Guanmeng said several in a row, but none of them were suitable. Just then, Chen Feng slowly spoke.
If you don't mind, I might be able to help you guys think of one.
Chen Feng's words immediately attracted the attention of the three Shang Guan sisters. Under the gaze of the three, Chen Feng spoke once more. How about
Freak Cat's Eye? At this moment,
the dusty Su Lixue had already returned to the pursuit bureau.
Coming inside the conference room.
As Su Lixue pushed the door to enter, the people present stood up. At this time, Su Lixue didn't care about this, casually waving her hand to signal the crowd to sit down.
Then hurriedly opened his mouth and inquired, "What's going on now, Captain?"
Sun Luo stood up and took out a document and handed it to Su Lixue. This is an email that the secretary of that deputy director of the museum, Mr. Wang, just sent us and is still waiting for your reply. Su Lixue picked up the document and scanned a few times. At night, the transportation truck that carries the artifacts still wants us to send someone to protect it? Su Lixue frowned. Yesterday, Chen Feng had just sent out a teaser letter saying that this deputy director Wang was one of the contestants for the second installment of the program and had supervised the theft of the Emerald Lotus cloth. For this reason, Chen Feng had also issued a teaser letter to steal the stolen Emerald Lotus cloth again tonight. See now, from the time of the preview letter is only less than 12 hours, at this time that the deputy director of the Wang want to escort the cultural relics, which this fool can guess what he is going to do, right? Su Lixue put down the documents in her hands, her brows still locked. What do you guys say? As soon as Su Lixue's words fell, Louis couldn't wait to stand up. Captain, he is simply treating us as fools. Wanting us to help escort the artifacts, but also refusing to disclose the items being escorted and refusing to be inspected. Anyone can see that there is something wrong with this. This statement immediately caused most people to resonate. That's right, this is simply treating us like fools. If you ask me, it's fine to help. Let us check what the escorted item is first. I'm in favor. That deputy director Wang hasn't even cleared his own suspicions yet, and now he's coming to command us. That's why his status as deputy director saved him. Otherwise, no matter what he does, search his office and home, I don't believe we can't find the stolen artifacts. How can we accept the request of a fugitive? The crowd discussed with each other. But from their words, they basically decided that this deputy director was one of the 10 fugitives from China 3 in the second phase of the program. Quiet. Su Lixue's voice spread throughout the entire conference room, and only then did the crowd slowly quiet down. Captain Sun, what do you think? Sun Luo, who was named, stood up and sighed helplessly. Captain, I think we have to go. As soon as these words were said, there was another commotion in the conference room, but fortunately it was pressed down by Su Lixue in time. Su Lixue opened her mouth and asked, "How so?" Sun Luo spoke once again. After all, we are the pursuit team that specializes in dealing with Chen Feng, and that Vice Premier Wang is the target of Chen Feng's eyes. Before we have any evidence to prove Deputy Director Wang's fugitive status, he can still seek help from us as a legitimate citizen after receiving the advance notice letter, and it's not convenient for us to refuse. Louis, whose temper had always been anxious, immediately stood up to express his dissatisfaction. Then isn't this hooliganism? Knowing that the things being escorted are most likely lost cultural relics, we still can't inspect them. Instead, we have to help them deal with Chen Feng. This is too suffocating, right? That can't be helped, this is our job. Sun Luo spoke helplessly. Everyone was silent at this point. Although they didn't want to admit it, everyone understood that what Sun Luo said, I'm afraid, was right. The sun crossed half of the sky. From east to west, the day passed quickly and the sky darkened. Outside the museum, the 4 cars of the pursuit team were parked side by side on the side of the road. And not far away, there was also a black escort vehicle. Su Lixue led a group of members of the pursuit group to wait in place. It wasn't long. The slightly bloated Deputy Director Wang appeared in the crowd's view with a dozen or so of the museum's security personnel. And at the same time, there was also an airtight safe that was being carried by 4 strong men. Captain Su, as well as everyone in the pursuit team, all of you have worked hard. Deputy Director Wang smiled and greeted the crowd. the eyes were squeezed by the smile to only a slit, looking very amiable. Chapter 111 Cooperating Monster Thief. In the face of Vice Librarian Wang's warmth, the crowd of the pursuit team present didn't seem to appreciate it. One by one, they just glanced at the visitor lightly, and then each of them continued to do their own thing, and no one came forward to chat. Only Su Lixue, who was the captain of the team, had no choice but to step forward. Deputy Director Wang is polite, this is just a part of the job. Deputy Director Wang nodded politely, then greeted towards the back, put the things on the car. Yes. Four burly men sniffed and carried the safe forward. The heavy safe made of metal was not light in weight, and even when the four strong men carried it, it seemed a bit strenuous. Under the watchful eyes of the pursuit team, the rear door of the originally closed escort car was opened, and the safe was slowly put in. Then with a bang, the door was closed again, also announcing the completion of the loading of the escorted items. Captain Su, then this item will trouble you, help us send it to the Coastal Museum side. Good. Su Lixue nodded her head and didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. After making sure that his side's personnel were in place, he greeted the crowd and got into the vehicles. The 6 Pursuit Bureau vehicles were spread out 3 in front and 3 in the back, sandwiching the escort vehicle in the center to ensure safety issues during the escort. Prepare to depart. Su Lixue, who was sitting in the vehicle at the back, used the intercom to order the crowd. The 6 vehicles with the Pursuit Bureau's logo fired up at the same time, and the roaring sound of the vehicles momentarily resounded throughout the entrance. And at this time, the driver's seat of the escort vehicle was still empty. It wasn't until a second before the departure of the vehicle that a dry, thin, middle-aged man wearing a hat arrived in a hurry. Sorry, I have a bit of diarrhea and came a bit late. The middle-aged man scratched his head and looked at the person on the passenger side with an embarrassed face. On the co-pilot was a young man holding an anesthetic gun, with a cold face. Facing the middle-aged man's words did not have the slightest reaction. He just gave a faint and continued to look ahead with a serious face. During this time, the youth's hands never left the anesthetic gun, can be described as careful to the extreme. The middle-aged man was not amused and said nothing more. He just ignited the engine, put it in gear, and started the car on his own, without saying another word. Only in the car, the middle-aged man's left ear hidden headset issued a very slight ding sound. That was the beeping sound of a successful message being sent. Sensing this, the middle-aged man revealed a flickering smile, and then calmly stepped on the gas pedal and drove off into the distance. At the same time, located in the middle of the hotel opposite the museum building, Chen Feng was standing by the window calmly observing all this. Ding bell. A cell phone beep sounded. Chen Feng swept his head down and then the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a smile. Ka. The bathroom door was pushed open and Shang Wanshi walked out from inside. My big sister has already arrived at the appropriate location as per your instructions. What's the next step? Wait. Chen Feng turned around and spoke softly. Wait? Shang Wanshi froze and hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire, wait for what? Do you still want them to take the initiative to send that emerald lotus cloth over? Looking at Shang Wanshi, who had a bit of anxiety on her face, Chen Feng did not feel strange. Although because of the teaser letter he had sent out, there was already a trend of reversing the public opinion of the other thief on the internet. However, if they couldn't expose the planted evidence as soon as possible, the comments that attacked them earlier would surely resurface. By that time, they would really be the shameless bandits who had been attacking the West. Please don't be in a hurry, ma'am, even the most spectacular performances require a certain amount of preparation time, so please be patient for a while, okay? Chen Feng stepped forward, the gentle and confident smile still on his face, causing an inexplicable sense of comfort. Looking into the eyes of the person in front of her, Shang Wanshi nodded. Perhaps even she herself couldn't say why, but in the face of the words of the person in front of her, she was instinctively still willing to believe. Knock. A knock on the door sounded. Under Shang Wanshi's puzzled gaze, Chen Feng walked towards the door. Accompanied by a click sound, the door of the room was opened by Chen Feng, and a man and a woman dressed as salesmen appeared at the door position. Hello sir, we have sent you your customized gown, you can take a look at it. The male salesman had a trademark smile on his face and greeted the back. The female salesperson standing behind him immediately understood and brought a lady's gown out from behind her. The overall black tone, the dotted star-like embellishments, and the long loose skirt were beautiful yet dignified. Trouble you guys. Chen Feng nodded politely and handed out a few red bills as tips to the duo. The black lady's dress was then received by the two with words filled with gratitude. Bang! The door to the room was closed once again, and Shang Wanshi came over. Pinching up one of the corners of the lady's gown, Shang Wanshi looked at Chen Feng with a face full of skepticism. You wouldn't be trying to wear this dress to steal something, right? A man dressed as a woman? Speaking of this, Shang Wanshi seemed to remember something, her beautiful eyes widened as a flash of amazement appeared on her face. Could it be that the previous report was true? You really have a female disguise fetish? Dang! Shang Wanshi was knocked on the head by Chen Feng, who had a face full of black lines, and could only pull away from Chen Feng with a face full of aggression.
Chen Feng quickly adjusted his demeanor and spoke again. Miss Shang Wanxi, this is something I prepared especially for you. Try it on? For me? Shang Wanxi took it with a skeptical expression.
Chen Feng smiled and nodded, reaching out to signal her to go ahead and try it on.
Although a little puzzled, Shang Wanxi did not think much about it and turned around to take the gown towards the bathroom.
Not much time passed before the bathroom door was opened again. And Shang Wanxi, who had changed into her gown, also came out. The high-definition black gown looked very suitable on Shang Wanxi's body. The upper body's proud figure was outlined appropriately, sexy but not losing the solemnity. Graceful and gorgeous as beautiful, these two words couldn't be more appropriate on Shang Wanxi at this time. Very beautiful, ma'am. Chen Feng, who had also changed into a gown with one hand behind his back, slightly saluted and sent a red rose to Shang Wanxi.
Thank you. Shang Wanxi extended her lace-gloved left hand and accepted the rose. What do we do next?
Chen Feng straightened up, revealing a mysterious smile. Attend that curator Wang's reception, as well as the curtain call for the
performance. Curtain call?
Shang Wanxi still wanted to ask something, but Chen Feng held out his finger in front of his lips.
Ma'am, leave a bit of mystery to the performance, okay? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Shang Wanxi nodded and did not say anything else.
At Chen Feng's gesture, she stepped forward and took his arm, walking together towards the outside.
Chapter 112 Traffic Jam? At this time,
Su Lixue and the other group of people from the pursuit group had already set off for 10 minutes. Even though they were traveling on a flat road, the people of the pursuit team on each vehicle still didn't have the slightest intention of relaxing. One by one, they were vigilant all around, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. Su Lixue, as the captain, was likewise like this, clutching the walkie-talkie in her white hand, looking ahead without a glance.
The atmosphere was serious.
However, since Chen Feng had never appeared, the crowd in the live broadcast room were casually chatting.
Aren't these people from the pursuit team so nervous? It's not like I, God Feng, eat people. Hee, that's right, if it was you and Chen Feng as opponents, I'm afraid you wouldn't be in as good of shape as them, right?
That can't be helped, after all, the maple god is just too strong.
I just don't know when the Feng god will show up here. I haven't seen him for a day now, I miss him. Me too.
Casual chit-chat was going on in the live broadcast room, while on the road the fleet of the pursuit team encountered a situation. On the wide road, Su Lixue keenly discovered that the surrounding vehicles were obviously a lot more than earlier, and the forward speed was also slowing down.
Noticing the abnormality, Su Lixue immediately picked up the walkie-talkie.
What's going on? Why is the forward speed getting slower and slower?
Z.
A faint electric current sound rang out, followed by the return voice of the vehicle personnel of the pursuit team ahead immediately rang out. Captain, there seems to be a traffic jam in front. There are quite a few cars turning around and heading back, so it's a bit of a walk.
Traffic jam? Su Lixue's willow eyebrows immediately furrowed.
In order to circumvent Chen Feng's commonly used technique of hiding his figure with the help of the crowd at the scene, Su Lixue had specially chosen the current remote and distant road. The cars that usually traveled were not too many. How could they be stuck in traffic? Still at this critical time, Su Lixue frowned and pondered a little before decisively ordering. Attention all vehicles, turn around at the fork in the road ahead and take another road. Please reply when you receive it.
Car number 1 received. Vehicle number 2 copy. Car number 6 copy.
With Su Lixue's order, the 6 pursuit bureau cars and escort cars totaling 7 cars suddenly changed their forward direction and made a U-turn not far from the fork in the road. This time, the crowd in the live broadcast room was completely confused.
What's the situation? How did these people even turn around? It seems like there's a traffic jam in front of them, they can't go.
Not as if, is a traffic jam. I just saw the video and a certain sound, not far in front of the farm seems to have a problem. Inside the cattle and sheep all ran out, the whole street blocked dead.
Really? Problems with the farm? And the cows and sheep all ran out? Is there no one to take care of it?
Upstairs, I was at the scene, I proved the words of that buddy, is the cattle and sheep have run out, and the farm people have been in the treatment, but it seems to be of no use, these cows and sheep as if they have received what orders, who rush not listen to
It's not right.
9 out of 10 is not right. This situation suddenly reminds me of that whale that was tamed by the maple god.
Holy. No dude, when you say it like that, it seems like it's really.
The words that popped up in the live broadcast room of course wouldn't be seen by the crowd of the pursuit group. They were still busy urgently getting out of the car to clear the congested vehicles in front of them and turn around to leave. On the other hand, the few people in the escort car were all serious, especially the youth sitting in the passenger seat, his hand deadlocked on the trigger of the anesthetic gun. It was as if as long as that white figure appeared, he would immediately carry out the shooting without hesitation. However, to the surprise and fortune of the people in the pursuit team, nothing happened during the 15-minute-long convoy turnaround. Of course, no one noticed. During this period, the middle-aged man on the driver's seat of the escort vehicle put his hand into his pocket and pressed a button as if scratching an itch, and then quickly withdrew his hand and acted as if nothing had happened. On the other side, the disguised Chen Feng and Shang Wanxi had successfully entered the 3rd floor of the museum.
Shang Wanshi did not ask Chen Feng where he got the invitation from.
In fact, she knew without asking that it was most likely some unlucky gentleman or lady who was forced to rest for a while longer.
Inside the reception,
Chen Feng was holding a wineglass, taking a sip from time to time, or chatting with Shang Wanshi on the side.
"What exactly are you trying to do?"
Shang Wanshi, who was dressed in a gown, spoke with a suppressed voice. Chen Feng still had the same smile. "There's no rush, let's watch a good show first." Saying that, Chen Feng also signaled Shang Wanshi to look to the side front. Shang Wanshi turned his head, only to see a large screen hanging on the wall in front of the side. Although there were no subtitles, Shang Wanshi still instantly recognized that what was being played on the large screen was exactly what was being broadcast in the live broadcast of the pursuit team's convoy. The 6 vehicles of the pursuit group were sandwiched in the middle of the escort vehicle by 3 in front and 3 in the back, and were tightly protected. Now Shang Wanshi was even more puzzled. It's not like it's impossible to watch the live broadcast elsewhere, so why bother going through all this trouble to come to the reception held above the museum building?
Although curious, Shang Wanshi did not ask more questions.
However, an unintentional sweep of her eyes caused her pupils to suddenly shrink.
Little dream?
Looking at a certain figure not far away, Shang Wanshi whispered, looking somewhat incredulous.
Shouldn't Little Dream be in her dormitory in H-City University right now? How could she come here? What's wrong? Noticing Shang Wanshi's disorientation, Chen Feng inquired in a low voice.
Looking in the direction of Shang Wanshi's line of sight, he only saw 4 18 or 19-year-old girls strolling not far from the large screen. The casual clothes on the 4 were particularly conspicuous within the reception full of dresses.
Seemingly noticing the two's gaze, Shang Wanmeng also looked this way.
Greeting their gazes, Shang Wanmeng said a few words to the 3 people beside her. The other 3 heard this and also looked this way, then together they walked this way.
Obviously, Shang Wanmeng also recognized Shang Wanshi after his disguise.
However, this was normal. Although Shang Wanshi was very confident in her disguise skills, she couldn't help that the other party was her own sister who she had been living with for 18 years. Being recognized also belonged to the normal.
"Hello, sister, can I ask you where you bought this dress? It's really very beautiful."
One of the other 3 people traveling with Shang Wanmeng walked up and came in front of Shang Wanshi, speaking with a face full of anticipation. Facing the 3 expectant gazes, Shang Wanshi could only reply with an awkward yet polite smile. At the same time, he also glared at Shang Wanmeng, who was not far away without any trace. As if Shang Wanmeng didn't see it, she walked up to speak with a smile of her own.
"Then there's no need to say? It must be sister's boyfriend who bought it for her, right sister?" Chapter 113 Su Lishue's unease.
When she said this, Shang Wanmeng specially emphasized on the word sister. Hearing Shang Wanmeng's words, the remaining 3 immediately turned their gazes towards Chen Feng.
"Is this sister's boyfriend? Sister's boyfriend is so handsome. It's a good match for sister."
The 3 of them spoke in your own words. Although Chen Feng was now in a disguised form, as a strange thief with a mental cleanliness fetish. Apart from special circumstances, Chen Feng's face value would not be low in most of the people he disguised himself as. In the face of the 3 people's compliments, Chen Feng, on the other hand, still maintained the same poker face that had remained unchanged for years. Placing his hand in front of him, he gently flipped it over and 3 beautiful lilies appeared in his hand. "Many thanks for the compliments from a few ladies, here they are." Chen Feng smiled as he handed the flowers to the trio. It drew another gasp from the 3. The first one was even filled with curiosity. Is brother a magician? Just like Kiddo.
Hearing the word kiddo, the remaining 2 girls also looked over, waiting for Chen Feng's answer. "A magician would
be considered a magician."
Chen Feng smiled and gave an ambiguous answer.
This, on the contrary, aroused the curiosity of a few girls even more, and they surrounded Chen Feng for a while, causing Shang Wanmeng, who was on the side, to roll her eyes. She was just bored and came out for a stroll, but she was dragged here by her roommate, and she didn't expect to run into Chen Feng and his 2 friends here. This was strange to her for a while.
Hadn't the escort vehicle left long ago?
Why would the second sister and the 2 of them still appear here? Although she felt strange, Shang Wanmeng didn't want to hinder her second sister's actions because of herself, and hurriedly went forward to pull back the 3 people who were still chattering non-stop, and opened her mouth. "Alright, let's go over there and take a look, don't disturb sister and the others, okay?" Hearing Shang Wanmeng's words, the 3 of them could only call it quits even though they still had some unanswered questions.
"Alright then, let's see you next time, brother who can do magic."
The leader of the group held the flowers that Chen Feng had just sent and smiled as he waved his hand in a bye-bye gesture. The other 2 similarly raised their flowers and spoke with a smile.
"Goodbye brother."
"Bye."
Chen Feng waved and spoke.
The 3 of them took the flowers and left playfully, whispering something as they walked. On the other hand, Shang Wanmeng, whose hands were empty on the side, became very conspicuous.
Of course, in this regard, Shang Wanmeng, who was in the way, did not say anything.
Until the person beside him spoke. "Hey, little dream, what's behind your clothes?" As soon as these words came out, the other 2 also threw their gazes over. "Hey, it's really hey, what is this?"
In Shangguan Meng's puzzled gaze, the person next to her reached his hand to the back of her clothes and took out a tightly wrapped small bag from behind. The pouch was small and light, but it instantly attracted the gazes of the four people. Snap! A crisp sound came from nowhere. The next second, the small bag opened on its own, and a bouquet of 9 purple roses was instantly presented in front of the several people. A small white card was also placed in the center. Compared to lilies, roses better reflect your beauty, miss. Wow! So beautiful! The person next to her exclaimed in surprise. Shangguan Meng, who seemed to recall something, looked back, but the two figures were no longer there. And at this moment, Deputy Director Wang, who was the organizer of this reception, walked into the middle of the venue surrounded by 7 or 8 people, pushing the atmosphere of the scene to a climax. Many people have surrounded over to toast. The originally quiet atmosphere of the scene also gradually became slightly chaotic and noisy. Under the helplessness, Shangguan Meng also had to temporarily give up looking for those two figures, turn in the side of their own classmates pulling to stroll elsewhere. On the other side, the pursuit team convoy led by Su Lixue also traveled all the way to an old tunnel. I don't know whether it was due to old age or other reasons, today the lights inside this remote and old tunnel were exceptionally dim. The crowd could only turn on their high beams, which allowed them to see the road within 20 meters in front of them. Quiet. The surroundings were very quiet, there wasn't even a single peer car. The only sound echoing throughout the tunnel was the sound of the pursuit team's convoy traveling. The tunnel was unusually quiet, there was not even a signal, and even the live broadcast screen had to be adjusted to the position at the end of the tunnel after the pursuit group entered the tunnel, waiting for the convoy to come out. Each vehicle report the situation. Su Lixue spoke into the intercom, her tightly locked brows very clearly showing her mood at this time. In this claustrophobic environment, she instinctively felt a hint of uneasiness. All is well with the situation in Car 1. All is well with the situation in Car 2. All is well in Car 6. With the completion of each car's situation is normal report, Su Lixue's tightly wrinkled brows still did not stretch. The uneasiness in her heart did not weaken in the slightest. Eyes through the car window to the surrounding road scanning a circle. Su Lixue, who had thought a little, once again picked up the intercom, pay attention to the surrounding situation during the traveling of each car, in addition, accelerate through here, report any situation at any time. Yes. The cars responded one after another. Immediately afterward, the entire convoy began to accelerate according to Su Lixue's order, heading towards the end of the tunnel. And in the reception, the crowd led by Vice Librarian Wang also stopped talking and looked at the large screen placed not far ahead, waiting for the convoy to reappear. Vice Librarian Wang. A voice came from the side, catching Vice Premier Wang's attention. Turning his head to look, he only saw a young man with a dusty demeanor was holding a wine glass and standing in front of him. "I'll toast you." The youth raised the wine cup in front of him and spoke. Although he didn't know who the person in front of him was, a son of someone's family, it didn't stop Vice Premier Wang from responding with a smile. "Yes, please." Vice Premier Wang lifted his wine cup and gently touched it with the youth, followed by a small sip. And the youth also slowly brought the wine cup to his mouth. Right at this moment, the youth seemed to be suddenly bumped by someone, and the entire person instantly lost balance. The next second, the wine cup in the youth's hand suddenly spilled out, accidentally spilling onto Deputy Director Wang's clothes. Sorry, this is really careless of me." The youth was at a loss for words as he fished out a paper towel and wiped Vice President Wang's clothes, his face flustered. "Never mind." Vice Librarian Wang pushed the youth's hand away with a smile on his face and waved his hand as if he didn't care about it. After apologizing twice more to Vice Librarian Wang, the youth with a flustered face turned around and left. Of course, no one noticed that the place where the youth had wiped the clothes for Vice Premier Wang earlier seemed to have something more different. Chapter 114 Disappearing Escort Vehicle. The reception was still continuing. Due to certain reasons, at this time, the attention of the people within the reception was gathered more on the large screen that was broadcasting the images from the live broadcast room, even though it was empty. At this time, inside the tunnel, the pursuit team's convoy had already completed 3/4 of the journey, and the traveling process was still incredibly smooth, without any accidents. The only difference with the previous is that earlier at the fork in the road, there is a large truck also entered into the channel, and steadily driving in front of the convoy not far away. However, since the large truck was traveling very normally without the slightest problem, the people in the pursuit team also lowered their guard a little bit. Instead, they focused more on their surroundings, ready to guard against Chen Feng appearing from any angle. The traveling continued. In the blink of an eye, the convoy was about to reach the exit of the tunnel when the signal was restored and the image of the convoy appeared on the live broadcast once again. "Hey! What's the situation? The escort vehicle is still here? I thought Maple God would strike in the middle of the tunnel, looks like I overthought it. Are you stupid upstairs? Do it in the middle of the tunnel? How are you going to run after that? If we let someone block both ends, we'll be smothered inside? Is it possible that Fengshen didn't plan to make a move on the escort vehicle? Otherwise it wouldn't have waited until now without making a move.
It's possible, after all, we can't guess what's in Fengshen's mind. The pop-ups rolled over in the live broadcast room, and the taut nerves of the pursuit team, who had passed through the tunnel smoothly all the way, were able to relax a little at this moment. But also at this time. A sudden change. The large truck in front of them braked sharply without warning, making the pursuit team fleet that was following closely behind them startled. Especially the three vehicles of the pursuit team that were traveling at the very front. They even hit the steering wheel sharply, and only then did they avoid the rear-end collision. Ems. Will not drive. I really. The driver of car number 1 cursed halfway and then froze. Only to see that the big truck's tightly closed rear door had been opened at some point. A heavy steel plate fell from the back of the car, connecting the carriages of the big truck with the ground, forming a simple channel. Immediately after, before the crowd had time to react, countless smoking cylindrical cans rolled down from the back of the van, and the tunnel roof also spewed out a large amount of white smoke at this time. At that moment, white smoke swept across the entire convoy and blocked everyone's line of sight. The live broadcast room instantly boiled. Holy! Made a move. I knew that Fengshen wouldn't let go of this escort vehicle so easily. That goes without saying, this guy, all excited for me. The soda popcorn has been ready for a long time, waiting for now. Regardless of the words in the live broadcast room. At this time, the rear of the fleet has been completely wrapped up by the white smoke inside the number 5 car. Su Lishua quickly reacted and immediately ordered, "Attention everyone, get out of the car and get on guard immediately to protect the escort car." As the words fell, Su Lishua decisively pushed open the car door. But not waiting for her to take a step around a sudden burst of loud noises. It was like square dance music that had been amplified tenfold, making people have to temporarily cover their ears to resist this intense noise. Quickly! Everyone go around the escort vehicle. Su Lishua held the walkie-talkie and shouted with all her might. But unfortunately, in the midst of this loud noise, her volume was very easily covered over without causing the slightest ripple. Under the helplessness, Su Lishua also had no choice but to give up ordering and took the lead herself to run towards the direction of the escort vehicle in front. White smoke filled the air. The crowd within the live broadcast room couldn't see anything, and the same was true for the crowd of the pursuit team on the scene. Coupled with the loud noise coming from all directions around them, dozens of members of the pursuit team seemed to have become deaf and blind at this moment. The noise only lasted for roughly a minute before it stopped. And with the wind pouring in from the tunnel entrance, the thick white smoke slowly dispersed. The vision gradually cleared up. But the scene left everyone dumbfounded. Su Lishua stood in the middle of the convoy, her red lips slightly open, not knowing what to say. And at her feet, there was still an escort who had already passed out. The anesthetic gun was still held in his hand, but unfortunately, it didn't come in handy. And the escort car located in the middle position of the convoy, at this time, it is gone. Only leaving the empty smoke canisters all over the ground, as well as the empty big truck directly in front of it, still staying in place. Of course, the front position of the driver's door has been opened, and the people inside, also long gone. Vanished into thin air. Truly vanished into thin air. And disappeared or a huge escort car. In just 2 minutes, in the case of the entire tunnel being blocked by large trucks and the pursuit team's cars, the escort car disappeared in thin air under the 7-car encirclement. This time the crowd in the live broadcast room was completely ignited. I go. What's the situation? Where is the escort car? Was it driven away? It shouldn't have been driven away. Escort car in the center position is surrounded by 7 cars. The gap between the 2 cars is not enough to let the escort car through. Coupled with these vehicles have not been hit by the traces. In this case, how can there be a chance to drive away? Ilu Anima disappear in thin air No, play it? In the past, Fengshen made some necklaces and other gadgets disappear and I tolerated it, but now what's going on here? This isn't even magic? It was the same as the crowd in the live broadcast room. The crowd of the hunt group on the scene was also confused. Dozens of people searched the surrounding area inside and out 3 times, and checked around the van with the doors wide open and empty several times. But there was still nothing. It was as if the huge escort van had really disappeared into thin air, without a trace. At this time within the reception, the crowd at the scene was also astonished. What is this situation? In front of the large screen, a man blinked twice and opened his mouth to inquire. But no answer was given to him. Because they didn't know either. However, there was another problem now, and that was that according to what Chen Feng had said in his earlier teaser letter, Deputy Director Wang was the real culprit in the theft case, and he would be the one to reveal the hidden truth tonight. Now that the escort car has been stolen, the crowd at the scene unanimously turned their heads to look at Deputy Director Wang, who was standing at the back. But to everyone's surprise, at this time, Vice Librarian Wang still had that smiling look, without the slightest bit of weakness or worry. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Deputy Director Wang took a sip of his wine, then put the cup down and slowly spoke. There is no need for everyone to worry, although I was also surprised that the escort car was stolen by that thief, but unfortunately, it was destined to be a worthless labor. The reason is also very simple, that is, inside the safe of the escort car, there is actually nothing.
Chapter 115 Chen Feng's action. There is nothing inside the safe of the escort vehicle.
Deputy Director Wang's voice carried across the room, appearing exceptionally clear in the quiet venue. The people at the scene were surprised to see that this always smiling and harmless-looking Vice Librarian Wang would come up with such a trick. However, this was normal. If it was really a heartless person, how could he sit on the position of Deputy Director of the City Museum? Shang Guanxi, who was observing this side not far away, was also surprised. Turning her head towards Chen Feng beside her, she saw that he was still in the same calm and collected manner, seemingly not affected in the slightest.
You knew this already?
Shang Guanxi pressed her voice and spoke, her beautiful eyes looking towards Chen Feng, waiting for his answer. Chen Feng did not deny it either, and directly nodded his head in acknowledgement.
Then why did you still steal that escort vehicle?
Miss Shang Guanxi, looking at Shang Guanxi's eyes that were filled with doubt, Chen Feng smiled and spoke.
Any magician would never allow the perfection of their performance to be jeopardized.
As the words fell, Shang Guanxi instantly felt Chen Feng shove something into his hand. Looking down, one could only see dozens of extremely tiny transparent type thin threads hanging down from the ceiling. The thin wires changed direction through a small pulley on the ceiling and connected to another pulley on the ceiling above the large screen in the distance. Due to the lighting and the fact that the long threads were simply too thin, Shang Guanxi hadn't noticed them earlier.
What is this? Shang Guanxi was filled with confusion.
However, Chen Feng did not seem to have the intention of explaining, but only smiled mysteriously, the key that represents the curtain. As the words fell, Chen Feng directly raised his feet and walked towards the crowd not far away. It was also at this moment. Snap! With a crisp sound of electricity ringing through, the lights within the entire venue suddenly went out.
What's the situation? What happened? Is this a power outage? How did the lights go out? Hey, no, who stepped on my foot? Watch out! Who can see in the dark?
As the crowd spoke, the scene suddenly became a bit chaotic. At this time, the live broadcast room belonging to Chen Feng was also abruptly turned to. Where is this place? How did the live broadcast room suddenly get transferred here?
Where is this doing to me? Is this still the country? Wasn't I watching the group of people in the pursuit group?
How did the picture suddenly change?
No, why is it so dark here? Who turned off the lights?
The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were scrolling, almost all of them were wondering about the sudden change in the live broadcast room's screen. And at this moment, Vice Premier Wang, who was in the center of the crowd, suddenly felt a hand swiftly cut through his clothes. When Vice Premier Wang realized something strange, he reached out and touched his hand in front of his body. Sure enough, he felt a number of thin lines on his clothes. The thin lines went all the way upwards and seemed to be connected to the ceiling. Deputy Director Wang's brows immediately furrowed, and he, who had always been rigorous in his work, acutely sensed that something was wrong. Stretching out his hand, he tried to rip these long threads off, but unfortunately, failed. The long line does not know what material is made of, although extremely thin, but the toughness is full. Let him tug half a day but still did not break one. Just when Deputy Director Wang intended to find someone to ask for a lighter,
the lights suddenly came back on.
The windows in the building had been opened wide at some point, and the evening wind whistled, continuously pouring into the room from the window. A white figure was standing in front of the crowd, looking at the crowd with a smirk. The white suit, the medieval high-top hat, as well as the iconic four-leaf clover pendant and monocle, all of them were indicating the identity of the person in front of him.
Freak bandit kid.
The moment Chen Feng appeared, the crowd became tumultuous, and the live broadcast room was abuzz with pop-ups.
I'll go. The Maple God has appeared? Where is this? Why is Fengshen here? Looking out the window. It looks like this is over by the museum building, right?
That's it.
Can't you see in the crowd? Isn't that Deputy Director Wang? He. It's still true. God Feng is following the contents of the teaser letter to reveal this Deputy Director Wang?
The crowd in the live broadcast room got excited. The scene was similar, not far away. The three people traveling with Shangguan Meng were also very excited after seeing Chen Feng, who appeared in the middle of the reception. This Lord Kido has appeared. One of the girls opened her mouth with a face full of surprise, looking at Chen Feng with eyes full of little stars. The other two girls did the same, looking at the white figure on the field with unblinking eyes, as if even blinking was a luxury at this moment. The trio's excited appearance made the nearby Shangguan Meng roll her eyes. If I let you guys know that the person who gave you the flowers earlier was Kido himself, you'd be so happy that you'd go out of your minds, wouldn't you?
Shangguan Meng thought secretly.
The eyes returned to the field. Looking at the sudden appearance of Chen Feng, the security at the scene was also on guard. It quickly surrounded him from all sides, blocking the center between him and the crowd, standing in strict anticipation. There's no need to be nervous, everyone, I'm just here to look for that Vice President Wang. Chen Feng's lips parted lightly, and his gentle voice instantly reached everyone's ears.
Like a teaser letter, I will reveal the truth that Vice Librarian Wang has hidden in front of everyone, completely.
Upon hearing this voice, the originally still smiling Vice Librarian Wang's face suddenly changed drastically. In his hands, he clutched those thin threads tied on top of his clothes, wanting to hurry up and yank them down, but alas, he did not succeed. Obviously, he had already guessed what Chen Feng was going to do. But unfortunately, it was already too late. Chen Feng's entire body quickly ran towards Shang Wanshi, who was standing by the window. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Chen Feng reached out and wrapped his hand around Shang Wanshi's slender waist, and then the two of them quickly leapt towards the window. In their hands, it was as if they were still dragging something, which was being dragged towards the window by both of them. Wah! Dozens of thin threads were taut almost in an instant, and through the two pulleys, the taut thin threads connected to the top of Vice President Wang's clothes. Stabbing. Almost at the same second, on Vice Premier Wang's body, the clothes that had been unintentionally tampered with by Chen Feng instantly emitted a tearing sound. In the next second, the clothes on Deputy Director Wang's body, which were originally still very tidy, were instantly torn apart under the pull of dozens of thin threads. Revealing the sandwich inside a blouse with dots of emerald jade inlays was worn by Vice Librarian Wang. This is the Emerald Lotus Clothes. Chapter 116, The End of the Matter. Swish. Almost instantly, the gazes of the entire audience all looked towards Vice Pavilion Master Wang. The atmosphere within the live broadcast room was even more quickly ignited. Holy! What did I see? What is this Deputy Curator Wang wearing? Is it that lost artifact? Nima. Wearing something on himself as a sandwich of clothes, and then putting the escort car out in a big way to change the attention, good tactic. After all, isn't it Maple God who's better? No. Doesn't anyone care who that woman was that Fengshen was holding on his way out? Good question. I'm guessing. It could be the other weird bandit who was wrongly accused by Vice President Wang. Another weird bandit. I didn't expect it to be a woman. The scene was silent. Almost everyone's eyes were gathered on Vice Librarian Wang's body. At this moment, that emerald lotus clothes worn by Vice Librarian Wang was that conspicuous. Swoosh. Two air-breaking sounds came. A black and a white card flew from the window and landed precisely in front of the crowd. The text above is brief and consistent, the only difference being the final inscription. Just as in the teaser letter, the hidden truth has been revealed, so I'll take my leave. Kaiju Kiddo Cat's Eyes. The first collaboration between the two monsters, the truth of the museum's theft has been revealed. The real culprit is him. Cat's Eye. Another thief is born. Magic or enchantment? In the midst of the team's surroundings, the van vanished. Shocked. The two bandits have joined forces to do this to an escort vehicle in the middle of the tunnel. New hot searches came out again. Of course, everyone's attention is still focused on the popular terms Kiddo, Cat's Eye and Monster Thief. And as the target of Chen Feng's preview letter this time, Vice President Wang, who was also his opponent this time, was also the target of Chen Feng's preview letter this time. Also at the end of the reception, he publicly acknowledged the identity of the contestant of the second phase of the Thief Game program and announced his withdrawal from the program. I knew that Fengshen would never lose, Fengshen NB. I still don't get it, how did Fengshen turn the escort car in that tunnel into nothing? A 4-meter long, 2-meter wide vehicle disappeared in the tunnel? Monster Cat's Eye? Or a female freak, love. No, am I the only one who cares about that deputy director? A deputy director of a city museum. Hey, it's too shocking that he would be one of the contestants for the second installment of the show, isn't it? Looks like we need to be careful of the people around us in the future, maybe whoever is around us is a hidden contestant. Upstairs is right, I see that now. I feel that the homeroom teacher who forces me to do my homework every day is a contestant. Wait, I'll go report her first for a bit. The information that the deputy director of the museum was a contestant of the program was completely confirmed, causing a huge uproar in the society, and at the same time, it also caused a wave of reporting. In just a day's time, the phones in the tracking team were bursting at the seams, with hundreds of calls almost every day, reporting that someone close to them might be a fugitive. But most of them were wrong. Some people even report their enemies, or use it to play pranks on their friends. The large number of false calls has also made it very difficult for the manhunt teams around the world, and the whole bureau has become very busy. At this time, the second floor of the dessert store. Accompanied by a slight click sound, the TV was turned off. Things have finally been resolved, although the process was a bit convoluted, the result is always good. Shang Guanlin smiled and opened her mouth, then turned her head in the direction of her two younger sisters, finally resting her gaze on Shang Guanxi. Xiao Shi? What's wrong, big sister? Shang Guanxi, who was suddenly called by name, was first stunned, and quickly reacted before jerking his head up, with a few unfaded smiles still on his face. Shang Guanlin spoke, "What are you thinking about?" Absent-minded. What else can one think about? Thinking about her little lover boy. Without waiting for Shang Guanxi to speak, Shang Guanmeng snatched the words. Little dream. Shang Guanxi blushed slightly and chided, but it was not threatening. Seeing this, Shang Guanlin also smiled and shook her head, and her thoughts couldn't help but think of that kiddo's assistant that she had worked with in the tunnel yesterday. Although she wore a human skin mask and took on the appearance of a middle-aged man, Shang Guanlin still detected the other party's true gender through the extremely faint scent of lady's perfume on her body.
I'm afraid it was a woman. And considering Kiddo's usual style of behavior, Shang Guanlin was almost certain that the other party should still be a beautiful woman.
Not only the other party, but also a princess from far away in Western Europe, an international star, and even a former captain of the pursuit team and others, all of them were not stunning beauties. If Xiaoxi really likes Kiddo, I am afraid that this competitor.
Shang Guanlin shook her head, interrupting her own thoughts.
Sighing lightly, take one step and see what happens later, let's talk about future matters later.
Right, big sister.
Shang Guanmeng suddenly spoke up, how on earth did that thief do it ah?
Just let you drive a truck and intercept the convoy after a puff of smoke passed and an escort vehicle disappeared?
Hearing this, Shang Guanxi also cast a curious gaze at Shang Guanlin.
It's actually quite simple. Shang Guanlin revealed a smile.
The compartment of that car truck measured 12 meters on the outside, but if you measure it inside the compartment, it's less than 10 meters.
At the same time,
miles away in Western Europe, inside the office of a building in a certain city, Amiia, who was dressed in a work outfit, was sitting in front of the desk. Her slender fingers were sliding on the screen of her cell phone, and what was playing on it was the live replay of Chen Feng's action yesterday. It was still the same white outfit, still the same confident and charismatic smile, subdued and elegant, mesmerizing.
Everything seemed to be generally the same as during the previous action, except for
Amia's fingers slightly paused, and her gaze finally rested on Shang Guanxi, who was acting together with Chen Feng and was dressed in a black gown. This live replay was edited and posted up several hours ago, and the title was Female and Male Monsters, a Match Made in Heaven. The screen full of pop-ups were also filled with words like blessing and congratulations.
Ka.
Amiia suddenly let go of her hand and dropped the water cup in her hand onto the ground with a crisp sound. The water in the water cup spilled all over the floor, and the crisp ringing sound also instantly attracted the attention of Mir, who had just arrived outside the door.
Knock knock.
A knock sounded on the door, and at the same time came Mir's voice, Your Highness, what's wrong?
Did something happen? Amia's beautiful eyes slightly sideways, raised her hand and exited the cell phone page, took a light breath and opened her mouth.
Nothing, it's just that the cup fell, just have someone come and clean it later. Okay, Your Highness, there is one more thing, it will soon be your birthday, the Queen wants to ask about the matter of the people invited to your birthday banquet. The list of personnel I just sent to you, you can take a look at it and let me know if you have any questions at any time. P.S. Sorry for the late update today.
Chapter 117 Amia's birthday. Okay. Amiia casually replied. Looking at the sky outside the window that was already darkening, Amiia didn't continue to stay in the office any longer.
After simply packing up her things, she got up and left the office, driving her car back to her private villa.
Evening.
After taking a shower and lying on the bed in her bedroom, Amiia opened the list of invitees that Mir had sent to her earlier.
The invited people were very broad.
It almost covered the main figures of the various families in the business and political world of the Lorqing country, and there were even quite a few people from abroad.
Obviously, this was Amia's father, the king of the Lorqing country, paving the way for Amia's successor.
After casually flipping a few times, Amiia threw her cell phone to the side, and her mind couldn't help but recall the still familiar figure.
Will you come? Amiia looked in the direction of the nightstand and muttered to herself. After some hesitation, Amiia finally got up and took out a delicate little box from the bedside table's compartment. Slowly opening it, an exquisite diamond ring was placed in it. If someone who knew it was here, they would be able to call out the name of the diamond ring with a single breath, Starlight's gaze. That precious ring that was stolen by a certain thief. Looking at the contents of the box, Amiia seemed to have thought of something. Opening her cell phone once again, she logged onto a certain book interface and edited a message to send it out. Very quickly. An extremely hot post quickly occupied the hot searches of the major platforms. Lorgreen country's first Princess Amiia sends out a message late at night, announcing the list of invitees for her birthday banquet in half a month. Shocked. The first person invited to Her Highness's birthday banquet is actually him. The list of invitees to Amia's birthday banquet is announced. Countless people's gazes were attracted and they clicked in. Only to see several screenshots of the list of invitees that Amiia had published in a certain book placed in the report. Unsurprisingly, the list contained the names of characters from the major top families, and even some people from other countries. This was all expected, but what surprised everyone was, on the first bit of the invitation, there wasn't anyone's name, what there was just a simple photo. The content of the photo was even more puzzling, because there was no one in the photo, only a pigeon, eating a plate of peeled crayfish. If Chen Feng had seen it, he would have recognized that the pigeon in the photo that was merrily eating the crayfish was none other than the little white one from more than 2 months ago. At the same time, Chen Feng's side was also busy. Inside the cafe,
A middle-aged man was sizing up Chen Feng, who was quietly making coffee, with great interest, and from time to time, he even said a few words to Sun Yuqing beside him. The middle-aged man nodded his head from time to time and frowned from time to time, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other hand, Sun Yuqing on the side appeared to be very anxious, even a little uneasy to sit still, and from time to time, she still glanced at Chen Feng, who was not far away with her afterglow for a few moments. The coffee is ready, taste it, Uncle Sun, and Yuqing, this is for you. Chen Feng slowly delivered the coffee to Sun Kaishan and Sun Yuqing in front of the two of them. With a gentle tone and a smile on his face, coupled with the fact that he was a handsome man, even if it was the first time they met, it was hard not to let one's good feelings rise. Sun Kaishan lifted the coffee in front of him and after blowing 2 puffs, he took a sip and his eyes lit up. Well, it seems that Yu Qing and that girl from the Su family really didn't lie to me. The coffee you have here is the best I've ever had. Uncle is polite, if you like it, you are always welcome to come and taste it. Chen Feng smiled back. Even in the face of Sun Kaishan, the group boss who had reigned over the business world for more than 10 years, he did not show the slightest bit of timidity. Instead, he was blandly chatting casually as if he was at home chatting about family matters. Not lowly and not overbearing. Sun Kaishan secretly nodded his head. In fact, he had already checked the information of the person in front of him earlier, but unfortunately, apart from the simple introduction of basic information such as name and age, there was almost no other information, not even family information. The profile was astonishingly simple and clean. If it was an ordinary person who saw such a clean profile, they would at most look at it for a couple of moments and then pass it by, but for a business big shot like Sun Kaishan who had seen a lot of big waves. But for Sun Kaishan, who has seen a great deal of trouble in the business world, such clean information to such an extent, it is hard not to let people think too much. Suppressing the other thoughts in his heart, Sun Kaishan once again tentatively opened his mouth. Listening to the Su family, that old boy said, you seem to treasure appreciation, quite a bit of research how to not engage in this area of work, instead of opening up a cafe here. It's like this, I need to stay here for a long time for some reasons. During this period, I need to go out from time to time, so it's not very convenient for me to engage in work. I didn't want to be idle all the time, so I opened a cafe to pass the time. For some reasons, going out from time to time, it's not very convenient to engage in work. A series of words made Sun Kaishan unconsciously associated with the heir dispute problem of some big families. With this speculation, Sun Kaishan continued to ask a few more questions. Chen Feng always answered calmly, only on the family issue. Chen Feng used the reason of inconvenient to disclose as an excuse to get out of the way. Seeing this, Sun Kaishan didn't dwell on this issue, but just continued to ask other questions. Only Chen Feng's extraordinary mannerisms and temperament coupled with that clean and shocking information. Sun Kaishan couldn't help but become more certain of this earlier speculation. Sun Kaishan's questions came one after another, from Chen Feng himself, to antiques and treasure appreciation, and even business activities. Sun Kaishan realized that Chen Feng seemed to have dabbled in all aspects, and even had unique insights in many aspects, which made him also feel surprised. The content that the two of them chatted about was also varied, and there were even a lot of content that Sun Yuqing, who was on the sidelines, could not understand. But that didn't stop her from judging through her own father's expression that he was very satisfied with the Yazan in front of him. The conversation between the two had continued for more than half an hour. It wasn't until Sun Kaishan's driver pushed the door in and reminded Sun Kaishan that it was almost time for the meeting that Sun Kaishan called it quits, and after instructing Sun Yuqing beside him to say a few more words, he pushed the door and left the cafe. It was only until Sun Kaishan left that Sun Yuqing let out a long sigh of relief. Her gaze turned to Chen Feng, who was beside her, and spoke. I say, boss, this job to find you is considered the right one. In this regard, you are really this. Thanks. Sun Yuqing gave a thumbs up in affirmation. Forget about the thanks, just give more when you settle the bill, Miss Sunday. Chen Feng smiled back. With the matter perfectly resolved, Sun Yuqing, who was in a great mood, directly waved her hand and stated cheerfully, no problem. With that, Sun Yuqing directly transferred 8888 to Chen Feng. After chatting with Chen Feng for a couple of minutes, she left. Chen Feng was also not polite. After Sun Yuqing left, he directly transferred the money to the collection. Just at this time, a hot news popped up on his cell phone and instantly attracted Chen Feng's attention. Amiia's birthday banquet invitee list announced. Chapter 118, Second Trip to Western Europe. Amiia's birthday banquet? Chen Feng muttered to himself. Tapping into the check-in and briefly scanning through it, even the always steady Chen Feng almost didn't tense up when he saw the invitee who was in the first place. Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai in the photo was burying his head in his rice, looking like he was very satisfied with the meal of crayfish in front of him. Chen Feng scrolled down again and looked at the comments for a few moments. At this time, the comments section had already been buzzing with activity, especially for the heated discussion of Amiia putting a pigeon on top of the first place of the invitation. What's the situation? Why did Amiia invite a pigeon? And put it on top of the first place? Hiss. Dove, or this kind of white dove, how come I can't consciously associate it with a certain person? Upstairs, me too, Maple God seems to be very fond of using white pigeons when he's on the move, right?
No, you guys are all sick. Why can you associate everything with Chen Feng? It's not like he's the only one who plays with pigeons, funny. Alright, don't argue. Amiia's side has sent out a notice explaining this matter. Here's the link http. Chen Feng followed the link and clicked over, and sure enough, it was a report about the follow-up. On top of that, there were also new developments that Amiia had posted on various platforms around the world. Among them was an announcement on a certain blog in China. In order to celebrate the rare peace in the world, based on the identity of the White Dove Peacemaker, I am excited to announce to everyone that on my birthday, I will be inviting 20 White Dove trainers to come and perform live to celebrate. December 6. Amiia. Again, there were quite a few comments underneath this story. However, due to Amelia's skillful use of the dove's identity as a messenger of peace to divert people's attention, most of the comments at the moment were centered around the theme of Amelia's birthday. Instead, very few people bothered to connect the white dove on the invitation with Chen Feng. December 6. Chen Feng recited silently, then revealed a smile. Those who were responsible for sending out announcements were well aware that when signing and labeling the date at the end of the announcement, except for special circumstances, the date would usually be placed below and the signature above. And as someone who had been exposed to this aspect since childhood, it was impossible for Amiia to be unaware of this matter. However, this announcement of hers had intentionally mentioned the date in the front, then. Chen Feng reread it again. The 12th word of the first sentence was key, and the 6th word of the second sentence was connected together. It was naturally kiddo. Is this because you're afraid that I won't be able to see it and purposely send out 2 announcements? Chen Feng smiled at the corner of his mouth and turned his cell phone off. After a little thought, he made a decision. It would be a fun thing to have a strange thief who came to give his blessing at the princess's birthday party, wouldn't it? Within the next week, Chen Feng did not act again, but instead, the 3 Shangguan sisters next door set their sights on a private collector's treasure and managed to steal it under the defense of the tracking team. This also made the name of Cat's Eye become popular again, and became another synonym for strange thieves after kiddo. Afterwards, Chen Feng simply arranged the store, and left a few sets of his own clothes for his assistant Lin Qingyao, so that she could appear in front of the eyes of the necessary people from time to time under the identity of Yazan. Otherwise, every time Kido appeared in the field, the cafe had to close. In the long run, it is really difficult not to arouse the suspicion of others. 1 week later, a young man in casual clothes with a white dove appeared on the streets of Gaelch, the capital of Lorqing country. Inside the park, Chen Feng leisurely fed Little White. Possibly because of the 2 announcements that Amiia had made in a certain book, the city of Gaelch at this time clearly had quite a few more trainers performing with white pigeons than the last time he had visited. Accompanied by the surrounding audience's exclamations of surprise, the white pigeon performer located in the center position also performed even harder. For a while, more than 10 white pigeons flew up and down under his command. At times skimming over the crowd following the guidelines, at other times flying in a long line around his body. The show was quite impressive. It was not long before the show was over. Amidst the applause of the surrounding audience, the performer took off his hat in salute and customarily began to go around the stage to collect the bounties from the people around him. When he came in front of Chen Feng also generously gave the other party a reward of 100 euros. This was a shock to the other party. Even if he performed all year round in various places, he rarely received such a large denomination of one-time reward. He could not help but thank him repeatedly. When the other party left, Chen Feng continued to feed Little White. Little White, there are quite a few of your kind around, aren't you interested? Don't go find a female pigeon to play with either. Goo. Little White casually purred and stretched his legs, his neck raised as if in disdain for the surrounding kind. A pair of small black eyes seemed to have arrogance written all over them, the arrogance of not being in the company of the surrounding flock of pigeons. He. Chen Feng let out a light laugh, not caring. Standing up from the chair, he placed all the remaining breadcrumbs in his hands to the place where the pigeons were feeding before leaving with Little White. Nightfall quickly descended. It wasn't until after Chen Feng had stayed that it became clear how right he had been in booking the hotel a week earlier. The hotel at this time could no longer be described as overcrowded, it was simply overflowing with people. In the words of the lady at the front desk of the hotel, within the last 5 years, there had never been a large amount of people. The hotels in the entire city center were full, not to mention that even the reservation orders had already been lined up for half a month later. In the evening, Chen Feng, who had eaten, took Xiaobai and took a taxi to the city center location of Fort Claude, the royal gathering place of the Lorqing kingdom. At this time, in front of this ancient fort that was not open to the public all year round, it was equally overcrowded. Dense crowds of people stood in front of the heavy gate eagerly waiting, and there were even quite a few acrobatic performers, holding up signs saying willing to perform for Her Royal Highness for free, hoping to get the chance to perform at Amelia's birthday party. It was evident that Amelia's popularity was high. On the outskirts of the crowd, Chen Feng strolled around with Little White, his eyes casually scanning the surroundings, while at the same time, his mind was silently recording the surroundings. Hey, brother! A voice suddenly rang out from Chen Feng's ears.
Chen Feng turned his head to look, only to see that a young man in brown formal attire was standing beside him, and it was none other than the performer that Chen Feng had seen during the daytime when he had performed the White Pigeon Show in the park. "It's really you." The youth who saw Chen Feng looked very happy, and it was obvious that he also recognized the outgoing oriental-faced youth in front of him. "What a coincidence." Chen Feng smiled back. Chapter 119, Amiia's sister. "Oh yes, what quite a coincidence. I come here every night, hoping to meet Her Highness Amiia." Speaking of this, a touch of longing appeared in the youth's eyes. Chen Feng came to have a few moments of interest. "Why do you want to see her?" Upon hearing this, the youth revealed a look of surprise with a hell no expression. Even the few people beside him looked over sideways, that gaze as if they were looking at a heretic. "What's wrong with my words?" Chen Feng opened his mouth and asked. "Of course there is a problem, brother." The youth spoke. "Almost everyone here has come to see Her Highness, and all of them wish to be able to perform at Her Highness's birthday banquet, even if they don't want a performance fee." "That's right," Chen Feng nodded his head. Squeak! Just at this moment, the heavy door of Fort Claude not far away was suddenly opened. A beautiful and cold figure walked out from the door accompanied by a group of royal guards. Seeing the visitor, the crowd at the scene was instantly thrilled and frantically surged forward, only to be blocked 2 meters away by the human wall formed by 10 royal guards. "Princess Sofer, we are from the Dwarf Circus. We hope to perform at your sister Princess Amiia's birthday party. Please give us a chance." "Your Highness, we are a team of magicians who have come from Rice. Please tell your sister that we would like to perform for free." "Your Highness Sofer." The voices of the surrounding people were continuous and spoke of the identity of the people who had come. "The second princess of the Lorching Kingdom's royal family, Amiia's own sister Sofer." Chen Feng and the two of them also stopped talking and looked in Sofer's direction. Only to see Sofer not far away, dressed in a small brown lady's suit, stepping on a pair of tall boots, valiantly. The looks were 3 times similar to Amiia, only less mature and more cold. "Everyone, please be quiet." Sofer came to the front of the crowd, and his cool voice reached the ears of the crowd, also suppressing the noisy voices in the crowd. Only after the crowd gradually quieted down did Sofer continue to speak. "I'm very grateful to all of you for your love for my sister, but the banquet's time is limited, and it's not possible for all of you to participate in it, so if you're interested, there will be someone at the back who will take you all to register, and if it's suitable, there will be someone who will contact you." Sofer's words immediately made the crowd at the scene boil. In fact, they also knew that the so-called registration was nothing more than a rejection in disguise, in order to just get them to stop blocking the entrance of Fort Claude. The final result, too, was most likely to let them leave their information, leave their contact information, and then there was no more then. But this at least gave the crowd a point of hope, didn't it? So there were still quite a few people who enthusiastically lined up and waited to register. "I'm going to register too, sir." The youth smiled and spoke. "If there's a chance to meet again in the future, I will have become a very good pigeon trainer." Chen Feng smiled and spoke back. "I wish you the best of luck." The youth left. Chen Feng did not stay for long, bypassing the crowd and strolling around the neighborhood to familiarize himself with the terrain before leaving. The other side. As her own birthday party was approaching, Amiia also had the rare opportunity to temporarily return to live in Crowder Castle. Night. Amiia stood alone in front of the balcony, the wine glass in her hand gently swaying, reflecting a light red shimmer under the silvery moonlight. Knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door, followed by a female voice coming from outside. "Your Highness, are you asleep?" "It's Mir, right, come in." The door to the room was pushed open, and Mir, who was holding a document, walked in from outside. "Your Highness, this is the banquet program list that has just been compiled. Can you see if there are any problems?" "You put it there, I'll look at it later." Amiia gently took a sip of wine and spoke without looking back. Looking at Amiia's figure at the windowsill, Mir hesitated and continued to speak. "Your Highness, that Earl's son that you rejected earlier, Mr. Connolly has sent you another invitation, wanting to invite you to dinner. He also said that he has prepared a gift for you, hoping that he can give it to you in person." Amiia's hand with her wineglass paused slightly, and she glanced at Mir behind her with her afterglow. "Didn't I tell you, just uniformly decline such invitations for me in the future, and don't come back to tell me specifically." "Yes, Your Highness." "Is there anything else?" Seeing that Mir wasn't leaving yet, Amiia opened her mouth and asked. "It's the Queen who wants to ask. Tomorrow is the weekend. She wants to take Her Highness the Second Princess and Her Highness the Little Princess on a trip to the countryside, and wants to ask if you're going." Amiia's willow eyebrows raised. After a little bit of thinking, she still nodded her head and agreed. At the same time, in the middle of a certain private manor in Gaelch, Connery, who had once again received the news that his invitation had been rejected, was in a rage. The things in the room were thrown all over the place, and there were pieces of broken cups as well as scattered books and papers everywhere. The dozen or so male and female attendants in the manor were lined up in a row, their heads lowered and not saying a word, as if they were all afraid of angering the son of the Earl at this time and thus becoming the vent for his anger. Ta-da-da-day. A sound of footsteps of leather shoes colliding with the ground came from far and near, and in a short while, they arrived at the door. "Sir."
The voice from the doorway came and instantly caught Connery's gaze. Seeing that it was the old butler, Pate, who had arrived, Connery also temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart and opened his mouth. "Pate, you're back." "Yes, sir, I have prepared the gift you ordered." Hearing gift, Connery became even more angry, directly waving his hand impatiently. "No need, she didn't agree at all, return it to me." Seeing Connery like this, Pate did not seem to be the slightest bit surprised. "Sir, your mother instructed me to convey to you that she said for you to be a little patient. In a few days it will be Her Highness's birthday. When that time comes you will prepare a surprise for her, perhaps it will be a little more effective." "A surprise? Ha!" Connery sneered, "She has no intention of ever agreeing to my pursuit, what's the use of having a surprise?" "Sir, the surprise that Madam is talking about is not for Princess Amiia, but to let the King and Queen see your sincerity. With them stepping forward, you might have a chance. Moreover, His Majesty the King is already old, and he intends to cultivate Princess Amiia as an heir. If you can successfully marry Princess Amiia, then wait until His Majesty the King is 100 years old." Hearing this, Connery's original angry expression had gradually calmed down, as if he had seen a bright future beckoning to him. The corners of his mouth rose, revealing a smile. Chapter 120 Fort Claude. The following day. In a certain park on the outskirts of the city. Under the canopy of a tree more than 3 meters tall, 3 women dressed as attendants stood under the tree with anxious faces. "Your Highness, little princess, you should come down quickly, it's too dangerous." "Your Highness, don't climb that high, you'll fall." "Little princess." The trio's anxious cries didn't seem to have much effect on the Kylan in the tree. Little Kylan pursed her little lips and climbed step by step towards the branch in front of her, holding a single white bird egg in her hand. "Little bird." Little Kylan gently placed the bird egg back into its nest in the tree. It wasn't until this was done that little Kylan revealed a smile. "Your Highness, little princess, don't move, I'll go save you right away." A voice rang out from below. Kylan searched for the voice and looked downwards, and her little face instantly turned white. It wasn't until now that she realized she had already arrived in the air more than 3 meters above the ground. "Your Highness, you must not move," the maid below anxiously shouted. The 3 of them were regretting it now, not realizing that they had only touched the fish for a few moments before Kylan had already climbed up the tree. It was fine if she didn't shout, but with this shout, Kylan's hands and feet, which were already stiff from nervousness, softened even more. Without a grip, she directly fell from the tree. "Your Highness, the little princess." The maid below was startled and quickly reached out her hand to catch it. Someone beside her was faster than her. Before her arms could reach, a pair of strong arms took the lead and caught Kylan. Little Kylan was placed on the ground in a daze, and it wasn't until her feet made contact with the ground that her brain cleared a few moments. "Thank you. Thank you, brother." Little Kylan blinked a pair of watery eyes and opened her mouth to speak. The face that was white from fear had not yet faded. "Little Princess Highness, are you all right?" The maid at the side hurriedly stepped forward and made a careful inspection of Kylan. Only after determining that there were no injuries did she let out a slight sigh of relief. Standing up, she looked in the direction of the youth, a look of gratitude on her face as she spoke. "Thank you so much, sir." "No need to be polite." The youth politely replied back, then slowly squatted down, half squatting in front of little Kylan, and with a flip of his hand, a white lily flower appeared out of thin air in his hand. "For you, little miss, next time, don't do something so dangerous." Receiving the flower in the youth's hand, little Kylan blinked her eyes and gently nodded. The youth was, of course, Chin Fong, who was originally wandering around the streets of Gaelch, incidentally planning a retreat and follow-up route. Unexpectedly, he encountered the Lorching Kingdom's royal caravan that started with Amiia's vehicle. It so happened that Chin Fong had nothing better to do, so he followed over to take a look, and came across the current matter. At this time, the 2 maids next to him who were originally preparing to climb the tree also came over, again thanking Chin Fong for a while, and there was even one person who took out money and wanted to give it to Chin Fong to show his gratitude. However, it was rejected by Chin Fong. "The money is exempt, I am unable to do that," seeing such a lovely little lady lose her footing and fall from the tree without doing anything about it. Chin Fong smiled and opened his mouth, and just as he was about to turn around and leave, he was pulled by little Kylan's hand. "Big brother." Little Kylan pulled one of Chen Feng's fingers, and with her other hand, she held a candy up in front of Chen Fong. "For you." "Thank you, little miss." Chen Fong smiled as he took the candy and gently touched Kylan's little head before turning to leave. Looking at Chen Feng's back as he left, little Kylan stood in place, pouting her little mouth, not knowing what she was thinking. "What happened over here?" A female voice came out, followed by a male and a female figure walking up. It wasn't too accurate to say so. To be precise, the woman was walking in front, followed by a man with a pleasing smile on his face. "Big sister." Hearing this voice, little Kylan happily jumped into Amiia's arms, and Amiia smoothly picked her up. "What just happened?" Amiia turned her head to look at the maid next to her and asked. "Your Highness, the little princess just now. We met a big brother, sister look, big brother even gave me flowers." Before the maid finished speaking, little Kylan held up the flower in her hand and spoke happily. "Flowers?"
Amiia raised her eyebrows slightly, her beautiful eyes looking in all directions, just in time to see Chen Feng's back disappearing around the corner.
This back shadow. Amia's willow brows slightly frowned, secretly pondering for a while. In the end, she still did not ask anything more.
At this time, a male voice appeared. Your Highness the little princess, I suggest you still don't casually contact these people in society, there are many bad people in here. Hearing the voice, Amiia and the others turned their heads to look at Connery who had spoken. Only to see Connery walk forward and reach out to try to take the lilies in Kylan's hand. It's best not to accept these things of unknown origin, lest you encounter bad people. In the face of Connolly's hand reaching out, little Kylan directly received the flowers behind her, her face full of stubbornness. Big brother is not a bad person. Connery also seemed to have not expected little Kylan to say this, and somewhat awkwardly withdrew his hand.
Mr. Connery.
Amiia turned her head to look at Connery. I'm very thankful that you came to help deliver the things. If there's nothing else, please leave first.
Amiia opened her mouth nonchalantly and didn't give Connery the chance to say anything else, directly turning around and leaving with little Kylan in her arms.
Only leaving a dumbfounded Connery to remain in place, watching the figures of several people disappear into a corner position not far away.
Time was long.
Soon, a week had passed.
Today's Gulch was exceptionally lively.
Even the streets had a lot more foot traffic. And Fort Claude, the gathering place of the Lorching Kingdom's royal family, which had always been closed to the public, also broke the rules and opened its doors today. There was no other reason, it was simply because today was the 26th birthday of the eldest princess, Amiia. At Amiia's birthday banquet today, His Majesty, the King of Lorching Kingdom, will officially announce the establishment of eldest Princess Amiia as the Crown Prince. The whole country celebrates. Night. At the entrance of Fort Claude. More than 10 burly royal guards dressed in medieval heavy armor stood on both sides of the gate of Claude Castle. The heavy armor seemed to be chilling under the illumination of the silver moonlight, and although it was armor that had been outdated for hundreds of years, wearing these burly royal guards did not lose the sense of solemnity. The long red carpet was spread from the entrance to the front of the banquet hall. Countless neon lights shone on both sides of the red carpet, looking very beautiful. People carrying gifts were constantly entering at the door. The necessary invitations were definitely missing. The royal guards around the area would not allow anyone to slip inside Fort Claude without an invitation or an imposter. Of course, no one would have the guts to do so either. The exception of a certain audacious thief. Chapter 121. The banquet begins. At this moment inside Fort Claude. Inside the lobby located in the center. More than 10 reporters stood not far from the red carpet, their faces full of excitement, the cameras in their hands as if they didn't need any money, snapping pictures of the guests who kept entering the lobby. At the same time, excited conversations were also resounding among the reporters.
This is Duke Rice's only son, Mr. Kenrel, right?
He looks even more handsome than on TV, it's just a pity that he's already married, otherwise I don't know how many ladies would be infatuated because of him.
Wow, this is Dean, the martial arts superstar of the Rice Kingdom, right? Over there is Sakura Country's actress Ms. Natsum Shinjo, and there's a star over there as well.
It's so lively, I didn't expect that Her Highness the Rapunzel's birthday party would attract so many foreign celebrities to come. That's for sure. After all, the outside world has almost spread the news that His Majesty the King intends to announce the creation of Her Highness Princess Amiia as the Crown Prince today, and they definitely want to mix it up in front of Her Majesty the future Queen, which will also be beneficial to their future career development in Western Europe. Stop it, look over there, Her Highness the Princess is coming. As the side door was slowly opened, Amiia, dressed in a white gown, stepped out on the red carpet. Her tall and hot figure was aptly shown by the gown, and although she didn't show much, she was still charming.
The fine high heels of up to 9 centimeters made Amiia's even taller. On her left shoulder, she wore a badge of a golden lion, which was the symbol of the royal family of the Lorching Kingdom, and the members of the royal family would only wear this badge with special significance on important occasions. Of course, today's day would be very important. In front of Amiia's flank was his father, His Majesty King Hunter of the Lorching Kingdom, as well as Queen Fenica. It was clear, however, that neither had any intention of stealing Amiia's thunder, so although they walked in front of Amiia, they gave way to the main seat as a way of avoiding blocking Amiia's form. Go ahead, child, you are the main character today. Hunter looked at Amiia kindly.
Already elderly, he needed assistance to walk at this point, but there was still a noticeable brightness in his cloudy eyes when he looked at Amiia, a child who made him very proud.
Yes, father. Amiia lifted the sides of her skirt, bent slightly, and gave a nobleman's salute. This was followed by stepping forward. Her light blue eyes motionlessly traced over the people on the scene, but unfortunately, she didn't find the figure that she had been hoping for. Perhaps he was hiding. Amiia thought darkly, quickly adjusting her expression and smiling as she came to the front of the stage. Everyone. Amiia's very recognizable voice came from the front of the stage. Everyone stopped their conversations unanimously, looking in Amiia's direction.
I'm thankful that all of you can come to my birthday party, I toast to you. Saying that, Amiia lifted the wine glass on a side table and clinked it across the room at the crowd. The crowd of guests also politely picked up their wine cups and drank it all in one go.
This Princess Highness is really beautiful. Not far away, a woman with an oriental face opened her mouth and sighed. Just then, a male voice appeared from the side.
Your looks are also exceptionally beautiful, Ms. Natsum. Natsum Shinjo, who heard the commotion, turned her head to look, only to see an oriental young man dressed in a black man's dress standing beside her. With handsome features and a light smile at the corner of his mouth, it was hard not to develop a favorable impression.
May I ask who you are? Natsum Shinjo politely opened her mouth to inquire.
Anyone who was able to enter the banquet hall was either a powerful person from all over the world or a celebrity from all walks of life. So even though Natsum Shinjo was the top actress of the Sakura country, she only dared to stand at the edge and did not move towards the center.
Just a magician who was invited here.
Chen Feng changed into a purple rosebud and handed it to Natsum Shinjo as he spoke with a smile.
Thank you.
Natsum Shinjo took the rosebud and softly thanked him. The magic of changing flowers was still very common, plus Chen Feng had not sent out a preview letter earlier, so Natsum Shinjo did not suspect Chen Feng's identity.
It was only curious to speak. Are you here to present a performance for Princess Amiia's birthday party? Performing?
Chen Feng revealed a mysterious smile. In that case, it is possible. Natsum Shinjo did not hear any other meaning in Chen Feng's words, and only took Chen Feng as one of the actors for the subsequent birthday banquet performance. Hearing Chen Feng's reply, Natsum Shinjo also brightened up. She was also one of the people invited to perform at the birthday banquet, so after hearing that Chen Feng had come for the same purpose as herself, and was also a magician, she instantly became interested and began to talk to Chen Feng.
And at this moment, Amiia's side of the opening speech was almost finished. King Hunt also came to the front under the support of Queen Finica.
There was also a small crown made of gold and precious stones on his hand. Everyone, I, King Hunt, the 23rd generation king of the Lorching Kingdom, today formally crowned eldest Princess Amiia as the crown prince, i.e., the 24th generation king of the future Lorching Kingdom. Under everyone's gaze, Amiia lowered her body and allowed Hunter to place the small crown on her head. The scene was filled with applause, and the atmosphere was pushed to a climax at this point. The banquet officially began. Many world-renowned actors or performance teams took the stage to perform and liven up the atmosphere. But it was obvious that the atmosphere at the scene was already very active. There were also quite a few people surrounding Amiia. Your Highness, I toast you. Your Highness Rapunzel, happy birthday, I toast you. Princess Amiia, congratulations, oh no, now it should be called Crown Prince Amiia, huh? In the face of the countless toasts and blessings from the people around her, Amiia always responded with a smile. From time to time, she took a sip of wine as a response to the toast. Amiia's gaze, however, was scanning the surrounding crowd moment by moment, hoping to see traces of disguise on their faces. Of course, this was impossible. On the other side, Chen Feng was still chatting with Sakura Nation actress Natsum Shinjo. The unassuming conversation coupled with a little magic trick every now and then made the top-ranking actress from Sakura country give her a series of sideways glances and smiles. Just when the two were chatting happily, Natsum Shinjo's assistant came up and whispered something in her ear. Natsum Shinjo nodded her head and looked back in Chen Feng's direction. I'm sorry, I'm going to go backstage to prepare for the stage performance. If you don't mind, let's add a contact and talk later. Saying that, Natsum Shinjo took out her cell phone and shook it. However, what Natsum Shinjo did not expect was that Chen Feng refused with a smile. Forget about the contact information. If there is a chance, we will meet again. It's not too late to chat then. Chapter 122 Birthday Gift from Kiddo. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Natsum Shinjo could not help but be slightly stunned. As the otaku goddess of Sakura country, there was no telling how many people were willing to spend a large sum of money to get her contact information without success. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to ask someone for her contact information and had been rejected. The eyes of Natsum Shinjo's assistant at the side similarly revealed a trace of surprise. However, considering that since the other party was able to come to Princess Amelia's birthday banquet, he must not be an ordinary person, or perhaps the heir of a certain great family, he suppressed his surprise and did not say anything. All right then. The rejected Natsum Shinjo quickly adjusted his expression and waved his hand at Chen Feng. Then let's talk again when we have the chance. Bye-bye, Mr. Magician. Bye. Chen Feng similarly waved his hand in farewell. With Natsum Shinjo's departure, Chen Feng was the only one left at the corner table. Chen Feng lowered his head and glanced at the time. 11:20. It's almost time. Chen Feng gave a dark cry. It then crossed over to the show troupe trainers who were performing the White Dove show and headed towards the center. At this moment, the center area. Amiia, who was dressed in a gown and wearing a small crown on her head, had just finished dealing with the toasts from the crowd. Putting down the wine glass in his hand, he glanced at the time. It was already almost 11:30. Did he not see the announcement he sent earlier? Or was he delayed by something? Amiia lowered her eyebrows in deep thought, completely missing the voice of Mir calling out to her from the side. Your Highness, Your Highness? Mir shouted twice more, and only then did Amiia respond. HM? What's wrong?
Someone has come to present you with a gift. Mir reminded softly. It was only then that Amiia noticed that a group of people led by Connery, holding 3 or 4 gift boxes in their hands, were walking towards her. Amia's willow eyebrows frowned slightly at the sight. Amelia knew too well what Connery had in mind, but for the sake of face, she still needed to get up and express her gratitude, although she didn't care. Coming in front of Amiia, Connery placed his hand in front of his body and bowed to Amiia. Your Highness, may your beauty live on, the son of the Earl of Kern. Connery presents his gift to you. No need to be polite, please rise. Amiia spoke softly and did not have any extra words. Connery rose. The matter on this side also attracted the attention of other people in the surroundings, and all of them came over with sideways glances in Amia's direction, which included Amia's father, King Hunt, and Queen Fennica. Noticing this, Connery's eyes revealed an undetectable touch of joy, which he quickly covered up. Coming in front of the first box, he slowly opened it. Your Highness, this is what I have carefully prepared for you. Before Connery finished his words, he heard a raucous sound coming from not far away, and immediately after, the original orderly scene also became slightly chaotic. Oh by karmas! What's going on here? What's going on here? Oh my god, come back quickly! This is what's happening! Why is this happening? The crowd at the scene was astonished, especially the Dove trainers who were performing on the stage. They were all anxious as they stretched out their hands and issued commands, wanting to recall the doves that had broken away from the stage. But this group of usually docile and obedient white pigeons at this time was like a completely different appearance, ignoring the instructions of the trainers. They just flew in groups towards the direction of Amelia, who was located in the center of the banquet. Who? Accompanied by the flapping sound of the flock's wings, dozens of white pigeons encircled around Amelia's body like a knightly order arching over the queen. This. Amelia's eyes revealed a flash of surprise, and without waiting for her to think more, another voice came from someone else. God, what's going on out there? What's that swarm of things flying in the sky? That seems like a flock of white pigeons too. It's unbelievable, there are at least thousands of white pigeons here, this is amazing. As the sounds of awe came from the doorway, quite a few people were also attracted to the doorway's position. Amiia bypassed Connolly, who was still gushing about the preciousness of her gift, and stepped on her thin high heels, quickly stepping to the door position. Connery's face, who had been ignored by almost everyone, immediately darkened, his face clouded, his fists clenched, but in the end, he still endured. At this time outside the door, in the gaze of everyone in awe, the flock of white pigeons led by Xiao Bai quickly lowered their stature from the air. Thousands of white pigeons then stacked in order, as if they were cooperating to form something. As people watched, they only saw that first a dozen white pigeons landed on both sides, and the subsequent flocks quickly followed, feet, legs, gowns, and finally above the shoulders with the 5 senses. A person's various parts in just half a minute time by thousands of white pigeons combined, into a white giant. This isn't it, Her Highness the Rapunzel? Someone from the side exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction of Amelia at the doorway in unison. This could no longer be said to be a resemblance, it was simply Amiia. Amiia didn't pay any attention to the surrounding crowd. She only looked towards the taller self in front of her with a smile on her lips. Obviously, she had already guessed who did this. The dove's performance continued, only to see the huge Amelia in front of her slowly stretched out her hand. The dozens of white pigeons that were originally inside the room quickly flew out from the doorway. Together with the rest of the doves outside, they formed 2 lines of words. Happy birthday. May you always be beautiful, Your Highness. Happy birthday, ever beautiful Your Highness. Snap. Clap. I don't know who applauded first, followed by thunderous applause from the entire room. I swear in the name of God, this is definitely the best white dove performance I've ever seen. Me too, this is too shocking, I didn't expect this group of trainers to have this ability. This group of cute little guys, so mesmerizing. While listening to the compliments and applause from the front, the white pigeon trainers who were still on the indoor performance stage were in a daze. What had happened? Didn't they botch the performance? Even the pigeons ran away and lost awe. But it seems, they haven't completely failed to perform. Still, the old trainer located at the very front reacted quickly and quickly adjusted his expression, taking off the hat on top of his head and bowing to the crowd to thank them. The other trainers did the same, and then fled as if they had left the performance stage. At this moment, Arya wasn't paying attention to the situation on the stage anymore, and was only looking towards the outdoor flock of pigeons, towards the blessing in mid-air that consisted of white pigeons. Is that you coming? Amiia let out a low voice to herself. Just then, a blue rose was handed over from beside her, followed by that familiar gentle voice that once again reached Amia's ears. Do you like this gift? Beautiful. Princess Your Highness. Chapter 123 for the ever-so-beautiful Princess Royal Highness. Like this gift? You're beautiful. Princess Highness. Hearing this voice, Amia's beautiful eyes instantly widened, in her blue eyes was a joyful color that she couldn't hide, and she quickly turned around. Only to see a leisure suit youth standing right beside her, the corner of her mouth was still that familiar and gentle smile. You are Shu.
Amiia, full of excitement, was just about to open her mouth when Chen Feng stretched out his fingers and blocked his cherry lips.
I'm sorry I'm late, Ms. Amiia. Chen Feng lifted up Amia's left hand and gently kissed it.
Amia's hand covered her mouth and shook her head, looking at Chen Feng's beautiful eyes with a bit of excitement and resentment. I thought you weren't coming.
Ha! Chen Feng let out a light laugh, unapologetically meeting Amia's light blue eyes.
Although I am not a medieval knight in charge of guarding the princess, I would never delay such a special day as a lady's birthday. The conversation between Chen Feng and Amiia was not very loud, especially in such a noisy environment. No one would be able to hear the conversation between the two. However, this could not be helped by the fact that Amiia was the center of attention at this moment, and the two of them had yet to say a few words. The surrounding people will notice in front of the identity of this unknown, but with Amiia to talk about the Oriental youth, have side-eye look. Especially Connery, he was originally running towards Amiia tonight, naturally always paying attention to her movements. Seeing an unidentified man kissing Amelia's hand, and Amiia did not show even a hint of rejection, but instead, her face with a happy color.
Connery instantly felt as if there was something more green on his head.
Immediately, he became enraged and led the two bodyguards aggressively towards Chen Feng's direction.
Hey! Who are you? Who let you appear here?
Connery's voice came before his men arrived. Connery had no intention of lowering his voice, and coupled with his imposing appearance, he instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Princess Sofer, the second princess who originally stood not far away and was in charge of security, instantly frowned when she saw Connery leading people towards her sister. She quickly rushed over with a few royal guards and blocked the center between Connery and Chen Feng's duo.
Mr. Connery, what do you want to do? Sofer questioned in a cold voice.
The several royal guards beside him also had serious faces, staring at Connery, as if as long as Connery dared to do anything out of the ordinary, they would immediately step forward to subdue him. Seeing Sofer's appearance, Connery immediately realized that he was in too much of a hurry. Hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, Your Highness, Sofer, is the person beside the Rapunzel. Previously the royal family announced the list of invitees. I looked over, and not many yellow people were invited. This person is afraid to come from an unknown way. For the sake of Your Highness the Rapunzel's safety, I'm just in a hurry. Hearing Connery's words, the people present looked in the direction of Chen Feng in unison, especially when they saw that he was actually holding Amia's hand. They all revealed a flash of amazement. Throughout Western Europe and even the whole world, there were not many people who wanted to pursue Amiia, a princess who had made a name for herself in the business and political worlds, and there were even very many of them. So many that it could be more than enough to line up from Gelch to Paris. But didn't seem to have heard of Amiia having any scandal. So now this person. Sofer also revealed a touch of suspicion. After leaving behind two royal guards to watch over Connery, he brought the remaining two towards Chen Feng's direction. Hello, this gentleman, if it's convenient, can you show your credentials? Sofer's words were very polite, but the forceful tone did not seem to intend to give the person in front of him any room to bargain. At the same time, after the White Dove performing troupe, the next person to perform in the program, Natsum Shinjo, also arrived on the stage. Hearing the noises from the doorway in front of him, the curious Natsum Shinjo couldn't help but look sideways. After looking at the person at the doorway, Natsum Shinjo was instantly startled, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with surprise. It's him? Didn't he say he was here to perform magic? How come he went to Princess Amiia, and by the looks of it, he seems to have gotten into trouble? Before she could continue to think, the music on the performance stage started. Natsum Shinjo had to temporarily suppress the doubts in her heart, and began to dance along with the music. The doorway position. Looking at Sofer's serious face, Chen Feng did not seem to be much nervous. Stopping Amiia, who wanted to come forward to speak, Chen Feng smiled and spoke. You are Princess Amiia's younger sister, Princess Sofer, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Chen Feng lightly smiled as he sent a purple rosebush to Sofer, but Sofer did not reach out to receive it. It just continued to say in her cool voice, Sir, please show your documents immediately, otherwise, I have the right to place you under temporary arrest. Sofer. Amiia frowned and opened her mouth, wanting to say something else, but was stopped by Chen Feng. Chen Feng turned around, no longer looking at Sofer and the others, but instead reappeared in front of Amiia. Ms. Amiia, I have one last gift for you today. I wonder if you would be willing to honor me? In the face of Chen Feng's outstretched hand, Amiia put her hand on it with little hesitation. It was also at this moment that the clock struck 12 midnight on time. The white pigeons that had been quietly waiting in place outside suddenly made a collective sound, and hundreds of pairs of wings flapped up, flying towards Amiia and Chen Feng. They quickly circled around the two of them, forming a white giant circle. Big sister. Seeing this scene, Sofer was instantly startled. Although he hadn't heard of several cases of pigeons hurting people, the number of pigeons was a bit too much, and Sofer didn't dare to gamble. Gritting his teeth, he took off his jacket, protected his head and went towards the pigeons, and at the same time stretched out his hand towards the inside to touch it. But obviously, Sofer's these protective preparations completely. Flocks of white pigeons in the sea Sofer close to will take the initiative to give her a road. Faced with this group of pigeons that seemed to be humane, Sofer couldn't be bothered to think about the reason, and just quickly looked towards the position where Amiia was originally located. But unfortunately, at this time there was already empty, and only a purple rosebush that she hadn't picked up just now remained in place. 15 minutes later, when the crowd once again searched for Amiia's figure, it was already above the rooftop at the top of the building. At that time, Amelia's face was slightly red, and the color of her lipstick seemed to have a smudge of color loss. Around Amiia was a blessing consisting of 999 blue roses and lit candles. To your beautiful princess forever. To your beautiful princess forever. Chapter 124, Magician or Kiddo? The next day, countless reports rushed onto the hot search. Lore Green Country's eldest Princess Amia's birthday banquet, stars from various countries arrived to perform on stage. The scene was bustling with excitement. A mysterious magician appeared at Amelia's birthday party, using a dove as a medium to send blessings to Amiia, triggering amazement from all at the scene. Rapunzel Amia's birthday banquet, as the main character of Princess Amiia but disappeared for 15 minutes under the eyes of all, the mysterious magician in the end. Why? King Hunt of Lorching officially announced that he has made Princess Amiia the crown prince. At one time, not only the Lorching country, but the entire Western Europe and even a series of other continents such as China and Rice were also talking about what happened at Amiia's birthday banquet. Oh, by karma, I just watched the video of Princess Amia's birthday banquet. That magic trick in the middle was just too magical. A flock of white doves surrounded Princess Amiia and the magician, and then disappeared directly under the eyes of everyone. I also took a look at the video. It's too shocking to be able to make hundreds and thousands of white doves so obedient and also form the appearance of Amiia. It's really shocking. White dove trainer. Magician. These two words appeared in a person's body at the same time. Why do I feel a familiar feeling? That's right, let's just say, does the maple god also like to perform with white pigeons? And that magician's demeanor makes me feel like it's the maple god. Is it? That's something I'll have to go see. I'll go and take a look as well. In just half a day, the video of Amiia's birthday banquet had already spread all over the internet. Countless media outlets also sniffed out the breaking news and became active, hoping to interview Amiia and get first-hand information from that day. But unfortunately, Amiia didn't seem to have any intention of responding to this matter for the time being. It wasn't until a day and a half later after the birthday party that Amiia stated in a certain book that the magician of the day was just her friend and didn't respond to anything else. Meanwhile, in the middle of a certain private manor in Gaelch, bang! A fine vase fell to the ground and was shattered. Immediately followed by a second, third, and fourth. One by one, the vases and cups were viciously thrown to the ground and shattered by the angry Connery. And not far away from the dozen waiters, as if already accustomed to the appearance of Connolly, one by one to hide far away, afraid of getting into trouble. Knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door, followed by the voice of the old butler, Pate, coming in through the door. Young master, the things you explained have been done. There was a moment of silence in the room. It wasn't until 2 minutes later that the door opened with a click, revealing Connery's figure. Well, speak straight. Yes, young master. Pyatt slowly opened the file in his hand. According to the computer comparison analysis, that magician's techniques and mannerisms on that day had multiple similarities with Kiddo, and the system analyzed that there is an 89% probability that that person is Kiddo himself, a 9% probability that he is another magician, and a 1.5% probability that he is. Pat read the analysis report in his hand that he just got from the computer side unhurriedly. And hearing the results, Connery's face had already darkened. 89%. That means it's basically certain that it's the thief himself? That's right, young master. Pat responded with a nod. Kiddo. Connery narrowed his eyes slightly, his face clouded over, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other side, Su Lishue, who was far away in China, also saw the video from Amiia's birthday party. After computer analysis and comparison, it was basically certain that the so-called mysterious magician was Kiddo. Su Lishue, who got this result, drove Ouyang Mushue to Chen Feng's cafe at the first time. Looking at the Yazan sitting at the front desk in the store, Su Lishue turned her head to Ouyang Mushue on the passenger side and spoke. See, isn't Yazan here? He couldn't have rushed back from 10,000 miles away from Western Europe in just half a day, could he? Looking at the figure inside the cafe, who was sitting at the front desk quietly reading a book, Ouyang Mushue frowned slightly. She keenly sensed a hint of something wrong, but because there was no evidence, yet she couldn't say anything more. She could only nod her head and say no more, allowing Su Lishue to drive herself away from the entrance of the store. Until the duo drove away. At the front desk position, Yazan, who was disguised by Lin Xinyao, let out a slight sigh of relief. Phew. Finally gone. Picking up her cell phone and looking at the above report on Amiia's birthday banquet, Lin Xinyao couldn't help but shake her head. This boss of hers, he's really restless everywhere. Achio. 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 Western Europe, in the middle of a certain star-rated hotel. Chen Feng, who had sneezed 3 times in a row, rubbed his nose and couldn't help but wonder a little. The weather isn't too cool lately, how come I'm still sneezing? Goo goo. The little white beside him called out with his head held high, seemingly reminding Chen Feng that it was time to feed. Don't be in a hurry, but I just ordered crayfish for you, I think it will be here in a while. Chen Feng smiled and gently stroked over Little White's feathers. Little White, on the other hand, was very obediently lifting his little head to rub against Chen Feng's hand. The night slowly descended. Night time. Inside Fort Claude, in the middle of Amiia's room. Amiia, who was leaning on a chair, was resting her eyes with her fiery red lips slightly raised, as if she was recalling something happy. And in front of Amiia, there was a delicate white card. Knock knock. A knock on the door sounded, interrupting Amiia's thoughts. Amiia slowly opened her eyes and looked towards the doorway. Who's outside? It's me, sister. Sopher's voice came from outside the door. Amiia, who heard this voice, was slightly silent for a second and then reached out to collect the white card on the table and put it into her pocket before she opened her mouth to the outside. Come in. Ka. Having received permission, Sopher pushed the door of the room open. The first thing he noticed was the vase placed on a side shelf. Inside the vase were 2 flowers that had withered beyond recognition due to too much time, and through the shape of the petals, one could barely tell that they were 2 roses. Sister, you've kept these 2 flowers here for half a year, right? It's all withered beyond recognition, and you didn't say to throw it away. Sopher came inside the house and opened her mouth to spit. Ha! Amia's gaze swept over the 2 flowers in the vase and seemed to recall something. A smile appeared on her face and did not pick up Sopher's words. What are you looking for me for? Is there something wrong? P.S. I'm asking for some more small gifts and 5-star reviews. Chapter 125, because he's Kaitu Kiddo. A rare flash of embarrassment appeared on Sopher's cold face. I just came over to see you, that's all, it's fine. Sopher laughed awkwardly and just wanted to turn around and leave, but was directly called by Amiia. Stop. Amia's voice came from behind her, and this second Princess Sopher's Highness, who had always been known as an iceberg beauty, appeared rather rushed and well-behaved at this moment. Amiia stood up from her chair, her eyes skimming over Sopher's body, and spoke in an undeniable tone. What exactly is it? Speak. I really don't. Ha! Before Sopher could finish his words, he was stopped from the following words by a look from Amiia. Only gritting his teeth, he opened his mouth. Sister, it's all over the internet right now, saying that the magician on your birthday had a technique very similar to that of Monster Kid, who was very hot some time ago, and that you had previously come into contact with him when you were in China. Speaking later, Sopher's voice became smaller and smaller until it was completely inaudible. That's all, huh? Amiia let out a light laugh, like starlight blooming, mesmerizing. I thought you were asking about something, so it's this. Yes, that person is him. Sister, I'm just simply curious. If you don't want to say it then. Oh. As grew up under the influence of his sister, Sopher instinctively had a kind of inexplicable reverence for the Amiia in front of her. Originally she was all ready to ask nothing this time when she had the intention of not being able to ask anything, but then she heard Amiia directly admit it. Sister? What did you say? Amiia guffawed and looked at her own sister in front of her, speaking seriously word by word. I'm saying that the speculation on the internet is right, that person is Kiddo. Monster Kiddo. Me. Ha? Sopher blinked, facing Amiia's honesty. Instead, he didn't know what to say for a while. What's wrong? Isn't that what you wanted to ask me? Why don't you say anything now? Amiia looked at Sopher with a teasing face, as if she was waiting for her answer. Only after a long time did Sopher come back from her shock. Sister, how can you? How can what? How could you get involved with that thief? Sopher's tone was obviously much weaker, but his gaze never left Amiia's face, his eyes full of determination. Thud. Amiia hit Sopher's forehead with a violent chestnut. Sopher covered the place where he was hit with a face full of aggression. Little girl, you're still educating me? Amiia looked at Sopher with downcast eyes and spoke. Is there anything else? No. Sopher covered his forehead and slowly turned around to prepare to leave. Before she could take a step, she seemed to remember something and stopped, turning around once again. By the way, sister, I have another piece of news, I just don't know if it's true or not. Then there's no need to say it. Amiia didn't even raise her eyes and casually returned. It's about that thief. Ha? Amiia froze and looked at Sopher once again. I've heard rumors from some people that Connery, the son of an earl, seems to be trying to deal with Kiddo, and it's just in the near future. Got it. Amiia responded lightly. This, on the contrary, caused Sopher to be puzzled for a while. Sis, aren't you worried? Worried? Amiia spoke. There's nothing to worry about. Why? It's simple. Amiia's gaze towards Sopher revealed an inexplicable light, the corners of her mouth held a smile, and her vermilion lips lightly parted. Because he's weird thief Kiddo. On the other side. Chen Feng, who had come to Western Europe once in a while, wandered around the streets. Although it wasn't the first time he had come, the last time he had arrived, it was mainly because of the operational needs, and he had left in a hurry before he could properly appreciate the local customs. So this time, Chen Feng, who was idle, was leisurely wandering around. He came to a modest cafe. Before even entering, Chen Feng heard a female voice filled with disbelief coming from the street not far away. "Ah. Lost again, ah, but I clearly saw that it was this cup, ah, how could this happen?" Natsum Shinjo was puzzled. Although Natsum Shinjo wore a pair of toadstools and a mask to hide her identity, her proud figure developed from practicing dance for a long period of time still allowed Chen Feng to instantly remember the Sakura Nation actress that he had just met yesterday. In front of Natsum Shinjo, there was a white man with a full beard. In the face of this result, the man with a smug face put away the 100 euros on the table and then looked in the direction of Natsum Shinjo. "How's it going? Miss, still playing?" The assistant who had been accompanying Natsum Shinjo next to her sniffed and pulled the corner of her coat, speaking softly. "Forget it, Shinjo, we've already lost 400 euros. "Oh, well." Before Natsum Shinjo's words fell, another voice came from the side. "How about I play a hand with you on behalf of this young lady?" A few people looked in search of the voice, only to see the sunglasses youth disguised by Chen Feng standing not far away, and came to the side of a few people after finishing his sentence. "I've come to play a game with you. If I lose, I'll pay you 1,000 euros. If I win, just please return the money you won for this young lady." Natsum Shinjo looked at Chen Feng with a puzzled expression. It wasn't until Chen Feng slowly removed his sunglasses that she recognized it. Her face instantly became surprised. "It's you. We meet again, Ms. Natsum." Chen Feng put his sunglasses away and spoke with a light smile. "Your magic show yesterday was really wonderful." Chen Feng changed his hand around and once again changed into a purple rosebud. "Thank you very much for liking it, beautiful lady." Reaching out to accept it, Natsum Shinjo was just about to say something else when she was stopped by the agent shaking her head. Natsum Shinjo then remembered some rumors on the internet, saying that the magician in front of him had the same magic techniques as the previously popular monster Kiddo, and that it was very likely that he was the same person. Just as Natsum Shinjo was still frowning and thinking about the credibility of the rumors on the internet that had not been officially confirmed, the stall owner who had been waiting impatiently on the side once again spoke. "Are you guys still playing?" Hearing the voice, Chen Feng turned his gaze towards the stall owner, his lips lightly opened and spoke. "According to the stakes I said earlier, to play or not to play? Of course, friend, there seems to be no reason for me to refuse." The stall owner, who once again heard Chen Feng's words, was instantly beaming with joy. 400 to 1,000, this deal was not a loss in any way. Not to mention that he wouldn't lose either. Thinking like this, even the curves at the corners of the stall owner's mouth unconsciously became larger. Chapter 126 Street Trick. "Hey, you don't have to be like this." Natsum Shinjo was still about to say something when the owner in front of him couldn't wait to start. "Watch this, 3 cups and a small ball, there's nothing wrong with that, right?" The white boss set up the items on the table and showed them to Chen Feng's few people. After waiting until a few people could see it clearly, he flipped the 3 cups on the stall back one by one and snapped them on top of the table. And snapped the small ball underneath the last cup. And just as he was about to close the last cup, Chen Feng keenly noticed that he lifted one side of the cup gently, and then the small ball connected by a thin thread instantly retracted, bringing the red small ball with it to shrink within his sleeve. "A few of you watch, I'm about to begin." The white boss was full of smiles as he quickly twirled the cups on the table, seemingly even thinking of what to buy with the money in a moment. And Chen Feng was in no hurry to reveal it. He just opened his mouth and asked, "Boss, have you spent time in China? Or do you know a certain Chinese master?" "Oh, I've stayed in school over there." Halfway through his sentence, the white boss immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly changed the topic. "Don't say this useless. If you want to play, hurry up and buy." "Ha!" Chen Feng let out a light laugh and didn't dwell on the issue much, just quietly watching. After 10 seconds or so, the owner's hand movement stopped and 3 cups were pushed in front of Chen Feng. "Pick one. You choose, Ms. Summerwood." Chen Feng turned his gaze to Natsum Shinjo, who was watching from the sidelines, and spoke softly. "Me?" Natsum Shinjo froze and hurriedly pushed back. Don't, I don't know how to choose." "It doesn't matter, just choose according to what you have in mind, it's fine." Chen Feng smiled gently, making people feel very close. "But I..." Natsum Shinjo was still about to say something when she heard Chen Feng's words come again. "Consider it as compensation for unintentionally interrupting your performance yesterday, okay?" Yesterday, when Chen Feng commanded White Dove's performance, it was at almost the same time as Natsum Shinjo's performance on stage. At that time, the entire audience was in an uproar after Chen Feng had taken away Amiia with great fanfare. Natsum Shinjo's performance was also forced to be interrupted for 20 minutes, and it was not until Amiia returned to the banquet that she was able to continue her performance. Listening to Chen Feng said so, Natsum Shinjo was not good to refuse. Walking to the front of the booth, slightly curled fingers in front of the 3 cups crossed back and forth, seemed to appear very hesitant. On the other hand, the white boss in front of him had an unperturbed look on his face. He was originally worried that this youth in front of him was a connoisseur, and had demolished his half-assed maneuver again, then he would have worked for nothing. But now that he saw Chen Feng letting Natsum Shinjo choose, then he was relieved. It seems to be just a cocky guy who takes money to pick up girls. The white boss thought darkly in his mind.
Natsum Shinjo was still hesitating.
Chen Feng was not in a hurry either, and just quietly waited for her decision. Until a minute later, the white old man in front of him who was waiting was getting a little impatient. Only then did Natsum Shinjo close her eyes and point to the center cup. Immediately afterward, she felt that it was not right and turned to point to the cup on the left.
This is it.
Sure. The white boss's confident voice came out. He didn't have the slightest worry. Anyway, all three of the cups were empty. Which one to choose was the same. After Natsum Shinjo nodded his head, the white boss then reached out his hand and placed it on the selected cup, preparing to go and lift it. However, he had just opened a slit and had not yet fully opened it when Chen Feng suddenly reached out and pressed down on the cup that had only been opened a slit. The white boss immediately looked puzzled and looked at Chen Feng, who was reaching out and pressing the cup. Chen Feng smiled. Boss, for a 1,000 euro match, we have to let ourselves open it, right? Looking at Chen Feng's hand that was pressing on the cup, the white boss's brow furrowed.
Isn't it the same who opens?
The white boss spoke tentatively. However, Chen Feng just gently shook his head and did not reply.
Could it be that this kid really has a technique?
The white boss secretly thought in his heart, while looking at Chen Feng's gaze also added a few more points of vigilance. But the request made by Chen Feng was not excessive after all, and he was not in a position to reject it outright, which was really. Just when the white boss did not know how to reply, he suddenly noticed Natsum Shinjo beside Chen Feng once again, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
Speaking directly, he said, well then, let this young lady drive.
A smile appeared at the corner of the white boss's mouth. He could guarantee that in the way of face in front of a beautiful woman, this youth in front of him would definitely not refuse.
As expected.
After he finished his sentence, Chen Feng indeed brought up the hand that was holding down the cup. In that case, Ms. Natsum, please. As the two's hands left the cup one after another, the chosen cup was once again placed in front of Natsum Shinjo. This time, Natsum Shinjo did not hesitate.
After all the choices were made, what's the difference between opening it?
Only to see Natsum Shinjo stretched out his hand and placed it on top of the cup, slowly opening it. At the same time, the scene underneath the cup was revealed to everyone. How is this possible? The white boss looked in the direction of the cup that had been opened, his eyes glazed over. Only to see that on the original position of the third cup, there was a small red ball placed. This. Natsum Shinjo froze for a moment, and then a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. I picked the right one.
I actually picked the right one. Natsum Shinjo looked at Chen Feng with a happy face.
She had already made plans to lose the 1,000 euros for Chen Feng after she lost, but she did not expect that she would turn around and pick the right one with a stroke of luck. In the face of Natsum Shinjo's surprise, Chen Feng still had the same gentle smile.
Congratulations, Ms. Natsum.
Chen Feng once again handed a rose to Natsum Shinjo.
Thanks.
Natsum Shinjo took it with a smile, and before he could say anything else, the white boss in front of him had already stood up excitedly, pointing at Chen Feng and opening his mouth.
You cheated.
Oh?
Chen Feng turned his gaze back in the direction of the white boss. I cheated?
The white boss nodded without hesitation. Of course.
You definitely put this ball in yourself.
Until now, he then reacted to the fact that the reason why Chen Feng had suddenly pressed down on his cup that had been opened a crack just now was to hide an identical small ball inside. This person had come to smash the scene. Then in that case, the other two cups should still have that ball that you put in.
Chen Feng smiled and spoke.
Natsum Shinjo's assistant at the side was not slow to react, quickly stepping forward, directly turning over the other two cups. Unsurprisingly, they were all empty.
This time the white boss really can't say anything. Could he still say that he didn't put the little red ball in at all? All three cups should be empty?
The white boss's face was uncertain for a while. At this exact moment, not far from here, two policemen from the Lore Green country noticed this place and chatted as they walked towards the side.
Row! You win!
The white boss gritted his teeth and took out the 400 euros, quickly packed up his stall and left the scene.
Chapter 127 World Famous Paintings Exhibition?
Natsum Shinjo looked at the 400 euros in his hand and after a slight hesitation, he handed it to Chen Feng.
Thank you, but this is what you won, so it's better to give it to you.
Chen Feng did not reach out to take it, he just lightly smiled and shook his head.
Money is exempt. If you can, how about buying me a cup of coffee?
Saying that, Chen Feng turned his head and signaled the small cafe next to him. Natsum Shinjo froze, but did not refuse. It only turned her head to look at her assistant. Sister Mirror, you go back first, give me the car keys, I'll go back later.
Shinjo.
Hearing Natsum Shinjo's words, the assistant seemed to still have some worries, and was just about to say something when she was stopped by Natsum Shinjo again. It doesn't matter, it's not like this place is far from the hotel we're staying at, I'll go back later.
Alright, then you go back as soon as possible.
The assistant handed the car keys to Natsum Shinjo, then turned around and left. And Natsum Shinjo walked with Chen Feng towards the cafe next to the street. The cafe wasn't big, but it was clean, and the retro style of decoration, which was mainly bronze in color, had quite a bit of a different flavor. After ordering coffee, the two of them were seated, and Natsum Shinjo also removed the toadstools and mask used for camouflage. The good thing is that this side is Western Europe, the number of her fans and the degree of craziness is far less than the Sakura country's domestic. She did not worry too much about being recognized. Phew. This mask bought thick, it's too stuffy. Natsum Shinjo spat out. Ha. Chen Feng spoke, big star so casual not afraid of being secretly photographed by paparazzi? What kind of big star can I be considered over here? It's you. Natsum Shinjo's soulful eyes looked towards Chen Feng. What should I call you? Mr. Magician, or Mr. Monster? Chen Feng spoke casually, whatever. This sentence was tantamount to admitting his identity. It rather made Natsum Shinjo feel a few surprises. You just admit it down like that, aren't you afraid that I will report you? After all, your reward amount is very expensive. Ma'am. Chen Feng had a confident smile on his face as he locked eyes with Shinjo Natsum. A magician who does not have enough confidence in his own technique should not be performing on stage. Likewise, the same goes for monsters. Looking at Chen Feng's confident appearance, Natsum Shinjo could not help but be slightly lost in thought. Even though he had already seen live videos about Chen Feng many times on the internet. But only at this moment of real contact, Natsum Shinjo truly felt the calmness from the person in front of him, a calmness that seemed to control everything. Coincidentally at this time, the coffee for the two of them was ready, and was carried and placed in front of the two. Coffee for you too, please enjoy. The waiter politely spoke, then turned around and left. Natsum Shinjo picked up the coffee and stirred it before bringing it to her mouth for a light sip, but her eyes never left Chen Feng in front of her. As far as she knew, Chen Feng seemed to be only 23 years old, several years younger than even her. But it was this 23-year-old youth who stirred up collectors and jewelers all over the world, and even the elites from all over the world, including Scotland Yard, were teased by him. Miss Natsum, staring at people all the time is a very impolite behavior. Chen Feng's gentle voice came out. Natsum Shinjo couldn't help but blush and hurriedly averted her eyes pretending to cough. She changed the topic and said, "What are you doing over here? Just to attend Princess Amiia's birthday party?" Well, Chen Feng pondered for a little while. If there is a chance to take away one or two treasures, I would be happy to do it. Hearing Chen Feng say that, Natsum Shinjo immediately said without a trace of humor, "I'm afraid you don't know yet, do you? After the video of you performing at the birthday banquet circulated yesterday, many people have speculated that you have come to the Lorching country. This morning, those private collectors who were originally planning to open exhibitions, even including Gaelcha's City Museum, have all announced the suspension of their operations, even locking their doors for fear of being targeted by you." There's still this? Chen Feng touched his nose. Is this reaction to be so big? Natsum Shinjo rolled her good-looking white eyes. She was really a little unsure of what to say. Yet, she also understood the approach of these private collectors very well. After all, Chen Feng is staring at the kind of town treasure level things. Which of these things were not worth a fortune? Which of these things were not treasured? Who would want to be stolen? Not to mention that if the exhibition was suspended, at most they would only lose some face, whereas if they were targeted by Chen Feng and then stolen in full view of the public, then they would lose both face and lazy. They still understood such a simple account. Just at this moment, the public television in the cafe broadcasted today's news. The latest news: the son of the Earl of Kern, Mr. Connolly, suddenly announced today that he's going to hold an exhibition of artifacts. And will bring out one of the world's most famous paintings, one of the masterpieces of the renowned painter, Mr. Monet, water lilies from nearly 200 years ago for the exhibition. This painting is one of the paintings in Mr. Monet's Water Lilies series, which had been bought by a private collector 10 years ago for a high price of 31 million rice dollars, and finally came to Mr. Connolly's hands after a few difficulties. This is a painting of both artistic and practical value, one of the masterpieces of Mr. Monet, a well-known painter nearly 200 years ago. The news was still being broadcast on public television. However, since it was spoken in Lorching, Shinjo Natsum in front of him did not understand it and could only look at Chen Feng with a face full of curiosity. "What are you looking at?" Chen Feng looked back and did not hurry to reply, but instead opened his mouth and asked, "Ms. Natsum, do you know who Connolly is?" "Connolly?" Natsum Shinjo was stunned and spoke directly after reacting. "I don't know much about him either. I only know that he is the son of an old earl, and that he once founded a business on his own." "Oh right. He's also one of the suitors of Miss Elder Princess Amiia." "The son of an earl. Amiia's suitor." Chen Feng muttered to himself for a while. It also then figured out what he was trying to do. Jealousy because of what happened earlier. Chen Feng let out a light laugh, but one of Monet's famous paintings, I'm still very interested. Chapter 128 Exhibition of Famous Paintings. After coming out of the cafe, Chen Feng separated from Shinjo Natsum and returned to the hotel alone. A day passed slowly. On the second day, at noon, located at the edge of the urban area of Gaelic West City was Connery's luxurious manor. Dozens of vehicles came from afar and stopped at the entrance of the manor. A group of formally dressed men and women continuously stepped down from the private vehicles and walked towards the manor. As long as one was attentive, one could find that quite a few of the people who came here overlapped with the guests from Amiia's birthday banquet earlier. Although the people who came were not as luxurious as the guests at Amiia's birthday party, they were all elites from all walks of life.
The entrance position.
Under the watchful eyes of 4 security personnel wearing suits with tall figures, an individual was able to enter the interior of the manor only after checking their tickets. At this moment, one of the security guards was carefully checking the identity of the person in front of him with the invitation card he had just received in his hand. After half a minute, seemingly feeling that there was no problem, the security personnel then handed the invitation back.
Thank you for your cooperation, Viscount Speck.
The security officer respectfully extended his hand to the man in front of him, making a pleased gesture.
Aha!
The man addressed as Viscount Speck nodded his head and casually took the invitation before walking into the manor.
There really hasn't been any progress, gentlemen. With a mysterious smile, Viscount Speck gently shook his head.
Of course, he was Chen Feng in disguise, as for the real owner.
At this time should still be in sleep.
Chen Feng followed the surrounding crowd towards the inside, not long, came to the location of the lobby.
At this time it should already not be called a lobby.
At this time, the inside had been converted into a temporary exhibition by the owner of the manor, that is, Connery, the son of the Count. Dozens of paintings were placed on the walls around the venue, and the frames were inlaid with a layer of transparent tempered glass,
both for anti-theft and to prevent the paintings from being artificially damaged.
Coupled with the dozens of security personnel arranged by Connery around the perimeter with guards written all over their faces, it could be said that the protection was very thoughtful. Chen Feng stepped on the red carpet laid out in the lobby and casually scanned the surroundings. The guests present were obviously all acquainted with each other, and 3 to 5 of them were gathered together to chat and laugh or talk about certain things. As the upper-class people from all walks of life in the Lorching country, the reason why they accepted Connery's invitation and appeared here was more to give Connery's Earl father a few points of face. Of course, there was no lack of people who were truly interested in famous paintings, standing in front of a valuable famous painting and observing it with great interest. Naturally, these famous paintings were not all from the Connolly family's collection, except for Monet's water lilies. Most of the paintings were temporarily borrowed by Connolly in the name of his father, who was an earl, from museums all over the Lorching country. So naturally the security of the scene was also very important.
Spike!
A voice came from behind him, and immediately afterward, Chen Feng felt that his shoulder was tapped, and then a young man in a suit arrived in front of him.
What's the situation? Why did you come so late?
And you didn't even come to greet me when you saw my brother. The youth lightly punched Chen Feng's shoulder, and his tone showed that he had a very good relationship with the Viscount Spike.
You're not a pretty girl, what am I going to say hello to you for?
Chen Feng opened his mouth casually, without the slightest bit of self-consciousness that an imposter should have.
You brat!
The youth let out a laugh and cursed, not realizing the special change of the person in front of him. He just looked around and after determining that no one was there, he suppressed his voice and spoke. You will not be last night with that little star playing too crazy, the body cannot stand, which came so late, right?
Scroll. Ha, just kidding, don't mind. The youth laughed playfully and opened his mouth.
Just at this moment, Connery came to the venue accompanied by 2 bodyguards. At the same time, there were also a dozen or so reporters who followed behind to ask questions. Coming to the front of the venue, Connery then stopped. The back of a group of reporters was able to follow. The blackened microphone was handed to Connery's face, and one question after another came out of the reporters' mouths.
Mr. Connery, may I ask why you suddenly announced an exhibition of famous paintings? Mr. Connery, some people on the internet said that you are trying to use the name of the famous painting exhibition to please Her Highness the Rapunzel. May I ask if that is true? Sir, may I ask what is your current relationship with Her Highness Amiia? Mr. Connery.
The commotion on this side also attracted the gazes of the others in the venue, and they all looked towards this side. Connery raised his hand and first cleared his throat before speaking. Everyone, this painting exhibition, in fact, is what I wanted to organize a long time ago. There is no such thing as a temporary intention. In addition, regarding the issue of Her Highness the Rapunzel, I can only say that the pursuit of Princess Amiia, that's all. Connery opened his mouth and responded to the crowd. On the issue of Amiia, he intentionally only said half of it, in order to let this group of media and the public have the space to think nonsense.
After all, eating melon wasn't a crime, so could you still control what was going on in people's minds? Pretentious.
The youth in front of Chen Feng spat lightly and spoke with an indignant face.
Chen Feng was slightly surprised and looked at him with a sideways glance.
The youth, on the other hand, looked as if he was not going to spit, pulling Chen Feng over and spitting in a low voice. With this appearance, he still wants to pursue Her Highness the Elder Princess. He doesn't even look at himself? A toad wants to eat swan meat. Brothers have long been sick of seeing him. If it wasn't for the fact that my father had to let me come, I really don't want to come over and see this face of his.
Ha! Chen Feng burst into a light laugh. It seemed that this Connery's popularity didn't seem to be very good. However, this was normal. According to Chen Feng's previous understanding, this Mr. Connery was only the second son of his father, Earl Will, and did not have the right to inherit a title. Coupled with his own limited ability, although he had the help of his father's influence, he still hadn't made any achievements. For such a person to say that he wanted to pursue that Rapunzel whose looks and abilities existed side by side, and to talk big about it, how could he not make people think that he was delusional? Just as Chen Feng and his duo were talking in low voices, there was another commotion outside the door. And the commotion was only greater than when Connery came in just now. "Your Highness the Rapunzel is coming down. It's Her Highness the Rapunzel coming down. It's really Her Highness Amiia, still so beautiful and touching. I didn't expect Her Highness Amiia to come here. Is she also interested in these famous paintings?" The surrounding people chattered and opened their mouths. Obviously, Amiia's arrival had agitated this group of guests who originally had little interest in the exhibition. Chen Feng also followed the gazes of the crowd. Sure enough, he saw that Amiia was walking towards this side with her assistant, Mir, and 2 bodyguards. At this time, Amiia had already changed into a white lady's suit, her figure was still proud, and she walked forward without slanting her eyes, seemingly carrying a strong woman's flavor in every move. Chapter 129, The Water Lilies. Seeing that it was Amiia arriving, Connery also very dryly threw down the group of reporters who were still planning to continue interviewing him and came in front of Amiia. "Your Highness, what brings you here? I just heard that Mr. Connery's side held an exhibition of paintings, among which there is also Water Lilies, one of Monet's famous paintings, so I thought of coming over to take a look. I wonder if it's convenient?" Amiia smiled and spoke. "Of course, it's my honor." Connery very cheerfully replied back. "Over there, in the center position, is Monet's Water Lilies." Connery politely pointed a direction to Amiia and extended his arm in a pleased gesture. Amiia nodded and, without being polite, directly led her assistant, Mir, in the direction of Water Lilies. Connery quickly followed. He originally organized this famous painting exhibition because he was angry because of what happened at Amelia's birthday party 2 days ago, intending to see if that thief would come. As a result, he didn't expect that Amiia would be interested in the paintings. This is really an unexpected gain. Thinking like this, the corner of Connolly's mouth was also slightly hooked. Not far away, the 2 Chen Fengs were also watching the situation over here. Look at his smug look. Those who don't know would think that Princess Amiia came here for him. The youth beside Chen Feng could not help but spit out. In response, Chen Feng merely laughed and did not answer. Once again, he looked in Amiia's direction. At this moment, Amiia had already arrived in front of the frame of the Water Lilies. Compared to other paintings, Water Lilies, as the most precious painting in this exhibition venue, and also the most famous painting, naturally surrounded by many people who came to view it. However, upon seeing Amelia's arrival, the crowd of onlookers still consciously made a path, allowing Amiia to pass through. Passing through the crowd and coming to the front of the picture, Amiia raised her beautiful eyes to the painting and observed it for a few dozen seconds before speaking again. "It's really good, it's worthy of being from Mr. Monet's handwriting." Hearing this, Connery immediately stepped forward and spoke. "If your Highness likes it, I'll make the decision to give you this as a gift." The value of Water Lilies was indeed not expensive, even up to the high price of 3,000 W meters. This price is indeed expensive, and very few people in the world can even manage to ignore it. But it also depends on what it is compared to. If a famous painting is compared to the heart of Her Highness the Princess, or even the future throne, then it is clear which is more important. I believe that even if his father, Earl Will, is here, he will also support his decision. Connery thought darkly. But Amiia barely hesitated much before shaking her head and refusing. It's better to forget it, but how are the anti-theft measures here for Mr. Connery? Such a precious painting can't be targeted by some thief because of a momentary negligence. Saying so, Amiia's gaze swept through the crowd, her light blue eyes sweeping over each and every person's face, but she didn't find anything out of the ordinary. This caused her to be a little disappointed. But on second thought, this was normal. If people could really see it easily, then he wouldn't be kiddo anymore. Seemingly not hearing any other meaning in Amiia's words, Connery directly patted his chest and opened his mouth. "The security issue, please rest assured, Your Highness, I have already made complete preparations. Even if that thief named Kiddo came earlier, I also have complete certainty to deal with him." When he said the word kiddo, Connery also purposely aggravated his tone, fearing that others would not be able to hear his words. "You're not afraid of flashing your tongue even if you talk big." Mir beside Amiia secretly spat. Although she didn't have much goodwill towards Chen Feng, the thief who made her own princess daydream. Yet, she had to admit that in this aspect of theft, other than destroying the target item in advance, she couldn't really think of any way to stop that thief. "It's good that Mr. Connolly is confident." Amiia spoke up. After staying for a while longer, seeing that she still hadn't found the white figure, Amiia also chose to leave. Connery followed closely behind Amiia and sent her out the door. Looking at Connery's respectful back behind Amiia, the youth beside Chen Feng could not help but whisper again. "Posturing, don't you think so, Spike?" "Spike?" The youth called out twice in a row, but did not receive a response from the person beside him. Puzzled, he looked to the side. only to see that Chen Feng, who had been standing beside him just a moment ago, had already gone somewhere at this moment. This Spike ah. The youth shook his head and didn't think much about it, only after looking around and still not finding Chen Feng's figure, he likewise chose to leave. At this moment, outside the manor, the two of them, Amiia and her assistant Mir, also sat in the car. Shutting the car door behind her, Amiia spoke to the driver in the driver's seat. Colin, go back to Fort Claude. Yes, Your Highness. Driver Colin respectfully agreed. The car slowly started and left the perimeter of the manor in the eyes of Connery and the others, driving slowly towards the distance. The location of this manor of Connery's wasn't really that good. Although it was also in the downtown area, it was located in a place that was on the outside, while Fort Claude, which was the gathering place of the royal family, was located in the center of the city. The distance between the two was not that close, which was also one of the reasons why Amiia rarely brought a driver and bodyguard along for the trip today. The car was traveling on the road. But soon, the two of them realized that something was wrong. This road, it seemed that it wasn't quite the same as the road they came on earlier. Moreover, Colin's traveling speed was just a little too fast and had already left the bodyguard's vehicle, which was originally following closely behind. Colin, are you going the wrong way? Mir's body slightly moved forward to shield Amiia. At the same time, the other hand touched the shrunken pistol at his waist, his face full of vigilance. Please don't be nervous, two beautiful ladies, I am never rude to a lady. Chapter 130. Amiia who offered to help. Kiddo? Hearing this familiar voice, Amiia shouted out uncertainly. At the same time, her gaze went to the person sitting in the driver's seat in front of her, waiting for his response. The car slowly pulled over and stopped. The person in front also turned his head, and the human skin mask he was wearing was removed, revealing a familiar face. Hello again, two ladies. Chen Feng spoke with a smile. Amiia did not seem to be much surprised as her red lips lightly opened. Yes, hello again, you did come after all. Are you interested in that painting? Sort of, the famous work of renowned painter Mr. Monet nearly 200 years ago, it's worth me taking a shot at it once. Chen Feng directly admitted it. There wasn't much need to hide this for him, and everyone would still know about it after the teaser letter was sent out anyway. Ding bell. A phone rang at this moment. Next to him, Mir took out his cell phone and glanced down as he spoke. Your Highness, a call came from Ross's side in the back. It should be to ask if we've encountered any situation and why we've suddenly accelerated. Ross was Amiia's bodyguard, one of the two people in the car behind her that had previously been thrown off by Chen Feng, and was specifically responsible for Amiia's safety. After losing Amiia's vehicle, it was only natural to call to inquire about the situation. Amiia didn't even return her head and spoke directly. Tell them that they don't need to follow, I have some matters that need to be dealt with, so I won't go back first. Yes, Your Highness. Mir nodded in agreement. Then he picked up the phone and spoke. Hello? Ross, Her Highness the Princess asked that you guys don't need to follow first. Yes, I'll accompany her to take care of something, you guys go back first, that's it. The phone was hung up, and the car fell into a brief calm. Amiia's line of sight never left Chen Feng, and after Mir's side hung up the phone, she also spoke again. Can I help with your operation this time? Your Highness. Mir was startled by Amiia's words. Just as he wanted to say something, he was stopped by a look from Amiia and could only swallow the rest of his words. Chen Feng revealed a mysterious smile. It seems that Miss Amiia doesn't seem to be very fond of this Mr. Connolly. Amiia did not deny it either, and directly and graciously nodded her head in acknowledgement. Right, so I would be happy to see you steal that precious painting. Ha! Chen Feng let out a light laugh. Then, under Mir's gaze, he slowly lifted Amiia's left hand and placed a gentle kiss on it. It is a great honor to receive the help of Her Highness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Connery was still being interviewed by the reporters. Just then, there was a man who hurriedly ran in outside. Sir! It's not good, we just found an unconscious person outside the manor. Eh? The words of the visitor instantly attracted the gazes of everyone present, and they all looked this way. One could only see that behind the visitor, there were two burly men carrying a stretcher, and on top of the stretcher, there was a young man in a suit lying on top of it. Spike? The young man who had previously chatted with Chen Feng instantly shrieked out in shock. Out of concern for his friend, he immediately stepped forward and grasped the clothes of the person who had come to report the news and eagerly inquired. What's going on? Spike was fine just now, how did he pass out? The visitor was startled by the youth's appearance and stammered out, He was already unconscious when we found him, we don't know exactly what happened. As the words fell, the visitor seemed to remember something else and took out a white card from his pocket. Right. I found this on this gentleman at that time. Card? The youth froze and reached out to take the card, and directly on the card with a simple version of Kiddo's head drawn on it there were a few lines of clear handwriting. Teaser letter. The silver moonlight belonging to Christmas is scattered across the sky, and the clock strikes 12 at midnight in the silence. I shall come and visit the secluded water lilies. To Kiddo the Freak. This is a teaser letter from Freakish Kiddo. The youth cried out in surprise.
The gazes of the crowd at the scene were also attracted in an instant, all gathering on top of the small white card in the youth's hand. The group of reporters who were originally interviewing Connery were also attracted over. Immediately turning their direction, they took a burst of pictures of the teaser letter in the youth's hand. At the same time, Chen Feng's teaser letter was also presented in the live broadcast at the same time, drawing another burst of surprise from the netizens. Holy! A teaser letter? God Feng really ran away to Western Europe? 2 days ago, Amiia's birthday had just passed, and today, Chen Feng sent out another teaser letter. Doesn't this mean that the person who performed at Amiia's birthday party 2 days ago was Chen Feng himself? Hey! It seems to be true, then can't we guess that there is something unknown between Amiia and Chen Feng? Don't think blindly. How could my goddess like someone else? No. I can't accept it. No dude. What are you jumping up and down for when people are getting married to Choya? People are talented and beautiful, they still need you to accept it? The online debate went on and basically established a fact. That was that the mysterious magician at Amiia's birthday party 2 days ago was Chen Feng after his disguise. The media had reported on it, sparking another wave of public opinion. And at this time, inside the dessert store. Due to the fact that they had successfully stolen another treasure a few days ago, the 3 Shangguan sisters at this time did not choose to continue their actions, but rather rested in the dessert store for a few days for the time being. The second floor of the dessert store. Shangguan Meng placed her water cup on the table with a thud, her delicate face filled with anger. Really, this kiddo is really restless wherever he goes. I said, how come he hasn't come to look for second sister for such a long time? It turns out that he went to Western Europe to look for that princess. Shangguan Meng's voice was not low, the other 2 women present naturally heard it clearly. Shangguan, she sat on a chair, looking at the video on her cell phone of Chen Feng's performance at Amiia's birthday banquet, her cherry lips pursed slightly, not saying a word, not knowing what she was thinking. As the eldest sister, Shangguan Lin naturally keenly observed her sister's change in mood and took the initiative to walk up and speak. Okay, little dream, don't think too much. No matter what, this is just a guess by the netizens. Whether that magician is kiddo or not, it's still not certain. Big sister. You. Shangguan Meng just wanted to open her mouth to retort a couple of sentences, then she noticed Shangguan Shi, who looked slightly down beside her under Shangguan Lin's gesture. To the edge of the mouth immediately changed his words, air. Yes, big sister is right. What exactly is the situation is not even known yet. Wait until the next time when you see that thief again and then ask, is not too late, is not it second sister? Shangguan Shi looked up, and the 2 Shangguan Lin glanced at each other, the corner of her mouth squeezed out a smile. I'm fine, you guys don't need to think too much, I still have some things to do, so I'll go back to the house first. Saying that, Shangguan Shi got up from the sofa and walked in the direction of her room. Shangguan Meng opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something else, but eventually swallowed her words back. Looking at Shangguan Shi's back as she left, Shangguan Lin sighed lightly and secretly shook her head. This sister of his, with kiddo's style of behavior, if she really likes kiddo, I'm afraid there will be quite a lot of this kind of thing in the future. Chapter 131, Hidden Famous Paintings. A day passed slowly. Due to Chen Feng's teaser letter yesterday, the exhibition organized by Connery today was exceptionally hot. Many of Chen Feng's fans came to the exhibition site with signs such as, Kid, and Kid, expecting to see Chen Feng's figure. Of course, there were also those who ran to Monet's water lilies, wanting to see with their own eyes what Chen Feng was eyeing this time. But to everyone's disappointment, everything in the exhibition hall remained unchanged, except for the water lilies. The only thing that could be seen was that the position of the frame where the water lilies was originally stored was now empty. What is this situation? Where is the painting? We want to see the painting. Couldn't have hidden it for fear of being stolen by Kid? With this kind of guts, they are still organizing an exhibition of famous paintings. Refund your ticket. I want my ticket back too. Me too. Refund. Refund. As the shouts of refund grew louder and louder, in the end, almost the entire venue followed suit. Only then did Connery slowly appear with his men. Everyone, please be quiet. Connery shouted loudly to the crowd. But unfortunately, his voice was drowned in the crowd's shouts almost instantly, without creating a single ripple. This made Connery a bit embarrassed, so he had to increase his voice and shout again, everyone, please be quiet. Still no effect. The scene of the refund shouted in unison, the voice like thunder, there is not any one bit because of Connery and affected. Helpless, Connolly had to arrange around the security personnel to use the lobby-installed loudspeakers shouting to the crowd, which made the crowd shouting quiet down. Connery was relieved to see this and walked up to the high platform, raising his voice to open his mouth and shouting. Everyone, I apologize for not being able to meet your needs, and to make it up to you, I can refund your ticket prices in full. Connery opened his mouth in a pretense of generosity. His purpose of organizing this famous painting exhibition was originally not to make money, but to retrieve face from Chen Feng in public. Whether or not the ticket money was collected was of little importance. Once he said this, the crowd at the scene really quieted down quite a bit. However, there were still some not-so-bad money masters who didn't buy it and yelled. Who cares about your ticket money? I came here to see the famous paintings that kid is eyeing.
If you don't have the guts, why open an exhibition?
That's right, it's like we're blackmailing you. If you don't have the guts, just close the exhibition earlier. You used Monet's water lilies as publicity, but now you won't let us see it. It's a bit of a disgrace to your father, Count Weir, right? The people in the crowd said one sentence after another, but Connery remained unmoved. He had already made up his mind. This time he just didn't want to lose face. The reason why those people lost in the past was because they were too shameless. If they directly hid the famous painting, then Chen Feng would have to search for half a day even if he wanted to, let alone steal it. The means of winning was not important. What he wanted was simple, and that was to win. The harder the curses in front of him, by the time he won, all those curses would turn into praises as well. No longer paying attention to the curses from the scene, Connery directly turned around and left. Seeing Connery want to leave, the scene is another burst of crowd, one by one pushing and shoving want to go to stop Connery. If it is not the scene of a group of security personnel desperately blocked, I am afraid that Connery today this beating cannot run. On the outskirts of the crowd, in front of the empty frame that originally stored Monet's work water lilies, a duck-tongued youth revealed a mysterious smile.
Hidden? Now that's a bit of a challenge, Mr. Connolly.
After observing the specific deployment of the surrounding area again and quietly taking note of it, Chen Feng then slowly retreated from the lobby.
After the daytime exhibition of famous paintings had ended, Connery's behavior was unsurprisingly posted online.
For a while, netizens from all over the world were also speechless in the face of Connery's head-shrinking turtle-like response behavior.
Not just this is still the son of an earl?
Earlier there were people who suspected that the magician at Amiia's birthday party was Kid, so almost the entire private exhibition in Western Europe was stopped. Just he was brave. I thought it was some kind of powerful character, but as a result.
Just this? That is, have the courage to open the exhibition, you don't wimp out. Make fun of us? Fengshen just sent out a preview letter in the front foot, and this guy directly withdrew the paintings from the exhibition lobby in the back foot. This operation is really 6 Goon then. He doesn't have the guts to open an exhibition, don't you mind the shame? Night time.
At this time the exhibition has ended, the whole manor has become cold again.
Inside the manor, Connery's room. Connery was sitting on the sofa in his bedroom, flipping through the comments on the internet.
Not surprisingly, the comments on the internet about his behavior this time were almost all saying that he was a wimp, scolding him for not having the guts to organize a fair, but also at the point in time when Kid appeared just a few days ago.
But Connery doesn't really care.
As he said himself, he didn't care what tactics he used, as long as he could win, he didn't care.
Click.
The cell phone was turned off and thrown aside by Connery, who then closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. It was also at this moment that a sudden cacophony of sounds rang out from outside, followed by the lights for illumination being turned on, and for a moment, the entire manor became brightly lit.
What's going on?
The sudden clamor outside caused Connery to be startled, and his originally closed eyes once again opened, sitting up from the bed to look out the window and listen carefully. Vaguely, he seemed to hear something like "kiddo, stealing paintings," or something like that.
In an instant, Connery's sleepiness was gone.
He quickly got up from the bed, put on his clothes in 2 or 3 times, simply put on a jacket and quickly walked towards the direction of the lobby.
Quickly came to the lobby. At this time, the lobby has become a pot of porridge.
Around the shouting sound continuous, dozens of security personnel running back and forth, the scene is chaotic to the extreme.
Chapter 132 The Second Stolen Dream. What's happening? What's going on here?
Connery sternly opened his mouth to question with a face full of anger. Before anyone around him could answer, he saw a white figure standing by the window in the lobby. The cloak behind him moved with the wind, and under the monocle was a teasing gaze. And in the hands of the visitor, he was actually holding a beautiful painting. It was none other than Monet's water lilies. Connery was baffled, and his eyes quickly looked to the empty frame where the water lilies was originally stored. Only to see that the wall sandwich there had been opened at some point, and inside was an empty safe. That's right, Connolly is the real water lilies hidden in the sandwich of the wall behind the empty picture frame, but how would Chen Feng know? Looking at Chen Feng not far away, Connolly could no longer think about why Chen Feng had already appeared before the time of the teaser letter had arrived. He could only hurry to greet the security personnel and go up to catch Chen Feng. But unfortunately, it was already too late. Only to see Chen Feng by the window slowly speak with a confident smile, "From Mr. Monet's famous work 200 years ago, I'll take it first." As the words fell, Chen Feng suddenly made a leap towards the window, and the glider behind him opened up, taking him and the famous painting away together.
No! A loud shout came out from Connery's mouth.
His entire body instantly bounced off the ground, the huge emotional turmoil causing his head to be covered in beads of sweat as he gasped for air. But in the next second, the scene around him made him freeze. Only to see that the surroundings were still inside the lobby, but there was no kiddo, no glider, only his own bodyguards as well as the servants in the manor gathered around him, looking at him with worried faces. This is... Connery did not react for a moment, his eyes staring blankly at the surrounding crowd, looking somewhat uncertain. Seeing Connery waking up, the old housekeeper Pate then hurried up. The small cross in his hand had not yet been put down, and his mouth was chanting, "Thank the Almighty Lord for letting the young master wake up." Old butler Pate reached out to support Connery and spoke with eyes full of worry. "Young master, don't move yet, the paramedics will be here soon. You suddenly fainted just now, you scared me to death."
Fainted? Fainted?
Connery blinked, digesting Pat's words.
Come to think of it,
he had come to inspect the interior setup of the fair and then walked around and
broke off? Then that was a dream just now?
Thinking of this, Connery ignored the people around him and quickly stood up, heading towards the location of the frame that originally housed the water lilies. After feeling up and down for a while and making sure there was nothing unusual, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seems it was really a dream, just a little too real. Thinking of the picture in the dream just now, Connery couldn't help but shiver. He grew up so big, or the first time he had such a real dream. The crowd was puzzled by Connery's appearance, not knowing what their boss was doing. Of course, Connery would not reveal to them the location of his hidden paintings, just turned around and left a sentence all scattered and directly turned around and left the scene. Of course, no one noticed that outside the window of the lobby, a small white dove with a small camera strapped to it was looking inside with a pair of black eyes. After Connery left, the little white pigeon seemed to have received some sort of instructions and also whirled its wings and flew away from there. At the same time, inside a certain 5-star hotel in Gaelch, Chen Feng, who had just completed the matter of dream stealing, slowly closed the laptop placed in front of him. Lying on the bed, he wrapped his hands around the back of his head and looked towards the snow-white ceiling, his mouth muttering to himself with a smile.
Blackout under the lights? Very creative, but it's not enough. Let me add more fire to you, Mr. Connery, huh?
The following day, that is, the morning hours of December 23rd. Although today wasn't the day that Chen Feng had ostensibly shown in his preview letter, the exhibition was still bustling with activity. The manor was so crowded that it was almost impossible to fit inside. And as the organizer, Connery was also incredibly excited at this time, changing into a brand new suit and sitting on top of the sofa in the waiting room within the manor, waiting for something. Of course he was not so happy because of the exhibition, but because today here is about to arrive a guest with a special identity. "Ma'am, this way please." A voice came from the position of the doorway, and Connery then stood up to look at the position of the doorway. Only to see under the waiter's leadership, a tall lady with a concave and convex figure appeared from the door position. A pair of beautiful eyes were cold and wise, as if they could see through people's hearts.
"Hello, it's Ms. Wendy, isn't it? I'm Connery, nice to meet you."
"Hello." Wendy reached out her hand and gently shook Connolly's hand, then in Connolly's polite voice, she slowly came to sit on the sofa opposite Connolly.
As soon as he took his seat, Connery couldn't wait to speak.
"Ms. Wendy, I heard from Her Highness the Rapunzel that you specially rushed over from the North Pole side because of this matter. It's really hard."
"It's nothing."
Wendy waved her hand, seemingly not caring. "I've been close friends with Amiia for many years, and I heard her say that one of her friends, that is, you, Mr. Connolly, was recently targeted by a thief and desperately needed a detective to help, so naturally I couldn't refuse as a close friend of hers. That I'm really thankful to Her Highness the Rapunzel for being able to invite the champion of the World Detective Competition's European region, Miss Wendy, for me."
Connery smiled smugly.
He had originally wondered if Amiia had something going on with that damn thief, but now it seemed that he had completely overthought it. It turned out that Amiia had no idea of the magician's true identity during the birthday party, so when she learned that the magician was Kiddo, she was also furious. That was why when Chen Feng had issued the preview letter again, he had specially invited Ms. Wendy, a world-renowned detective, for him to deal with Kiddo. Although he was confident enough in his preparations and did not think that Chen Feng could steal water lilies, but this was after all a gesture of goodwill from Amiia, of course he would not refuse it. Connery thought this in his mind, and then the corner of his mouth unconsciously revealed a smug smile.
Amelia's favor. This was something that how many men could only dream of. "Mr. Connery? Mr. Connery?"
Wendy shouted twice more, which pulled Connery back from his thoughts.
"Ha! Ahem. Miss Wendy, is there anything else?"
Connery coughed dryly twice and opened his mouth to ask. Wendy's face did not change much as she opened her mouth. "I wonder what preparations Mr. Connery has made this time to deal with Kiddo.
And where is that painting now?
This question directly put Connolly asked hesitantly. After all, he was directly hiding the painting. As for the location of the hidden painting, naturally the less people know the safer it is.
Now Wendy opened his mouth to ask, also Connolly is also a time do not know whether to say. Seems to see the hesitation on Connery's face, Wendy directly opened her mouth. "Mr. Connery doesn't want to say it even if it's okay, let me make a guess, can I?"
Hearing this, Connery froze, but did not say anything more, just looked in Wendy's direction, waiting for her next words.
"P.S. guys, ask for some swag." Chapter 133 The Detective's Plan.
Under Connery's puzzled gaze, Wendy got up from the sofa with a mysterious smile and slowly came to him.
"Mr. Connery, perhaps you don't know, I once specialized in psychology. If I'm not wrong, you should have hidden the painting in the closest place to the original location, that is, the interlayer of the wall behind the empty frame." Miss Wendy. Connery stood straight up in surprise. He didn't expect that the location he had chosen by 1,000 times would be told by the woman in front of him in one breath. But if she could guess it, then would Kid. Thinking of this, Connery's brows wrinkled again. The original pleasant mood also sank to the bottom. He. Wendy covered her mouth and let out a silvery bell-like smile, resuming her seat on top of the couch and speaking slowly. Mr. Connery wouldn't think that I would only tear down the stage, right? If that was the case, Amiia wouldn't have sought me out. Right. Connery, who heard these words, seemed to have caught some key point. His eyes revealed a flash of light, and with help in his gaze he looked towards Wendy. Even his tone was much more polite. Miss Wendy, I apologize to you for my previous arrogance. This time, can you please help me? In the face of Connery, who was full of piety, Wendy, however, raised her head and pretended to be hesitant. After all, that's thief Kid, the thief with the highest bounty price in the world right now. It's not easy to deal with Wendy's tone was hesitant, but she did not have the slightest intention of refusing. Connolly, who was born in a noble family, naturally understood in a second, and directly took off the famous watch on his wrist. Ms. Wendy, our first meeting, I didn't prepare any gift. This watch is my adult gift from my father when I came of age. It's worth 30 euros. If you don't mind, take it as a gift. How can this be good? Saying so, Wendy's hand was not slow, and directly shot out to snatch the name table from Connery's hand. After observing the name watch in her hand for a few moments, Wendy then put on a righteous face and raised her head to speak. As a detective, it is proper to deal with thieves. Mr. Connery doesn't have to worry. Looking at the name watch that was collected into the other party's pocket, the corner of Connery's mouth twitched, and he didn't say anything else. Bring this stuff in. Wendy called out to the outside. Under Connery's puzzled gaze, the security guard at the door walked in with a pile of tightly sealed square papers. Wendy instructed the security, put the stuff on the table. Yes, Ms. Wendy. The square of paper spread out from the table and was the size of the painting, just missing the frame to mount it. Connery looked uncertain. Miss Wendy, what is this? Why doesn't Mr. Connery open it and see for himself? Wendy fiddled with the watch she had just gotten from Connery without even raising her head. Although Connery was a little dissatisfied with Wendy's condescending look, but now that he was begging for something, he had no choice but to suppress his resentment for the time being. Reaching out, his hand slowly lifted the paper that was sealed, which made it possible to see the true face of the mountain inside. Seeing the situation of the paper, Connery was instantly shocked. Looking at Wendy's gaze is also more and more puzzled. Only to see that the paper was no other than 4 imitation paintings of water lilies. Although it is an imitation, but the paintings are exquisite. Between the strokes seem to have a few Monet himself charm. The paper has also been deliberately processed. It looks as if with the lobby hidden in that water lilies is no different. If it wasn't for the fact that the real one was in his possession, Connery would have to suspect that the ones in front of him were the real ones. Connery frowned and spoke tentatively. Miss Wendy, this is wanting me to use the fake painting to drop the real painting? Hide the fake paintings in the lobby, thus fooling Kid? Ha! Wendy lightly laughed and shook her head, stopping her fingers from fiddling with her watch, standing up once again, walking to the front of several imitation paintings, reaching out and picking up a painting and speaking. Does Mr. Connery think these paintings will fool Kiddo? Connery frowned. After some hesitation, he shook his head honestly. I'm afraid I can't. Many actions in the past have been proving that kiddo's ability to identify treasures is very outstanding. If we simply just use fake paintings to fool him, it is estimated that he may not fall for it. Wendy didn't reply. She just picked up another painting from the table, put the two together and spoke again. And now? Does Mr. Connolly think that the painting that looks like this one, the one inside, is true or false? You mean? With a smug smile on her face, Wendy threw down the painting in her hands and spoke. It's actually very simple. Smart people like Kiddo often have a common problem, which is trusting their own judgment too much. We now need to prepare 3 paintings. An imitation painting to be used to replace the real one to be hidden in the sandwich of the wall, a real one, with a fake painting glued on the outside, to be hung outside for exhibition, and this last one, well. Wendy paused before continuing to speak. The last one will be 2 fake paintings stacked together, deliberately revealing the cracks to make people realize that this is a stacked painting, and then quietly sent to the transport truck, let people secretly leave. I believe that with Kiddo's methods, the whereabouts of this transportation vehicle will definitely not be hidden from him, and when he realizes that the vehicle is a stacked painting with the appearance of a fake painting, what will he think? Would he still think that it was a fake painting? Hearing Wendy say this, Connery's eyes had lit up, and at the corners of his mouth was a smile that could no longer be suppressed. On the surface then, we are transporting a fake painting to confuse Kiddo's vision, which Kiddo can definitely easily recognize. But if he realizes that it's a superimposed painting, then he's afraid that he'll get smart and think that it's a real painting with fake paintings pasted on the outside. He wouldn't even dream of realizing that the real one has been hung outside by us all along. Wendy smiled and nodded. After the two of them chatted about the specific details for a bit longer, Wendy then proposed to take her leave, and then slowly left the realm of the private manor under Connery's grateful gaze.
And after Wendy left, Connery didn't dare to delay, quickly arranging for someone to prepare the picture frame, intending to prepare it according to Wendy's plan. Of course, he did not know, at this time has left the manor. Wendy has appeared in front of a car parked outside. After observing that no one was around, Wendy walked up and came to the side of the car and knocked on the glass a few times. Click. The lock of the car door was open, and Wendy was also directly pulling open the door to get into the car. On the driver's seat, looking at Wendy's cold and moving face as well as her concave and convex figure on the back seat, Near revealed a smile with an ironic meaning. Mr. Free, why do you always pretend to be a female? Is it because you have a female costume fetish? Chapter 134, All Set. In the face of Mir's mockery, Wendy didn't seem to care, her lips slightly opened, and a gentle male voice that didn't fit her gender came out from Wendy. It seems that Ms. Mir has a lot of misunderstandings about me, but I'm still very thankful that you came to pick me up. Mir rolled her eyes. Don't thank me, I just didn't want Her Highness to come herself, in case she was photographed, it would have some bad effects on Her Highness. Speaking of this, Milton paused, and then re-measured the woman in front of her whose figure was so good that she was envious of her, and spoke, Are you sure you want to keep talking to me with this appearance? Ha! Wendy let out a light laugh, reached out and pinched the corner of her dress, suddenly lifting it. In the next second, the original shapely lady had already disappeared, and in her place was a youth wearing a duck-tongue cap. Who else could it be if not Chen Feng? Snap! Chen Feng snapped his fingers and a rose bouquet consisting of 9 roses appeared in his hands. For you, Ms. Mir. In addition, don't forget to say thank you to Ms. Amiia on my behalf when you return. Mir seemed to have gotten used to the style of behavior of the person in front of him. In the face of the flowers handed to him, Mir simply nodded before accepting them directly. Don't worry, I'll pass it on to Her Highness. Without further ado, where are you going now? I heard that there's a pet store in the city center that's good. I want to go and buy some snacks and food for Xiaobai. Alright, I'll send you there, just don't forget to leave me a mouthful of soup after you fatten up that pigeon. Miss Mill, actually sometimes you're more likable when you don't talk. Nighttime. In the middle of the empty Connery bedroom, 3 identical paintings were placed on top of the table. The 3 paintings seemed to have just been handled, and their thickness had thickened considerably, and they were being laid flat on the table for drying. In front of the 3 paintings, there were also 3 pieces of paper. From left to right, they were lobby, safe and escort vehicle. Escort vehicle. There was a man standing guard at the door, and the door was closed, not allowing anyone to enter. Squeak squeak. A sudden monkey's cry rang out from the surroundings, breaking the calmness of the surroundings. The 2 security personnel in charge of standing guard who heard the sound didn't even raise their eyes, as if they had already gotten used to the sound. After all, although the manor was built relatively luxuriously, the geographical location could not be considered very good. It could only be considered the edge of the city, and a little bit further out was the suburb. Coupled with the fact that there was also a nature reserve to the west, it was a common occurrence to hear the shouts of animals. However, the good thing is that those animals in the reserve are more afraid of people, and will not easily come to this side, which also makes the security personnel save a lot of heartache. But today seems to be a little different. Only to see this group of monkeys do not know what madness. The monkeys that used to run away when they saw people today turned over the fence in groups, came to the interior of the manor, and have gathered in the direction of Connery's bedroom. My hair! What's the situation? Looking at the group of monkeys gathering around them, the 2 security personnel in charge of guarding the entrance were both confused. The 2 looked at each other, neither of them understanding what was going on with this group of stinking monkeys. Of course, this group of monkeys did not give them time to think. Along with a sharp squeak sound resounding from the group of monkeys, all the monkeys swarmed up and pounced towards the body of the security personnel. Bastard! Don't come over! One security officer kept waving the short stick in his hand to drive away the monkeys that came forward, while the other was stopping the doorway dead in its tracks to prevent any monkeys from entering the house. Bang! Right at this moment, a gunshot rang out from a short distance away, and Connery, who heard the commotion, rushed over with a crowd of security with a black face. With dozens of security personnel fighting to expel them, coupled with the threat of a pistol, the monkeys quickly dispersed. Only the 2 security guards who were in a sorry state were left sitting in place, constantly panting. What's going on? Connery sternly opened his mouth to inquire. A security guard quickly got up and replied back, Boss, we don't know what happened. This group of monkeys just like crazy, from the outside of the manor overturned, and then just like someone instructed toward your bedroom this side to rush. As if someone instructed. Connery repeated the security's words, then his face changed violently, quickly bypassing the duo and rushing into the room. Only after seeing all 3 paintings on the table unharmed did he heave a sigh of relief. Monster thief kid. Is nothing more than that. Determining that the paintings were fine, Connery muttered to himself with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. Of course he didn't notice that just as he was checking out the painting, a small white pigeon had already burrowed through the window crack and left the room. And of the 3 pieces of paper on the desktop labeled with where the paintings went, the piece of paper originally on the right side with escort vehicle had at some point quietly exchanged places with the piece of paper on the left side with lobby. Time passed slowly. However, the hotness of Chen Feng's actions on the internet had been high. The pursuit group that Su Lishua belonged to, which specialized in dealing with Chen Feng, had instead sent an email to Connery, expressing their desire to intervene in this incident and provide assistance. However, it was rebuffed by the extremely confident Connery, who said that he did not need anyone's help to deal with Chen Feng. The confident tone of voice left Su Lishua speechless for a while. However, she was also not the type of person who liked to rush up and give help to others, and did not say anything more after Connery's refusal, only to end the conversation after still reminding him of a few things out of a responsible attitude. Of course, whether or not Connery would listen to her reminders was none of her business. At 8 p.m. on December 24, in the middle of Connery's private manor. Unlike previous years when each person celebrated at home on Christmas Eve, this year's Christmas Eve seemed extraordinarily lively. Especially in Connery's private manor, it was surrounded by people in three circles. There were people who had nothing to do to join in the fun, but most of them were Chen Feng's fans, holding all kinds of idle support signs, shouting about, kid, and so on. In a certain office inside the manor, Connery was frowning as he punched the phone over and over again. The phone rang incessantly, but there was no answer. Fuck. After being alerted again that there was no answer, Connery threw his cell phone to the side with an exasperated expression. This Wendy, what the hell? No one has answered the phone until now.